Chapter 1. In the vast and boundless realm of the king's continent, within the unassuming study of a general's mansion belonging to a small nation, a 14-year-old boy with raven-black hair was bent over a desk, fervently copying from a medical tome with his right hand. His left hand was incessantly rubbing his swollen backside, intermittently emitting pained exclamations of "ouch, ouch." Father is truly ruthless. Am I even his biological son? Grandfather is equally unreasonable. All I did was accidentally blow up his alchemical furnace. Is it necessary to report me to father and then go on a leisurely journey? The boy muttered complaints under his breath. The youth was named Ashura, the third son of the illustrious general Tion, protector of the Olay kingdom. The A family had held military command for 3 generations, with Ashura's grandfather, Adolf, having aided the royal family in expanding their territory, thus establishing their current legacy. His father, Tion, had further strengthened their lineage by forming the formidable Han army, the pride of Olay kingdom and its most potent force for safeguarding the realm. His mother, Lan, was a gentle and virtuous wood element mage, skilled in household management. His maternal grandfather, Zongren, was a distinguished physician and alchemist, held in high regard throughout Olay kingdom. However, Olay kingdom was merely one of the 14 vassal states of the Valency Empire. Its influence as insignificant as that of an ant in the grand scheme of the king's continent. General Tion and his wife, Lan, had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Anaga, was 18 years old, possessing both martial and literary prowess, a paragon of talent. Not only had he achieved the first realm of martial arts at a young age, but he was also well-versed in military strategy, capable of leading troops in a battle independently. The second son, Asubo, age 15, was obsessed with martial arts, showing little interest in anything beyond his training. He had already attained the 3rd realm of warrior status, determined to enroll in the prestigious Augustus Academy later this year. The youngest daughter, Jia, was 12, already blossoming into a striking beauty with evident talent. At such a tender age, she had awakened the same wood element magic as her mother, already reaching the 2nd tier of magical apprenticeship, with an immeasurable future ahead. Yet, amidst this exceptional family, the trouble lay with the 3rd son, Ashura. From a young age, Ashura exhibited remarkable intelligence, particularly in extraordinary memory and keen insight. However, his brilliance was not applied in the right avenues. He had no interest in literature or martial arts, preferring instead to engage in mischief and play, reveling in chaos. The tutors hired to educate him had fled in frustration, 3 in total, while 2 others had fainted from exasperation. Relying on his photographic memory, Ashura would skim through his books before examinations, managing to scrape by with a passing grade. His father, Tion, exasperated, had thrown him into the Han army, hoping the military environment would temper his rebellious spirit, yet it only led to pandemonium. In the barracks, urgent assembly drums would echo through the night, leaving officers and soldiers bewildered as they scrambled to gather, only to stand for half an hour before realizing they had been the victims of a prank, returning to their beds in discontent. Soldiers in the latrines found their privies exploding with waste, while cavalrymen found their saddles greased, causing them to slide off during training. Everyone knew who the little troublemaker was, yet Ashura always seemed to have perfect alibis, leaving the officers unable to catch him in the act. All these incidents were meticulously orchestrated by the young Ashura, who delighted in the mischief he created. It wasn't until the deputy commander of the Han army, Han Dang, discovered a toad within his steam bun at lunch that the situation escalated. This stout, iron-willed man knelt before the general's mansion, weeping uncontrollably, pleading with the general to remove his troublesome 3rd son from the army, or he would remain there in prostration indefinitely, leaving Ashura to continue wreaking havoc. Tion often found himself exasperated, veins bulging on his forehead, while the old general, Adolf, would merely stroke his beard with a smile, remarking, "This little rascal is destined for greatness." His mother, Lan, was fiercely protective, often intervening with a few swats whenever Tion lost his temper with the youngest. With a fierce glare, she would envelop her son in her arms, conveying that any further punishment would mean no bedtime for his father that night. The sibling bond was unusually close, with Ashura never bullying his elder brother or sister. Whenever he got into trouble, his brothers would kneel before their father, pleading for leniency, even offering to take the punishment on his behalf. His sister would rush to summon their mother or grandfather, eager to rescue her wayward brother. Thus, Ashura grew up, born into a military family, yet unwilling to embrace the path of martial arts, believing it to be a path of hardship devoid of joy. Yet, owing to his extraordinary talents, he had inadvertently progressed through the ranks, achieving the status of a warrior. Today's punishment stemmed from his clandestine escapade into his grandfather Qin Zongren's alchemical chamber, where he accidentally detonated the alchemical furnace, destroying both the elixirs and the furnace itself. Caught red-handed while attempting to flee, he faced the wrath of his grandfather. Previously, Qin Zongren had showered Ashura with affection, impressed by his remarkable memory and insight, which allowed him to master medical texts with ease. Particularly, he had shown promise in the family's ancestral skill, the meridian acupuncture technique, mastering it in just 3 days and becoming proficient within a month. Ashura had taken a keen interest in observing his grandfather treat patients with acupuncture, delighting in the craft, which brought Qin Zongren great comfort. However, one day, when Qin Zongren witnessed Ashura using acupuncture to incapacitate the family dog, he was left bedridden for over half a month in a fit of rage. Upon recovering and intending to guide his grandson towards a more virtuous path, Qin Zongren was met with the sight of chaos in the alchemical chamber. He felt that if this continued, his days were numbered, and without a second thought, he cast Ashura at his father Offing Tian's feet, departing to seek solace elsewhere. Upon learning of the incident, Offing Tian did not hesitate to ensure Ashura would have a complete childhood. This time, Qinlan did not rush to defend her son, and the other siblings kept their heads down in silence. After a lengthy reprimand, Offing Tian realized that he could not discipline this unfilial child, soothing himself with thoughts of his 2 good sons and 1 virtuous daughter. With a resigned sigh, he commanded, "Go to the study and copy the medical text you shall not eat until you have completed your task." With that, he turned to leave, leading to the earlier scene of Ashura diligently copying. The boy, still rubbing his backside, hurriedly transcribed the text with remarkable speed. He hardly needed to refer to the book, for he had already memorized it thoroughly. All he desired was to finish this thick tome quickly. A hungry stomach could not afford to miss a meal. Though he grumbled complaints under his breath, his mind was preoccupied with another matter, a secret he had never shared with anyone. Deep within Ashura's heart lay a secret he had never disclosed to anyone. That was the awakening of his magical aptitude at the tender age of 10, an exceptionally rare talent for lightning magic. After awakening, Ashura could distinctly feel the silvery magical elements in the air. He vividly recalled his mother, Qinlan, recounting her own experience of awakening her magical abilities during his childhood. He knew he might also have the potential to become a mage. Yet, why had he never spoken of this to anyone? It was because he feared that if his family learned of his magical talent, they would impose even greater expectations upon him, demanding he diligently study magic. How could he then continue to enjoy his carefree play? Thus, Ashura had kept his lightning magic talent a secret, never learning any magical skills. It was only after his sister Jia awakened her wood element magic that, while their mother taught her the basics, he stealthily learned the art of magical meditation. Hiding beneath his covers, he experienced his first magical meditation, feeling the joyous influx of silvery, lightning magic elements entering his body. He sensed a remarkable affinity with the lightning elements. Unbeknownst to him, however, along with the silvery lightning elements that flowed into his being were also some gray magical elements, which vanished without a trace upon entering. As a novice in magic, Ashura remained oblivious, continuing to conceal this secret from his family to this day. It was no wonder his family had not noticed his awakening in the King's continent. Those with martial talents capable of advancing from the realm of apprentice warriors to warriors were exceedingly rare. Firstly, martial arts require innate talent and often family lineage for training. Secondly, martial arts necessitate resources that impoverished families cannot afford. Warriors are categorized into apprentice warriors, martial masters, great martial masters, magical warriors, magical masters, great magical masters, martial saints, and martial gods, comprising a total of 9 major realms. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages, with progression becoming increasingly arduous. Once one attains the status of a magical warrior, the internal fighting spirit bears elemental attributes. Though lacking the destructive power of magical skills, it can still enhance damage to a degree. The ratio of warriors to mages stands at an astounding 20-1, rendering mages exceedingly rare and precious. The common magical disciplines include earth, water, wood, fire, and wind. Other elemental types such as ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space are classified as rare magical attributes. Mages are further categorized into 9 significant ranks: apprentice mage, magician, archmage, sorcerer, magus, grand magus, mage saint, and mage god. Each rank is subdivided into 3 tiers, with the advancement of a mage proving to be more arduous than that of a warrior, demanding colossal resources. Today's incident was sparked by Ashura's discovery yesterday, as he perused his grandfather's medical tome, which contained a passage detailing how mages could infuse their magical elements into elixirs, thereby enhancing their quality. Driven by curiosity, Ashura stealthily ventured into his grandfather's alchemy chamber today. At that moment, the chamber was unoccupied, and Sheen Zongren was busy concocting a tranquilizing elixir in his alchemical furnace to soothe his frayed nerves, which had been disturbed by his grandson's antics. However, Ashura had never learned the application of magic and was unaware of how to release the thunder element within him. Just as he found himself at a loss, a clever idea struck him. Though he lacked knowledge of manipulating magical elements, he was familiar with the human meridian system. Silently attuning to the thunder magic element within his consciousness, he guided the element to wander through his meridians. Initially, the thunder element obediently traversed his meridians, but before long, it began to swell uncontrollably like a rolling snowball, spiraling beyond his command. Realizing he had ventured too far, the boy felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The thunder element surged through his meridians with increasing speed and ferocity. Understanding that he could no longer delay, Ashura gritted his teeth, concentrated his thoughts, and forced the thunder element out through his palm's Laogong point. What emerged was a silver orb, approximately the size of a grape, fluctuating in intensity and brightness as it lazily drifted toward his grandfather's alchemical furnace. The boy regarded the magical sphere he had conjured with a mixture of confusion and trepidation, sensing an undercurrent of danger and uncontrollable peril. He quickly moved to the doorway of the alchemy chamber, peering in with half his head exposed. As soon as the magical orb made contact with the furnace, a deafening explosion echoed through the chamber like a thunderclap. In the aftermath, he beheld the devastation of his grandfather's cherished third-tier furnace, now marred with cracks. The alchemy room lay in disarray, with the concocted elixir nowhere to be found, let alone any trace of magical elements. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the boy instinctively fled from the scene. He was acutely aware that he was in trouble and needed to distance himself from the site of the incident. Just as he was about to escape the building, he collided headlong with his grandfather, who had returned upon hearing the thunderous noise. Upon noticing the boy's shifty eyes, Elder Cheen immediately suspected his involvement in the debacle. Seizing the young lad by the scruff of his neck, he dragged him to the alchemy chamber. Upon witnessing the chaos within, Elder Cheen's rage was palpable, his veins bulging with fury. Yet, upon seeing the cracked furnace, he was momentarily taken aback. His third-tier furnace was a treasured possession, forged from the rarest core iron, renowned for its resilience, capable of withstanding even a full-force strike from offing Tian without sustaining damage. The scene before him, however, was undoubtedly the result of the boy's meddling. Suppressing his anger, Elder Cheen inquired, "You little rascal, how on earth did you manage to ruin my furnace like this? Speak the truth." Ashura was acutely aware that he could never divulge the truth. With a defiant lift of his chin, he declared, "It has nothing to do with me, grandfather. I merely heard the explosion as I arrived here, and in my fright, I ran outside, only to collide with you, which led to my being brought here. Old Sheen, recognizing the absurdity of his claims, knew that this impetuous boy would undoubtedly have rushed to investigate the source of the explosion rather than flee in a guilty panic. After pressing him several more times, Azura stubbornly maintained that he was not involved, even attributing the incident to Old Sheen's alchemical mishaps, claiming that he had blown up the furnace. Furious, Old Sheen felt a wave of darkness wash over him, ultimately tossing the boy to the awaiting Afong Tian, departing to seek solace in wandering, with plans to acquire another alchemical furnace. Just as the youth was fervently scribbling, the door to the room creaked open, revealing a little girl with a bun hairstyle who sweetly called out, "Third brother." Azura looked up at her, tossing his pen onto the desk in a dramatic flourish, with his left hand outstretched towards the girl. He exclaimed, "At last you've arrived? I'm starving. Hand it over." The girl giggled, expertly producing a hefty piece of braised beef from her cloak and offering it to the boy. She then picked up the pen he had discarded and began transcribing the medical text for him. Their sibling dynamic was so seamless. Whenever the boy faced punishment and was deprived of food, the girl always found ways to bring him sustenance and assist him with the studies, after ravenously devouring a few bites of the beef. Azura inquired, "How is father? Has his anger subsided?" The girl's bright face scrunched up as she replied, "You truly vex father, and mother is upset too. Normally, she lets me bring you food and healing ointments. But this time she only allowed me to bring food. Hurry and eat. Eldest brother and second brother are currently entangled with father, and I must leave shortly," at the mention of the healing ointments. The boy felt an acute reminder of his sore backside. With a grimace, he complained, "Father is utterly unfair. Why does he always target me among the 4 children? Am I not his biological son? 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. One day when I achieve the pinnacle of martial arts, I shall—" "What will you do?" Before the boy could finish his boast, a commanding voice resonated at the study door. Upon hearing that authoritative tone, Azura's demeanor changed, as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. Bristling with apprehension, he stiffly turned to see his father, Afong Tian, standing at the entrance with an expression as stoic as the mountains. His younger sister, Ajiya, hastily set down her pen, lowering her head as she moved to the corner of the desk. Afong Tian slowly entered the room, prompting, "Continue speaking. Once you attain the title of number 1 in the world, what will you do?" Azura noticed the cold smirk at the corner of his father's mouth. In memories of his childhood, filled with painful beatings, flooded his mind, he understood that a poorly phrased response could lead to another painful experience. Thus, he quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Once I claim the title of number 1, I shall return to the Olai kingdom in grand style, bringing glory to the A family name, so that all may know of a tiger's son. My current accomplishments are all thanks to your esteemed guidance, Father, and I shall encourage renowned masters to seek your counsel on how to raise such an exceptional son. At that time, I shall father more children to strengthen our family, ensuring that we become the foremost family under your leadership." Hearing his third son's speech, Afong Tian's lips twitched and his eyelids flickered, struggling to suppress the urge to strike him. Meanwhile, Ajiya's face flushed crimson, as it was an arduous task to stifle her laughter. Afong Tian glanced at her and asked, "Have you completed your magic homework?" The girl promptly dashed out of the study, not looking back as she sought her mother. Azura, observing her departure, felt a pang of betrayal. However, glancing at Afong Tian's somber countenance, he found himself unsure of where to place his hands, ultimately managing a smile that was more reminiscent of a grimace than genuine cheer. Afong Tian, in turn, studied the tall, slender 14-year-old before him. The boy's face was as handsome as jade. His eyes glimmered like shooting stars, with a physique that combined the strength of a tiger and the agility of an ape. His black hair casually tied at the back. Aside from the boy's rather insufferable grin, he was indeed a strikingly impressive young man that Afong Tian realized that his third son had matured. Yet his mischievous nature remained unchanged. Perhaps, as a father, he had failed to engage with him earnestly. Contemplating this, Afong Tian settled into the chair at the desk, while Azura remained standing at the corner. Unable to sit comfortably due to his recent punishment, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a brief interlude, A Feng Tian suddenly broke the stillness, saying, "Do you remember, no matter how mischievous you were, your grandfather would always proclaim that the third child would achieve great success in the future?" Azura, taken aback by his father's seemingly nonsensical remark, pondered before responding, "Grandfather truly has a keen eye for talent." A Feng Tian's forehead twitched in response. After a moment of self-encouragement, he continued, "Among you 4 siblings, you possess the greatest innate talent. If you devote yourself to cultivation, your achievements will surpass those of our family." The boy, surprised by his father's earnest words, replied cautiously, "I believe eldest brother and second brother also have considerable talent." A Feng Tian shot him a glance, stating, "Your eldest brother is indeed talented, but as the firstborn of the A family, he carries the weight of our lineage, serving the country in military capacity. The Shock Mountain Army must be commanded by an A family member. He has invested considerable time in military strategy and tactics, which hinders his ability to focus on cultivation. His martial achievements will likely be on par with mine, but he is aware of his responsibilities, thus has never mentioned pursuing martial arts in the academy. And this year he is set to marry the daughter of Su Guoxi." Before Azura could interject, a Feng Tian continued, "Your second brother is obsessed with martial arts, wholeheartedly devoted to the path of combat. Yet he is rather inflexible, lacking adaptability, and his innate potential is limited. He has made progress through diligent training, but his advancement will slow significantly in the future. Our family lacks the resources to enhance his combat prowess. If he manages to gain admission to the Augustus Academy this year, it would fulfill a wish of his. Regarding your younger sister, she shows promise, but her playful nature is akin to yours. Our family does not possess the foundation to nurture a high-tier mage. Your mother, a mage of the 3rd tier, only achieved that through the resources accumulated by your grandfather over a lifetime of healing. Your sister's accomplishments may ultimately surpass your mother's, but a girl must eventually marry." Azura fell silent, aware that his father spoke the truth. However, he was puzzled by why his father felt the need to share this with him. With eldest brother and second brother present, surely his contributions were unnecessary. Seemingly reading his thoughts, a Feng Tian deliberated before saying, "Our Olai kingdom is merely a small vassal state of the Valency Empire, and our family is but a minor hereditary military clan. The ongoing conflicts surrounding us and the court civil officials are increasingly critical of our family for amassing military power, claiming we face both internal and external strife, that I have lingered at the 3rd tier of martial mastery for an extended period without finding an opportunity to break through. Your grandfather, in his prime, was a 2nd tier martial mage. After a lifetime of serving the nation and sustaining several severe injuries, his power has diminished to that of a 1st tier martial master. We all recognize our martial limitations, as well as what we can offer the A family. For our family to endure in peace, each member of the next generation must strive and toil. This world is not as idyllic as you imagine, and survival of the fittest is an eternal truth." After delivering this speech, a Feng Tian placed a hand on his son's shoulder, who stood with his head bowed and remained silent, before turning to exit the study. After a Feng Tian left, Azura stood for a while before resuming his writing, this time proceeding slowly and with great care. It was the first time in 14 years that the boy had exhibited such tranquility. As day turned to night, and the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, he completed transcribing the medical texts and succumbed to slumber at the desk. Outside the door, a Feng Tian observed the boy's furrowed brows and sleep, pondering whether the previous night's conversation had been right or wrong. With a sigh, he turned to leave, until the sounds of commotion erupted from the general's residence, accompanied by the frantic shouts of servants exclaiming, "Quick, someone! The eldest son is in trouble." The cries shattered the tranquility of Ashura's slumber, awakening him with an ominous premonition. Ignoring the pain from yesterday's beating, he hastened toward the entrance of the general's mansion. Upon reaching the threshold, he was met with a throng of people gathered in distress. The furious roars of his father, the scathing rebukes for his elder brother, and the heart-wrenching sobs of his mother intertwined with the shouts of the servants. The young man involuntarily slowed his pace, fervently praying for the absence of dire news. As he arrived at the door, he beheld his elder brother, Anaga, kneeling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, cradling the mangled form of their eldest brother. A blankness enveloped Ashura's mind, disbelief coursing through him at the sight before his eyes. Anaga lay injured in Asubo's embrace, his legs stained crimson with blood, breath faint and consciousness fading, having been cast aside like a refuse at the mansion's entrance. Ashura stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly dashed back into the courtyard. Shortly after, he returned with a set of silver needles, rushing to Anaga's side to employ acupuncture techniques to staunch the bleeding. As he treated him, he discovered numerous fractures and the gruesome removal of his brother's kneecaps. Unable to contain his fury, the youth let out a thunderous roar. Ah! At that moment, mocking laughter echoed from the street before the general's mansion. A young man clad in luxurious garments emerged from the shadows, flanked by 4 martial artists, casually remarking, "Is he dead? I clearly left him with a breath of life. How can he be so fragile?" "Ha ha!" Before he could finish his taunt, Ashura lunged at him like a shadow, aiming a silver needle at his eye, determined to silence the wretched fiend. Yet before he could reach his target, one of the martial artists stepped forward and kicked him several meters away. Ashura seemed oblivious to the pain, spitting blood as he rose and charged once more toward the young man. The same martial artist grinned maliciously and threw a punch, but a figure interposed itself before Ashura, colliding with the attacker's fist. The martial artist staggered back, chuckling, "The general of the mountain-shaking army is nothing remarkable." Afdong Tian restrained the enraged Ashura, suppressing his fury as he asked in a low voice, "Did you harm my son Anaga? Why such malice? Do you think my family is easy prey?" The young man scoffed. "Others may fear Afdong Tian, but I do not. Listen well, I am Sang Kuan, the heir of the Heishui family. Even your king treats me with respect. What are you? A mere gatekeeper and guard." Sang Kuan's words incensed Afdong Tian, who realized the gravity of their adversary's lineage. The Heishui family was a renowned martial clan in the kingdom of Aolai, boasting numerous experts, with the family head and senior elder both possessing the prowess of a third-tier demon warrior, untouchable by the royal authority in their small nation. Afdong Tian, his voice heavy with restraint, declared, "My family bears no grudge against yours. Why resort to such cruelty against my eldest son?" Sang Kuan retorted viciously. "Humph! I have set my eyes on your son's fiancée, the youngest daughter of the Prime Minister. Sooner, yet that vile woman would rather die than submit, even shaving her head in defiance. And no woman I desire has ever been disobedient. It is unfortunate for your son. Let us see if she still wishes to marry him after I render him a cripple." "Ha!" Before Sang Kuan could finish his laughter, a large blade sliced through the air toward his face. The martial artist behind him swiftly pulled him out of harm's way, drenched in cold sweat. Adolf, wielding the sword with hair disheveled, stood resolutely in the center, declaring, "You dare to insult my family so gravely. Do you think I am incapable of wielding a blade?" Sang Kuan, seething with rage, shouted, "Old fool. Dare to touch me and see what happens. I am aware that your cultivation has plummeted. I have 2 third-tier martial artists at my side. Can you and your son withstand them? If you dare harm me, I will unleash a slaughter upon your family. You think your mountain-shaking army will come to your aid? If you provoke them, will your king still accept you?" Adolf trembled with fury. The elder had never endured such humiliation. Yet, for the sake of his kin, he reluctantly lowered his sword that moment. Asubo, cradling Anaga, lifted his bloodshot eyes to glare at Sang Kuan, vowing, "I will remember this grievance today. I shall return to exact vengeance, and I will not spare a single one of those who have harmed my brother." Sang Kuan was momentarily taken aback by Asubo's fierce gaze, then retorted wickedly, "I know you, Asubo, that I've investigated your pitiful brothers. Your cultivation is not worthy of my attention. By the way, you intend to take the entrance exam for the Augustus Academy this year, hoping to return and seek retribution? I will ensure that you do not pass. I will place eyes around the vicinity to prevent you from successfully participating in the Academy's assessment. Today, we are bound by an agreement not to kill within the city limits of Aolai. But once you step beyond its borders, I can extinguish your life as easily as squashing an ant." Asubo's eyes blazed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, creaking under the pressure. Sang Kuan had not only injured his brother, but also sought to shatter his dreams of martial prowess. Yet, Ashura, listening to Sang Kuan's arrogant proclamations, found an unexpected calm within himself. He scrutinized the faces of those before him, recognizing his current helplessness. However, he vowed to make these wretches pay 100-fold for the suffering inflicted upon his brother. Blood for blood, the once troubled youth seemed to mature in an instant. After Sang Kuan had laughed and contemptuously glanced at the crowd, he spat on the ground and arrogantly turned to leave. Behind him, a young man fixated on his retreating figure until they vanished at the street's end. Half a month later, the general's mansion lay shrouded in silence. The servants moved cautiously, fearful of making even the faintest sound. Anaga, clad in white, sat expressionless in a wheelchair, clutching a military treatise, yet failing to turn a single page for ages. Asubo, no longer immersed in training, drowned his sorrows in alcohol, babbling incoherently and shouting aimlessly. Adolphe remained silent, frequently visiting the ancestral hall or the tomb of his late wife, murmuring apologies to his family. Their mother, Qinlan, wept daily, poring over the medical texts left by her husband, desperately seeking a way to restore her eldest son to standing. She knew that even if her husband were present, he could not help Anaga rise again. Yet she believed that somewhere in the world there existed miraculous herbs capable of reconstructing her son's bones. However, such treasures were far beyond the reach of a mere general's household and ally. Each time she beheld her son in the wheelchair, her heart ached as if pierced by a blade. Afdong Tian continued his daily routine between the military camp and the mansion, his expression neutral, though the sudden appearance of gray strands at his temples added to the weariness of his role as head of the family. Azia, usually lively, had lost her radiant smile, diligently practicing with magic, having heard of a yellow tear spell that could heal the gravely wounded. Though she had never witnessed a blue tear magic, she was determined to master such a yellow tear spell. Ashura isolated himself in his room for 3 days and nights without sustenance. It remained a mystery what thoughts occupied the youth's mind during this time. All he felt was hatred for his own powerlessness. He penned a letter to his future sister-in-law, assuring her that Anaga would rise again to marry her. He vowed with his life that he would eradicate the Heishui family within a decade. He concluded the letter with a solemn address. Sister-in-law, take care. On the morning 3 days hence, Ashura slowly emerged from his chamber and made his way directly to the training grounds, standing in the center of the arena. The sunlight illuminated his still somewhat youthful profile. Gazing at the array of weapons on the rack, he hesitated, retracting his hand as if gripped by a mixture of fear and shyness. After a moment of silence, the young man reached for a large blade on the rack, recalling the techniques his father had imparted to his brothers, and began to practice each move diligently. The training ground had once been the place he least desired to visit, and the weapons on the rack were the very items he loathed to wield. Yet now, determination shone in his eyes. He lamented only that he had awakened to his purpose too late, regretting that he had taken up the sword too tardily. As Ashura practiced fervently, drenched in sweat, a resounding thud echoed through the air as a heavy object fell to the ground. Startled, Ashura turned to see his second brother, Asubo, sprawled on the floor, clutching a wine jar. Rushing over, Ashura helped him to his feet, admonishing, "Brother, you ought to drink less. I understand your heart is troubled, but you must prepare for your examination at Augustus Academy." "This cannot go on." To Ashura's surprise, Asubo erupted into a sorrowful laugh before responding, "Ashura, your swordsmanship is quite commendable. However, I cannot attend Augustus Academy any longer. I assure you, I am fine. I shall indulge for a few more days, then cease." "Worry not," Ashura, taken aback, queried, "Why will you not sit for the examination, brother? Is it not your ambition to enter Augustus? Are you afraid of the retribution from the Blackwater family?" Asubo gazed wistfully at the wine jar and replied, "The Blackwater family is an enemy I must eradicate. Fear of them is beneath me. My elder brother can no longer rise, and our family needs me. The burdens left undone by him shall fall upon my shoulders, and I shall protect our lineage. The Augustus Academy is of little consequence now." With that, Asubo regarded his stunned younger brother, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You, Ashura, possess talents far surpassing mine. You shall carry forth the dreams of your elder brother to the Academy and emerge as a formidable force on this continent. This is the dream of your elder brother, and it is you who must realize it." Ashura had never considered such notions. He had not imagined that after their elder brother's fall, Asubo would relinquish his own aspirations for the sake of the family. Looking into Asubo's eyes, he saw the blend of resignation and hope, and without uttering a word, he nodded gravely at T that moment. A voice imbued with authority, yet tinged with weariness, resonated from behind. Third son, do you truly wish to pursue your studies at the academy? A Feng Tian approached the two brothers, his gaze laden with complexity. Without hesitation, Ashura affirmed, yes, father, I shall gain entry to Augustus Academy, and upon my return, I will seek vengeance upon the Blackwater family. A Feng Tian sighed, observing his sons, "It is I who have failed in my duties as a father, disappointing you both." The brothers shook their heads in unison. Ashura asserting, "The rise and fall of our family is a shared responsibility. It is time we uphold the duty of safeguarding our lineage." A Feng Tian regarded his youngest son, whose face bore a faint sorrow. The once jovial boy had not smiled in quite some time. Yet he recognized their words held truth. The fate of their family now rested in their hands. He spoke earnestly. "Your elder brother must assume the position of deputy commander of the Tremor Army. Furthermore, it is said that the Blackwater family has placed spies in every town leading to Augustus Academy, bearing your brother's likeness. Should they spot Asubo, they will strike without hesitation." Immediately, Ashura interjected, "Father, I am here. I shall proceed to Augustus Academy. I am certain I can pass the examination." A Feng Tian shook his head. "You cannot attend Augustus Academy. The Blackwater family has eyes on every route. That I fear for your safety should you travel alone. And your grandfather and I cannot escort you. Moreover, regardless of which academy you seek, the entrance requirements stipulate that one must reach at least the third tier of warrior or mage before the age of 16. You are currently at the first tier, and with less than 6 months before the examination, you will not qualify. Alas, the academy only recruits every 3 years. You will miss your opportunity." Ashura's face fell, filled with frustration, before he suddenly declared, "Father, I know a way to pass the examination. The Valentian Empire is not limited to a single academy. If I cannot attend Augustus, I shall journey to the distant St. Goban Academy. Though I am currently at the first tier, I believe I can reach the third tier within 6 months. That I must gain entry to St. Goban Academy." A Feng Tian was struck into silence by his son's resolute words. After a lengthy pause, he cautioned, "This is no trivial matter. St. Goban Academy is at the far end of the empire, a great distance away. The journey is fraught with countless dangers. You have never ventured beyond Olai City. How can we trust you to go? Furthermore, with your travel, when will you find time to enhance your martial skills? Even if you reach St. Goban Academy, you will still not pass the examination. This plan is unfeasible." Ashura met his father's gaze with unwavering determination, exclaiming, "Father, please believe that I can achieve this. I will grow stronger at St. Goban Academy and return to cleanse our family's shame." Asubo chimed in, "Father, I believe in our younger brother. We all know he is the most intelligent and gifted among us." A Feng Tian responded slowly. "Within the academies, there are many gifted individuals. The finest youths from the King's continent aspire to enroll in various institutions. Do not overestimate your own intelligence and talent. Do not be a frog at the bottom of a well." After a moment of contemplation, a Feng Tian closed his eyes and considered, "Since you are determined to venture forth, I shall support you. However, you must promise me one thing. Until you have truly grown, you must act with discretion and cultivate quietly. Even if you do not gain admission to the academy, you must continue to train and grow stronger outside. Your exuberant nature has always concerned me. Our family cannot withstand upheaval. Can you promise me this?" Ashura pondered briefly before responding. "I promise. I shall maintain a low profile and bide my time." That the Feng Tian regarded his youngest son with a deep gaze and instructed, "Tomorrow morning, come to the training ground. That I will impart to you our family's ultimate technique, the Thunder Fist. Once you have mastered it, set forth on your journey to study. Do not let me down." With that, he turned and departed. The following morning, Ashura appeared early, clad in his training attire, awaiting his father's arrival at the center of the training grounds. At a Feng Tian, slightly fatigued, approached and gazed at the handsome young man who had nearly matched his own height. A swell of pride rising within him, that he mused, "I have truly sown well. All 4 of my children are exceptional." Meanwhile, Ashura observed the barely contained smile on his father's face, filled with questions that he noticed the faint scratches on his father's neck. Unaware of the tumultuous events that had transpired the previous night, after confiding his decision to Qinlan, she had nearly confronted him, wielding her magic wand in a fit of fury. It took considerable persuasion to calm his wife. He bore his own burdens, as the Blackwater family was pressuring the king of Alai to take action against their clan, and Ashura's departure might indeed be the wisest choice. Regaining his composure, Afong Tian spoke sternly. "Time is of the essence. I will now teach you the family's secret technique, the Thunder Fist. You must commit it to memory. Once you have mastered it, depart for the academy immediately." "Do you understand?" Ashura nodded vigorously. "I will learn diligently." With that, Afong Tian ceased further conversation and began to demonstrate the 8 forms of the Thunder Fist on the training grounds, explaining the intricacies of the martial technique and sharing his personal insights with his son. Ashura stood attentively, eyes fixed on his father's every movement. In the realm of martial arts and magic skills, the king's continent classifies abilities into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and yellow, with higher tiers being exceedingly rare. The Thunder Fist, a blue-tier martial art passed down through their family, was no small feat. The royal family of Alai might not even possess purple-tier martial arts, let alone yellow-tier techniques. The blue-tier Thunder Fist is a technique of unparalleled ferocity. Once mastered, each strike resonates with the sound of thunder and delivers internal force that penetrates the foe, achieving minor mastery results in 2 thunderous roars and 2 instances of penetrating force. While major mastery produces 3 thunderous sounds accompanied by 3 instances of penetrating force, each more powerful than the last, that Afong Tian had devoted nearly 30 years to perfecting the Thunder Fist. Attaining its zenith, strikes as swift as lightning, capable of penetrating rock. Each of the 8 forms echoed with 3 thunderous sounds, a testament to his mastery of the technique. After completing the final strike, Afong Tian steadied his racing heart and turned to his son, who stood awestruck. "This is our family's ultimate technique, the Thunder Fist I had always intended to teach you, yet you showed no interest before. As I reflect upon my training, I ponder how much you have retained." Ashura tilted his head in contemplation before responding, "I have memorized everything." Upon hearing this, Afong Tian was momentarily taken aback, recalling his 3rd son's extraordinary memory. He said, "Excellent. Now, demonstrate your skills for me. Do not fear mistakes. Focus on the essence and power of the technique." With that, Ashura took a few steps forward, standing resolutely, his youthful vigor radiating. He lowered his gaze, recalling the movements and principles demonstrated by his father moments earlier. Suddenly, he raised his head and began executing the boxing technique, strike by strike. Afong Tian initially wore a stern expression, but as he watched, his astonishment grew. His son's every movement was flawless, and even the finer details were executed with precision. However, he questioned whether the techniques for delivering power were correctly applied. Then, with the sound of a thunderous punch at the climax, Afong Tian stood frozen in place, as if a bolt of divine lightning had struck him. Ashura, upon hearing that thunderous sound, was filled with joy. He understood that the reverberation indicated he had performed the Thunder Fist correctly. Albeit only with the last punch, he turned to his father, eager for guidance. Yet, when he glanced at Afong Tian, he found him with his mouth agape, staring in disbelief. Ashura called out "Father" twice before Afong Tian snapped out of his stupor. He suppressed his inner turmoil and gently inquired, "Not bad. Have you practiced the Thunder Fist before?" Ashura shook his head, replying, "I know that my elder brothers can perform this technique, but I have never witnessed their training. I used to feel a headache just watching them practice." Afong Tian exhaled slowly, saying, "Then focus on your training. Remember the movements and the methods of generating power. Once every punch resonates with thunder, you may set forth." The youth nodded earnestly, declaring, "I will strive to master it as soon as possible." Afterward, Afong Tian gestured for Ashura to continue, turning away with his hands clasped behind him. Yet the tension in his white-knuckled grip revealed his inner unrest. He reminisced about his own youth at 14, when Adolf had taught him the Thunder Fist right before his eyes. It had taken Adolf 3 complete demonstrations for him to grasp the movements and techniques. On the 8th day of practice, he finally produced a thunderous sound, vividly recalling the satisfied nod and smile of his father, Adolf, who praised him as a promising martial artist. Now, as he endeavored to impart martial arts to his children, his eldest, Anaga, had achieved a thunderous strike in just 4 days, while his second son, Asubo, accomplished it in 7 days. Yet this third son, who had once been so lazy that he would rather practice thrice a day, had produced a thunderous sound on his very first attempt. How could Offing Tion remain calm in such a moment? Meanwhile, the training ground echoed with intermittent thunder, affirming that Ashura's success was no mere coincidence. Offing Tion alternated between frowning and smiling, only to suddenly strike a nearby tree with a punch, causing the branches to tremble and leaves to fall. With a hint of anger, he cursed, "Where has that little rascal been all this time?" Oblivious to the fact that he had wounded his father's fragile pride, Ashura was wholly absorbed in his training of the Thunder Fist, spending the entire day in the training grounds. He barely paused to eat, subsisting on simple fare brought by the servants. Fully devoted to his practice, that a few figures outside watched him secretly, some standing with hands behind their backs, others cradling wine jars, some seated in wheelchairs. A few with their hair tied up in buns, and others with hair as white as snow. The youth practiced tirelessly until dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the training ground. With each of the 8 Thunder Fist strikes, thunder accompanied his every blow. Ashura slumped to the ground, chuckling foolishly as he savored the joy of success in his training, a sensation he had never before experienced. Meanwhile, several silhouettes turned silently away, their footsteps betraying a sense of hope blossoming within the general's residence. At noon, Ashura quietly gathered his belongings, aware that time was of the essence. He needed to hurry to the St. Goban Academy for the entrance examination. His sole opportunity. Just then, a belt was handed to him from behind, and he turned to see his grandfather, Adolf, with a kind smile. Adolf spoke first. "Third child, strap on this belt. It contains a storage space. Although it is only as large as a study, it will greatly facilitate your travels." Ashura recognized that this belt was a reward bestowed upon his grandfather by the king when he established the kingdom of Alai. It was a symbol of honor earned through sacrifice, now repurposed for Ashura's journey. The youth choked back tears, exclaiming, "Grandfather, don't!" Before he could finish, Adolf raised his hand to interrupt. No need for further words. "It is merely a storage belt. Its value lies in its utility for you. I cannot provide you with better equipment. I wish you success on your academic journey." Determined, Ashura nodded firmly, fastening the belt around his waist. As he probed the storage space with his thoughts, he found it modest yet sufficient to stow away weapons, clothing, and provisions. Adolf gazed at his tall grandson with satisfaction, as though he were looking at his younger self. At that moment, Qinlan entered the room with a wooden box, her expression a mixture of complexity as she regarded her youngest son. This mischievous child was the one most capable of vexing her, yet also the one who could charm her with his affection. "This is a collection of medicinal pills left by your maternal grandfather for healing purposes. While they may not be of high grade, they are practical. Take this set of silver needles as well. Be cautious while you are away, and do not let yourself come to harm." Listening to his mother's maternal admonitions, Ashura, who would have previously covered his ears and dashed out, now felt reluctant to interrupt. Eventually, Asubo pushed Anaga's wheelchair into the room. Today, Asubo had refrained from drinking and had reverted to his former martial arts enthusiast demeanor. He produced a pair of dual daggers from behind his back and said, "Ashura, as you embark on your journey, I have nothing to gift you, but these daggers are of decent quality. Take them for self-defense." With a grin, Ashura accepted the dual daggers, twirling them playfully, saying, "Thank you, second brother. With these in hand, I shall appear more like a master." Seeing his carefree demeanor uplifted Asubo's spirits considerably. Anaga, who had been quiet since the incident, finally broke into a long-lost smile and handed over a pouch of coins, saying, "Little brother, I have nothing of value to give you, but take this pouch of gold for your journey." Ashura glanced at the pouch but did not accept it. Instead, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Is this money intended as a bride price for sister-in-law?" Anaga's smile faltered momentarily. Then he chuckled wryly. "The Heishui family is powerful. Although she resisted fiercely, the Prime Minister's family has already returned the bride price." After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Take it. I have no use for it, If you refuse, I shall give it to your second brother as bride price instead, should you find yourself in need. Do not accuse me of favoritism." Ashura gazed at the elder brother who had always shielded him from danger and defended him in times of trouble, that a smile crept upon his face. And he said, "Very well. Consider this money an investment from you in my future as a strong warrior. Once I gain strength, I shall repay you 100-fold, ensuring that this investment is worthwhile." Anaga was left both amused and exasperated, nodding deeply as he handed over the pouch. Just then, a tender, youthful hand emerged, offering a few gold coins, with tear-streaked cheeks Azia sobbed. "Then I too shall invest in third brother. Remember to repay me 100-fold once you become strong." Ashura embraced his sister before accepting the coins, saying, "I, Ashura, keep my promises. I shall repay you generously, ensuring a grand dowry for you." His tears dried as she smiled, blushing and retreating into her mother's embrace. The family of Ash had always been frugal, with expenditures for their children kept to a minimum, and any surplus was typically allocated to disabled warriors as compensation. The few coins Azia offered were the result of years of saving her New Year's money, representing her entire fortune. Having packed all his belongings, Ashura turned to leave the room, while offing Tion hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Ashura, turning with determination, declared, "I will become a strong warrior and return to protect our family. Wait for me." After casting a deep glance at everyone, he committed their faces to memory before swiftly departing. Leaping over the wall, he was aware that the Heishui family had spies lurking outside, and he would be watched if he exited through the front door. In his heart, he vowed, "Heishui family, just wait. Today, you force me to leap over the wall. One day, I shall return and dismantle your ancestral hall." A few spirited youths vanished at the end of the street, to the entrance of an alley in the capital of Aule. Ashura concealed himself partly in the shadows, cautiously surveying the direction of the city gate. This marked the third gate he had observed. Each entrance was manned by individuals from Heishui City, who scrutinized the comings and goings of the populace, both openly and covertly. Ashura was acutely aware that should he reveal himself outside the city, he would undoubtedly fall victim to relentless pursuit. Thus, the manner of his exit became the greatest conundrum for the young lad. Fortunately, this particular gate lay in the opposite direction of Augustus Academy, and the defenses of Heishui City were notably weaker in this area. Gazing at the bustling market within the city and the throngs of people at the gate, a smile crept across the boy's face as a plan took shape, and he slowly retreated into the shadows of the alley. Before long, a group of children appeared, seemingly venturing out of the city to play. They returned shortly thereafter, clutching a silver coin as they rushed towards the crowded area, calling out loudly, "Mother, there's a silver coin in the grass outside the city, and we all found it. I want to eat braised meat." The crowd, upon hearing this, was left dumbfounded that a woman who sold snacks intercepted her own child, snatching the silver coin from his hand and biting into it, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a real silver coin." She hastily inquired where her child had found it. The boy pointed outside the city, proudly declaring, "We found it while playing in the nearby woods." "Mother, I want to buy braised meat." The woman, maintaining her composure, pocketed the coin. It was enough to cover a month's expenses for their family of 3, that whether they would indulge in braised meat was of little consequence now. Upon hearing this, those quick to react in the marketplace began to sprint towards the city's exit. Those slower to catch on, seeing others run, quickly followed suit, resulting in a tide of people rushing out. The guards of the Heishui family, stationed there, were utterly bewildered by the commotion. They could not ascertain how to manage the throngs attempting to exit. In no time, the market by the city gate was left with only a few vendors who failed to pack up their stalls, lamenting their misfortune. Moments later, behind a great tree in the woods outside the city, Ashura revealed himself. He had blended into the crowd to escape, orchestrating this very event. The silver coin in the child's hand had been provided by him, as were the words spoken, an arrangement where, by following his instructions, the children could return with a coin. He had also discreetly scattered a few more coins in the alley where he had previously concealed himself, ensuring the children would discover them upon their return. Casting a lingering glance back at the city gate of Aule, Ashura's gaze was resolute and profound, with the twin blades gifted to him by his elder brother strapped to his back. He set off towards the direction of Shingoban City, that he eschewed the main roads, opting instead for lesser-known paths and forest trails. This was to evade the pursuit of the Heishui family while also seeking to slay beasts to enhance his strength. For the assessment criteria at Shingoban Academy required a warrior of the 3rd tier. However, he was taken aback to find that the beasts he encountered along the way were few and far between, with bandits more eager to rob him instead. In earlier encounters with these brigands, he had refrained from lethality. However, after witnessing a destitute girl, akin in age to Azza, being brutalized to death by bandits, he no longer hesitated to kill, having reconciled the notion that taking a life could indeed save another. In the depths of night, beside a small stream in the forest, the raven-haired youth, Ashura, roasted a wild wolf for his evening meal. He had always been fond of culinary exploration, and the small creatures he had previously captured had largely filled his belly. Now, being able to feast on wolf meat evoked a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. He concluded that wolf meat was rather unpalatable. The boy had now been away from home for over 3 months, journeying tirelessly without daring to linger. The hardships of life on the road, coupled with the need to eliminate bandits, had imbued him with a rugged wildness. Once characterized by a mischievous grin, his expression had now morphed into a charmingly wicked smile. He had advanced to the 2nd tier of warrior status, a progression that seemed almost effortless for him. The trials of survival in the wild had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge, yet they had also amplified his solitude. Naturally gregarious, he had spent 3 months without a meaningful conversation with another soul. His once boisterous demeanor had tempered, rendering him calm and composed in the face of adversity. Gazing up at the moon, the boy sighed, pondering, "I wonder how things are back home. Has grandfather returned? Has he healed my brother's leg? Will my sister-in-law continue to wait for him?" As he murmured to himself, he leaned against the great tree and gradually drifted to sleep, feeling an undeniable pang of homesickness. The following day, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, Ashura awoke from his slumber and stretched lazily. After confirming his direction, he set off towards Shingoban City, with his destination being a town called Linquan. Ashura realized he had escaped the clutches of the Heishui family. But continuing to traverse mountains and valleys on foot would render him unable to reach the academy on time. Therefore, he intended to purchase a mount in Linquan to expedite his journey to Shingoban City. Linquan was a modest town, reputed to possess a spring whose waters purportedly enhanced strength and prolonged life. Intrigued by this tale, Ashura raced to the spring, kneeling to drink deeply. Upon raising his head, he was dismayed to find a cow beside him, also drinking from the spring, which soured his mood instantaneously. Ashura proceeded to the establishment selling mounts. A lean man in his 40s, sporting a goatee, promptly approached him. Noticing the boy's humble attire, yet discerning the air of nobility about him, the man bowed deeply, saying, "My lord, I am Chaha, and it is my honor to serve you. Please share your needs, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." Ashura regarded him briefly and replied coolly, "I wish to see what mounts you have." Chaha immediately led the way, saying, "This way, my lord." Following Chaha's lead, Ashura arrived at the mount sales area, his first visit to such a place. Various mounts were displayed in enclosures, with over 10 breeds of horses alone, alongside wind wolves, earth dragons, unicorns, and even tamed avian beasts. Taming a magical beast required skill. Once tamed, they would don a beast-controlling ring, significantly tempering their ferocity and ensuring obedience to their master's commands. However, higher-tier beasts were increasingly difficult to tame unless raised from a young age to foster a bond. A weaker master would struggle to command a magical beast's loyalty. Naturally, powerful families would rear magical beasts, ensuring their kin would be subservient and obedient, ready for tasks and battles. Ashura gazed longingly at the magical mounts, fantasizing about the prestige of riding one, yet he recognized that his own limited strength rendered him incapable of controlling such beasts, and he feared attracting unwanted attention. Resolving this in his mind, Ashura addressed the man with the goatee directly. "I wish to purchase a swift dragon horse for transportation. Do you have any suitable options?" Chaha, momentarily disappointed, had anticipated the boy to be a wealthy patron. However, after a moment's thought, he replied, "My lord, we do have a dragon horse, exceptionally majestic and capable of running 1,000 miles in a day. However, it remains untamed and wild. I wonder if that interests you? Intrigued, Ashura immediately requested to see the dragon horse. Chaha led him to a stable, where a tall black horse was tethered. Its coat a uniform shade of ebony. Two burly men were alternately striking it with whips, the horse responding with fierce whinnies. Yet its spirit remained unbroken. Ashura instructed them to cease their actions, circling the black horse with keen interest. Noticing a boy with hair the same color as its own circling it, the black horse snorted disdainfully. Amused by the horse's reaction, Ashura felt an affinity for the black dragon horse. Contemplating how to tame it, a mischievous idea struck him. He turned to Chaha and said, "You all may step outside. I wish to have a word with this dragon horse." Cha, taken aback yet not opposing, led the two trainers outside. The boy, grinning mischievously at the black horse, noticed the beast's fear at his smile. He tilted his head and asked, "Can you understand me?" The horse, unperturbed, merely raised its head. Undeterred, Ashura produced a package, declaring, "I have studied some medicine since childhood, and within this is a set of silver needles. I wonder if it will have any effect on a horse. I hope you will be obedient, for I intend to let you experience the joy of acupuncture." Though the black horse possesses a certain spiritual essence and can comprehend human speech, it remains perplexed by the concept of acupuncture. Could such elongated needles be instruments of torture? Is the intention to force my submission through punishment? Ashura, extracting a silver needle, declared, "With this first needle, I shall render your left hind leg devoid of sensation." Without allowing the black horse a moment to react, he swiftly launched the needle, embedding it into the acupoint of the horse's left hind leg. The black horse felt no pain. However, its left leg abruptly lost all feeling, nearly causing it to stumble. In terror, the black horse gazed upon the mischievous grin of the youth, who was now retrieving another needle. The youth continued, "This needle shall deprive your right hind leg of sensation." With that, he propelled another needle into the horse's right hind leg, causing both of its hind legs to droop, forcing it to crouch on the ground. The black horse struggled to regain its footing. Ashura, slowly withdrawing yet another silver needle, jested, "This one is destined for your front leg. Oh wait, I almost forgot about the other hind leg. This needle shall render that leg beneath you devoid of feeling." With that, he prepared to launch the needle. However, this time, the black horse clamped down firmly on his sleeve. The black horse regarded this little demon with eyes full of fear and pleading, gradually kneeling on its front legs. On a path bordering a dense forest, a young man with black hair, wielding two swords, rode gracefully upon a magnificent steed, entirely cloaked in black. Both horse and rider had been galloping at full speed for an entire day, without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. The youth glanced at the dimming twilight and the surrounding terrain, then patted the horse's head, saying, "Haida, find a water source up ahead. We shall stop to camp." The black horse let out a resigned snort. The name Haida was given by the young man. Though it loathed the name, it dreaded even more the thought of being subjected to those terrifying silver needles again, upon discovering a campsite near a water source. The youth dismounted and rubbed his sore thighs. He patted Haida, allowing it to graze and drink without worry, confident that the horse, adorned with a beast-controlling ring, would not flee. Ashura ventured into the forest, planning to catch some game to satisfy his hunger. After wandering for a while, he noticed a lack of activity from small creatures, and having spent the night in the wilderness, he had become a somewhat seasoned hunter. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the woods, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, prompting him to swiftly climb to the top of a nearby tree. Drawing a short knife with his right hand and embracing the trunk with his left, he concealed himself among the foliage, carefully regulating his breathing. Before long, a group of figures clad in black robes emerged from the dense underbrush. Their wide sleeves and cloaks obscured their faces from Ashura's elevated vantage point. The leader of the black-robed figures approached a position slightly ahead and to the side of Ashura's hiding place, glancing down the path before speaking in a hoarse voice. "This is the route those little dwarfs must take. We shall set up the ghost lock array here. Tomorrow, follow my commands. None shall escape." The black-robed figures responded in unison. "We shall obey your command." They swiftly dispersed along the path, forming a circular area spanning 10 jong. The agility displayed by the figures indicated they were formidable warriors, with some digging pits and others inscribing magical runes. From his perch, Ashura could observe their every move. Though he was unaware of the specifics of their formation, he had gleaned a general understanding from his grandfather's miscellaneous texts. Every formation required prior setup, including the drawing of magical runes and the placement of energy cores. The final step of the formation involved establishing a focal point, which was also the key to breaking the array. After a short while, the leader of the black-robed figures surveyed the fruits of their labor and nodded in satisfaction. He then took 8 steps to the right and 9 steps backward, planting a small black flag into the ground behind a large tree. The moment the flag pierced the earth, the previously tranquil Tenjong circle erupted with ghostly wails before falling silent once more. The black-robed leader cackled, then waved his hand, causing the black-robed figures to vanish into the dense foliage. Initially, Ashura suspected that members of the Blackwater clan were pursuing him, but it became evident that they were not here for him. He sensed danger emanating from these figures, yet he found himself in a predicament. He surmised that the black-robed individuals were hiding nearby, and any movement on his part might lead to discovery and unnecessary trouble. His greatest concern was whether that foolish horse would come looking for him after he had been gone for too long, thus exposing his position. He doubted that he could escape with his current strength as a second-tier warrior, and he prayed for safety in his heart. Thus, the young man clung to the tree, anxious throughout the night. As he had hoped, Haida did not appear, but the tension of sleeplessness was excruciating, and he yearned to leave this place of turmoil quickly and not delay his entry into the holy Goban Academy. The surrounding forest remained eerily silent, devoid of chirping insects or singing birds. He had no inkling of where the black-robed figures had concealed themselves. Time passed until midday, and just as Ashura began to feel drowsy, the sound of hooves echoed from afar. Instantly rousing him, he gazed intently into the distance, where a convoy gradually approached at the end of the road. As the caravan drew closer, Ashura discerned that it was a procession of dwarves. 10 heavily laden carts were flanked by over 20 dwarf warriors. Though short in stature, they were robustly built, clad in leather armor, with bushy beards and wielding identical battle axes. The leader of the dwarves carried a battle axe nearly as tall as himself. His muscular frame exuding strength, he surveyed the surroundings with a slight furrow of his brow, yet did not halt his march. This was Ashura's first encounter with the dwarves, having never ventured beyond the borders of Orlai. Everything outside was novel to him. He had heard tales from his grandfather about the dwarf fiery tempers, yet they were fundamentally good-natured. The dwarves were particularly skilled in forging and possessed a notorious penchant for drink. However, they were not particularly friendly towards humans. It was notoriously difficult for humans to gain the dwarves' friendship. Ashura guessed that the target of those black-robed figures was the dwarf warriors before him, as the black-robed leader had referred to them as those little dwarfs. Instinctively, Ashura sensed that the black-robed figures were nefarious. He could not bear to see the dwarf warriors fall into a trap. Yet he dared not act, feeling a swell of anxiety for their safety, as the dwarf convoy fully entered the Tenjong area. The horses pulling the carts suddenly froze in fear. The dwarf leader sensed the impending danger and signaled for the convoy to halt. The dwarf warriors raised their battle axes defensively, their vigilance heightened. "At last, you little dwarfs have appeared. I have been waiting for you." As the hoarse voice echoed, black-robed figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Surrounding the dwarf convoy, the dwarves showed no sign of fear. Instead, they brimmed with battle fervor. The leader of the dwarf warriors struck the ground forcefully with his axe, demanding, "Who are you? Were you the ones who attacked our tribe? Are you ready to face the wrath of the dwarves?" His voice resonated so loudly that leaves trembled and fell. The black-robed leader scoffed, "No need to inquire about our identity. From now on, refer to me as your master, and obediently return with me to forge. Your kind is still quite useful." Barely had he finished speaking when the dwarf leader charged towards the black-robed figures. For dwarves were not known for their eloquence. Their seething fury and sharp battle axes served as their most eloquent reply. However, just as the dwarf leader advanced a short distance, numerous crimson chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the dwarf warriors one by one. In a fit of rage, the dwarf leader swung his massive axe to sever the chains, but the red chains seemed to flow like water, reconstituting themselves immediately after being severed, hindering the dwarves' movements increasingly. The black-robed figures cackled, Once within my ghost lock array, you shall be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Cease your resistance, and obediently become my slaves for forging." The dwarf warriors paid him no heed. Desperately seeking to free themselves from the bizarre red chains, the black-robed leader's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Since you refuse to be compliant, I shall execute a few disobedient slaves." With that, he waved his hand, and the encircling black-robed figures drew their weapons, charging at the dwarf warriors, bound by the chains. It wasn't long before some dwarves were injured and fell to the ground. The dwarf chieftain single-handedly faced off against 4 cloaked figures without faltering. Observing this, the leader of the cloaked men let out a cold snort, drawing forth a black dagger and launching an attack on the dwarf warrior chieftain. The prowess of the cloaked leader was evidently formidable, as even a being of Ashura's caliber could not discern his martial level. He could only conceal himself among the trees, anxiously rooting for the dwarves. With the arrival of the cloaked leader, the dwarf warrior chieftain began to find himself at a disadvantage, his massive axe swinging with increasing lethargy. Just when the cloaked figures believed victory was assured, the dwarf chieftain suddenly bellowed, with indomitable spirit. His muscles surged, a faint red flame igniting around him, and the blood-red chains binding him loosened. In that moment, the dwarf chieftain unleashed a powerful martial technique, sending the 5 encircling cloaked men tumbling through the air. All 5 were injured and sprawled on the ground, with even the cloaked leader spitting blood, clearly sustaining serious wounds. Ashura watched in exhilaration, never before witnessing such a fierce battle. The dwarf chieftain had evidently invoked his innate combat skills, dramatically enhancing his fighting capability. Seeing the dwarves regain the upper hand brought Ashura considerable relief, further fueling his desire for strength. After sending the 5 cloaked men flying, the dwarf chieftain turned to assist his fellow warriors in vanquishing the remaining cloaked figures. Witnessing his comrades' injuries ignited an inferno of rage within him, and he fixed his gaze upon the recently wounded leader of the cloaked men. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, raising his axe high. Intent on cleaving the cloaked leader in two, the cloaked leader, taken aback and infuriated, had not anticipated such might from this dwarf. It seemed he had underestimated this race, that a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he grasped the chests of 2 of his injured subordinates. In a swift motion, he crushed their hearts and shouted, "Blood sacrifice!" With his incantation, the blood array blazed to life, causing the once loosened chains around the dwarf chieftain to tighten. Additional chains emerged, ensnaring the raised axe and halting its descent. Despite the dwarf chieftain's desperate efforts, he found himself ensnared, his once powerful form now ensnared in crimson chains. The other dwarves, witnessing their leader's plight, rushed forth to rescue him, yet they were met with fierce resistance from the remaining cloaked figures. The cloaked leader cackled sinisterly as he rose to his feet, dusting off his garments and stepping before the dwarf chieftain, taunting, "You little one dare to resist. Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Once I bind you with my seal, you shall become my mightiest slave. Rest assured, I shall capture more dwarves to keep you company. It is an honor for your kind to serve our esteemed organization." Bloodshroud, Ashura, concealed in the trees, felt a chill of dread creep over him. What could this sinister group of cloaked figures possibly want with so many dwarves? Furthermore, he had never heard of this organization. Bloodshroud. Their behavior exuded an air of malevolence, particularly the act of sacrificing his own subordinates to activate a spell. Such madness was beyond comprehension. The dwarf chieftain seethed with a mix of shame and fury, summoning all his strength to swing the axe. Yet the chains held firm, preventing any movement. The cloaked leader laughed heartily, stepping closer to the dwarf, who could barely bring the axe down a fist's distance away. "Come now, strike. Can you truly bring it down? Submit and become my slave, little one." He reached out, intending to pat the enraged dwarf's face, but suddenly the crimson chains binding the dwarf and his axe flickered and vanished. The axe, propelled by the dwarf's momentum, came crashing down, effortlessly cleaving the unsuspecting cloaked leader in half at the shoulder. All combat ceased as everyone stood in stunned silence at the spectacle before them. The dwarf chieftain, taken aback by the sudden release of his bindings, stumbled forward, bewildered by the turn of events. Only the still-breathing form of the cloaked leader turned slowly to gaze behind him. There stood a figure beneath a nearby tree, one arm shielding his face, while the other clutched a small black flag, the very flag he had planted the previous night as a focal point for the array. The cloaked leader attempted to utter something, but blood erupted from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to close as he seemed desperate to identify the one responsible for his demise. As realization dawned upon the others, the unbound dwarf warriors erupted with astonishing vigor. The recently deceased cloaked figures, now in disarray, lost their will to fight, becoming easy prey for the dwarves, transforming the tide of battle into a one-sided slaughter. Ashura, still hidden behind the tree, anxiously shielded his face with his arm, clutching the black flag as he nervously observed the battlefield, fearful that a cloaked figure might break away to seek revenge on him. Fortunately, the battle concluded swiftly, with the cloaked figures meeting their end, leaving only the heavy breaths of the dwarf warriors in the aftermath. Seeing that none of the cloaked figures had escaped, Ashura silently exhaled in relief. He had no desire to stir further trouble, so he began to retreat from the battlefield. However, the dwarf chieftain suddenly shouted, "Halt!" and strode purposefully towards him. Having witnessed the chieftain's fearsome charge, Ashura felt a chill run down his spine. Despite the fact that this time the dwarf did not raise his axe, the chieftain approached Ashura, scrutinizing the youth who still shielded his face with his arm, then glancing at the flag in his hand. Pondering something, Ashura, lowering his gaze to the approaching dwarf, feared that this seemingly not-so-bright dwarf might misconstrue his intentions. He quickly spoke up, "I mean no harm. I just helped you." He then recounted how he had arrived at this place and how he had been trapped in the tree. Witnessing the entire ordeal, as a crowd of dwarf warriors gathered around him. Upon hearing Ashura's account, the dwarf chieftain released the fiery aura surrounding him. As the flames dissipated, the chieftain's formidable presence waned. He retrieved a large barrel of liquor from his storage space, opening the lid and drinking heartily. Dark red liquid dribbled from his beard to the ground, the rich scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Ashura marveled in silence, realizing that the tales of dwarves' love for drink were indeed true. Uncertain why he had been so bold as to intervene in the battle, he surmised that his innate kindness had played a decisive role. All he had done was disrupt the array, shielding his face to avoid ruining the cloaked figure's plans and perhaps seeking a chance to vent his frustrations once he glimpsed their appearance. After consuming a substantial portion of the strong liquor, the dwarf chieftain noticeably perked up. Spotting Ashura still covering his face, he suddenly erupted into laughter. He then reached out, pulling Ashura closer and enveloping him in a hearty embrace. His robust arms giving a friendly pat on the boy's back as he sincerely exclaimed, "Thank you, my friend," as the chieftainess' embrace pulled Ashura's arm away, revealing his youthful visage. The sincerity of the hug nearly left the boy breathless. The chieftain's hearty pats on his back stung, causing Ashura to grimace in pain, leaving him momentarily speechless. The surrounding dwarves erupted into hearty laughter at Ashura's predicament. The dwarf chieftain, noticing the boy's frail frame, sheepishly scratched his head and introduced himself. "My friend, I am Kassa. What is your name?" He then offered the barrel of liquor to the boy. Ashura, still leaning against the tree while catching his breath, suddenly recalled a peculiar thought. His father had always loved him. Despite the many times he had been struck, none of those blows had felt as heavy as this dwarf's hearty slap. He quickly shook his head, dismissing that strange notion, and looked into the eager eyes of the dwarf warriors around him. Feeling his mood lift considerably, he smiled and replied, "I am Ashura, hailing from the kingdom of Ori." He accepted the barrel from the dwarf chieftain, its weighty presence prompting him to mimic the dwarves and take a hearty swig. Unknown to Ashura, if a dwarf, known for their love of drink, willingly shares their fine liquor with you, it signifies the bestowal of genuine friendship from the dwarven kin. What Ashura was even less aware of was that Kassa had offered him the legendary war goddess brew of the dwarves. The liquor surged down like molten lava, possessing an extraordinary potency. In his youthful mischief, Ashura often pilfered wine from his grandfather and father, gradually honing a commendable tolerance. Yet he was unprepared for the dwarven brew's remarkable strength. Upon taking a sip, his face flushed crimson, and his entire being radiated warmth. The intoxicating effects surged within him, breaking through the confines of his warrior's third tier. Ashura was taken aback, both astonished and elated. Who would have thought that a single drink could elevate him to the next level, fulfilling the entrance requirements for the St. Gobain Academy? He had previously fretted about the possibility of lacking the necessary martial prowess to gain admission due to the time spent traveling. But now that concern dissipated effortlessly. The young man's heart soared with joy. He lifted the barrel again and took a hearty swig of the dwarven brew, but stumbled, nearly losing his balance, though his vitality surged once more. The sensation of breaking through was absent this time. The surrounding dwarves couldn't contain their hearty laughter at the sight of the youth's inebriated state. Dwarf warrior chief Kassa, observing Azura's predicament, guessed his thoughts and remarked, "My friend, this is our dwarven god of war's brew, the finest in the realm. Consuming it invigorates the blood, heals wounds, restores strength, dispels negative states, enhances battle spirit, and even boosts vitality. Of course, the effects are strongest with the first sip. Have you perhaps experienced a breakthrough? Subsequent sips will not possess the same potency, yet they still offer various beneficial effects. Once you marry, a nightly sip of this will ensure your battle spirit remains undiminished." Azura quickly waved his hand to interrupt the increasingly absurd dwarf, who seemed unable to cease his enthusiastic endorsement of the fine wine. At merely 14, Azura was a Na'vi youth, filled with curiosity and yearning for interactions with the opposite sex. Yet lacking the audacity to openly discuss such topics, he returned the barrel, bowing slightly to the dwarves, expressing, "Thank you for sharing this exquisite wine. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it has indeed aided me in achieving a minor breakthrough." I have never tasted such fine liquor. The dwarven warriors, beaming at Azura's praise of their god of war's brew, felt a joy that surpassed even compliments on their valor. Kassa, especially elated, grabbed Azura's arm and declared, "Come, come, return with me to our clan. You are our friend, and I shall introduce you to everyone. There will be plenty of fine wine and roasted meats." With that, he began to lead Azura toward the caravan. Azura, grasping the iron grip that held him, hurriedly replied, "Not this time, Kassa. While I would love to visit your clan, I have more pressing matters at hand. I must attend the St. Gobain Academy for my studies. And with less than 3 months remaining, I am uncertain if I can make it in time. I cannot afford to squander time in revelry." Kassa paused, turning to regard the anxious youth, realizing the seriousness of his situation. He sighed, "Very well. St. Gobain City lies far ahead, and with the ongoing war between Bylin and Yeti nations, the roads are perilous. You will indeed need to take a detour. Time is of the essence." Azura was astonished to have encountered Kassa and received this crucial information. Had he plunged into the war-torn territories, he would have faced grave danger. Perhaps this was the reward for good deeds. He mused. After regaining his composure, he inquired, "Kassa, do you know who those black-robed individuals were? Why did they attack you?" Kassa, in silence, approached the dismembered leader of the black-robed figures, lifting the cloak to reveal a pallid, bald man. Searching through the remains, he retrieved a spatial belt. Upon the owner's demise, the spatial imprint would vanish. Opening the belt, he discovered some gold and silver coins, a few medicinal pills, and a change of clothes. The only item of potential interest was a bee-skin map, which Kassa unfurled with a scowl, stating, "I am unaware of these black-robed individuals. Recently, our clan has fallen victim to their assaults, unable to defeat us. They besieged our settlement, and our supply teams have frequently come under attack, leaving many of our kin missing. I led this procurement mission, and had it not been for your timely assistance, our team would likely have met a dire fate." This map indicates the locations of several dwarven clans. It appears others have also suffered attacks. A nearby goblin clan has experienced incursions as well. I must return and report this to the chieftain. Azura, taken aback, pondered who would dare provoke the ire of the dwarves, known for their notoriously fiery tempers. At that moment, he noticed a black sun and moon tattoo on the leader's body, an emblem that sent an unsettling chill down his spine. Azura remarked, "During the battle, I overheard him mention something about capturing you for an organization called Blood Dawn. Have you heard of this group?" Kassa shook his bearded head. "No, we dwarves primarily procure essential goods and seldom interact with other races. We have never provoked any organization. I cannot fathom why someone would target us. Are they prepared to face our battle axes?" Kassa furiously brandished his massive axe, seemingly taller than himself. Azura gulped, wary of the weapon's potential to cause harm, recalling the last unfortunate soul who had crossed paths with it. Meanwhile, the other dwarves gathered the spoils from the slain black-robed figures, piling them before them. Azura examined the heap, finding nothing of significant value, and asked Kassa, "What shall we do with these spoils?" Kassa shrugged nonchalantly. "Take whatever you fancy. I merely wish to retain the map for reporting back." Without hesitation, Azura collected some healing pills into his spatial belt, leaving the coins and other items untouched, recognizing that the dwarves likely needed them more for their purchases. Kassa, observing Azura's actions, regarded the young man with newfound respect, affirming his worthiness as a friend. After a moment's thought, he reluctantly retrieved 2 barrels of God of War's brew from his own belt, saying, "My friend, since you must be on your way, I shall not detain you. Take these 2 barrels for the journey. When you pass by again, do visit our clan. We shall revel together. Our clan resides in the caverns of Mount Phalang, just ahead." Azura's eyes brightened at the sight of the 2 barrels, and he gratefully accepted them into his spatial belt. Such wondrous liquor was a rare find, and, as he stowed it away, he promised Kassa, "Indeed, I shall visit when my academy breaks. Do be cautious of this Blood Dawn organization. If necessary, unite your clans to confront them together." Kassa's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, appreciating the wisdom of the human mind. Azura bid farewell to each dwarf with heartfelt embraces, their camaraderie sincere and uncomplicated. He then waved goodbye and sprinted back toward the previous camp, that on the way back, Azura suddenly produced a small flag from his chest. It was the very flag the black-robed leader had used to establish their formation. Something about the flag unsettled him, and with a swift motion, he tossed it into the nearby river. The black flag floated downstream, carried away by the current. Upon returning to the camp, he found his black stallion leisurely grazing, appearing quite content. Angered, Azura approached the horse with a cold smile. The stallion, blissful and unaware, had been waiting for its master for nearly a day and a night, wondering if it had been forgotten. If it waited a few more days, it would be free to roam. Just as it was lost in its dreams, it spotted the mischievous grin of its master approaching, causing it to tremble with anxiety. The stallion quickly bounded over, affectionately nudging Azura's arm with its head. Azura, contemplating scolding the rebellious horse, remembered the precious time wasted and decided to hasten their journey. With a huff, he mounted and galloped in the direction of St. Gobain. Unbeknownst to the youth, on the 3rd day after his departure, 2 black-robed individuals stood by a riverbank nearby. Point one held a damp flag. Voice hoarse as he spoke, "This is the formation flag I lent to the messenger Nilo. Its presence here indicates his failure. Who could have thwarted our plans? If he bears my flag, with the soul imprint upon it, I shall inevitably track him down." However, he unexpectedly discarded the battle flag, indicating that this individual is either a formidable warrior or a master of formations. Another person remarked, "Since a powerful being has appeared, it is evident that someone is watching us. Inform the personnel in our vicinity to cease all actions. Conceal themselves and await the organization's orders." Shortly after, his figure vanished atop the boulder. The so-called strongman who had thrown the flag was now galloping away into the distance. A simple decision made by the young man had allowed him to evade a tremendous crisis. Yet he seemed to have been ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, a black-haired youth raced along the road on horseback. While carefully maneuvering his steed, he deftly avoided the branches protruding from the trees on either side. Riding at night was fraught with danger, but Azura could think of nothing else. Today marked the 2nd day of the Academy's enrollment assessment, which spanned 3 days in total. If he failed to reach St. Gobain City by tomorrow, all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, he was aware that he was nearing St. Gobain City. The youth wielded his whip, and beneath him, the ebony steed sensed its master's anxiety, urging it to run with extraordinary obedience. Finally, as the dawn broke with a pearly light, the youth beheld a vast city wall rising against the mountains in the distance. He knew he had arrived at St. Gobain City, and within this grand fortress lay the esteemed St. Gobain Academy, for which he aspired to enroll. Azura was filled with exhilaration, reflecting on the hardships endured and the hopes of his family back home. Standing atop his steed, he let out a triumphant roar. The burdens that had weighed heavily upon his heart were significantly alleviated, revealing the exuberance of his youthful spirit. The increasing number of passers-by on the road regarded the black-haired lad with curious glances, as if observing a country bumpkin venturing into the city for the first time. Ashura paid little heed to the gazes of those around him, yet the upbringing from his childhood in the general's household compelled him to sit upright on his mount, the ebony steed. 2. Sensed the joy of its little demon master and joyously galloped towards the city. St. Gobain City, built against the mountains to accommodate the academy, though not vast, was a sanctuary of freedom. Here, one could witness individuals from various races and classes coexisting. The streets were bustling with young students from St. Gobain Academy, the elite of the King's continent. Upon graduating from this grand city, they would emerge as young powerhouses. The King's continent was home to 4 mighty empires: the Valenzi Empire, the Pagadin Empire, the Sindabai Empire, and the Jaialanan Empire. These 4 empires spanned enormous territories, their strengths nearly equal. The country of Alai, where Ashura was born, was one of the 14 vassal states of the Valenzi Empire. The boundaries of the 4 empires formed a circular expanse, with the most extensive and perilous region, the Beastmaster Forest, at its core. Even the mightiest of warriors dared not venture too deeply into the forest, for high-tier beasts and relentless beast tides would obliterate anything in their path. Beyond the 4 empires lay the endless sea, the vastness of which remained a mystery. Was there land on the other side? Did other civilizations exist? The King's continent boasted numerous academies, yet 8 were renowned above all. Each empire was home to 2 prestigious academies, the St. Gobain Academy and the Augustus Academy of the Valenzi Empire, the Bartle Academy and the Romeo Academy of the Pagadin Empire, the Honus Academy and the Tascio Academy of the Sindabai Empire, and the Berner Academy and the Bedoli Academy of the Jaialanan Empire. Each year, these 8 academies nurtured countless powerhouses for the 4 empires, yet they remained independent of imperial control. Furthermore, a shared characteristic of 8 academies was that they were all strategically located at critical junctures leading into the Beastmaster Forest, serving as a bulwark against the greatest threat of beast tides. Consequently, young powerhouses graduating from these esteemed institutions garnered admiration and support from the populace, becoming coveted allies for various factions. Naturally, other academies existed across the King's continent, some royal and others funded by specific factions or dedicated to specialized fields. While many strong individuals emerged from these institutions, the comprehensive educational prowess of the 8 academies remained unrivaled. Geographically, the Augustus Academy was closer to Alai. Yet due to the threat posed by the Blackwater clan, Ashura had chosen to enroll in the St. Gobain Academy of the Valenzi Empire instead. His curiosity about all things St. Gobain City was heightened, especially with the Academy's triannual enrollment assessments drawing throngs of people. Without needing to ask for directions, Ashura followed the crowd towards the Academy, situated atop the city's elevation. There a multitude had gathered to witness the proceedings. Likely the site of the enrollment assessment. Struggling through the throng with his steed, black charcoal, Ashura pressed forward, overwhelmed by the sheer number of onlookers. Local residents had come to partake in the festivities. Spies from various factions gathered intelligence on the promising newcomers, and noble ladies were on the lookout for potential suitors, marrying a student from St. Gobain Academy, even as a secondary spouse, would be a favorable match for them. Likewise, some students sought the influence and resources of noble ladies' families to further their ambitions. Invitations from noble ladies would swiftly be extended to those exceptional students who successfully passed the Academy's entrance assessments. Leaving the subsequent course of events to their mutual desires to last, Ashura reached the scene of the assessment. Where few candidates remained, it seemed that most students had completed their assessments in the preceding days. Elated and excited, Ashura could hardly contain his joy at the prospect of becoming a St. Gobain student. He quickly tidied his disheveled hair from the journey and approached the assessment point with determination. Before a long stone table at the assessment site sat 3 examiners, 2 men and 1 woman, dressed uniformly in the Academy's mentor attire, aside from the older male instructor in the center. The other 2 mentors appeared quite youthful, all three wearing stern expressions that conveyed a sense of businesslike seriousness. Ashura stepped forward to fill out a personal resume, which contained only basic personal information and his hometown address. Taking a deep breath, he handed the resume to the young male instructor at the center, who bore a sign indicating he was responsible for the warrior assessments, presenting it with utmost respect. The young male instructor glanced over Ashura's resume, then looked at the tall and well-proportioned youth before him, stating in a measured tone, "Awaiting assessment candidates, grasp the vitality testing stone and channel your vital energy to determine your martial arts level." Upon hearing this, Ashura glanced at the red stone on the table, steadied his nerves, and grasped the stone, channeling his internal vitality. The red stone immediately emitted a warm red glow, vibrant yet not blinding. The young male instructor, upon seeing the red light, remarked indifferently, "Assessment result. Warrior level 3. Ashura felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, for he knew that the Academy's standard for enrollment was a martial arts level of 3 or above. He had met the admission criteria, yet the crowd behind him erupted into whispers, some even laughing derisively. Before Ashura could comprehend the source of their laughter, the young instructor continued, "Assessment result. Invalid. You may not enroll. Please leave." This statement struck the young man like a bolt from the blue. The laughter from the crowd grew louder, and Ashura could hardly believe what he had just heard. He then exclaimed in indignation, "Why is it not acceptable? Isn't the standard for admission to the 8 academies a martial arts level of 3 or a magic level of 3? I clearly meet the assessment criteria. Why am I not allowed to enroll?" The young male instructor, seemingly anticipating Ashura's reaction, replied calmly, "Because the Academy has already filled its quota for warrior level 3 students. The Academy enrolls a total of 600 warrior level 3 or higher warriors and 300 magic level 3 or higher mages every 3 years. Additionally, there are 100 spots for specialized students. The school provides educational resources for these approximately 2,000 students, which is the saturation limit for enrollment. Furthermore, the quota of 2,000 students was filled yesterday. The path of a strong is reserved for those who are proactive and prepared. You have shown such negligence. Arriving on the final day of assessments, you truly value this opportunity for enrollment. You may leave now and consider other ordinary academies." Ashura did not feel ashamed despite the reprimand. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey he had undertaken to arrive here. The instructor was unaware of his circumstances, and he had no desire to overly defend himself. Suppressing his discontent, he pressed on, "If the student quota is already full, why are you still here conducting assessments?" The young male instructor was taken aback by Ashura's quick wit. Other latecomers either raised a ruckus or wept profusely. It is indeed rare to witness such composure in a young man as he poses his question. The male mentor, with a hint of levity, remarked, "We still have openings for genius students that if you reach the realm of a martial artist, you too may enroll in the academy. Alas, you do not meet the requirements. Return hence, and do not disrupt the assessments of those who follow." Upon hearing this, Ashura numbly turned and walked away, grappling with intense inner turmoil. What was he to do? He could not simply return. He was the hope of his entire family. Yet, what options remained for him now? Representatives from various factions and enrollment officers from ordinary academies began to surround Ashura, presenting invitations to entice him to join their respective powers or institutions. Perhaps due to his youth and simplicity, few noble ladies approached him. The cacophony of voices only served to further confuse Ashura's mind at that moment. A luxurious silver-white carriage, driven by guards, made its way through the crowd and arrived at the assessment point. This was no ordinary carriage. It was extravagantly adorned, drawn by 4 pristine white steeds of an exquisite breed, far superior to Ashura's own black horse. The carriage bore the family crest, an intricate design of interwoven lightning and a scepter. While Ashura did not recognize the family, the aura of danger emanating from the driver suggested a formidable power. The family that commanded such strength must surely be a prestigious one, as the silver carriage appeared. The throng that had gathered around Ashura suddenly dispersed, drawn toward the carriage's occupant. Ashura, disdainfully curling his lip, redirected his attention to the carriage, curious to see whether the noble offspring that emerged would also face rejection from the academy for arriving late. Just as the carriage came to a halt, the driver reported to the interior, slowly opening the door. Out stepped a stunning young lady with silver hair, a vision of beauty despite her tender years. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely refined, and she wore a fitted silver gown that accentuated her regal presence, creating an unapproachable air that made those around her feel a sense of inferiority. Ashura was taken aback by her beauty, having never encountered such a breathtaking girl before. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the pressing need to pass the assessment and gain entry into the academy, leaving no room for distraction by her noble demeanor. The three mentors did not display any particular enthusiasm in response to the young lady's appearance or the influence of her family. However, the young male mentor's eyes sparkled with interest as he subtly straightened his posture. After a slight bow to the three mentors, the silver-haired girl filled out her application form. She strolled over to the young female mentor, who stood beside the sign indicating the magical practitioner assessment, and handed her the completed form. Upon reviewing the information, the young female mentor widened her eyes in surprise, quickly regaining her composure to say, "For those undergoing assessment, grasp the magical testing stone to awaken your magical powers, allowing us to evaluate your magical attributes and level." The silver-haired girl nodded, showing no hesitation as she directly grasped the white magical testing stone on the table. Instantly, the stone radiated a brilliant silver light, dazzling in its intensity. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd behind her. The young female mentor, equally astonished, exclaimed, "A lightning magic practitioner, and at the first tier of magical mastery." The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their murmurs of speculation about the girl's age, family background, and potential future prowess as a magician echoing through the air. Yet, the silver-haired girl remained unfazed by the attention, maintaining her aloof and regal demeanor. As if accustomed to the admiration and awe of those around her, she calmly inquired, "Mentor, have I successfully passed the assessment for admission to the academy?" The young female mentor, still momentarily stunned by the influx of talented candidates this year, recalled that just days prior, several others had already met the academy's criteria. The appearance of this rare lightning talent was indeed a remarkable addition, leaving her to ponder who might earn the title of rookie champion this year. The older male mentor beside her cleared his throat gently, prompting the young female mentor to regain her focus. Slightly embarrassed, yet quickly adopting a warm demeanor, she replied, "Of course you have passed. You are a rare lightning magic practitioner, and that alone grants you eligibility for admission. Moreover, having attained the first tier of magical mastery, you are a prodigious new talent for our academy. Clara, welcome to St. Gabain Academy." With the mentor's affirming words, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Everyone present bore witness to the admission of a prodigious student, perhaps signaling that this girl named Clara would one day become a renowned magical powerhouse on the continent of kings. This was a tale that the onlookers could boast of to their friends in the future. Clara, hearing the cheers, could not help but display a radiant smile, for she was but a girl of 14 or 15 her late arrival had stemmed from her breakthrough into the realm of magical mastery. And now, the mentor's acknowledgement filled her with joy, just as she was about to express her gratitude upon receiving the badge of St. Gabain Academy from the young mentor. A sudden, youthful voice interrupted. "Wait a moment. Mentor, is it true that any lightning magic practitioner can qualify as a genius student and receive an additional admission opportunity? I heard you say as much." The crowd turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, revealing a tall boy with black hair who had hurriedly pushed through the throng. None other than Ashura, who had just undergone the martial artist assessment. The onlookers were perplexed. Had he not just been dismissed for the martial artist quota being full? What business did he have inquiring about the magical practitioners? Was he unable to accept defeat, spiraling into madness, or was he merely seeking to establish his presence before the mentors, hoping for leniency? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ashura's gaze was fixed intently on the young female mentor behind the stone table. Clara, too, turned her attention toward the tall boy. Her first instinct upon hearing the shout was to assume someone was trying to attract her attention, as so many suitors before had engaged in foolish antics to gain her favor. However, when she observed the boy's fervent gaze, which did not linger on her, but instead focused on the mentor, she realized her initial assumption had been mistaken. A quiet sigh of relief washed over her, though a flicker of displeasure lingered. The thoughts of young women are often enigmatic. The young female mentor furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased by the interruption, and stated, "Not just any lightning practitioner qualifies for the title of genius student. It's merely that lightning magic practitioners are exceedingly rare. Thus, the Academy has established that those who are lightning magic practitioners may be granted additional admission." As soon as the mentor's words fell, Clara noticed the black-haired boy's eyes light up, unsure if it was merely her imagination. Then she heard him call out again, "Mentor, are you certain? So long as one is a new lightning magic practitioner, they may gain admission." The young female mentor, now growing impatient, retorted, "I am certain. Am I to alter the school's admission policies?" After she spoke, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if something was amiss, yet she could not quite articulate what it was. Before she could contemplate the source of her unease, Ashura swiftly approached the table, producing a new application form that he hastily completed and placed on the stone table before the young mentor. He then seized the white magical testing stone, raising it and shouting, "Illuminate for me." Under the boy's fervent declaration and the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the magical testing stone, now firmly grasped in his hands, emitted a faint silver glow. As the crowd stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the boy, who was fervently channeling magical elements to ignite the testing stone. Even the three mentors found themselves momentarily speechless. Ashura felt a surge of anxiety within him. The remnants of lightning magical elements within him were dwindling, and he wondered why the mentor had yet to announce the assessment results. Had they not agreed upon this earlier? He could barely hold on any longer. Aside from a few meditative sessions following his awakening, he had never practiced magic before, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. The dim silver glow flickered like a candle's flame on the verge of extinguishing. Yet beneath that luminous silver light, a mysterious gray shimmer danced in and out of visibility, though none in the crowd seemed to notice. Suddenly, a voice rang out in disbelief. "Lightning magic level. Magical apprentice. First tier." The hesitant voice of a young female instructor rescued Ashura, who promptly set aside the magical testing stone, ignoring the sweat beading on his forehead. He gazed intently at the young mentor. Thunder rumbled in the minds of all present. They could not fathom why a martial artist possessed the rare talent for magic, particularly the uncommon lightning affinity. Why would a magician endowed with such a gift choose to pursue a mundane path as a martial artist? Wasn't it more enticing to be a noble magician? The silver-haired girl, Clara, was equally baffled, her mouth slightly agape as she pondered the thoughts of this boy, who, like her, had awakened the lightning magic. She vividly recalled the wild celebrations her family held upon her awakening. Her grandfather had even designated her as the foremost candidate for cultivation in the younger generation. Could it be that this boy had only just awakened his magical talent? Seeing the crowd staring at him in silence, Ashura could not help but ask the female instructor, "Dear mentor, shouldn't you bestow upon me the Academy's emblem?" The instructor, jolted back to reality by his inquiry, furrowed her brow as she regarded the young boy before her. Eventually, she managed to say, "While you may be a lightning magician, your strength level," before she could finish. Ashura interrupted, "Mentor, that is not what you just said. Everyone heard you declare that the Academy's admission criteria allow rare lightning magicians to enroll. You cannot bully me simply because of my youth. Your words must hold weight." As whispers circulated among the onlookers, the female instructor appeared flustered and turned to her two colleagues for support. The older male mentor shot a disapproving glance at Ashura, recognizing that this black-haired lad had ensnared his female colleague and incited the crowd to apply pressure. Such a young boy, brimming with mischief, needed to be managed to bring this farce to a close. He quickly summoned the other two instructors, and after a brief hushed discussion, they reached a consensus. The middle-aged male mentor smiled at Ashura and said, "Since you are a lightning magician and are eager to enroll, we are pleased to announce that in accordance with the Academy's admission principles, you have successfully passed the assessment. Student Ashura, welcome to the St. Gabain Academy." Ashura leaped with exhilaration, realizing his long-cherished dream had come true. Yet, the knowing smile of the middle-aged male mentor left him feeling uneasy. He accepted the Academy emblem extended by the instructor with both hands, unable to contain his delight as he beamed with joy. Beside him, Clara, having just witnessed the event, contemplated what she would have done in Ashura's predicament. She concluded that she would not have fared any better, as she lacked the audacity to resort to such tactics. A flicker of admiration and curiosity arose within her for this boy of her age, especially as she distinctly heard his name, Ashura, as they both stood there, one grinning and the other intrigued. The middle-aged male instructor's voice rang out. Take good care of your student emblems. They serve functions such as scoring, trading, and messaging. They are also proof of your membership in the Academy, so do not lose them. You may now enter the Academy. The information within your emblems will guide you on your next steps. The two promptly bowed in unison and replied, Understood, Mentor. Clara then turned and strode purposefully towards the Academy gates without a glance back, while Ashura retraced his steps to retrieve his black horse, Charcoal, tethered to a nearby stump, and headed towards the Academy entrance. A new chapter of academic life awaited the two young individuals as they passed through the towering gates of the Academy. The scenery opened up before them. Majestic trees and architecturally ancient teaching buildings formed a striking backdrop, with students clad in warrior attire and magical robes traversing the pathways. The Academy's uniform was the only attire permitted, save for newcomers like Ashura, who donned their own garments. Not far ahead, a commotion drew Ashura's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Clara, the silver-haired beauty, surrounded by a group of older male students vying for her attention. Eager to obtain her contact number for the emblem, the furrowed brows of the girl revealed her evident annoyance. Ashura scoffed silently and turned to walk in the opposite direction, but in doing so, he inadvertently caught Clara's gaze, igniting her irritation further. He strolled through the Academy, overwhelmed by its historical depth, with statues of formidable graduates adorning every corner. Their heroic legacies inspired successive generations of students to strive for greatness. Ashura's excitement swelled, and he yearned to grow stronger, yet he did not aspire for the Academy to immortalize him in statue form. He merely wished to become powerful enough to resolve his family's crises upon his return. He recalled the conversation with his father before his departure, particularly the advice to remain patient and low-key until he had matured fully. He resolved to grow stronger in silence and seek vengeance for his elder brother at the earliest opportunity. Just then, his emblem vibrated with a message. He focused his thoughts to read it. New student Ashura, please proceed to your dormitory, room 138, where you will find your private chamber. Place your belongings appropriately. And if you have a mount, please board it at the Academy's stabling area, where will be tended to by specialized staff. All new students must gather at the War God Square at dusk. Latecomers will be expelled without exception. Please take note. After reading the message, Ashura first took Charcoal to the Academy's stabling area. The horse, upon seeing several maras within, began to frolic gleefully, causing Ashura to facepalm. Remembering he had purchased Charcoal for 10 gold coins, and he suppressed the urge to chastise it. Following the map in his emblem, Ashura meandered through the sprawling campus, which was indeed vast. He had wandered for half a day and had yet to cover even half of it as dusk approached. The dormitories were independent two-story buildings, with the male and female accommodations situated on either side of the path. Upon locating room 138, Ashura inserted his Academy emblem into the designated slot on the door, which swung open. The interior was modest, featuring a living area and dining table on the ground floor, with a staircase leading to 4 bedrooms upstairs, 3 of which were already occupied. Calling out, "Is anyone there?" And receiving no response, he surmised that the occupants had likely gone to the War God Square. He hurried to inspect the last vacant room, finding it quite simple, equipped with a wardrobe, desk, chair, single bed, and bedding. With little to unpack, Ashura closed the door and rushed towards the new student assembly point at War God Square. As Ashura navigated his way to the square, inquiring along the way, he discovered a crowd of new students had already gathered. Many seemed unfamiliar with one another, observing their peers, while a small group of boys huddled together, whispering about which girls were particularly attractive or had long legs, punctuated by lewd laughter. This was Ashura's first experience living away from home, and he found everything around him quite fascinating. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze met a pair of icy eyes. It was Clara, the silver-haired girl who had participated in the assessment with him. Overjoyed to encounter a familiar face, he waved at her, but she merely huffed in disdain and turned away. leaving Ashura's outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in the air. He sheepishly rubbed his nose and redirected his attention to the other students. At that moment, two instructors flew into the square, one a martial artist and the other a magician. They hovered above the gathering, silently observing the new students. This spectacle was nothing short of a visual shock for the newcomers, who erupted in cheers and exclamations of awe as they gazed skyward at the formidable instructors. Filled with genuine admiration for their strength, Ashura's excitement mounted. He was uncertain of the strength required to fly, but he was certain that no member of the Heishui family possessed such abilities. If he could soar through the skies upon his return to the kingdom of Alai, it would be an unparalleled glory. Just as Ashura indulged in his daydreams, a voice resonated from above. Not loud, but somehow audible to every new student. Silence. The square fell into an instant hush. A robust, middle-aged man among the instructors stepped forward and spoke. "Greetings, young ones. I am Firman, the head of the Martial Academy at St. Gabain, and beside me is Sarnine, the head of the Magic Academy." After the words were spoken, a refined, middle-aged wizard beside him tipped his hat in a gesture of respect on behalf of the St. Gabain Academy. "I extend a warm welcome to you all that I hope that your time here will be fruitful. Furthermore, I would like to discuss the Academy's regulations and your forthcoming academic arrangements." The new students all looked up attentively to listen to Principal Fileman's address. He stated with solemnity, "Firstly, regardless of your origins or the power of your family, once you enter the Academy, your success relies solely on your own efforts. Your familial connections hold no sway within these walls. Do not attempt to leverage them for personal gain, or you will find yourself expelled." At this, the expressions of some well-dressed students shifted, while others remained unconvinced. Without pausing, Fileman continued, "Within the Academy, all training resources must be earned through your own endeavors. Here, gold, silver, and even jewels hold no value. Only Academy points can be exchanged for various training resources. Academy points are obtained through your rankings and the completion of Academy tasks. Of course, you may also trade items privately." Upon hearing this, a lively discussion erupted among the students, with those from modest backgrounds feeling inspired, while those from affluent families expressed dissatisfaction. This policy inherently narrowed the gap between the students. Principal Fileman went on, "The Academy imposes few restrictions, allowing you to manage your time as you see fit. You may attend any mentor's classes or even choose to forego classes for self-study. The Academy will not interfere. However, you are allotted a maximum of 9 years for your studies. Should you achieve the rank of Grand Warrior or Grand Mage within that time, you may apply for graduation. The Academy will issue you a diploma, but should you fail to meet the graduation requirements within 9 years, you will not receive a diploma, and your descendants will not be accepted by any academy." At this, the students collectively gasped. However, all who passed the entrance examination to join the Academy were exceptional talents from across the continent, and confidence in their eventual graduation surged. The two principals exchanged satisfied nods upon witnessing the new students' reactions, having heard rumors of several promising candidates among this cohort, eager to cultivate their potential and bring honor to the Academy. Unlike other Academy heads who competed based on the excellence of their students, Fileman continued, "Further regulations will be summarized in your badges, so I shall not reiterate them all. However, one point must be emphasized. Many areas within the Academy prohibit unauthorized dueling, and violators will face severe penalties." The new students nodded in agreement. Being the pride of their respective regions, they were inevitably impetuous, and this regulation served to avert numerous troubles. After observing that there were no objections from the students, Fileman added, "Now that I have outlined the Academy's rules, let's turn to Dean Sanning, who will discuss your upcoming arrangements." Dean Sanning stepped forward with a smile and said, "Dear new students, I trust you have been assigned to your respective dormitories. Tomorrow, we will organize you into classes based on your individual circumstances. Your badges will notify you of which class to report to, and upon reporting, you will receive your uniforms. Within the Academy, attire other than the uniform is prohibited." Dean Sanning's voice was gentle and refined, providing a sense of comfort. However, his subsequent words sent a chill down the spines of the new students. Following the class assignment, each class will have an instructor responsible for overseeing your training progress. While the Academy encourages freedom, a small assessment will take place 3 months from now, Most of you are currently at the third level of warrior or mage. The academy requires that after 3 months, all of you must advance to the ranks of warrior or mage, with the exception of non-combat professions. Your instructors will lead you in assessments conducted by class, which will involve dealing lethal damage to test dummies using martial skills or magic. Those who fail to meet the required level or inflict insufficient damage will be expelled from the academy. Do you all understand? As Dean Sanning's words settled, a fervent discussion erupted among the students. They had initially believed that gaining admission meant a life of ease, but now they faced various challenges ahead. Dean Sanning, witnessing the commotion in the square, felt a sense of satisfaction with the reaction. Addressing the students, he continued, "Do not be alarmed. The Academy will conduct numerous comprehensive assessments and tasks in the future, and those who fail to complete them will also be eliminated. You will gradually adapt. Our annual graduation rate hovers around 50%, with an unexpected mortality rate of less than 30%. So, do strive to excel." With this statement, the square fell silent. A graduation rate of approximately 50% had never been mentioned before. It was understandable. Those who fail to graduate would hardly boast about their lack of success. And what of the nearly 30% mortality rate? Why was the academy so perilous? As confusion reigned, Dean Sanning declared earnestly, "Training is inherently a struggle against the current. If you do not strive and fight for your place, you shall remain but a speck of dust upon this vast continent. Should you achieve success and rise above the masses to become a formidable force, you will shine as the brightest star in the night sky. Therefore, dear students, your future rests in your own hands. The type of person you wish to become lies within the days of training at this academy. Seek your answers here. Best of luck to you all." Dismissed. With that, the two principals turned and soared away, their words lingering in the minds of the young students for a long time. Ashura lingered in the square, contemplating the words of the two principals. He yearned for strength and sought the guidance of powerful figures. Witnessing the might of those who could soar through the air left a profound impression on him. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the dormitory, where upon opening the door, he discovered 3 young men seated in the living room. As soon as they saw him enter, all 3 turned their gazes toward him. Ashura surmised that these 3 would be his roommates, and managed a stiff smile. Before he could speak, a dapper youth clad in fine garments stood up and smiled. "You must be the latecomer from room 138. I've heard that those who arrive on the last day are often the recipients of exceptional talent admissions." The well-dressed youth's words were like a refreshing spring breeze, causing the other 2 to scrutinize Ashura with newfound seriousness upon hearing this revelation. Ashura's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, "Oh no, it's just luck, pure luck." The other 3 dismissed his modesty, and the well-dressed youth chuckled heartily. "We are all in the same dormitory, so there's no need for modesty. We'll be living under the same roof for 9 years. So let us look out for each other. Are you all from the Valens Empire?" They then proceeded to introduce themselves. "I am Jean Zay, a 3rd-level water mage." He gestured towards a blonde youth seated in the chair. Though simply dressed, the blonde youth radiated an air of aristocracy, his every gesture betraying his noble upbringing. The blonde youth nodded slightly at Ashura and said, "I am Arthur, a 1st-level warrior." Ashura silently marveled at the abundance of talent in the academy. Here was one who had already reached the standards for the assessment in 3 months. The last individual, a shy boy with disheveled hair, stood up and said, "My name is Angelo, but you can call me Xiao Luo. I'm a student studying weapon forging." Ashura recalled the mention of the academy admitting 100 non-combat professionals and surmised that Xiao Luo was likely among those talented individuals. At this moment, all 3 turned their attention to Ashura, awaiting his introduction. Ashura straightened and declared, "I am Ashura, and I am at the 3rd level of warrior." Upon hearing this, the 3 regarded him with skeptical eyes. Ashura understood that they still harbored doubts regarding his admission as a talented student, and he was about to explain the entrance examination when Jean Zay interjected, "Very well. Let us help each other out moving forward. By the way, how old are you?" Ashura stated his age, and they discovered they were all the same year, albeit with differing birth months. In order of age within the dormitory, Jean Zay was the eldest, Arthur the second, Ashura third, and Angelo the youngest. After a brief exchange, it seemed that the group had run out of topics, sitting in the living room, exchanging blank stares for a while. Finally, the cool-headed second brother, Arthur, broke the awkward silence with, "I'm going back to my room to rest." This prompted the others to bid their farewells and return to their respective chambers. As Azura entered his dormitory, he was filled with immense joy upon seeing the simple single bed. After 6 months of wandering and enduring the elements, this was his first time sleeping on a bed since leaving home. Lying on the bed, a sudden impulse to cry surged within him, yet he restrained his tears, aware that they would offer him no assistance. He could only rely on himself. In just one day, he had encountered 2 classmates who were a level above him, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure and urgency to grow stronger. Lost in his thoughts, the young man unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Azura, accustomed to waking early for his journey, rose with the dawn and engaged in some light physical activity. He used his mind to probe his academy badge, discovering a message instructing him to report to classroom 13 in the designated teaching building. Exiting his room, he found his eldest brother, Jinza, and second brother, Arthur, enjoying a simple breakfast in the dining hall. The academy provided a dining hall with complimentary meals, yet most students opted to procure food to store in their backpacks or storage spaces for convenience, saving time for training. Jinza, guessing that Azura had arrived late the previous day and likely hadn't acquired any provisions, cheerfully handed him a piece of roasted meat bread. Gratefully, Azura thanked him and sat down to eat. Noting that the fourth brother, Angelo, had yet to rise, he wondered how their schedules were arranged. After their meal, the brothers parted ways, as their reporting classrooms were not in the same location. Azura donned his warrior attire, contemplating what lessons awaited him that day. However, upon arriving at the intended teaching building, he sensed something amiss. All the students entering and exiting the building, regardless of their seniority, wore magical robes, leaving him clad in his warrior outfit. Standing awkwardly at the entrance, a disheartening thought crossed Azura's mind. Could he have been assigned to the Magic Academy? Yet he had never practiced magic. The thought of being a mere apprentice in magic was utterly disheartening. Azura suddenly recalled the middle-aged teacher's enigmatic smile during the entrance assessment, gritting his teeth in frustration, silently vowing to one day pluck that mentor's beard. But what could he do now? After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself and stepped into the historic magic teaching building. Upon reaching classroom 13, Azura was met with an even more pronounced silence in the previously empty room. The 8 or 9 students who had arrived early stared in astonishment at the black-haired youth in warrior garb. Ignoring their gazes, Azura made his way to an empty seat at the back by the window that a plump boy seated in front of him snapped back to reality and turned to ask, "Excuse me, did you perhaps walk into the wrong classroom?" "There are no warrior classes in this building." Azura, at a loss for words, could only respond helplessly, "I wish I had, but I am indeed here to report." The plump boy, bewildered by Azura's statement, joined the rest of the classmates who perceived him as peculiar, and soon returned to their own conversations, paying him no further heed as students chatted in small groups. Occasionally, someone new entered without drawing anyone's attention, until a silver-haired girl entered, gliding gracefully into the classroom. The room fell silent once more. If Azura's oddity had astonished his peers, the girl's beauty left them utterly spellbound. She walked in with an air of nonchalance, prompting a slender boy in an extravagant mage's robe to beam at her, pulling out the chair beside him and saying, "This beautiful lady, please take a seat here." He gestured gallantly. However, the girl didn't spare him a glance, walking past him without a word. The boy's face turned crimson, yet the others remained captivated by her presence, allowing him to regain his composure and return to his seat. Azura recognized the newly arrived girl as Clara. Realizing she was also a lightning mage, he felt a sense of relief. It was no wonder they shared a class. Clara, upon spotting Azura, was taken aback by his striking outfit, despite his attempts to blend into the background by sitting at the back. She was momentarily stunned by his incongruity. Then, recalling his quirky behavior during the assessment, a smile crept onto her lips. That simple smile nearly sent the plump boy in front of Azura into a frenzy. As he thought, the goddess smiled at me. But even more astonishing for him was when Clara walked towards him, taking a seat just behind him to Azura's right. Although not sitting directly next to Azura, they were merely separated by a narrow aisle. The plump boy was so excited that he could hardly move, his mind racing with thoughts. Why did the goddess choose that spot? Is it so she can see me at any moment? How should I present myself? Will my hairstyle enhance my profile? After Clara settled in and scanned her surroundings, she suddenly tilted her head, fixating her gaze on Azura without uttering a word. Azura, puzzled by her attention, recalled how she had previously avoided greeting him. What was this all about? However, he decided to be magnanimous and greet her. With an awkward smile, he raised his hand, then lowered it, and clumsily said, long time no see." This clumsy attempt at a greeting elicited a giggle from Clara, who sweetly called him fool. Upon hearing her teasing tone, Azura's face darkened, and he turned his head away, vowing never to acknowledge that silly girl again. Clara found his sulking demeanor even more amusing. Growing up, all the boys she had known, aside from family, were always polite and gallant, vying for her attention like peacocks displaying their finest feathers. Yet this seemingly clumsy black-haired boy struck her as refreshingly different. Her curiosity about him was piqued, leading her to sit beside him. Their conversation was quiet, and the others could not discern their words, only seeing Clara's stifling laughter while looking at Azura, as if they too were mocking his attire. Meanwhile, several boys discreetly moved to seats further back, hoping to be closer to their goddess. The other girls in the class merely rolled their eyes, for they lacked the courage to compete with Clara's beauty. As the class's focus remained on the back, a melodious bell rang, and a young female instructor, whose beauty rivaled Clara's, entered the classroom. The young teacher, with a captivating appearance yet exuding an air of noble elegance, wore a purple magical robe that accentuated her alluring figure, offering a more mature charm than Clara. Standing confidently at the center of the podium, she warmly addressed the new students of Magic Class 13. "Hello, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Ella. I will be guiding you through your studies in Magic Class 13. That should you have any questions regarding your magical training, please feel free to approach me. That I hope we can have a pleasant time together in the days to come." "Thank you." Her gracious introduction jolted the stunned students back to reality. The boys were particularly thrilled. Having two goddess-level beauties in a single class felt like a stroke of luck. Ella, a recent graduate and an exemplary student of the academy, was the granddaughter of the renowned magic professor, Ivy, whose power had reached the terrifying realm of a grand sorcerer. Growing up under her grandfather's tutelage and with parents who were high-ranking officials in the empire, Ella chose to remain at the academy to teach after graduation, having achieved the impressive rank of a second-tier mage, making her more than qualified to lead the new students since Ella began teaching. Many of her fellow outstanding male classmates had also chosen to stay on as instructors in hopes of winning her affection, yet none had succeeded in capturing her heart thus far. Though it was her first time serving as a homeroom teacher, Ella felt a tinge of nervousness, but the academy had assigned her to the smallest class, Magic Class 13, consisting of only 14 students, 7 boys and 7 girls, underscoring the rarity of lightning mages. Otherwise, the school would not have made an exception to admit the new students from the Thunder Mage department. If a Thunder Mage reaches maturity, they become the most formidable among mages of the same rank. Initially, Aira felt a sense of pride for being assigned to an excellent magic class with fewer students, making it easier to manage. However, upon receiving the student information sheet, her joy quickly dissipated on the positive side. Out of the 14 students in her class, 4 had already reached the rank of mage, a ratio higher than any other class. Yet, the troubling aspect was that the information sheet clearly indicated the presence of a magic apprentice in her class. She could hardly believe it was true and rushed to her best friend's office, who was in charge of admissions, to question whether there had been a mistake in the student information. The young female instructor responsible for admissions explained the circumstances surrounding the enrollment, leaving Aira both amused and exasperated. Her concern was not that this underperforming student would drag down her class's overall performance, but rather that she feared he might be eliminated from the academy in the assessment 3 months later. Thus, she deeply etched the name of this underperforming student, Ashura, in her memory. She resolutely decided to provide him with extra guidance and support, striving to help him improve his grades and avoid elimination. Otherwise, she would be left with only 13 students. Aira noticed the eager expressions on the faces of the new students, causing her to blush slightly. She suddenly realized that the front row seats, which were typically hotly contested, were surprisingly vacant, with students opting to sit further back. when her gaze fell upon a silver-haired girl in the back row. All her doubts dissipated. She smiled and announced, "Now, please stand when I call your name." Era called out the names of the class members one by one, stealing glances at each student as they stood to familiarize herself with them. When she reached Clara's name, the boys in the class erupted into cheers. She paid no mind and chuckled, but upon reaching the last name on the attendance sheet, her expression grew serious as she called out, "Ashura." At that moment, a tall boy with black hair stood up and responded, "Present." Era scrutinized the youth, wondering if he was indeed Ashura. How could she assist him in elevating his prowess? Would being too forceful affect his self-esteem? While Era's mind was in a whirlwind, the students in the class remained oblivious to her thoughts. They merely observed their beautiful instructor gazing intently at the peculiar black-haired boy. Could he truly be our class's Thunder Mage? Was the instructor smitten by him? He couldn't possibly be that handsome, could he? Whispers filled the air, and even Clara furrowed her brow slightly. Ashura, perplexed by the attention, pondered if his handsome appearance had startled the instructor. Surely not. Being a youthful lad, he was ill-equipped to withstand the affectionate gaze of a beautiful teacher. He called out, "Instructor, may I sit down now?" This outburst jolted Era from a reverie, realizing her lapse in composure. Her exquisite face flushed once more as she hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, of course." Such an unusual exchange drew the attention of the entire class, with several girls detecting the scent of gossip. Era composed herself and continued, "From today onward, we shall officially commence our lessons. Each instructor's courses are posted on the bulletin board outside the main classroom. This classroom is designated for our class, but lessons may not always occur here. You are free to select courses and instructors that appeal to you. Our primary goal is to pass the assessment in 3 months, so I hope everyone will put in double the effort. I will do my utmost to support you all." She then cast a meaningful glance at Ashura. "Furthermore, we shall elect class officers. Given our small class size, we will select 1 class monitor and 1 academic officer. The 2 officers must work collaboratively to manage and serve their fellow classmates. Any student wishing to run for office may stand and present their candidacy." After a moment of silence, the students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, likely fearing that taking on such roles might hinder their own studies. Era, noticing the situation, smiled gently and added, "I should have mentioned earlier that class officers will receive additional academy points." With this, the students eagerly scrambled to sign up. The day prior, the dean had emphasized the significance of academy points, leading everyone to strive for as many as possible. However, as a voice emerged, the classroom erupted into applause after a brief silence. The voice belonged to Clara, who had declared her candidacy for class monitor. There were no objections or competitive spirits among the class. After all, beauty trumps all. Clara joyfully announced, "Then Clara shall be our class monitor. Now, who wishes to be the academic officer?" As soon as the words left her mouth, several boys eagerly raised their hands. However, Ashura, who was merely observing, noticed Clara shooting him a glare, as if urging him to run for the position of academic officer. Reluctantly, Ashura averted his gaze, looking out the window rather than meeting her eyes. What a joke! A magic apprentice taking on a role of academic officer. The class would surely be the laughingstock of the others. Ultimately, the slender boy who had previously assigned Clara her seat succeeded in becoming the academic officer. His name was Kyle, also a first-level Thunder Mage, hailing from a powerful family. The prospect of partnering with Clara as class officers thrilled him, and he frequently glanced at her with fiery enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Clara remained expressionless, mentally cursing someone countless times. Finally, Era distributed the school uniforms, magical robes, to all the students, insisting that they wear them henceforth. Thus, the official teaching at St. Gabain Magic Academy commenced. Ashura donned the academy's dark green robe, and upon wearing the uniform, he no longer felt out of place among his peers. The first class of his academic journey began, taught by his instructor, Era, who elaborated on the fundamentals of magic. True to her status as an outstanding graduate of the academy, coupled with her striking appearance, the new students were captivated. However, one exception was Ashura, seated in the back row. Having never studied any magic-related knowledge, he had only heard of the methods of magical meditation from his fourth sister, and out of sheer curiosity, he had attempted meditation a few times to grasp the essence of magical elements. Now, being thrust into an advanced magic course as a complete novice with no foundational knowledge was overwhelming. Despite being exceptionally intelligent, he was drenched in cold sweat, as it felt akin to deciphering a foreign language. While the other students were diligently engaged in the lesson, no one noticed Ashura's discomfort in the back. Only Clara, who was managing with ease, sensed that something was amiss with him. Yet she said nothing, merely casting a few discreet glances his way. Classes at the Magic Academy were held in the morning, with free practice during the remaining hours. There were 5 days of classes and 2 days off each week. Ashura attentively attended 4 classes that morning, each taught by a different instructor covering various magical subjects, including 2 dedicated to thunder magic. Despite his full concentration, Ashura struggled to comprehend the lessons due to his inadequate foundation. After all, he was years behind his peers in terms of academic progress, and only those from powerful families could cultivate mages. With ample resources and dedicated mentors, the third son of a minor noble family simply could not compete. Thus, he faced a daunting gap in his magical journey compared to his classmates. Ashura realized that continuing down this path would not allow him to bridge the gap within 3 months. The assessment looming in 3 months could very well result in his expulsion from the academy. Overwhelmed with despair and uncertainty about his future, Ashura pushed open the door to dormitory number 138, where 3 individuals were seated in the living room, sipping tea and chatting. Upon noticing Ashura's magical robe, the trio appeared utterly bewildered. Hadn't they just been told he was a third-tier warrior? What was he doing at a magic academy? What secrets was he concealing? Faced with their curious gazes, a disheartened Ashura felt no inclination to explain. He waved a hand in greeting and turned to head upstairs to his room. However, the eldest, Jinza, called out to him, "Ashura, I have some fine tea here. Come, sit down and chat with us." Hearing the term Ashura made him pause abruptly. His 2 older brothers always called him Ashura, and the familiarity of the name warmed his heart. Turning back to see the 3 smiling boys, Ashura couldn't help but smile in return and replied, "Sure, I could use a drink." Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the tea table. The Ashura, clad in a magical robe, unceremoniously sat down, crossing his legs and gulping down a cup of tea. He was unable to discern the quality of the tea leaves. He merely sought to quench his thirst. Beside him, Jinza could only manage a wry smile and shook his head, brewing a cup of tea made from precious leaves that were worth their weight in gold. The second brother maintained his usual taciturn demeanor, savoring the tea with meticulous attention, as if he could discern the value of the brew. Meanwhile, the fourth brother, Angelo, beamed with excitement, seemingly eager to share some delightful news. After Jinza refilled Angelo's cup following the consumption of the second, he inquired, "What is the matter? Third brother, you seem rather disheartened. Have you encountered some trouble, or perhaps faced a failure in a romantic endeavor? If it's the former, do share. Maybe we can assist you, but if it's the latter, alas, we are powerless to help." The Ashura cast a grateful glance at Jinza, appreciative that he had refrained from probing into the matter of his magical robe, and instead asked a simple question in such a light-hearted manner. As long as the Ashura chose not to respond, he could easily fabricate a small excuse to deflect the inquiry, and they would all continue to enjoy tea, converse, and boast about their exploits. After a moment of silence, the Ashura divulged his current abilities, the reasons for not studying magic in the past, how he managed to gain admission to the academy through yesterday's assessment, the class divisions of today, and his struggles to comprehend the professor's lectures on magic. But of course, he omitted the threats faced by his family and the details of his journey to the academy. He was uncertain why he felt inclined to open up to the 3. Perhaps it was the term third brother that allowed a long-suppressed burden to be partially lifted. The 3 listened in stunned silence, astonished that this seemingly harmless youth harbored such an intriguing backstory. They had not anticipated his audacity in entering the academy. It appeared that he was not merely modest and concealing his talents. Rather, it was fortune and courage that had enabled his admission. None of the 3 were fools. A brief reflection led them to understand the predicament the youth currently faced. However, they could not devise a satisfactory solution in that moment. Jinza spoke gravely. "Third brother, in our dormitory, only you and I are magicians. My own progress in magic has stagnated over the years due to my involvement in managing the family business. Nonetheless, I can enlighten you on the fundamentals of magical awakening, though I am a water magician rather than a lightning magician. Thus, I may not be able to assist you with knowledge relevant to your lightning magic. By the way, I will also share with you a set of basic magical meditation techniques to help you accumulate more magical elements. Upon hearing this, the Azura sincerely expressed his gratitude, to which Jinza waved dismissively, indicating it was a matter of brotherhood. The second brother, Arthur, pondered for a moment and said, I am not well versed in magic, so I cannot be of much help, but I do have a cousin in a higher year who is an earth magician. He ranks among the top in their class. I can ask him to tutor you. The Azura quickly thanked him, but insisted that Jinza's instruction would suffice given his current magical foundation, sparing Arthur the trouble of involving his cousin. Angelo then produced a bracelet from his storage ring and addressed the Azura. Third brother, while I am also not knowledgeable about magic, my family specializes in crafting magical artifacts. This bracelet is one of my finest creations. It can enhance the power of low-level magical skills by 20%. Since you have a 3-month assessment to attack a dummy, this should be of assistance. However, it is a one-time use item. I have yet to develop one that can be used indefinitely. He said this while shyly scratching his unruly hair. The Azura accepted the bracelet, feeling the encouragement radiating from the 3 pairs of eyes around him. His own eyes glistened slightly with moisture. Their selfless assistance touched him deeply. He silently vowed to remember their kindness and repay it in the future. In truth, it was his earlier candidness that had drawn the 4 closer, dissolving any preconceived notions they held against him and alleviating the barriers between them, as youthful boys in the prime of their lives. Who could resist the camaraderie of a few good friends? If the Azura's self-explanation had fostered a bond among the 4, then Angelo's revelation would further elevate their camaraderie. With shining eyes, Angelo shared an exciting piece of news: the ranking of the top 10 beauties among the new students. It was unclear how he had managed to acquire this information in just a few hours. Angelo eagerly divulged the names and class details of each beauty, declaring that the current rankings were not in any particular order. As further evaluations would determine their final standings, the Azura recognized a familiar name: Clara. He grimaced. Although the silver-haired girl was indeed beautiful, she seemed somewhat deranged and had the audacity to call him a fool. Were it not for the high likelihood of losing to her, he would have relished the opportunity to knock her haughty nose down. As Angelo finished sharing the last of the beauty's details, he smacked his lips, indicating that he had more to add. Suddenly, he lamented. Originally, we had a stunning beauty from the non-combat department named Tangwa, whose appearance would certainly have secured her a place in the top 10. Unfortunately, she seems to be visually impaired, which significantly diminishes her appeal and prevents her from making the list. Such a pity. The 4 of them, upon hearing the details of the top beauties, gazed with a glint of predatory interest towards the girls' dormitory across the street. The air in room 138 was thick with youthful hormones. The 4 young men engaged in spirited discussions about this topic for quite some time, each sharing their opinions and recounting the beauties they had encountered that day. The Azura mentioned the beauty, Mentor Ella, to which Angelo replied that he was aware of her, noting that it was said that suitors who pursued her could be ranked from the academy to the monster forest. However, Mentor Ella was known for her high standards, and her grandfather, the formidable Grand Magus Ivy, had ensured that no one had succeeded in winning her heart. The Azura casually inquired, Angelo, how do you come by all this information? Angelo beamed with pride as he replied, I gathered this news from a few of my classmates in the artifact crafting department this morning. I guarantee it's exclusive, first-hand information. The Azura chuckled. You possess quite the talent. You could sell this information for money, or rather, for academy credits. You could profit immensely from those eager for a glimpse of the beauties. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed Jinza's expression shift. After a moment of contemplation, Jinza's eyes began to shine with inspiration. He slapped the Azura on the shoulder, exclaiming, Third brother, that idea is brilliant. Angelo, you continue to gather information, and I will handle the selling. We can exchange it for academy credits. Once we have credits, we can share them among us brothers. With a surge of enthusiasm, Jinza stood up, placing a foot on the chair. As he outlined his commercial plan with a flourish, the Azura rubbed his shoulder, bewildered by the transformation in his leader. Angelo, being somewhat naive, immediately expressed his support for Jinza's plan, vowing to quickly compile the primary data for the top 10 beauties. The second brother, Arthur, then interjected anxiously, "While you collect information, and you sell it, and you provide the idea, what about me? I wish to earn some credits too. What can I do?" After a moment's thought, Angelo replied, "Second brother, I have the perfect job for you. Given that this venture carries some risk, you, being the strongest among us, must protect us should we find ourselves confronted by the admirers of these beauties." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Arthur's typically stoic face as he meekly replied, "But I'm not sure I can handle that." Jinza clapped Arthur on the shoulder, assuring him, "We believe in your strength. We have faith in you, second brother." And thus, a small organization dedicated to the collection and sale of gossip was born. After their discussion, the four each had a bite to eat before retreating to their respective rooms to train. Jinza, alongside the Azura, remained in the first-floor common room, where he imparted foundational knowledge of magic to the Azura for over 3 hours. He conveyed the teachings he had received from the elders of his family. And lastly, he shared his personal meditation technique, which the Azura found to be far superior to his own. Without the need for excessive words, the bond of brotherhood among the four had deepened significantly by the end of the day. As dusk settled, the Azura returned to his room. Reflecting on the foundational knowledge Jinza had shared, he found that he could now comprehend some of the basic magical principles discussed by the morning lecturer. He understood that bridging the gap would not be an easy task. However, the youth was determined not to slacken his efforts. He sat on his bed and began to meditate using the newly learned techniques with quiet resolve. He could distinctly sense the magical elements in the air surging into his body at a pace far swifter than ever before. Unbeknownst to him, the meditation technique he had recently acquired was one of the foremost meditation arts in the King's continent. In the dead of night, Ashura maintained his meditative posture. Typically, a mage's meditation would be interrupted once their magical capacity reached its limit, influenced by their own magical level. However, Ashura had been meditating for 4 full hours, which should have prompted him to emerge from his trance. Yet, the young man grit his teeth and persevered, his body continuing to gather magical elements as if it were an endless abyss. As dawn broke, illuminating the horizon with a pale light reminiscent of fish bellies, Ashura finally withdrew from his meditative state. A profound fatigue from the excessive consumption of mental energy enveloped him. To his astonishment, his magical level had ascended to the 3rd tier of an apprentice mage overnight. Ashura did not indulge in self-satisfaction, for he understood that early-stage level-ups were relatively easy, while the difficulty would increase exponentially in later stages. He also found it incredible that he could meditate for an entire night, sensing something peculiar about his body. However, he could not pinpoint the issue and decided against sharing his situation with others, fearing he might be treated as a lab rat and subjected to dissection in the alchemy chamber. After collecting himself, Ashura exited his bedroom to freshen up. He awoke earlier than usual today, first heading to the dining hall to fetch 4 breakfasts to bring back for his 3 dorm mates. The ordinary meals on the first floor of the dining hall were provided free of charge, while the special delicacies and restorative beast meats on the second floor required purchasing with academy points. After a brief exchange among the brothers, they all made their way to their respective classrooms. Ashura arrived at his classroom in Class 13, which was noticeably more lively than the previous day. It seemed that students from other classes had come to attend the lesson, but Ashura paid it no mind. As he approached his seat from yesterday, preparing to sit down, an arm suddenly barred his way. Looking up, he saw Kyle, the class's academic representative, who coolly stated, "You should change your seat. I'm sitting here." Ashura, taken aback, turned to glance at the expressionless silver-haired girl beside him and instantly understood the situation. With a playful glint in his eye, he retorted, "On what grounds? I sat here yesterday, and my notes are still on the desk." He continued, "You, the academic representative, should be up front listening to the lesson instead of coming back here to stir up trouble." Kyle, momentarily stunned by Ashura's audacity, quickly became enraged, declaring, "Black-haired brat, I've looked into your background. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." With that, he brandished the ornate magical staff bestowed upon him by his family. Ashura chuckled and said, "What is this? You can't steal my seat, so you want to resort to violence? Come on, I dare you. I'd love to see if the academy would expel you for attacking someone on campus. He puffed out his chest defiantly. Kyle was caught off guard by Ashura's brazen words, realizing he couldn't retaliate. Frustrated into silence, he stood there, while Clara, eavesdropping nearby, as Ashura wandered about the training ground like a bewildered goose. A voice suddenly called out to him, "You in the magical robe? What brings you to the training arena?" Following the sound, Ashura spotted a middle-aged instructor clad in silver light armor, who was gazing at him. Upon closer inspection, Ashura recognized him as the very instructor who had assessed him during the entrance examination. Hastily, Ashura replied, "I came to attend the martial arts class, sir. You needn't concern yourself with me." With that, he intended to flee this place of potential trouble, the middle-aged instructor having recognized him as well. After all, the impression left by the black-haired youth was quite profound. Thought for a moment and surmised Ashura's purpose for being there. Given that he was well aware of Ashura's background, that he then called out, "Since you wish to attend the martial arts class, come over. I am currently teaching my class." Ashura dared not join his class. Having recently dug a metaphorical pit for the instructor, attending would be akin to walking into a trap. He quickly exclaimed, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I can attend another instructor's class." However, the middle-aged instructor smiled knowingly and replied, "Since you wish to seek another instructor, I shall not insist for your assessment." The instructor left his sentence hanging, but Ashura had already halted in his tracks. He realized that the instructor had guessed the true reason for his presence. As he was well aware of Ashura's circumstances, the youth swiftly turned and ran to the instructor, feigning humility as he said, "I didn't want to waste your time. It would be an honor to learn from you." The middle-aged instructor was quite pleased with the youth's demeanor, nodding with satisfaction as he said, "Then go gather with the others over there." With that, he turned and walked towards a nearby group. Ashura followed behind, inwardly cursing the instructor's female relatives 100 times over. Yet upon reaching the instructor's class, he was taken aback by the sheer number of students, over 100, while other classes only had 30 or 40. Could it be that this middle-aged man was an exceptional teacher? The martial arts class students pointed and whispered about this young man in the magical robe, speculating on his intentions. Was he planning to challenge some of them? At that moment, the middle-aged instructor spoke. "Step in. Young ended up by the way. Your name is Ashura, correct? I remember you. If you wish to attend martial arts classes, be sure to come to me. Otherwise," Ashura hung his head and replied, "Yes, sir." The instructor was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since anyone had referred to him as sir. With a twitch of his brow, he said, "My name is Anger. You may call me Instructor Anger." Ashura pretended to be earnest, responding, "Certainly, Instructor Anger." After a long silence, Anger, rather than being angered, smiled and waved Ashura into the ranks. He surveyed the martial arts students and announced, "This black-haired youth is named Ashura. He will be joining our class from now on. Now, let us continue with our practical training. Everyone form groups of 10 and attack me with all your might. Begin." Ashura was momentarily stunned. Was the martial arts class truly this blunt and brutal? The students of Class 8 charged toward Instructor Anger as a group of 10. Moments later, each student was sent flying out of the formation, landing on the ground and groaning. Ashura watched as group after group of classmates launched their assaults, only to be knocked back. Swallowing hard, he thought, "If I go up, will I be the one flying the farthest?" Remembering his earlier address to the instructor, he wished he could slap himself twice. But when it was his turn to attack, Ashura's eyes darted around, and he joined the others in charging at Instructor Anger. The sounds of punches landing echoed as this lineup was predictably sent spiraling backwards, sprawled out on the ground and wailing. However, Anger frowned, sensing something was amiss. It seemed he had only thrown 9 punches. Scanning the ground, his gaze landed on a student in a magical robe, writhing in pain, which easily caught his attention. Anger smirked, thinking, "This brat dares to play tricks on me. I shall teach him a lesson." Ashura lay on the ground, mimicking his classmates' cries of "ow," writhing about. He had just pulled a fast one, following the group to charge forward. But before even making contact with Anger, he had jumped backwards to escape. That he was there to learn martial arts, not to be beaten. He felt not a shred of guilt. Meanwhile, the last group of students charged at Anger, and Ashura continued to feign injury. Suddenly, a weight crashed down on his back, causing him to gasp in pain, and a mass of fiery red hair fell over his face. Ashura, gritting his teeth, pushed the weight off him, only to feel an unexpectedly elastic sensation beneath his right hand. Instinctively squeezing it, he barely had time to process before the owner of the red hair slowly turned to face him. With a face as striking as a sculpted masterpiece, imbued with an air of magnificence, she coldly asked, "Does it feel good?" Upon hearing the girl's chilling, murderous tone, Ashura realized precisely what he had touched. He sensed that this situation would not end well, so he decided to adopt a shameless demeanor, squeezing her shapely form 2 more times and commenting, "Quite nice indeed." The girl was momentarily taken aback. In her experience, this was the first time encountering such an unabashed scoundrel. In a flash, she leapt into the air, drawing a massive sword from her spatial ring. Ashura, having anticipated this, also executed a swift maneuver, flipping backwards and retreating into the crowd. The girl landed, brandishing her sword at the students behind her, her tall stature exceeding that of most boys, with curves that were both alluring and striking. Her face radiated an indescribable brilliance, her eyes shining like autumn waters, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit. Coupled with the sword that was nearly her height, she resembled an ancient female warrior from a mural, instilling fear in those who beheld her. The students were taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, unsure of what had provoked her. Some of the boys who had come to Class 8 for her sake gazed at her with adoration. Utterly captivated by her wildness, the girl, her gaze sharp as a blade, scanned the crowd for the face she longed to strike down. She was genuinely furious. No boy had dared to touch her in such a manner before. How humiliating. "I shall chop off those impudent hands." Ashura, hiding amongst the crowd with his head bowed, dared not even breathe, feeling as though he had stumbled into the lair of a jungle beast. He thought to himself, "This girl has gone mad. I cannot stay in Class 8. Just 1 lesson in, and 2 people already want to beat me to a pulp. Class 8 is far too dangerous." Little did Ashura know that if the other students discovered what he had done to the red-haired girl, there would be far more than 2 who wished to exact revenge upon him. From a distance, Instructor Anger observed the scene, speculating that Ashura had once again stirred up trouble. He found himself rather fond of the boy, as Ashura had added much amusement to his otherwise dull lessons. He continued, "We shall not take a break during this class. Let us proceed to the next training activity." He feared that if he announced the end of class, Ashura would undoubtedly flee. The students immediately lined up, and the red-haired girl temporarily reined in her fury, returning to the ranks, though her classmates stood a bit further away from her. Her presence remained imposing. With a smile tugging at his lips, Anger devised a plan to deal with that troublesome boy and said, "Your attacks were utterly uncoordinated, clearly mere posturing without any practical experience. Since my course is meant to teach you real combat skills, you must learn genuine techniques. Thus, I shall pair you off for sparring practice. After learning any combat skill, you can practice with your partner, but be mindful not to cause any lasting harm." The Martial Arts Academy students were filled with excitement. Yet 2 individuals remained distracted, scanning their surroundings. One was the magical boy, and the other, the red-haired girl. I now announce the sparring pairs: Ferrero versus Shinji, Sans versus Lisa. Instructor Anger continued to call out the pairs. Those whose names were called stepped out of the line and moved to the designated areas of the training ground, awaiting the instructor's signal to begin. As the line dwindled, Ashura began to sweat profusely. The fewer students there were, the more likely he was to be exposed. He could feel a chilling gaze fixated on him from the side, and he dared not turn his head. Finally, Instructor Anger smiled and announced, "The last pair, Magina versus Ashura." In an instant, Ashura noticed the students who had already arrived at the playground gazing at him with a myriad of complex expressions. There was envy, jealousy, compassion, and pity, yet none suggested they would swap places with him. Magina, that name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Ashura turned to glance diagonally ahead, where a tall, red-haired girl stood, arms crossed, observing him with a cold smirk. The rapid rise and fall of her chest accentuated her alluring physique. However, despite the captivating sight, Ashura could not find joy in it. He pivoted to face Minter Engel. "Report, Minter, I wish to change opponents. I never strike women." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy kick landed on his rear, sending him sprawling onto the playground in a rather undignified manner. The scene fell silent. No one mocked him, and more sympathetic gazes were cast his way. Ashura spat out the grass he had chewed and pounded the ground in frustration. No woman had ever dared to kick him before. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Ashura pushed himself up, landing in a stance reminiscent of the family's signature martial arts move, the Thunder Fist. Anger surged within him. He was determined to teach this little girl a lesson. Mentor Engel chuckled even more, proclaiming, "Begin." As the words left his lips, Ashura charged toward the red-haired girl like a bolt of thunder. Approximately half an hour later, Ashura lay sprawled in the center of the training ground, utterly defeated. His disheveled hair framed a swollen face, dark circles under his eyes, and his robe bore numerous scuff marks. Majina dusted off her hands, tucking her fiery hair behind her ear. A triumphant smile graced her stunning face, and she felt immensely pleased. The girl mused to herself, "It felt incredibly satisfying to thrash this guy. I made him touch my backside." As she thought this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Although Ashura possessed only the strength of a third-tier warrior, and his martial skills were mediocre, his sneaky attacks were relentless, and his reflexes and agility were remarkable. It took all her strength to deliver a thorough beating. It was far more gratifying than sparring with other students. Suddenly, the girl felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, her bones cracking audibly, in less than a minute. Amidst the astonished gazes of her fellow students, Majina let out a fierce roar, and her aura surged dramatically. She had actually broken through to the second tier of martial mastery. Unable to contain her joy, a radiant smile lit up her exquisite features, leaving the surrounding male students utterly captivated. Mentor Engel beamed at her with approval and cheekily remarked, "Majina, your swift breakthrough is undoubtedly thanks to your excellent sparring partner. From now on, you two should train together often. Who knows, you may soon advance to the third tier of martial mastery." Upon hearing this, Majina's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the black-haired boy lying motionless on the ground. Still feigning unconsciousness, the students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, while Ashura's mind was racing, mentally marking Majina with 100 crosses. How can this girl be so formidable? Her strength, speed, and reflexes far surpass mine. She hasn't even drawn that massive sword of hers yet. Is this the gap between our levels? Once I can defeat her, I will definitely mark her 100 times over. Moreover, that old man Engel. What a wretched golden sparring partner. I'm just a living punching bag now, and this little girl has just leveled up? Only a fool would continue to endure this nonsense. Tomorrow, I shall switch classes," as the bell rang to signal the end of class. Ashura, battered and bruised, trudged back to the dormitory. Along the way, the students pointed at him, but he was too disheartened to engage with these onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation as a golden sparring partner had been exaggerated by the students of Warrior Class 8, making him the hottest topic among the newcomers. Ashura staggered back to the dormitory and collapsed into a chair in the common room. The eldest, Jinza, and the second brother, Arthur, stared in shock at Ashura's grotesquely contorted face. Arthur, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Old three, which bastard did this to you? Is there no justice? Who is it? I'll avenge you. I'll challenge him to a duel in the arena." With that, Arthur jumped up, ready to storm out. Ashura felt deeply moved by his brother's action. This was the true essence of brotherhood. With tears welling in his eyes, he shouted toward Arthur, who was about to leave, "Brother, avenge me." It was a red-haired girl from Warrior Class 8. "Her name is Majina. Yes, Majina. She's tall, easy to identify. Give her a good beating for me. This is utterly intolerable." While Ashura vented his grievances from the day's humiliations, Arthur, hand on the doorknob, suddenly froze and turned to ask, "What did you say her name was? And she is a girl?" Ashura, with a face full of indignation, replied, "Her name is Majina. That girl is fiercer than any man. She wields a sword taller than herself and hits like a truck. Look at these swollen eyes." He continued, "Brother, you must be careful. That girl just leveled up after beating me today. It's truly outrageous, but I doubt she could stand up to you." Ashura rambled on. But Arthur had already shrank back into his seat. Confused, Ashura regarded his newly acknowledged brother, but before he could inquire further, Arthur nervously said, "Old three, I may not be able to help you with this. First, she is my aunt's sister. We're relatives. Secondly, I've never been able to defeat her since childhood, and now that she leveled up, I wouldn't fare much better than you did." Upon hearing this, Ashura fell silent, and Jinza was equally at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the fourth brother, Angelo, dashed in, exclaiming, "Big news! Big news! I heard a magician went to the training ground today, seeking to be thrashed. He insisted on being a sparring partner for the fifth-ranked beauty, Magina, and after getting beaten up, she actually leveled up? Isn't that hilarious? Haha." Angelo eagerly shared the latest gossip he had gathered from the academy. However, he soon noticed the odd atmosphere in the common room, with Jinza and Arthur awkwardly gazing at Ashura. I could see that moment. Ashura finally understood why the name Magina sounded so familiar. She was the one who had made it onto yesterday's beauty ranking list. How did news of being beaten spread so quickly? How could he possibly remain in the academy after this? In a fit of rage and despair, Ashura dashed into his room, yelling in frustration. Jinza and Arthur immediately grew anxious and began knocking on the door to console him. After a prolonged silence without a response, they reluctantly descended the stairs. Unaware of the situation, Angelo inquired, "What is wrong with third brother? Why is he so upset?" Jinza patted his shoulder, saying, "The protagonist of that story you just told is our third brother." At that, Angelo stood frozen in shock. After a long pause, he weakly suggested, "Should I tell him that there's a bounty of 200 points for someone to give him a good beating? Maybe that could help him level up?" Jinza, Arthur, within his room, Ashura's anger swelled further, and he ultimately sighed, blaming his own lack of strength. He reflected on the events of the day, summarizing his gains and losses. Finally, rubbing his sore backside, he sat on his bed and began to meditate. If he wished to catch up with the others, he must seize every moment. Not understanding the magic lessons, he decided to focus on basic meditation first. The following morning, in the classroom of Magic Academy Class 13, Clara took her seat, glancing at the empty chair beside her, feeling a twinge of irritation at that moment. A handsome magician from another class approached her, saying, "Beautiful magician, may I sit in this vacant spot to attend the lesson?" He flicked his freshly styled hair. Beside her, Cal felt a surge of anxiety. However, Clara didn't even look up, dismissively replying, "There's someone here." The handsome magician was momentarily taken aback, struggling to think of how to continue his flirtation. Clara raised her voice again. "Did I not make myself clear? There's someone here." The handsome magician's face turned a shade of green, then pale, as he overheard the whispers of his classmates. Finally, gritting his teeth, he left the classroom in defeat. Cal felt like the world had brightened considerably, thinking, "My goddess still cares for me. She rejected someone else for my sake." At this very moment, Ashura stealthily made his way along the opposite side of the training ground, carefully observing the lineup of Class 8. He was resolute in his decision not to attend their class today. He had decided last night that he would only attend the basic magic classes at the Magic Academy that he could comprehend. For the more advanced magic skill classes, he would skip them to train at the Warrior Academy instead. Today, the first two classes were precisely the magical skills course, so he made his way to the training grounds. There he observed a sizable group of students lined up, awaiting their instructor. Upon confirming they were not from Class 8, he confidently positioned himself at the edge of the queue. The students in this martial class regarded him with puzzled expressions. Ashura flashed his most charming smile and said, I'm here to join you for the martial arts class. Is that all right? Of course, we warmly welcome your presence." Who would refuse a gold medal sparring partner? A voice, rich and teasing, resonated from behind him. Ashura stiffly turned to find the middle-aged, handsome instructor Engel grinning at him. Ashura felt a wave of despair wash over him and forced a stiff smile. "Good morning, Instructor Engel. You should head to Class 8. I'm quite content here, truly." Engel laughed heartily for a while before replying. Stroking his goatee, "For the first two classes today, I'm teaching this class. This is Class 7, and I'm also substituting for the martial skills course." Upon hearing this, Ashura instinctively turned to flee, but was caught by a large hand grasping the back of his collar and pulled back. Engel tossed Ashura back into the queue, giving him a warning glance before commencing the lesson. Ashura, resigned, followed the crowd into the class. As the lesson progressed, he found himself captivated, thinking that although the old man might not possess the best character, his teaching skills were commendable. Whenever Engel demonstrated martial techniques, he would call Ashura up to be his demonstration partner, much to Ashura's chagrin, as he endured a few strikes in the process. Nevertheless, he did not mind such practice, as it allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the techniques. However, this pleasant situation was short-lived. During the second class, Engel announced a pair-based sparring session. Ashura glanced around and sighed in relief. For this class lacked the red-haired enchantress. But then Engel, with a twinkle in his eye, called out, "Lanyu, I found you a gold medal sparring partner. Yesterday, Magina from Class 8 defeated this lad, elevating her own prowess. You must seize this opportunity, haha. Ashura, don't hide. Come here and stand at attention." Ashura felt a wave of dread wash over him. He surmised that the news of his defeat shared by Angelo was indeed leaked by this old man. The boy clenched his fists, his desire to grow stronger and confront the old man intensifying, though he was uncertain of the old man's true strength. Just as Ashura was lost in thoughts of how to become stronger, a pair of long legs entered his line of sight. Drawing him from his reverie, he hurriedly looked up to see a girl with flowing blue hair standing before him. The most striking feature of the girl was her long, straight legs, creating a visual impression of leg from the waist down. Her countenance was cool and elegant, with fox-like eyes adding a touch of allure, coupled with her high ponytail of blue hair. She embodied the vivacity of youthful beauty. Noticing Ashura's gaze lingering over her legs, the girl narrowed her captivating eyes, but remained silent. As she squinted, Ashura's innate sense of danger kicked in, and he dared not gaze at her legs any longer. He could intuitively deduce from Engel's mischievous nature that this blue-haired girl was undoubtedly formidable. He could not afford to be beaten senseless again. He immediately called out, "I protest. I'm returning to my magic class. Find her another sparring partner. That tall guy over there seems eager to be her partner." He gestured toward a tall male student who had been sneakily eyeing the blue-haired girl, who promptly looked down, embarrassed. However, Engel paid no heed to Ashura's protests and merely replied calmly, "Begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ashura felt a gust of wind behind him. He swiftly performed a forward roll to evade a kick aimed at him. The girl landed gracefully after retracting her leg and struck an offensive pose, beckoning Ashura with a finger. This infuriated Ashura. How could any man endure being pummeled by a girl daily? He sprang to his feet, shouting, "Since you're making me fight, I want to hold back. Watch out for my ultimate move, Wind God Leg." "Ha! Look at my legs!" Upon hearing his fervent declaration, the blue-haired girl named Lanyu immediately prepared herself with utmost vigilance. Yet as she focused, she saw the boy who had shouted the battle cry, sprinting away from the training ground. Lanyu's face turned pale with anger. She huffed, and, with her long legs, quickly caught up to the fleeing boy. Thus, the training ground became the scene of a chase between the two youthful figures, one fleeing while the other pursued and struck. To be precise, it was one chasing and striking, while the other desperately fled. The girl's speed making Ashura lament his fate. He could only rely on quick reflexes to evade her whip-like kicks, the marks on his magical robe more numerous than the previous day. On the opposite side of the field, the red-haired girl Magina surveyed her surroundings from a queue, failing to spot the black-haired boy who had always worn a roguish grin, bored by the somewhat tedious physical training course taught by the substitute instructor. She idly looked around to alleviate her tedium. Suddenly, she spotted two figures wildly chasing and counterattacking at the edge of the training ground. She instantly recognized the black-haired boy as the one she had just wanted to find. The figure behind him was also familiar, Lanyu from the Blue family. Their cities were not far apart, and they were both distinguished young representatives of their respective families, often competing with one another. Why was that rogue boy mingling with Lanyu? Was he acting as her sparring partner? Magina's mood soured instantly, akin to the displeasure of a child whose cherished toy is snatched away by others. Ashura, having been kicked down several times, finally rolled against a large tree and came to a halt. Just as he attempted to rise and flee again, a pair of long legs executed a splits maneuver, one foot pressing against his neck while the other planted firmly on the ground, leaving him pinned against the tree. That moment, the bell signaling the end of the second class rang. Ashura quickly grasped the foot pressing against his neck, creating a small gap as he exclaimed, "Class is over. No more fighting." If you continue, it would be considered unjustified assault on another student, and I will report you to the academy." The blue-haired girl, Lan Yu, was slightly out of breath. This guy was far too cunning. Despite her speed, she had to exert nearly all her strength to chase this mischievous rogue, who constantly changed directions and struck unexpectedly. However, she found the sparring session surprisingly enjoyable, perfectly suiting her family's training methods. At that moment, she noticed that Ashura still held onto her foot, his face flushing with embarrassment as he attempted to withdraw it. But Ashura's grip was too strong that Lan Yu's beautiful fox-like eyes narrowed in annoyance. Ashura immediately released his hold, sliding down the tree to sit on the ground, gasping for breath. Lan Yu observed the numerous footprints on Ashura's magical robe and felt a chuckle rising within her. Yet her composure held her back. She then said nonchalantly, "Sparring with you is genuinely interesting. Remember to come find me next time." With that, she skipped away, hands behind her back, her blue ponytail swaying rhythmically. Ashura grinned, watching her retreating figure, pondering, "Am I a masochist? Why would I seek you out again? Just because your legs are long. Next time, I shall switch classes. I refuse to believe Engel teaches every single one." Leaning against the tree, Ashura was about to rise and brush off the imprints when another pair of long legs appeared before him. He numbly raised his gaze to find Magina glaring down at him. Her expression fierce, sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate her youthful, radiant face. Ashura gulped, thinking, "Does this madwoman want?" A seemingly bright smile spread across his face, but before he could greet her, Magina suddenly coldly interrogated, "Did she enjoy beating you? Who told you to be her sparring partner?" Ashura was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt question, left wondering what she meant. Did she think he had a penchant for being bullied? Before he could respond, Magina leaned closer, her piercing gaze locking onto his. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, she declared, "From now on, you are only permitted to be my sparring partner. Of course, I will look out for you and ensure no one bullies you at the academy." After Magina finished speaking, the boy remained silent. She followed his unblinking gaze downward and realized that her ample cleavage, exposed while bending forward, was now directly in front of him. Magina gasped softly and quickly "Jihumph." After speaking, Magina haughtily turned and gracefully departed, leaving Ashura standing there in self-pity and lamentation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Yu bounced back to the ranks of the warrior class 7, her spirits lifted from the exhilarating battle she had just experienced. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, gasping softly, and then trembled violently. The surrounding students noticed her unusual behavior and immediately called for Instructor Engel. However, just as Engel squeezed through the crowd to the front, Lan Yu had already lifted her delicate face and uncertainly exclaimed, "Instructor Engel, I think I just advanced to the second stage of warrior." Upon hearing Lan Yu's words, everyone gaped in disbelief, but it was Engel who first burst into hearty laughter. The middle-aged, handsome instructor remarked, "This Ashura is truly a lucky charm. Yesterday, after Magina practiced with him, she advanced to the second stage of warrior, and today, after sparring with him, you've also made the same advancement. Is this lad some kind of rare treasure? A good beating, and he helps others level up? Ha! That's hilarious." Lan Yu couldn't help but chuckle as well, though the mention of Magina's name caused her to furrow her brow slightly, realizing that he had assisted that woman in advancing. "Humph. Next time I must tell him to only be my sparring partner." The young girl thought to herself to tee this moment. Ashura had already dragged his weary body back to the 13th class of the Magic Academy. With a thud, he collapsed onto the desk of the silver-haired girl. Clara was startled by his sudden movement. Noticing the dirty magic robe he wore, which bore traces of footprints and emitted a faint odor of sweat, Clara wrinkled her delicate nose. After a moment's thought, she poked him with her finger and asked, "Where have you been skipping class? What happened to you?" Ashura merely lifted his eyelids to glance at her and remained silent. Clara, seeing his exhausted state, felt a surge of anger. It was her first time speaking to a boy, and she was being ignored. Therefore, she raised her voice, declaring, "I am the class monitor. If you skip class without reason, I will report you to the teacher." Ashura sighed inwardly, pondering why beautiful girls always seem to oppose him. Lazily, he replied, "The dean said that the academy is free. We can attend whichever class we choose. Clara recalled that the dean had indeed stated this, causing her cheeks to puff up in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, she retorted, "But that doesn't justify your skipping class. The 3-month assessment is approaching. And if you don't attend classes," before Clara could finish, Ashura irritably waved his hand, interrupting her, and asserted, "Why do you care?" Those words struck Clara directly in the heart. It was the first time someone had spoken harshly to her. The girl defiantly raised her chin, unsure if she was trying to display pride or if she was afraid of tears spilling forth. And could see that moment. Kyle, the class representative who had been eavesdropping, perked up that he immediately shouted indignantly at Ashura, "How can you speak to the class monitor like that? You, a slacker, are bringing shame to our class with your behavior." Before Kyle could finish his passionate tirade, Clara suddenly exclaimed, "Why do you care?" The voices of Kyle and the rest of the class fell abruptly silent, especially Kyle, who felt as if his fragile heart had taken 1,000 blows. Now, he was the one who wanted to cry. Ashura gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired girl, who was still pouting in anger that he realized he had been a bit excessive. He shouldn't have vented his frustrations on Clara, especially since she was the class monitor. With this thought, he took out his notebook and wrote a note. "I'm sorry, I had no choice. I don't understand the magic class." He then pushed the notebook toward the girl. Clara, initially thinking she would ignore this rascal from now on, found herself inexplicably drawn to the notebook he offered. She glanced at it and felt a range of emotions: shock, confusion, contemplation, realization, and relief flit across her sweet face. Clara had learned about Ashura's background at the school gate, and being quite intelligent, she understood his current predicament. All her previous displeasure evaporated. Clara bit her lip and wrote in the notebook, "What will you do then? Do you have a plan to pass the assessment? What have you been doing these past 2 days to end up in such a state?" Ashura read her note, and then began to jot down his plans and the events of the past few days to share with Clara. They exchanged notes back and forth, filling a large notebook. It was Clara's first time passing notes with a boy, and also her first time conversing so much with one. Finally, Clara bit her pencil and wrote, "I don't know if the path you've chosen is the right one, but if you have any questions about magic, feel free to ask me anytime." Ashura took the notebook and, seeing the girl's abundant kindness written within, felt his mood lift considerably. He wrote back, "All right, let me get through the 3-month assessment first, and then we'll talk." Unbeknownst to them, they chatted for quite a while, and the bell signaling the end of class rang unexpectedly. Neither of them had paid attention to the passage of time. Clara's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly covered the notebook, while Ashura stood up, stretched lazily, and told Clara, "Keep this a secret for me." Before departing for his dormitory, Clara, like a thief, secretly tucked the notebook into her spatial ring. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ashura found his elder brother Jinza and his second brother Arthur waiting for him in the living room. Seeing the concerned looks on their faces warmed Ashura's heart. As he knew they were worried about him due to yesterday's events, he greeted them with a smile and sat down to request some tea. They noticed that although Ashura returned in a disheveled state, he wasn't bruised or battered, which relieved them considerably. They guessed that Magina must not have been too harsh. Just as the three were chatting merrily about the Academy's happenings and amusing stories from the past few days, their fourth brother, Angelo, burst in with great energy, staring intently at Ashura without uttering a word. The other three were baffled, waiting for Angelo to provide an explanation. Finally, Angelo spoke slowly. "Third brother, I heard you got beaten up today by one of the top 10 beauties of the Warrior Class 7. Lanyu," Ashura's expression darkened. How did this fourth brother know everything? The other two brothers were initially shocked, then envious. Within just a few days of school, their third brother had established a connection with 2 of the top 10 beauties among the new students. Albeit not a very favorable one yet, it was enough to evoke envy in these young men that if they knew that Ashura had been sitting with Clara, one of the top beauties, they wouldn't know how to handle their jealousy. Before they could finish their envious musings, Angelo revealed even more explosive news. "Third brother, did you know? After beating you, Lanyu also advanced to the second stage of warrior." Ashura, who was sipping tea to calm his nerves, suddenly spat the beverage all over Angelo's face. Angelo wiped his face and continued, "Third brother, word is spreading that as long as you get beaten up, one can level up. Some people are even offering 500 points to take a shot at you. The strong students from the new warrior classes are eagerly anticipating your arrival in their class to spar with you. Third brother, you are now worth 500 points. Oh, you think you would consider this deal of taking a beating for 500 points? I have a market for it. Ashura was about to retort, I'll take your grandpa, when he noticed Arthur gazing at him with eyes alight, more excited than if he were looking at a naked beauty. Arthur, with a mischievous grin, said, Third brother, I didn't expect you to have this talent. Second brother has been stuck at the first stage for over half a year now. Don't let the benefits go to waste. Let us spar, and if I advance to the second stage, oh no, to the third stage, I'll help you get back a Magina. All right. Seeing Arthur's predatory gaze, Ashura quickly darted behind Jinza, fearing that his second brother might succumb to the temptation of leveling up and take a swing at him. Jinza promptly stepped forward to defuse the situation. Arthur gradually regained his composure. He was simply competitive and had grown anxious upon hearing that many had advanced to the second stage. After asking Jinza a few basic questions about magic, Ashura retreated to his room, feeling a headache coming on as he contemplated his current situation. Just the thought of the strong students from all the new classes eagerly waiting to beat him up filled him with extreme despondency. How had things developed to this point? All he wanted was to attend a warrior class. Asmodeus, beset by troubles, continued to meditate until dawn, his body perpetually absorbing magical elements like an insatiable abyss. He had inquired about the meditation duration from Jinja, who could only manage around 3 hours before being compelled to cease. Uncertain of the underlying issues plaguing his body, he lacked the inclination to ponder them further. The following morning, as Asmodeus made his way to the training ground, he resolved that rather than being struck by the formidable practitioners of other classes, it would be more fitting to endure the blows from those two young ladies. Between the two, Lanyu seemed the preferable choice, for she refrained from striking his face, making her aggression somewhat more palatable. Upon arriving at the entrance of the training ground, he spotted 2 girls, one with blue hair and the other with red. Waiting for him from a distance, he promptly turned and fled towards the Magic Academy. Are they conspiring to gang up on me? He mused. How could I withstand the onslaught of 2 second-tier martial artists? Upon witnessing Asmodeus's retreat, the 2 girls at the entrance visibly expressed their displeasure. Lanyu turned to Majina and exclaimed, It's your fault. You scared him off the moment he saw you. Majina swiftly retorted, It was I who sought him out for sparring first. How dare you come and poach my practice partner? Lanyu countered, I didn't poach him. It was teacher Engel who assigned him to me. Besides, he himself agreed to be my sparring partner. Majina, skeptical, replied, I don't believe that for a second. What is so special about you, you little vixen? He promised me he would only practice with me. Since childhood, the two had never gotten along, and now they were at each other's throats over this matter, exchanging heated words until they finally resorted to physical confrontation in the training area, resulting in a stalemate before their respective mentors intervened. That day, the explosive news of the 2 new beauties fighting over a sparring partner quickly spread through the student circles. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Asmodeus decided to forego the training ground that day, opting instead for a day of respite in the Magic Academy, believing that being beaten would only harm his body. However, before he could step into the classroom, he was summoned to the office of his homeroom teacher, Era. Reluctantly, Asmodeus followed teacher Era into her office and stood before her. Era instructed him to take a seat, but he firmly declined, opting to stand and listen to her lecture. The reason for his refusal was that standing allowed him to glance at a certain enticing curvature. Era, observing the mischievous grin on this young man's face, contemplated how to broach the subject with greater tact, ensuring not to undermine his confidence. Finally, mustering a gentle smile, she asked, Asmodeus, what level are you currently at, if you don't mind sharing with your teacher? Asmodeus replied, nonchalantly, I'm currently a 3rd-tier magic apprentice, and I feel I'm on the verge of breaking through to 1st-tier magic practitioner. Era was taken aback. She anticipated such significant progress within just a few days since the start of the semester. She silently hoped he hadn't wasted his previous time, for otherwise, he would surely be among the top lightning mages in their class. She sensed a spark of intellectual agility within him, a trait often found in powerful magic practitioners. Era then inquired, I've heard from your classmates that you often skip classes to loiter around the training ground. Is that true? Asmodeus, knowing instantly that it must be Kyle who reported him, felt a surge of disdain for such a petty individual. He candidly admitted, "Yes, teacher, that my foundational skills are lacking, and I struggle to grasp some of the lessons. Rather than waste time here, I prefer to hone my martial arts skills at the training ground." Aero was surprised by his earnestness and felt a sense of concern for him. "Asmodeus, is there anything I could do to assist you? Please, don't hesitate to speak up, that I believe that with dedication. You can pass the assessments." Asmodeus, astonished by the sincerity in her eyes, replied with a smile, "I believe I can pass the assessments too. What you can do for me is to stand by my side on the day of the assessment. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, he waved his hand and made his way back to the classroom, leaving Era puzzled by his final remark. After a moment of contemplation with no clarity, she decided to let it go, trusting in his intelligence to navigate his challenges. Returning to the classroom, Asmodeus sat beside Clara, inhaling the unique floral fragrance she exuded. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl beside her showed no reaction. Her face flushed to the roots of her hair. The two exchanged no notes, simply sitting silently as they listened to the lesson. However, during the morning break, Asmodeus found his desk inundated with numerous challenge letters sent from various students eager to spar with him. Some seeking to hone their skills, while others, fueled by jealousy from Majina and Lanyu, sought to confront him one-on-one. Frustrated, he tossed them all into the trash can, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. I thought they were love letters. But they're all challenges to fight." Clara chuckled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "With your reputation, what girl would write you a love letter?" Before Asmodeus could retort, a group of plump boys rushed in. One of whom was the somewhat narcissistic student, Nawi, who previously sat diagonally in front of him. Breathless, he approached Asmodeus, excitedly exclaiming, "Asmodeus, I heard that the two gorgeous girls, Lanyu and Majina, got into a fight at the training ground over you. You must teach me your ways of wooing women. How do you manage it? You're not even as handsome as I am." Asmodeus was bewildered. "What do you mean they fought over me? I thought they were just ganging up to beat me up. No wonder I received so many challenge letters. They're just looking to cause trouble for me." Anxiously, he endured the remainder of his magic class. And as soon as it ended, he dashed back to the dormitory. In the living room, Jinja and Angelo were busy scribbling and whispering to each other. Peering over, Asmodeus discovered they were editing a tabloid-style card featuring a ranking of the top 10 beauties, indicating their aspirations to delve into the world of sensational news. Choosing not to disturb them, Asmodeus headed upstairs to ponder his strategy for the following day. Though he had been beaten these past few days, the close-to-real combat practice had proven immensely beneficial, especially against opponents stronger than himself. Each encounter pushed him to his limits, resulting in significant personal growth. Ultimately, he resolved to negotiate with the two girls the next day. With this decision made, he rose to continue his meditation, sensing that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough in his magical prowess, perhaps within the coming days. The next morning, before classes commenced, Asmodeus arrived early at the training ground, which was exclusively reserved for new students. Shortly after, he spotted Lanyu and Majina arriving simultaneously, their uniforms slightly damp from their morning exercises. Indeed, true warriors are disciplined and diligent. A realization that made Asmodeus feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet remembering his night of meditation, he felt more at ease. Upon noticing Asmodeus, the two girls were momentarily taken aback. Did he truly wait for them? In an instant, they dashed towards him, each grabbing one of his arms and attempting to pull him into their respective lines. Asmodeus nearly split in two, urgently shouting, "Stop! Let go, you two crazy women!" as soon as he uttered those words. They released their grip, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a swift kick and a power. "Are you both aware that there are individuals currently willing to spend 500 points to engage in a spar with me? A multitude of people are queuing up, awaiting my schedule for practice. That I am somewhat nostalgic, and given my familiarity with both of you, especially since you have fought alongside me, I find it hard to refuse. Therefore, you may now place your bids. The highest offer shall prevail." The two girls stared blankly at Ashura, who was eloquently articulating the negotiation plan he conceived the previous night. The youth's words transcended their comprehension. They had never encountered anyone so audaciously shameless. Exchanging glances, The two girls silently reached a tacit agreement. Margina spoke softly. Your words are quite convincing, but I believe we can defeat you without spending any points. With that, Lan Yu executed a swift kick, sending the still defending Ashura flying once more. Ashura, taken aback by their unreasonable behavior, shouted in panic as they approached him, calm down, if you think the price is too high. We can negotiate. I never said we couldn't haggle. How about 400 points as a friendship rate? Please, don't come any closer. 300 points. Is 300 acceptable? I have my limits, you know. Finally, I'll concede to 200 points. How about that? Quite generous, wouldn't you say? 100 points per month. If this doesn't work, I won't attend classes at the training grounds anymore. I mean it. Upon hearing this, the two girls actually paused, glancing at each other before murmuring in hushed tones for a while. Turning back to the dejected Ashura, Margina stifled a laugh and said, All right then, it's settled. 100 points per month, that we will first experience it for a month, and if you attempt to renege, we shall pay you a visit at your dormitory. Ashura quietly exhaled, responding with impatience. Fine. Points must be paid up front before we commence. He then produced his badge to transact points with the two girls. The sight of his demeanor sent the girls into fits of silent laughter, yet they maintained their aloof facade and handed over their badges to transfer the points. However, upon seeing the amount they transferred, Ashura immediately protested, shouting, Do you two not understand numbers? Didn't we agree on 100 points per month? Why are you each transferring 50 points? What does that mean? Suppressing their laughter, Lan Yu replied nonchalantly. We re-splitting the cost. One of us pays for 1 day, each that we've arranged it, so that today you're with Margina, and tomorrow you'll be with me. Remember, you must not skip or be late. Otherwise, you'll face our combined wrath. Ashura stared dumbfounded at the two beautiful maidens, realizing that the notion that pretty girls are always kind-hearted was a fallacy. They were clearly taking advantage of him. A hapless victim. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Fueled by indignation, Ashura's fighting spirit surged. Yet before he could assume the stance for his family's signature technique, the Thunder Fist, a massive greatsword and a dagger gleaming with blue light were suddenly poised at either side of his neck. In an instant, Ashura's bravado evaporated, his hands fell limply at his sides, and he forcefully declared his last stand. We agreed, no hitting me in the face from now on. Thus began Ashura's tumultuous training life between the magical academy and the martial arts arena, where, however, Nawe believed that his poor academic performance was why he felt a sense of kinship with Ashura, thinking they were both part of the same group of underachievers. In a way's greatest passion was food. He spent all his points on the delectable offerings at the cafeteria on the second floor. Ashura had visited that same cafeteria once, and the prices of the point-based dishes had left him silently clicking his tongue. He could not bear to spend his hard-earned points merely to satisfy his cravings. Whispers filled the air as everyone exchanged thoughts about the upcoming assessment, and Clara turned to Ashura and quietly inquired, Are you ready for the test today? Ashura, lounging lazily in his chair, nonchalantly replied, A man should never claim he is incapable. Clara rolled her eyes dramatically at him, already accustomed to his cavalier attitude. Though somewhat carefree, she genuinely enjoyed conversing with Ashura because he never pretended to be flawless in her presence, unlike other boys who went to great lengths to win her favor, approaching her with ulterior motives. Recently, some ranking card listing the top 10 beauties of the academy had made the rounds, detailing her likes and habits, causing a swarm of suitors to buzz around her like flies, much to her exasperation. If she were to discover that those interests had been divulged by this mischievous boy beside her, she could only wonder how her feelings for him would change at that moment. Nawe, seated in front, turned to Ashura and said, after the assessment, Let's head to the cafeteria and enjoy your points. After all, you're bound to be eliminated from the academy. Don't let those points go to waste. Ashura, upon hearing this, grabbed a notebook on the table, intending to throw it at Nawe's head. But Clara shot him a sharp glance. He quickly placed the notebook back down. It contained Clara's daily notes for him and records of their conversations. If he dared to toss it away, the second-tier mage Clara would undoubtedly unleash a bolt of lightning upon him. Indeed, the talented Clara had already broken through to the second tier of mage early on. Recently, Kyle, the class representative, had also achieved the same milestone, leading him to believe he was the destined one for the goddess, convinced that only he was worthy of her. Ashura shot a disgruntled glare at the plump Nawe and retorted, "Worry about yourself first, you harbinger of misfortune." At this, Nawe shrank back slightly. Although he was a first-tier mage, he had not diligently studied his magical skills. His basic lightning summoning spell was erratic at best. He worried greatly about failing the doll test. Would he have to resort to using that family heirloom spell? Just as Nawe's thoughts spiraled, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Ella, entered the classroom, dressed formally today. With a serious yet hopeful expression, she addressed the 14 magic students before her, announcing, "All students of Magic Class 13, follow me to the magic testing grounds for your assessment." With that, the entire class rose, somberly following their instructor to the testing arena. The magic testing grounds were expansive and semicircular, with an open ceiling that allowed sunlight to pour in, illuminating the space. Upon entering, they saw that Class 12 had just finished their assessments. Several students emerged looking dejected. Clearly having failed point one, particularly notable girl was weeping uncontrollably. This only heightened the anxiety among the students of Class 13. Observing their reactions, Ella encouraged her students, saying, "Everyone, relax, as lightning mages. Your damage output is the highest among the magical disciplines, making it easier for you to succeed in the doll test. I am aware of each of your strengths. I believe you all can pass." Upon hearing her words, the students felt a surge of determination. Over the past 3 months, not only had Ella proven to be beautiful and an excellent teacher, but her character and ethics were equally commendable, earning her the admiration of her classmates. Her classes attracted the most auditors, and it was no wonder so many male teachers pursued her. At this moment, Ella's gaze fell upon the tall Ashura at the back. Months of physical training had sculpted his physique into something remarkable, making him stand out among the mages. His tattered magic robe stretched tightly across his muscles. She often kept an eye on this student, hoping to assist him in catching up with the class's academic pace. However, Ashura was a boy of strong opinions, merely smiling at her learning suggestions while continuing on his own path. Even when she offered to use her points to buy him a new magic robe, he politely declined. This left her somewhat frustrated, unsure of what more she could do as a homeroom teacher. On this day of assessment, all she could offer him was a supportive glance. Ashura responded with a slight smile. Acknowledging her encouragement, it came time for Class 13 to begin their tests. The students observed a life-sized, pure white testing doll at the center of the arena, crafted from an unknown material, adorned with intricate blue magic patterns. On a raised platform nearby sat 3 magical instructors, one presiding, one recording, and one determining the results. The middle instructor, with a hooked nose, had an air of sternness about him. The presiding male instructor stood and announced, "We will now commence the first magical assessment. The rules are simple. If you can inflict damage on the testing doll, you pass. The doll will change color upon receiving effective damage. As long as it changes color, you have succeeded." He continued, "Naturally, only mages of higher tier with proficient skills can inflict damage. I trust that during your 3 months here, you have all prepared adequately." Without further ado, he declared, "I announce that the magical assessment for Class 13 begins now." As the presiding instructor's command rang out, the students of Class 13 stepped forward one by one to take their turns. Each student unleashed their signature magical skills upon the testing doll, and some even drew their family's wands to amplify their magical damage, as was permitted by the Academy. Quality equipment was indeed a part of one's strength. True to form, the lightning mages showcased their high damage output. The first few students summoned bolts of lightning that turned the doll blue before returning to its original hue. The hooked-nosed instructor nodded approvingly as each student passed. When it was Kyle's turn, he adjusted his flowing hairstyle, retrieved an ornate wand from his storage ring, its tip embedded with a lightning magic core the size of a pigeon's egg. Judging by the wand's value, it was clear that Kyle came from a wealthy family. He relished the envious gazes from his classmates, then turned to Clara, eager to see admiration reflected in her expression. However, Clara remained impassive, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased by his lengthy preparation that delayed the assessment. This left Kyle feeling deflated, yet he quickly regained his composure, convinced that only he possessed the strength worthy of the goddess in his heart. He began to chant his spell, wielding the power of his wand to unleash a bolt of lightning, 3 fingers wide, aimed at the testing doll. The doll was struck by the lightning, glowing red for a moment before it swiftly returned to its original state. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Kyle was the first from their class to inflict red damage on the doll. Truly impressive. Kyle felt proud of his performance, glancing back at his goddess, hoping for a sign of acknowledgement. But Clara, this time, did not even glance his way, engrossed in conversation with that black-haired boy, Ashura. This infuriated Kyle. What was so special about Ashura? He had heard that Ashura was weak and spent time with 2 girls from the warrior class. Why would Clara associate with such a worthless individual? Jealousy ignited within him. Just then, the presiding instructor announced, "Kyle has passed. Next up, Clara." Upon hearing her name, Clara immediately halted her playful banter with Ashura, playfully sticking out her tongue before dashing to the arena. The youthful beauty of Clara captured the attention of all her classmates, as their class president was recognized as one of the Academy's top 10 beauties. Having such a stunning figure as their leader was indeed a delight. The silver-haired Clara approached the testing doll with a serious demeanor. Without unnecessary movements, she silently chanted her spell, her right index finger making a downward gesture toward the doll that a bolt of lightning, as thick as her fist, descended from above, striking the testing doll, which erupted in a brilliant red glow that lasted a full 3 seconds before reverting to its original white. The onlookers were left in awe. This silver-haired girl truly possessed both beauty and strength. Her casual lightning spell outperformed Kyle's wand-enhanced lightning, leaving his face a mixture of green and pale. Yet, as he rationalized that it was only natural for the goddess to be stronger, he felt somewhat relieved. The hook-nosed instructor on the judging platform nodded in approval, a smile gracing his features. Upon learning the results, the young girl offered a slight bow and, with a spring in her step, bounded over to the side of the dark-haired youth, where the 2 resumed their whispered conversation. Observing this, Kyle felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, his heart aching profoundly. "Next, Naiwei," the presiding instructor called out. Thereupon, the chubby Naiwei approached the center of the arena with a hint of trepidation, brandishing a magic wand. Though the wand was rather unadorned, the hawkish-nosed instructor responsible for assessing the results widened his eyes in astonishment. After reciting the spell, Naiwei waved his wand, unleashing a bolt of lightning, similar in thickness to 3 fingers, directed towards the test dummy, but it veered off course. The lightning merely grazed the dummy's shoulder, landing at its feet, causing only a faint blue glow to emanate from it. The onlookers erupted into laughter, and Naiwei blushed with embarrassment, hastily attempting to cast the lightning spell again. However, the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his attempts grew. His lackadaisical approach to learning magic was apparent, and the summoned lightning struck all around the dummy. The audience's laughter grew even more boisterous, with his magical energy nearly depleted. It was evident that he would soon be deemed unqualified. The instructors on the high platform frowned slightly. Just as Naiwei was engulfed in panic, a voice rang out, "Calm down, stay focused. Imagine that dummy as your favorite delicacy." Naiwei's heart trembled upon recognizing the voice's owner, and he cast a grateful glance back. He then turned his attention back to the test dummy, licking his lips in determination. Suddenly, Naiwei closed his eyes in concentration, silently reciting an impassioned spell. Gradually, he raised his hands above his head. As he continued to articulate the spell, a circular ring of lightning manifested above him, and he stood in the center of the testing area, cradling the electrified ring. Upon completing the final syllable of the incantation, Naiwei opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Thunder ring slash," as he hurled the ring of lightning towards the test dummy with a resounding boom. The lightning ring sped toward the dummy, seemingly cleaving it in 2 upon impact, embedding itself within its chest. A dazzling red light erupted from the dummy, seemingly more intense than the glow produced by Clara's earlier lightning. After a few seconds, both the ring of lightning and the red glow dissipated. The gathered students stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that such devastation had been wrought by the gluttonous chubster. Naiwei, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, clearly exhausted from the magical feat, the hawkish-nosed instructor, however, bore an expression of expectation, recognizing the imperial Yihena family's signature magic technique. thunder ring slash, as indeed formidable. Yet, he noted that this lad's abilities were still too rudimentary to unleash its full potential that he then remarked blandly, "Candidate Niway has passed the assessment." This declaration jolted the students from their stupor, and they began to speculate about the nature of this magical skill. Those with family backgrounds might have guessed it was a family heirloom spell, though their knowledge fell short of identifying the illustrious lineage. Clara, however, was well acquainted with this magical skill, as nobles often had a deeper understanding of each other's abilities than commoners might presume. Yet, she merely felt a fleeting joy for Niway's success and asked for that mysterious magical skill. She had her own. But this minor spectacle hardly warranted its use. Niway, elated, began to dance with joy, already concocting plans to celebrate with a sumptuous feast in the cafeteria, and he hurried back to join his classmates. The glances cast upon him had shifted from condescension to respect. He immediately enveloped Ashura in a hearty embrace, leaving Ashura rolling his eyes, while Clara stifled a giggle nearby. Niway began to inquire of Ashura whether his family's magical skill had looked impressive or formidable. Before Ashura could retort, the presiding instructor called out, "Next candidate, Ashura." All eyes in the class instantly converged on Ashura. He calmly adjusted his tattered magical robe and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Halting 10 paces from the test dummy, he then reached into his spatial belt and produced an item that flashed with white light. The spectators initially assumed he had drawn a magic wand, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pair of twin daggers. Ashura twirled the blades in his hands, forming a flourish reminiscent of a thunderous fist attack. The crowd gazed in bewilderment at Ashura, questioning what magical skill could possibly require dual daggers in such an unusual stance. Not only the students below, but also the instructors on the high platform appeared baffled. At that moment, Ashura let out a fierce shout and swiftly surged toward the test dummy. In an instant, he was upon it. The youth executed a cross slash with his twin daggers aimed at the dummy's throat. And with a muffled thud, the dummy's head was sent soaring into the air. The head rolled away across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Ashura remained poised, his daggers held aloft. His arms outstretched behind him, he looked up in confusion at the test dummy, puzzled as to why it had not changed color despite its head being severed. It remained as white as before, though the blue magical runes had vanished. A peculiar silence enveloped the arena. Ashura glanced at the instructors on the platform, seeking clarification on whether the dummy had indeed changed color. Just as his confusion deepened, the hawkish-nosed instructor was the first to react, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Candidate Ashura, you have deliberately damaged the test dummy. You are hereby penalized 1,000 academy points." "What?" Ashura exclaimed, incredulous. Since entering the academy, he had not spent a single point, always aiming to accumulate as many as possible for his training. Now he had just over 800 points. How could this hawkish-nosed instructor impose a fine of 1,000 points? Ashura immediately protested. "On what grounds, instructor? The test dummy is so fragile. What was I supposed to do? Wasn't it stated that regardless of whether one is a magician or a martial artist, as long as effective damage is dealt to the test dummy and it changes color, it counts as passing? Did the headmaster not mean what he said? Or have you changed the rules here on site?" Ashura's pointed remarks ruffled the instructor's feathers, who slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Nonsense! The dummies used in the Magic Academy are designed to resist magical attacks. They cannot withstand physical damage. You've destroyed the test dummy, and you dare to complain?" Feeling sheepish, Ashura replied, "Instructor, I had no idea the test dummy had different attributes, and the Academy failed to inform us in advance." Before he could continue his defense, the hawkish-nosed instructor interjected angrily, "In my 40 years at the Magic Academy, this is the first time I've seen a magician student attempt to use dual daggers to attack a test dummy. And you still blame the Academy for not giving prior notice? Get out." Seeing that the instructor was genuinely furious, Ashura dared not press his case further, but he still asked, "Instructor, does this mean I have not passed? The blue magical runes on the dummy are gone. Doesn't that count as a color change?" The hawkish-nosed instructor looked at the dark-haired youth in disbelief, veins throbbing on his forehead. He then shouted in exasperation, "Passed? You wish? Get out of here. As for your punishment, I will report it to the Academy and let them decide." Ashura's heart sank. He feared that if this incident reached the academy, he would surely face expulsion. Just as he was about to voice his protest, a melodious voice rang out behind him. "I object." Turning to see who had spoken, Ashura found his homeroom instructor, Ella, hastily making her way toward him. Her expression one of urgency. She addressed the instructors on the platform. "Instructor Kide, I believe my student has done nothing wrong. It was indeed our failure to clarify that the test dummy does not resist physical attacks. My student Ashura is an exceptional dual practice magician and martial artist. He intended to pass the assessment through martial skills and possesses the capability to do so. However, due to our oversight, a misunderstanding has arisen for which I, as his homeroom teacher, take responsibility. I am willing to compensate the academy for the damage done to the test dummy. But please, do not expel my student from the testing area. That would be unjust. I also hope that Instructor Kide will grant him another chance." Ella's assertive plea caused the hawkish-nosed instructor to resume his seat atop the platform, as a veteran instructor of the Magic Academy. He could disregard Ella's request, but he could not ignore the reputation of her grandfather, the great mage Avi. After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Kide finally said, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The matter of compensation is for you to discuss amongst yourselves, but I will not pass his assessment here. I have only new magical test dummies, not martial skill test dummies. Let him inquire at the Martial Arts Academy. I am unable to pass him on my end." With that, he prepared to announce the next candidate's name. Upon hearing this, not only did Mentor Ella feel despair, but Clara and Niway were also reluctant to accept the outcome. However, as the chief examiner, Mentor Kid had already made concessions, leaving them with no better options. Just as the three were secretly anxious, Ashura exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Mentor Kid, if I accept the penalty for my previous actions, can we consider it resolved? If I can use magic to strike the test dummy and change its color, would that count as passing the assessment?" At this, Clara's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again as she realized her companion currently possessed only the strength of a third-tier mage, an insufficient level to effectively damage the test dummy, unless, of course, he possessed a powerful family magic skill like Niway. Mentor Kid, with his hawk-like nose, cast another glance at the black-haired youth below. He secretly admired the boy's calmness even in such dire straits. Yet, as the chief examiner, he had to ensure the fairness of the assessment. He nodded, tacitly acknowledging the boy's words, and then retrieved a new dummy from his spatial ring, placing it at an angle in front of the platform. Mentor Kid declared, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Prove to me, right here, that you possess the ability to pass this assessment. I have yet to see a student with balanced skills in both magic and martial arts." Mentor Ella attempted to interject, but Ashura tugged at the sleeve of her robe. The boy then revealed a warm smile, saying, "Thank you, Mentor Ella. You truly stand by my side. Leave the rest to me." Ella was momentarily taken aback by Ashura's words, suddenly recalling their conversation 2 months prior when she had summoned him to her office. She had not considered this aspect earlier. Her protective instincts as a mentor had simply taken over. Standing before her now was Ashura, a youth 6 years her junior, yet exuding a remarkable composure and maturity that made him seem capable of handling matters independently. Blushing, she silently scolded herself and cast a lingering glance at the boy's back as she gradually retreated to the rear of the line. Ashura observed the test dummy before him, identical to the previous one, as his mind raced. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that there would be distinctions in the resistance of the test dummies to both magic and martial arts. Now, under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, how was he to pass this assessment? Realizing that casting his lightning spell like the other students would likely lead to failure, he faced the daunting challenge of finding a solution to the predicament at hand. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He recalled the magical skill used by the portly Niway just moments ago, which Niway had mentioned was a family inheritance. Ashura realized he too had a self-created lightning magic skill. Before coming to the academy, he had used that very skill to blow up his grandfather's alchemical furnace. Since then, he had refrained from employing that spell, as he had struggled to control the lightning orb. He had whimsically named this skill Dynamic Light Wave. He believed in the power of the dynamic light wave. It was a gamble. He would treat this desperate situation as a chance, with determination. Ashura raised his right hand, palm facing the test dummy, and began to channel the lightning magic elements within his body through his meridians. The lightning elements coursing through Ashura's body had changed significantly. 3 months of relentless meditation had allowed him to amass a vast quantity of lightning elements. The lightning energy swirled within his meridians like a rolling snowball, growing larger and larger until he nearly lost control. With a powerful shout, Ashura proclaimed, "Behold my ultimate move, dynamic light wave." Instantly, a lightning orb the size of an apple shot forth from his palm, wobbling towards the test dummy as soon as Ashura unleashed the dynamic light wave. He felt a wave of dizziness and weakness wash over him. It seemed as though this lightning orb had not only siphoned the lightning element from his body, but had also drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Without time to ponder the details, he glanced up at the wobbling orb and felt his pupils dilate in shock. He recalled that 9 months prior, when he had detonated his grandfather's alchemical furnace. The dynamic light wave had only been the size of a grape. Now it had grown to the size of an apple. Its fluctuating size indicated extreme instability. Ashura shouted in panic, "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" and rapidly retreated. As he reached the back of the line, he noticed Clara and Mentor Ellis staring at him in confusion. Without uttering a word, he grabbed one of each and pulled them backward. While retreating, he shouted, "Classmates, quickly retreat, get down." The surrounding students looked on in bewilderment at this eccentric figure who was yelling and dragging their mentors and Clara backward. None of them understood the lightning magic he had just cast, and his current behavior left them even more perplexed. Only the portly Niwe hesitated for a moment before following suit a few steps back. Before Ashura could crouch down, the flying dynamic light wave collided with the test dummy. With a resounding boom, a massive burst of lightning radiated outward from the dummy, expanding approximately 10 meters in all directions, filling the area with crackling energy. Outside the radius, a tremendous shockwave erupted. The magic platform where the mentors stood was directly engulfed in the lightning area. Mentor Kid's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such destructive magic was unleashed by a freshman. Fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to instantaneously cast a magical shield to block the advancing lightning. The students of Class 13 were not so fortunate. Although they were positioned further away, they were still affected by the shockwave, being blown away one by one, including the hefty Niwe, who tumbled several times due to the force of the blast. Ashura, along with the dazed Clara and Ella, managed to retreat the farthest, only feeling a push from behind that caused him to stumble forward a few steps. He turned to glance at the scene, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The 2 girls beside him were still in a daze. Niwe was the first to groan and struggle to get up, followed by the rest of the students. Each slowly rising while complaining of their aches and pains. The frail bodies of the mages were not accustomed to such rough treatment. Once upright, they were momentarily stunned, for they beheld their classmates, all appearing as if they had been struck by lightning, charred black with disheveled hair. Standing closest to the front, Kal had only his eyes and teeth showing white. His golden hair now looked dark and frizzy, emitting wisps of smoke. He remained in a daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. A few girls pulled out their handheld mirrors to check their appearances, nearly fainting in shock, weeping as they glared at Ashura. The instigator .1 girl even brandished her magic wand, intending to turn Ashura into a test dummy. Ashura panicked and shouted, "Calm down! Calm down! It's all a misunderstanding! Misunderstanding!" Shima quickly put down the wand. The 2 girls beside him snapped back to reality and hurriedly began to soothe the crowd. Fortunately, it appeared that no one had sustained any serious injuries. They simply had to deal with their significantly tarnished appearances and would need a thorough bath and grooming upon returning. Just as the students erupted in chaotic accusations against Ashura, a commanding voice rang out from the stands. Silence. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Mentor Kid on the platform. Mentor Kid, witnessing the spectacle before him, was both enraged and incredulous. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Yet despite his anger, he was astonished by the magical skill displayed by the unruly student. Even with his extensive experience, he could not identify which family's magical technique this belonged to. He estimated that the boy must not possess more than the strength of a novice mage. Otherwise, he would not have considered using martial skills to pass or resorted to such a mysterious magical technique. The magic skill, unleashed with the power of a third-tier mage, had managed to achieve the destructive force of a full-powered strike from a grand mage. Standing at the edge of the lightning storm, he faced the magical force head-on, though he was not at the center of the storm. What would the power have been at the epicenter? The thought sent chills through him. Although this magic skill required a long preparation time, cast slowly, and was ill-suited for combat, its sheer destructive potential was undeniably staggering. If an opponent of the same level were unaware of the magic's nature, they would undoubtedly suffer a terrible fate. Considering this, Mentor Kid glanced at the test dummy at the center of the lightning storm, now completely charred and emitting faint wisps of smoke, with its blue magical patterns dull and lifeless. At this sight, Mentor Kid found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. The scene became eerily quiet, the students gradually regaining their composure, knowing they had not suffered any serious injuries, only feeling sore from the shockwave. They exchanged glances, each observing the other's disheveled state, and could not help but stifle laughter. Yet the seriousness of the situation kept them from breaking into mirth, just as Ashura was about to inquire whether he had passed the assessment. Mentor Kid's voice, tinged with irritation and resignation, rang out. "Student Ashura, you have passed the assessment." With that, he retrieved another new test dummy from a spatial ring and placed it in the center of the arena. The moment the words left his lips, Ashura leaped into the air with excitement. The weight that had pressed upon him for 3 long months had finally been lifted, and in a moment of pure joy, he embraced both of his companions, sharing his elation with them. Only after the embrace did he realize that he had just hugged his mentor, Ella, and Clara, who stood beside him. Mentor Ella maintained her composure, merely reddening slightly before smiling at him, genuinely delighted for his success. In stark contrast, the young Clara's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Shyly stamping her foot and waving her small fist, she dashed off to join the other female students. The youthful and radiant Clara stood out even more among the disheveled girls she approached, enhancing her beauty. Ashura, feeling awkward, scratched his head and then turned serious. Addressing Mentor Ella, "Thank you, Mentor Ella, for the opportunity you fought for on my behalf. May I repay you for the points used for the testing dolls in installments? I currently have just over 800 points. I will transfer some to you now, and I will gradually repay the rest." Mentor Ella gazed at the black-haired boy before her heart not as tranquil as her demeanor suggested after the unexpected embrace. This was her first hug from a boy. Of course, she understood he bore no ill intentions. She was also genuinely pleased for her student's success in the assessment. With a smile, she replied, "Congratulations, Ashura. Your passing is a testament to your hard work. I am equally thrilled by your rapid progress. There is no need to repay the points. Consider it a reward for your advancement. Furthermore, after your success, the Academy will grant you access to the Magic and Martial Arts Pavilion and training rooms, which require points for improvement. You should save your points to enhance your strength for the next assessment." Hearing this, Ashura felt elated, but insisted, "No, Mentor, I must repay you. I understand that, although you are a mentor, you also need Academy points for your own training." He proposed, "How about I owe you 1,000 points? When I complete more tasks and earn more points, I will repay you. Let us seal it with a pinky promise." With that, the boy extended his pinky towards Mentor Ella. Seeing this child's playful promise ritual, her youthful heart fluttered. Although she was a mentor, she was merely 6 years older than the new students. She extended her own pinky to intertwine with his and pressed their thumbs together, beaming as she declared, "Pinky promise, unchanged for 100 years." After making the promise with Ashura, Mentor Ella moved forward to observe the remaining 2 students take their assessments. The nearby male students gazed at Ashura in shock and envy, having just witnessed him hug Mentor Ella and even touch her hand. Not to mention, he had also embraced their goddess, Clara, unfazed by the envious glances of the boys around him. Ashura contemplated sniffing his fingers, only to dismiss the thought as inappropriate. Just as he pondered the days he had gone without washing his hands, a voice nearby remarked, "Ashura, you're such a guy who values beauty over friendship." Surprised, Ashura turned to see the disgruntled face of his chubby friend, Wait, he retorted. Just because we have a good relationship doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation if you keep it up. Wei, even more irate, shot back. Am I spouting nonsense? Why didn't you take me with you before that thing exploded? I was closest to you, yet you ran off with Minter, Ella, and Clara. Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For Wei's accusation indeed held some truth. However, he could not admit it. He quickly countered, I couldn't pull you along. You're heavier than both of them combined. Besides, I did warn you. You seemed fine. Didn't you? Wei was about to argue further when Ashura interrupted. All right, Wei. Do you remember who encouraged you during your assessment? If it weren't for me calming your nerves, you would have been eliminated. He added, you don't need to repay me. Let us consider it settled. Wei fell silent, unable to contend with the quick-witted Ashura. He was still reeling from the astonishing news that Ashura possessed over 800 points. Students typically received only 100 points each month, and most had around 300 after 3 months. The fact that Ashura had amassed such a substantial amount left Wei in shock. What he did not know was that Ashura's points comprise his own 300 earned as a practice partner over 3 months, plus the profit share from the gossip column about the campus goddess. Wei had intended to leverage Ashura's points to treat himself to a hearty meal at the cafeteria, but Ashura's clever retorts had left him feeling quite disgruntled. Eventually, the 2 remaining test students passed their assessments without incident, much to the delight of their class mentor, Ella. Although her class was small, every student had successfully passed, filling the newly appointed mentor with unparalleled joy. The students of Class 13 were equally elated. But as they exited the testing area, they encountered their peers from the Magic Class 14, who pointed and whispered about them, causing the students of Class 13 to lower their heads in embarrassment, inwardly cursing Ashura for the trouble he had caused. Meanwhile, the student from Class 14, startled by the disheveled appearance of Class 13, wondered what kind of assessment they had faced. Wasn't it just a test against the dummies? Why did they look like this? One timid girl was so frightened that she burst into tears. With no classes following the morning assessments, the students were free to engage in recreational activities. Ashura hurried back to the dormitory, his spirits soaring. He had finally become a bona fide student of St. Gabain. Upon opening the dormitory door, he found the other 3 roommates waiting for him in the living room. As he entered, they all stood up and gazed at him in silence. Ashura broke the tension with a grin, exclaiming, "We passed!" The cheers of the 4 reverberated through the dormitory as they embraced one another in celebration. Ginza and Arthur had finished their assessments earlier and also passed without a hitch. Ginza had reached the first level of a wizard strength, and though Ashura had never inquired about Ginza's family background, the grace with which he moved clearly indicated he was not from an ordinary lineage. However, Ginza had a peculiar obsession with trade, always perceiving opportunities everywhere and eagerly eyeing valuable items. His hustle with the gossip cards had proved quite successful. Arthur had reached the 2nd level of a martial artist strength, and Ashura had once sparred with him, but he found Arthur's martial arts foundation solid and his techniques of high quality. Yet to Ashura, they seemed overly orthodox, as if taught with rigid adherence to traditional methods. Ashura conveyed his impressions of Arthur's martial arts, to which the cool boys silently nodded in agreement. He had indeed received formal training in martial arts since childhood. But his practical experience was woefully lacking, as his sparring partners adhered strictly to conventional techniques. But he expressed his desire to learn from Ashura, hoping to acquire some of his inventive ambush techniques and crafty tricks, which irked Ashura somewhat. The 4th roommate, Angelo, enjoyed a more relaxed course of study, focusing on forging without any assessments, and no one knew his exact strength, as his daily lessons were light, and he consistently woke up the latest. His greatest passion was collecting amusing anecdotes from around the campus, which he shared with the other 3 and collaborated with the eldest to edit the gossip column about the campus beauties to earn points. Among the 4 brothers, aside from Angelo inadvertently revealing that he hailed from a prominent family specializing in forging, the others had not inquired about one another's family backgrounds. Perhaps they would share such information in the future, or perhaps they feared that revealing their family affiliations might taint their pure friendship. However, that very afternoon, Angelo rushed back, knocking on the doors of the other 3 and summoning them to the downstairs living room. He shared numerous rumors circulating around campus, one of which prominently featured Ashura. The recent assessments had yielded significant news. For instance, the dual-wielding swordsman Monroe from Martial Arts Class 3 had attained the third level of martial artist strength, astonishingly cleaving a testing dummy in half, resulting in a purple rating. This had sent shockwaves throughout the academy. Moreover, Dekeel from Magic Class 6 had also reached the third level of wizardry, launching a fire magic explosion that similarly scored a purple rating. He had become the only wizard in the academy to achieve such a feat. Upon hearing this, Ashura merely scoffed, believing Clara could also strike a purple rating against the testing dummy. After all, he had managed to turn the dummy black, with smoke billowing forth. He thought to himself, what do they have to say about that? Angelo further revealed that over 100 new students had signed up for the Academy's Newcomer King competition, including their second roommate. They would all go together to cheer for him. Angelo continued, one of the top 10 campus beauties from Magic Class 9, the water mage Giraldi, unfortunately, did not pass the assessment and is set to be expelled from the Academy. It is rumored that her pursuit of the martial artist Monroe had hindered her training, compounded by the inherent weaknesses of water mages in offensive capabilities. It is said that more than 30 of her admirers collectively knelt at the dean's doorstep, pleading for leniency. Ashura was engrossed in the gossip. Angelo suddenly shifted the conversation, declaring, the wildest rumors are still about you. Third brother, it is said that you severed the head of a testing dummy with your twin blades at the magic testing grounds, and then caused a massive explosion that injured your classmates. Ultimately, it was Mentor Ella who interceded on your behalf, allowing you to pass the assessment. The most alarming part is the rumor that you behaved inappropriately and kissed the beautiful Mentor Ella. Allegedly, over 30 young male mentors from the Academy are eager to duel you. Are you truly that formidable, third brother? Ashura was left in stunned silence, perplexed by such fabrications that he had merely faced adversity with a legendary comeback. Undeterred by authority, culminating in a heroic tale of triumph against the odds. How did it morph into something akin to a foolish rogue's antics? Furthermore, he had not kissed Mentor Ella. It was merely an impulsive embrace. If he had indeed kissed her, he would not have provoked the ire of 30 male mentors for no reason. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Yet the three before him gazed at him with adoration. And suddenly, Angelo delicately remarked, third brother, the Academy now refers to you as the first oddity of St. Go. Upon hearing the term oddity, Ashura's composure shattered. He drew his twin blades from his spatial belt, ready to confront the source of these outrageous rumors. However, his older brothers, Ginza and Arthur, immediately restrained him. Yet Angelo's light-hearted comment kept him in check. Third brother, just be cautious when you step outside. Avoid running into those male mentors who are searching for you. This remark rendered Ashura silent, and he quietly retreated upstairs to his room. Ashura remained optimistic, as long as the Academy's rule against casual fighting was in effect. He was safe. He reflected on the tumultuous events of the day. Contemplating his gains and losses, that he recognized that his success in the assessment had been somewhat fortuitous. He had intended to take an unconventional route. Never did he anticipate encountering such a series of unexpected events. He understood the immense power of the dynamic light wave, yet he also realized that the casting time of that magical skill was too slow. Opponents would not simply stand still like dummies for him to strike. He had always sought a balanced approach, a method that would allow him to cultivate both magic and martial prowess. His current training speed was satisfactory, but paled in comparison to the Academy's top students. He pondered whether he should abandon one side to specialize in either martial arts or magic, wondering if that might accelerate his training. With the knowledge and resources at his disposal, no one could offer him sound advice. He was uncertain if there were any successful dual cultivators within the Academy. Perhaps he should visit the library in search of answers. He possessed secrets that set him apart from others. Ultimately, he decided to cease his unfounded speculation. It was better to seize the present moment. He resumed his meditation on magic, replenishing his depleting mental energy. As dawn approached, a hearty laugh resonated through the dormitory. Ashura had ascended to the first rank of magician. The following morning, Ashura hummed a tune as he headed to the training ground to hone his martial skills. Elated by his breakthrough in magical rank, today he was scheduled to audit the 8th class of warriors, and he was also to serve as Magina's sparring partner. Magina arrived earlier than usual, and Blue Feather from the neighboring 7th class had completed her morning practice ahead of time as well. When the two saw Ashura sauntering nonchalantly to the training ground entrance, they both sighed in relief, their smiles radiant. Ashura ambled over to the 8th class lineup, and Magina, who was of similar height, stepped forward and teased, "I never expected you to pass the Academy's assessment. I thought my 50 points would be wasted." Ashura's mood soured instantly, and he inwardly mused, "You little minx, just wait until my level rises. You'll see how I deal with you." With that thought, he cast a lingering glance at Magina's perfectly developed figure. Magina felt uncomfortable under his gaze, realizing that this mischievous boy was not as innocent as he appeared. She resolved to teach him a lesson during their practice. However, before their mentor arrived to commence the lesson, a newcomer sparked gasps of astonishment among the 8th class students. A tall, handsome young man with steel-like short hair approached, holding a bouquet of flowers. The female students were starry-eyed, while the male students exhibited feelings of inferiority and trepidation. From the exclamations of the female students, Ashura recognized the newcomer as Monroe from the 3rd class, reputed to be the top freshman warrior. As Monroe drew closer, holding the flowers, a terrifying thought struck Ashura, and his expression became one of dread. Fortunately, Monroe stopped beside him and tenderly extended the flowers to Magina. Ashura exhaled in relief, only to hear Monroe's rich voice proclaim, "Magina, please accept my flowers and my affections. I hope to guard you with my sword for all time." Ashura was instantly covered in goosebumps. He could hardly believe that the top freshman warrior, Monroe, had such a peculiar taste, favoring the fierce Magina. However, as Ashura turned to see how Magina would respond, she unexpectedly shot a glance at him before coldly addressing Monroe. "I wield my own blade and require no protection from you. Take your flowers and leave. Otherwise, I shall not be kind." Monroe, undeterred by her chilling words, met her gaze with unwavering determination. "I shall become the strongest of this freshman class. When I claim the title of Newcomer King, I will stand before you again." With that, he turned and departed, flowers in hand. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter, and Ashura marveled at Monroe's retreating figure. Thinking such a resolute man was indeed a rarity. Just then, a frigid voice pierced the air behind him. "Why didn't you step forward to stop him?" Ashura turned, startled, and found Magina glaring at him with a terrifying intensity. He quickly jumped back, alarmed, and stammered, "What do you want?" "He was looking for you. Why should I stop him?" To his surprise, Magina broke into laughter, though Ashura found her smile unsettling. Highly sensitive to danger, he wasted no time in fleeing. As he anticipated, the practice session commenced before the lesson had even begun. Ashura trudged toward the Magic Academy. His body aching, he was bewildered as to why he had provoked Magina. Was it merely because he saw someone pursuing her that she sought to punish him? Why didn't she confront Monroe instead? He hadn't summoned him. Just as he entered the Magic Academy, a voice called out to him, "Ashura, please wait a moment. Can you spare some time to talk with me?" Turning toward the voice, Ashura saw a small-statured man with a disproportionately large head and graying temples, a male mentor who had called out to him. Ashura recognized him as the mentor responsible for recording during the assessment the previous day, who had remained silent throughout, thus possessing a low presence. Ashura inquired, "Mentor, is there something you need from me?" The mentor approached him and replied, "Ashura, we met yesterday. I have an unusual request I wish to discuss with you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuanda, and I teach magical theory at the Academy. That I observed your entire assessment yesterday and was astonished by your method of dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts. Your final magical skill left a profound impression on me. I have long harbored a theoretical hypothesis regarding dual cultivation, and I believe I can assist you." At this, Mentor Yuanda gazed at Ashura with earnest hope. Yet Ashura's expression shifted, and he firmly declined. "I appreciate your offer, Mentor, but I do not require your guidance. My interest in dual cultivation is merely a fleeting curiosity. I might abandon one path in a few days." Mentor Yuanda quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I have dedicated my life to researching magical theory. I believe that magic and martial arts can be combined more effectively, significantly enhancing the strength of dual cultivators. However, I have struggled to translate my research findings into practical results. Historically, there have been few students who successfully practiced dual cultivation, and most have exhibited uneven progress in their training. Until I encountered you yesterday. I believe you are the person I have been seeking. Thus, I hope you will take the time to explore my research outcomes. If successful, you could embark on a unique path to becoming a formidable warrior. Ashura was taken aback. He desperately needed someone to guide him on the path of dual cultivation. However, he did not rush to accept the eccentric mentor's offer. He wanted to gauge what kind of powerful figure Mentor Yuanda was, and whether he could truly serve as his guide on this journey. Ashura wandered into Magic Class 13, lost in thought. Although Ashura did not make any promises to Mentor Yuanda, if what Mentor Yuanda said is true, it might pave a path for him. A path towards becoming a formidable warrior. Should he take the gamble? As Ashura entered the classroom, he fell into a contemplative silence, his mind preoccupied with the notion of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Clara, noticing the usually boisterous youth who either leered at her or flirted shamelessly, was unusually quiet today, poked him gently with her slender finger. Ashura glanced up at her, responding with playful sarcasm. "What are you touching me for?" Missing a man. His words left Clara exasperated, making her wish to ignore him. Yet, unable to resist her curiosity, she quietly inquired, "Hey, do you have something on your mind?" This time, Ashura did not look at her. He merely rested his head on the desk, his gaze unfocused as he spoke. "What would you choose if there were two paths? One that poses no risk but leads to becoming an average formidable warrior, and another that is entirely unknown, with an uncertain outcome. Yet if traversed successfully, it might lead to becoming one of the esteemed figures enshrined in the academy." Clara was taken aback by the boy's seemingly nonsensical discourse, which appeared to seek her opinion. She did not respond hastily. Instead, she pondered for a moment before saying, "Haven't you already decided which path to take? Why ask me?" At that, Ashura sat up straight, his gaze fervent as he regarded Clara with heartfelt sincerity. "Ah, you understand me best." As he spoke, he opened his arms, attempting to embrace Clara. Initially flustered by his gaze, Clara quickly caught sight of his mischievous grin and outstretched arms. With a huff, she swiftly recited a spell. Ashura immediately sprang back, feigning indifference as he moved to tease the plump Nawe. Clara's lips curled into a smile. She had not actually cast any spell, but merely aimed to frighten him. Yet, had he insisted on embracing her, what would she have done? Biting her lips slightly, she was left wondering whether to feel relieved or regretful. Upon returning to his seat, Ashura contemplated how he should navigate his path to strength. After reaching a conclusion, he devised a two-pronged plan. First, he sent a message to his informant, Angelo, requesting detailed information about Mentor Yuanda. Secondly, he intended to visit the Academy Library, recently opened to new students, to search for the growth stories of past strong figures who might have faced similar circumstances, that he hoped to glean insights from their experiences to illuminate his own path within the span of a single class. Angelo promptly sent Ashura the information on Mentor Yuanda. Ashura meticulously perused the data, which detailed Yuanda, age 57, unmarried and childless, a third-tier Grand Mage specializing in wood magic, and a mid-level instructor at the Academy. He primarily lectured on magical theory, yet few students attended his classes due to their dullness and complexity. His peculiar appearance earned him the nickname Yuan Big Head among students, passionate about theoretical research. He had authored over 30 papers that went unnoticed and had suffered severe injuries that halted his magical advancement. For 30 years, he had invested all his teaching income into magical research, exhibiting no detrimental habits whatsoever. Reading this comprehensive report, Ashura admired Angelo's intelligence-gathering skills, but hesitated when considering Mentor Yuanda's abilities, a third-tier Grand Mage. Truth be told, Ashura was confident that he could achieve this level before graduation. Even the young mentor Ella had attained the rank of Mage. In this realm where strength is revered, particularly within an academy teeming with prodigies, it's no wonder that Mentor Yuanda received little respect for his third-tier status. It was clear why he merely recorded during the freshman assessment, remaining silent throughout. Yet, soon Ashura found himself appreciating Mentor Yuanda, a man without children or vices, dedicating his life to magical theory research. Regardless of his achievements, deserved respect. Thus, Ashura slowly rose and exited the classroom that had only just commenced. Clara, rolling her eyes, took out her notebook to begin jotting down notes on the boy. Silently, Ashura approached the door of a large classroom. Having learned that Mentor Yuanda was currently teaching there, he intended to observe the quality of Yuanda's instruction. But upon peering through the door, he was taken aback. The spacious classroom contained only 3 students sprawled across their desks, asleep while Mentor Yuanda remained undeterred, earnestly delivering his meticulously prepared lecture. The snores of the students were jarringly loud, yet Yuanda continued to speak and write at the podium, as if he were eager to share his 30 years of understanding of magic with the world. Ashura stood at the door, captivated by the scene before him, that a casual glance from Mentor Yuanda caught sight of Ashura, and the previously animated instructor suddenly felt overwhelmed with embarrassment, letting his once animated hands drop. The two exchanged silent gazes, locked in a moment of quietude. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the silence. "Hey, Yuan Big Head, why have you stopped teaching? I was so exhausted from meditating last night, but your class is so comfortable to sleep through." The newly awakened student, showing no respect for authority, roused the other 2 classmates, and the trio strolled past Ashura, chatting merrily as they exited the classroom. Yuanda glanced at the boy, his lips quivering in an attempt to explain himself. But despite his efforts, no words escaped his mouth. Perhaps this young man before him no longer held any trust in him. However, as steady footsteps echoed, Yuanda looked up in surprise to see Ashura, without uttering a word or asking questions, resolutely take a seat in the front row, watching him intently. Yuanda remained in shock for over half a minute, his eyes growing brighter. He tossed aside the lesson plan he had prepared for the day and resumed passionately explaining his magical principles. Akin to a fervent artist showcasing his finest masterpiece, fully immersed in his lecture, he radiated enthusiasm. The only audience member, Ashura, sat below, furrowing his brow in concentration as he attentively absorbed the words of this seemingly eccentric mentor. As the class bell rang, signaling the end of the session, Yuanda found himself slightly perspiring and panting. He had perhaps gotten a bit too carried away. His gaze remained fixed on the dark-haired boy in the classroom, seemingly awaiting his judgment. Ashura slowly stood up, meeting Yuanda's gaze as he spoke. "Mentor Yuanda, to be honest, I understood about 90% of what you just taught." Upon hearing this, Yuanda felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body trembled uncontrollably. Was it still not sufficient? Did no one wish to believe in him? Yet, Ashura's next words left him in disbelief. "However, I truly desire to grow stronger. I long for it. Even if it means becoming a subject for your research, I would not hesitate. Should I trust you?" Mentor Yuanda, filled with excitement, opened his mouth to express something, perhaps to make a promise. Yet he found himself unable to utter a word, his head drooping in despair. In contrast, Ashura offered a faint smile, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "If you had just promised me that I would become stronger, I would have turned and walked away. But since you are uncertain, I shall give you an opportunity. This is also a chance for myself. I have a magical dilemma that troubles me, a personal issue, and it is my secret. I will disclose it to you, and if you can provide me with an answer, I will willingly accept your guidance and mentorship. However, if you cannot answer this question, please keep this secret from me forever." As Ashura pondered his concerns, he strolled along the path leading to the academy library. He had just confided his magical secret to Mentor Yuanda, the ability to meditate and absorb magical elements like an endless abyss. Yuanda was left speechless, utterly astonished, yet soon appeared as delighted as a child receiving a new toy, seemingly having found a new research topic. He requested Ashura to demonstrate his meditation process and cast a bit of lightning magic. Yuanda posed several questions while taking notes, and solemnly promised to provide Ashura with an answer as soon as possible. Ashura questioned whether revealing his innermost secret to a mentor he had just met was the right thing to do. He was no longer a naive youth. He understood that if Yuanda betrayed him, endless troubles could ensue, even attracting madmen seeking to exploit him for research. Yet he felt an inexplicable affinity for the short, unattractive man. Coupled with Yuanda's actions, it echoed Ashura's words, giving both himself and Yuanda a chance. Taking this risk, with this realization, Ashura felt resolute, hastening to the library newly opened to their cohort of freshmen. Only those who had passed the Academy's 3-month assessment were permitted entry into this historic library. The St. Gobe Library lay east of the Academy's famed war tree, which was equally extraordinary. It is said that this tree is thousands of years old, with rumors suggesting it possesses intelligence. Beneath the colossal war tree, the trunk features 4 hollowed-out sections. To the east lies a library brimming with an abundance of books. To the north, the armory, where the Academy collects and sells weapons and equipment. To the west, the herbal pavilion, which recycles medicinal herbs and sells elixirs for cultivation. And to the south, the magic and martial arts pavilion, which houses and sells magical skills and martial techniques. The most bustling of these is undoubtedly the Eastern Library, primarily because the books within are free for anyone to peruse, though removal from the premises is strictly prohibited. The first floor encompasses a vast array of subjects, including the history of the continent, encyclopedic knowledge, monster compendiums, and introductions to weaponry and potions. The second floor contains a magical portal, accessible only to those of the rank of mage or warrior and above. Those of lesser rank will be expelled. Within, one can find biographies of historical figures and their insights into cultivation, along with maps of perilous forbidden areas on the continent of kings and the adventure diaries of formidable individuals. Furthermore, a task wall in the eastern square allows both the Academy and students to post tasks, rewarding successful completers accordingly. This serves as an excellent opportunity for students to earn points, with many gathering daily to select tasks suited to their skills. Predominantly, older students frequent this area, completing tasks for points, which they then spend at the other 3 venues. Additionally, the shaded square to the east serves as a marketplace where students can set up stalls to sell or exchange items. Every afternoon, hundreds flock here to trade until dusk, making the eastern square a lively hub. As Ashura gazes around, he is filled with curiosity about everything, particularly enjoying the bustling marketplace. The wares offered by the older students are a delightful array. Some sell weapons and equipment, while others offer martial techniques and potions, and still others peddle magical beasts, and pets. One male student showcases an ancient tree root, claiming it to be a millennium-old vine that promises a significant boost in rank if consumed. Another boasts a monster egg, alleging it will hatch into an earth dragon, ready to serve as a level 7 beast. There are also tattered tomes of ancient spells, purportedly containing forbidden incantations for those fortunate enough to cultivate them. These vendors share a common trait. Upon spotting a newcomer, they eagerly promote their goods, rarely asking for more than 300 points. Ashura can easily discern their intentions. However, trade here relies solely on one's wit. If one finds a bargain, it is a testament to their skill, while being deceived is a risk one must accept. Ashura lingers at the stall of a voluptuous female mage who has deliberately undone several buttons of her robe. She sells intimate garments, with no deception involved. Male students often approach, quickly purchasing items before hurrying off. Ashura, too engrossed to inquire about prices, gazes for a considerable time until the frustrated mage fastens her buttons, prompting Ashura to reluctantly wipe his drool and depart. Some may wonder how Ashura, often seen in the company of 3 beautiful schoolmates, can still be so captivated by such sights. In truth, Ashura possesses a clear understanding of his situation. These 3 young ladies are undoubtedly daughters of prestigious families. As the 3rd son of a general from a small nation, he knows he can flirt a little, but harboring any unrealistic fantasies about these 3 would be futile. Thus, he never considers such thoughts, nor do the young ladies offer him any revealing glimpses. Ashura has reached the age of burgeoning maturity as Ashura navigates through the crowd towards the library entrance. He spots a male instructor adorned with a prestigious Mentor's badge, cautioning incoming students about the importance of not damaging or removing books. His hawk-like gaze sweeps across the throng of students. After heeding the instructor's admonition, Ashura steps into the library's hollow, and as the light shifts, he is astounded by the sheer scale of the space before him. One word encapsulates it: vast. 3 words: immensely vast. Hundreds of students are scattered throughout, engrossed in their chosen tomes. The hollow must possess a spatial barrier, for otherwise, such a large space could not be contained within a mere tree trunk. Ashura casually seeks out biographies, hoping to find accounts of powerful individuals who share his circumstances. Yet, after hours of searching, he realizes he has barely skimmed the surface of the first floor, shaking his head in frustration. He notes the scarcity of personal accounts. Most of the content consists of historical narratives. Perhaps the biographies he seeks are located on the second floor, intensifying his desire to grow stronger. However, the library's plethora of books overwhelms him. Since childhood, he has favored a variety of literature over cultivation manuals, particularly enjoying the diverse customs and unique products of the various regions on the continent. This has instilled in Ashura a profound curiosity about the world, igniting a desire to explore every corner of the land. Reluctantly, he exits the library, resolving to dedicate time in the future to peruse general literature. Just as he intends to return to his dormitory, he unexpectedly halts, turning his gaze toward the south and the martial arts pavilion. Currently, he possesses over 1,000 academy points and wishes to explore the techniques available in the martial arts pavilion. Having witnessed the extraordinary skills of various talented students, he feels that relying solely on his family's signature technique, the Thunder Fist, will not suffice to distinguish himself in the Warrior Academy. Especially since the two young ladies he practices with have already mastered all 8 moves of the Thunder Fist. Aside from the initial forceful strikes, Ashura has yet to reveal anything new to them. They can easily predict his defensive maneuvers. This has made his practice increasingly strenuous. Thus, Ashura resolves to investigate the martial arts pavilion, secretly hoping to utilize his exceptional memory to memorize all the techniques he encounters and then refine them at his leisure. Upon reaching the martial arts pavilion, he finds a middle-aged instructor stationed at the entrance. Yet this mentor remains silent, seemingly without any rules to convey. Ashura steps into the hollow of the martial arts pavilion, where he encounters a fork in the path. To the left, a sign depicts a magical staff, while the right bears the emblem of a sword and shield. Without hesitation, Ashura ventures into the right path, leading to the techniques library. Upon discovering that the family heirloom technique, the Thunder Fist, is among the collection of blue-level techniques, he is taken aback to find over 800 tomes of martial skills. The sheer depth of the Academy's repository leaves Ashura feeling small in comparison to his own family legacy. Shaking his head with a wry smile, his eyes gleam with excitement. Instead of perusing any of the blue-level techniques, he fixates on the higher-tier purple-level techniques, which number over 100. Had there been yellow-level techniques available, he would have disregarded the purple ones. He intends to employ his sharp intellect to memorize the techniques. But upon opening a volume of purple-level techniques, he discovers only a brief introduction, with no further details visible. This realization leaves Ashura momentarily stunned, and in his reluctance, he flips back to the blue-level techniques, only to find that they too reveal only the introductory summaries. At this moment, Ashura comprehends his naivety. It is no wonder the instructor at the entrance did not elaborate on the rules. The policy here mandates the expenditure of points for reading privileges. He scrutinizes the labels on each technique book, noting not only the name and level, but also a borrowing points value, indicating the cost to access the reading rights. Ashura clicks his tongue in dismay, estimating the borrowing points for blue-level techniques to range from 800 to 2,000, while the purple-level techniques cost a minimum of 100,000 points. Naturally, the white and green-level techniques are free to read, but the uppermost tier is likely untouched by curious hands. Ashura, initially believing his 1,000 points to be substantial among newcomers, finds the selection quite limited upon arrival. Furthermore, he still owes instructor Ayla 1,000 points. It is rumored that the magical skill books demand even more points. Taking a deep breath to calm his swirling thoughts, Ashura steels himself to peruse the blue-level techniques, determined to review each introduction before selecting those that suit him best, given his financial constraints. Fortunately, Ashura's intellect allows him to grasp concepts quickly. Time passes unnoticed as he meticulously examines all the blue-level techniques, and after some contemplation, he swiftly reviews them all once more. Finally, after his third round of reading, he finds himself holding a tome on a technique called Ascending the Tower. The description is succinct. The technique is akin to ascending a tower. With each floor, the vistas change dramatically. The method involves harnessing one's vital energy to unleash successive strikes, each more potent than the last. For practitioners, One's innate talent dictates the maximum number of strikes one can deliver. Continuous training may allow for a few additional strikes. But the creator of this technique, a wandering swordsman, was rumored to unleash 18 strikes. Yet it appears that 18 is not the ultimate limit of this technique. The borrowing points for this tome align perfectly with his remaining 1,000 points. Gritting his teeth, Ashura affixes his badge to the technique's label. As the points dwindle to 20, he finally gains access to the Ascending the Tower technique. Uncertain of the time, his eagerness compels him to sit on the ground and delve into this technique. Savoring its intricacies, within the martial arts pavilion, it seems he is the sole occupant. It is only when dawn breaks that Ashura rubs his eyes and emerges from the martial arts pavilion. Glancing at the time, he realized he had spent the entire night engrossed in martial arts techniques. Hastily, he retrieved some provisions from his spatial belt, munching as he walked, his mind occupied with the ascending blade technique. Ashura approached the lineup of Class 7 warriors, where the lesson had already commenced. Mentor Eng cast a fleeting glance at the boy clad in a magical robe that it was the first time in ages that he had arrived late. However, Mentor Eng chose not to confront him, instead commencing a sparring session among the students. Lan Yu observed the seemingly distracted youth before her. Sensing something unusual about him today, she furrowed her beautifully shaped brows slightly and cleared her throat gently. Awakened from his reverie, Ashura noticed the azure-haired beauty across from him, flashed a grin, and remarked, "I can't play with you today. I'm off to find Magina." The previously aloof azure-haired girl, upon hearing this, immediately flared up like a firework, sprinting to Ashura's side and delivering a swift kick to his posterior. Ashura was no longer the weakling he had been months ago, sensing the gust of wind behind him. He deftly rolled to the side, evading the attack, and maintained a defensive stance, exclaiming, "What's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind?" Lan Yu snorted lightly, refusing to respond, and charged at the boy with all her might. An hour later, she found herself perched on Ashura's back, her small fists thumping rhythmically against him. Ashura, with his head buried in the ground, stubbornly clung to his pride. Eventually, Lan Yu, unable to withstand him any longer, inquired about his intent to seek out Magina. Ashura felt somewhat wronged by the beating he had just received and retorted, "If you had asked earlier, I would have answered you sooner." He then somewhat begrudgingly explained, "I just practiced a formidable sword technique, and I haven't tested it out yet. I'm unsure of its power. I thought it more appropriate to find someone else to try it on. Your strengths lie in speed and explosiveness, while Magina excels in both offense and defense. I'm worried I might hurt you. Hence I believe it's better to test it on Magina." Upon hearing this, Lan Yu realized he was looking out for her, warming her heart. Yet, she felt slightly underestimated, considering she was of a higher rank than him. Subsequently, the girl shifted off Ashura's back, unsheathing a dagger that glimmered with a blue hue from her thigh. With a dismissive tone, she declared, "I want to see what impressive sword techniques you've mastered. Come at me. Rest assured, you won't be able to hurt me." Ashura rose from the ground, stretching his sore shoulders, thinking to himself that he would indeed test his skills against this spirited girl. With that thought, he drew twin blades from his spatial belt, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the technique's flow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sprinted forward, and executed a series of swift strikes. Lan Yu braced herself with her dagger, effortlessly parrying Ashura's blows, thinking to herself, "Is this all you've got?" After the first strike was blocked, Ashura did not hesitate. He pivoted and swung down again. Lan Yu, gripping her dagger in a reverse hold, met his attack. Thus, the exchanges continued, Ashura's momentum building like a rising tide, while Lan Yu met each strike head-on. This was Ashura's first time demonstrating the ascending blade technique, and the more he used it, the more fluid it became. He found it remarkably suited to him. Each slash ignited a surge of passion within him. And aside from the considerable energy expenditure, it was immensely gratifying. Lan Yu grew increasingly alarmed as the intensity of Ashura's strikes escalated. Initially, the force was negligible, but after the ninth strike, each blow felt like a 1,000-pound wave crashing against her dagger, each one stronger than the last, leaving her no respite. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to dodge, opting instead to meet his strikes with her dagger. However, when Ashura unleashed his 15th blow, perhaps the limit of his current prowess, he roared and delivered a heavy strike. With a resounding clang, the dagger flew from Lan Yu's grasp, forcing her to stagger back several steps. Ashura, caught up in his newfound technique, had no time to revel in his success. He noticed Lan Yu lift her hand. Examining the wound on her palm, blood trickling from her torn flesh, in a moment of shock, she burst into tears. Wah! Beneath a secluded tree, Ashura clumsily bandaged her delicate hand. The girl's eyes were still glistening with tears. Her lips pursed in a pout. The injury she sustained was not severe, even milder than those she typically acquired during training. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had cried out in frustration. The moment Lan Yu began to weep, Ashura swiftly covered her mouth and led her to the shade, fearing that if others witnessed him making her cry, her admirers would come to confront him. After much coaxing, he finally managed to calm her down, only for her to demand that he tend to her injury. Having never performed such a task before, Ashura reluctantly tore a piece of fabric from his own robe to bandage her hand. However, Lan Yu wrinkled her nose at his attire, which was drenched in sweat, and produced a clean handkerchief from her spatial pocket for him to use instead. Ashura felt a surge of irritation but complied, realizing that her well-being was paramount. Observing her hand bandaged like a dumpling, Lan Yu pouted and remarked, "How ugly." Without responding, Ashura turned to leave the training grounds, intending to further explore the ascending blade technique in a magical library. Yet, Lan Yu called him back, insisting he treat her to something delicious as compensation. Ashura felt an overwhelming headache. He regretted challenging this demanding girl. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the power displayed by the ascending blade technique. He showed her his badge, which had dwindled to 20 points. Lan Yu, aware that he had just spent points to learn the sword technique, was determined not to let him off easily. She insisted he accompany her to the cafeteria's second floor after class to buy her a treat worth 20 points. Ashura reluctantly agreed, then asked, "Hey, how do you find my sword technique? Is it impressive? It cost me 1,000 points." Lan Yu tilted her head thoughtfully before commenting, "Isn't this a blue-level technique? The first 9 strikes are rather ordinary. But after that, it reaches the power of a purple-level technique." Ashura's heart soared with joy. "Really? So I essentially hit the jackpot with my 1,000 points. Huh." Seeing his triumphant demeanor, Lan Yu doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "However, your technique has evident flaws. I've noticed 2 points. First, the momentum cannot be interrupted. You must strike continuously. If a stronger opponent breaks your flow, you can no longer enhance the damage. Second, every strike must connect with the opponent. I suspect that missing a strike would disrupt your momentum. How many opponents would allow you to strike them like I do? Although your technique can maintain pressure, if an opponent is faster than you and dodges even 1 strike, your momentum will break, and you won't unleash the subsequent power." Ashura listened in astonishment. After all, she was an elite from a prestigious family, possessing insights beyond the ordinary. In merely a few exchanges, she had identified the flaws in his ascending blade technique. It seemed that points in the academy were indeed valuable. There was no way one could learn a purple-level technique for just 1,000 points. Nevertheless, Ashura remained undeterred. At the very least, he felt capable of inflicting purple-level damage. And the potential of the ascending blade was still high. He had yet to master the 18th strike of the technique, which might very well elevate it to a yellow-level technique. Lan Yu initially intended to tease him for his arrogance. But after witnessing the shift in his expression, she couldn't help but laugh at his carefree demeanor. The two of them did not return to the lineup, instead enjoying light-hearted banter under the tree until the end of morning classes. When the time came for their agreed-upon trip to the cafeteria, Ashura found himself in a predicament. As he walked alongside Lan Yu, fellow students pointed and murmured about them, with some boys glaring at Ashura with gritted teeth. The pressure mounted on him, and he wished to quicken his pace to create some distance, but Lan Yu casually kept pace with him, blushing and silent, seemingly afraid he might flee. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, they surveyed the array of enticing dishes available for points. Ashura bluntly stated, "You see, I only have 20 points. You decide what to do." Lan Yu shot him an admonishing glare, as if reproaching his stinginess. Before meticulously selecting her meal, ultimately, she settled on a cup of special flower tea, said to enhance beauty, costing exactly 20 points. Ashura reluctantly paid the price, feeling a pang of regret as Lan Yu cheerfully sipped the tea with her uninjured left hand. However, as they turned to head back to their dorms, they were met by the tall figure of Magina, arms crossed and a smirk that didn't quite reach her eyes. Ashura dared not look too long. Quickly averting his gaze and mumbling a meaningless, "Just came for a meal," beside him, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow and cheerfully remarked, "The flower tea is delightful. Thanks." With that, she hummed a tune and walked away. Ashura, his head bowed, hastily passed by Magina without daring to respond. Once downstairs, Ashura let out a long sigh. Before he could consider what to have for lunch, a message from Magina buzzed through his academy badge. "If I don't get that flower tea tomorrow after class, you re-in for it." Instantly, Ashura felt his appetite vanish. Was this extortion? Yet he dared not express his anger. After all, he intended to seek Magina out to test his sword technique once more. Having no points left at all now makes it impossible for him to buy flower tea tomorrow. Perhaps he should discuss with Magina about next month's training fee, suggesting she could simply grant him 30 points? Or should he request an advance payment for the upcoming month's expenses? As Ashura shook his head, he felt certain that such a proposal would undoubtedly earn him a beating on the second floor of the cafeteria. Ultimately, he resolved to check the task board at the library entrance to see if there were any suitable assignments for him to undertake, so he could earn some points to report for tomorrow. Thus, he sauntered over to the library's task board, and since he had just finished his meal, there weren't many people in front of the board yet. Ashura glanced at the myriad of various academy tasks displayed above. However, upon considering his current abilities, he realized he could not undertake any exploration-type tasks and was left with only menial labor tasks, such as cleaning or organizing the library. Yet, these labor tasks only rewarded 1 or 2 points each, while a cup of flower tea cost 20 points. Ashura aspired to become a formidable warrior in the realm of kings, so he could not afford to waste precious training time on such drudgery. Then he noticed the bounty task board nearby, where students posted a plethora of eclectic tasks, some offering substantial points while others offered less. Ashura quickly browsed through the bounty tasks, and suddenly, one particular task took him by surprise. It read, "Obtain the personal belongings of Magina from the Newborn Warriors Class 8. The reward was a staggering 1,000 points. Ashura could hardly believe that the violent girl was worth so many points. He noted that the task had just been posted. Without hesitation, he affixed his badge to the task board and accepted the task. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune. After all, that was 1,000 points. Ashura hurried back to his dormitory, lying on his small bed, pondering what he could use to complete the task. This matter could not be mentioned to Magina, or he would not only fail to acquire the items, but would also surely receive a beating. Suddenly, an idea struck him about what he could use for Magina to fulfill the task. In an instant, he sprang up with enthusiasm, joyfully beginning an entire night of meditation. The next morning, Ashura hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the Magic Academy. It was evident that he was in a good mood, perhaps because he felt that the 1,000 points were already within his grasp. Today, he planned to attend the class taught by his homeroom teacher, Ella, before heading to the training ground to spar with Magina. After all, it was best not to skip the homeroom teacher's class. However, as he walked through the entrance of the Magic Academy, he spotted the short-statured instructor, Yuanda, waiting for him. Yuanda's eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit seemed unusually exuberant. Ashura's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his issue had been resolved so quickly? Following Yuanda, Ashura arrived at the same classroom where they last met, only to find it completely empty. After closing the door, Yuanda got straight to the point, stating, "I believe I have found the answer to your continuous meditation." Although Ashura could guess that results had emerged, he was taken aback by how quickly Yuanda had come to a conclusion. Perhaps this unassuming middle-aged man truly could offer him guidance. Before Ashura could ask any questions, Yuanda produced an object and handed it to him, saying, "Channel your magic into it, and do not stop until I say so." Ashura realized it was the same magical testing stone used during their initial enrollment. Uncertain of Yuanda's intentions, he obediently took the magical testing stone and activated his magical energy to illuminate it. The stone emitted a silvery white glow, indicating Ashura's proficiency as a level 1 lightning mage. However, Yuanda leaned closer, fixating intently on the magical testing stone. Then, with a sigh of relief, he smiled and said, "Just as I suspected. Ashura, take a closer look at the stone and see if you notice anything different. Still dazed, Ashura scrutinized the magical testing stone in his hand, but he saw no abnormalities in the silvery white stone. Just as he was about to inquire of Yuanda, he suddenly noticed a faint gray glow beneath the brilliant silver light. The dazzling silver light from the lightning magic overshadowed the subtle gray glow, rendering it almost imperceptible. Ashura stared blankly at that gray shimmer, still unsure of its significance. He then heard Yuanda exclaim excitedly, "You see that gray glow? Dantiyu, Ashura, that gray light signifies an important fact. You are a dual-element mage. The gray represents space magic. You are a dual-element mage of lightning and space." Ashura stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. He had never realized he was a dual-element mage. While there were indeed many dual-element mages at the academy, he knew of at least a dozen new students who possessed such abilities. However, a dual-element mage of lightning and space? He believed he might be the only one. Before Ashura could respond, Yuanda continued, "Your ability to continuously absorb magical elements is precisely because you are a space mage. The space magic elements you meditate upon allow you to store more magical energy within you, much like a storage space. Typically, space mages are single-element mages. They cannot continuously meditate to absorb elements of other types like you can. Therefore, you possess an extraordinary talent for magical cultivation, although your magical journey began late. As long as you persist with your meditation, your magical accomplishments will far surpass your martial accomplishments." Yuanda grew increasingly animated as he spoke, seemingly more thrilled than Ashura himself. However, Ashura was more shocked than excited. He understood that Yuanda's words were likely accurate. Upon introspecting into his magical storage source, he discovered the previously unremarkable gray space magic elements. Perhaps due to their dull hue, he had overlooked their existence until now. Ashura remained silent for a long moment before raising his head to meet the gaze of his smiling mentor. Yuanda, with fervent eyes. Ashura slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, Instructor Yuanda, for clarifying my doubts. I will fulfill my promise. However, I have two requests to make of you. First, please keep my dual-element magic a secret. I wish to avoid drawing too much attention from the Academy. Second, I seek your guidance on how to cultivate. I wish to develop both martial and magical skills simultaneously without allowing either to lag significantly behind the other. I desire balanced growth. Could you advise me on how to achieve this?" Instructor Yuanda gazed at the young man, who remained humble and composed despite being the Academy's sole dual-element mage. And he felt a deep admiration for Ashura's mature demeanor. Hearing Ashura's respectful and humble inquiries stirred immense excitement within him. He answered, his voice trembling slightly. "Before meeting you, I had less than a 50% confidence in successfully guiding students with dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. However, witnessing the skills you displayed during the test has elevated my confidence to 60%. Now, knowing you are a dual-element mage of lightning and space, I am now at 70% confidence. I cannot predict how far I can guide you, but as long as we trust each other and work together sincerely, I believe the sky is your limit. You will be the brightest star in the vast expanse of the universe." Ashura looked at his mentor, who seemed even more excited than he was, and felt a surge of exhilaration within himself as well. He solemnly performed a standard bow of apprenticeship and declared, "Please teach me." Instructor Yuanda promptly helped Ashura to his feet, realizing that perhaps he was the only student in the academy willing to place such trust in him. He understood the weight of this responsibility and vowed not to betray that trust. He was determined to prove that his 30 years of research were not in vain. Though not particularly eloquent, Ashura perceived the answers he sought in Yuanda's eyes. Thus, they agreed to meet in the same classroom every afternoon, where Yuanda would collaborate with him to explore how to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Maximizing his innate potential, Yuanda expressed his intention to return to gather more information and develop a comprehensive training plan for Ashura. Despite having gone without sleep since the day before, he felt an exhilarating surge of energy, as though he had regained 20 years of youth. Ashura, equally filled with fervor, stealthily slipped into the classroom and sat there in contemplation. Meanwhile, Clara, who had originally intended to share her notes with him, felt a wave of annoyance wash over her, bewildered by the boy's apparent distraction. Unbeknownst to her, Ashura was merely pondering how to cultivate space magic. As there were only 3 or 4 space mages in the entire academy, a pitifully small number, it was rumored that space magic skills were exceedingly rare and quite expensive. Surely, it could not merely serve the function of meditation for absorbing magical elements. Ashura alternated between frowning and grinning foolishly, leaving Clara utterly perplexed. She suspected that the boy was harboring a secret he would not share with anyone, making her increasingly unable to gauge his true nature. Meanwhile, homeroom teacher Ella noticed the unusual behavior of the dark-haired youth and contemplated calling on him to answer a question. Yet, she hesitated, fearing he might falter and embarrass himself, potentially leading to his absence from her class. She had heard of his exploits at the training ground. After all, it was hard not to notice a lone boy clad in a magical robe practicing martial skills in the expansive training arena. This had provided ample fodder for the female instructors of the Magic Academy to gossip about her for quite some time. Thus, Ashura remained lost in thought until the class concluded, without waiting for Clara to speak. He darted out of the classroom, leaving her to quietly grit her teeth in frustration. Before Clara could regain her composure, Ashura darted back, leaning on the desk before her, gazing intently at the silver-haired girl. As a rosy hue slowly crept up her cheeks, Ashura gently said, "My beauty, could you lend me 20 points? Clara." After borrowing 20 points from Clara, Ashura dashed towards the training grounds, filled with exuberance. For he had a lucrative deal of 1,000 points to finalize that day. Upon entering the training area, Ashura excitedly rushed to the queue of the 8th class of warriors, his eyes fixed on Magina. Magina had anticipated that Ashura would avoid her today, yet his penetrating gaze sent shivers down her spine. She even noticed that when the instructor announced the sparring session, Ashura's lips curled into a delighted smile. This peculiar behavior made Magina suspicious, as Ashura had always worn a grim expression during their previous matches. However, she was not afraid of any tricks he might employ. After all, he could never defeat her. With this thought in mind, Magina confidently followed Ashura to a spacious area. There Ashura, still smiling, declared, "I practiced a new sword technique yesterday, and I wish to spar with you today. Do give it your all." With that, he drew his twin blades. Magina felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. So his excitement was due to a new technique. She was eager to see what this fellow was truly capable of. With that thought, she retrieved the imposing horse-slaying sword from her spatial ring. Without further ado, Ashura charged at her, engaging in a few tentative exchanges before unleashing a powerful shout, locking onto Magina as he executed his newly learned sword technique. One strike after another, each swifter than the last, the assault surged like a tidal wave. While Magina had easily countered the initial strikes, she soon felt the ferocity of Ashura's onslaught intensifying greatly after the 9th blow. She focused intently, and by the 14th strike, she chose not to endure any longer. Sidestepping the descending blow, she countered with a sweeping motion of her horse-slaying sword, forcing Ashura back. Ashura, feeling the momentum of his strikes diminish significantly, sighed inwardly, recalling Blue Feather's words from yesterday. If he could not firmly lock onto his opponent, with their superior speed and agility, a single misstrike would drastically reduce his attacking force. With this realization, Ashura refrained from overthinking, instead exclaiming loudly, "Behold my yellow-grade technique. Whoever I gaze upon shall be rendered helpless." With that, he charged forward with fervor. Magina, momentarily stunned by Ashura's words, was not afraid of the yellow-grade technique. Rather, as a girl, the name itself instinctively made her uneasy. Thus, she raised her horse-slaying sword defensively, even squinting her eyes, unwilling to meet Ashura's gaze directly. But Ashura performed a feigned strike before swiftly pivoting behind her, seemingly delivering another blow in the process. Magina immediately realized she had been outsmarted by this mischievous boy. She quickly turned, thrusting her sword horizontally while executing a side kick aimed at Ashura. To her astonishment, the kick sent Ashura flying a considerable distance. Ashura let out a pained cry mid-air, rolling on the ground before coming to an immobile halt. Groaning in agony, he declared he needed a break. Magina stood bewildered, gazing at the boy sprawled on the ground, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. However, she was certain that with Azura's skills, he could not have been sent flying by that kick. Magina squinted her captivating eyes, scrutinizing the ground-bound boy. Yet, she could not fathom what had gone wrong. After lying on the ground for a while, Azura, noticing Magina's indifference, reluctantly stood up. The two then continued their sparring until the class bell rang. As Azura prepared to dash out, Magina grabbed the collar of his magical robe. Without uttering a word, Magina raised an eyebrow in a threatening manner. Azura, nonchalantly waving his hand, replied, all right, let us go. I'll treat you to flower tea. It's no big deal. His sudden generosity left Magina bewildered, regarding him with suspicion as he hastily walked ahead, attempting to conceal his unease. The duo walked side by side toward the cafeteria, drawing the attention of fellow students. For the allure of a beautiful girl was undeniably potent. Today, Azura strode confidently toward the cafeteria, a stark contrast to his previous timid demeanor, while Magina felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, Azura promptly paid with points for a rejuvenating flower tea and handed it to Magina, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the drink. Azura, growing impatient, exclaimed, I bought you the tea, so please don't trouble me anymore. I am off now. Without waiting for Magina's response, he turned to leave the cafeteria, unaware that she was frowning and following closely behind with her flower tea in hand. Not far away, a group of girls watched in horror as they observed the silver-haired girl from the same dormitory, whose magical beefsteak had been charred to a crisp. After exiting the cafeteria, Azura fiddled with his academy badge, having just notified the task issuer that he had completed the task, requesting them to meet him at the lakeside park for the transaction. Feeling elated, Azura anticipated receiving 1,000 points, an amount that would typically take 10 months to accrue at the academy. As he reveled in this thought, he remained blissfully unaware of the girl sipping flower tea, trailing him. The rendezvous for the task exchange was set on a bench deep within the woods, a spot often frequented by couples seeking privacy in the evenings. After waiting for a while, Azura spotted a rather rotund and disheveled man approaching him. Neither party spoke, both silently assessing one another. The newcomer, with his curly brown hair and a rather large face, donned the uniform of a forging academy student, unlike the warrior or mage uniforms. This surprised Azura, and just as he contemplated how to initiate conversation, the portly figure spoke first. Brother, are you the one who took the task? Have you brought the goods? Upon hearing this, Azura recognized the individual and refrained from hastily producing the task item, instead retorting, Senior, is your 1,000 points ready? The rotund man, realizing he had found the right person, impatiently waved his academy badge, saying, Rest assured, it's only 1,000 points. As long as the goods are satisfactory, I'll transfer them immediately. Azura expressed astonishment at the man's financial readiness. Subsequently, he triumphantly retrieved an item from his spatial belt, showcasing it to the man. It was a single strand of fiery red hair, not many in number. Yet each strand burned with a vibrant hue. The rotund man's eyes lit up at the sight of the hair, reaching out to snatch it. However, Azura was quicker, retracting his hand and stating coolly, Senior, I've shown you the item. You requested a personal item, and this is far more valuable. This is Magina's hair, freshly cut just under 2 hours ago. Now, tell me, is it not exceptional? The rotund man, sensing Azura was trying to inflate the price, scoffed. How can I be certain it's genuine? You could have obtained it from another girl to fool me. Let me inspect it first. Despite his words, his eyes remained fixated on the strand of hair. Observing the man's feigned demeanor, Azura replied disdainfully, Senior, you underestimate me. If you doubt my word, ask around. I, Kyle from the 13th Magic class, am known for my honesty. How could I tarnish my reputation for something so trivial? I was just in the cafeteria with Magina at noon, and many witnessed it. Feel free to inquire. Furthermore, Azura lamented about the struggles he endured to secure this strand of hair, showcasing his numerous wounds as evidence of his efforts. The rotund man, taken aback, interrupted Azura, exclaiming, 1,200 points. The extra 200 are for your troubles. Without a moment's hesitation, Azura extended one hand for the hair and the other for the badge. As their badges made contact, A notification rang through Azura's badge, confirming the transfer of 1,200 points. At that moment, on a bench in the Academy's lakeside park, a rotund man and a tall mage stood, one brandishing an Academy badge, the other clutching a strand of hair, both grinning with unseemly delight. While Azura reveled in thoughts of how to spend his newfound 1,200 points, the rotund man placed a greasy hand on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Kyle, the item you brought is truly remarkable. I absolutely adore it." Azura, beaming with a wide smile, replied, "Indeed, senior, I pride myself on my sincerity. Are you fond of Magina? Why do you wish to collect her personal items?" The plump fellow shyly smiled and, in an apologetic tone, remarked, "One day, quite by chance, I stumbled upon a card featuring the top 10 beauties of the new students, and there I discovered the introduction of Magina. From that moment, I found myself utterly captivated by her fiery charm. I often sneaked glances at her, and with each gaze, my heart raced even more. Yesterday, unable to contain myself, I posted a request, expecting to receive something trivial like a cup she had sipped from or a spoon she had used. To my astonishment, you bestowed upon me such a grand surprise. I must cherish it closely," as Ashura observed the besotted, lecherous fat man clutching a lock of hair. He clicked his tongue in realization. It turned out that this was indeed a client of their dormitory's card business, undoubtedly a customer developed by the leader, Jinza. Ashura immediately patted his chest and assured, "Senior, as long as you're willing to part with points, I can procure any clothing, trousers, belts, or socks worn by Magina." Upon hearing this, the fat man excitedly grasped Ashura's hands and exclaimed, "Really? Is that truly possible? I have plenty of points. You can count on me to make it happen. If you can arrange for me to share a meal with Magina, I shall reward you with 10,000 points." At that moment, Ashura's mind buzzed, drowning out all other sounds, fixated solely on the thought of 10,000 points. He reevaluated the lewd fat man before him, pondering whether all upperclassmen were this affluent, or if this particular individual possessed some extraordinary talent. Thus, Ashura feigned intimacy and said, "Rest assured, senior, I shall return and devise a plan for you. However, orchestrating such a scheme requires points for groundwork, and, at times, a bit of finesse. I'm not asking for points right now. I merely wish to ascertain whether you can shoulder such expenses." In response, the fat man, brimming with pride, declared, "Brother Kerr, I cannot speak for others, but when it comes to points, few in our academy can rival my wealth. Besides, I'm not a combat-type student. Aside from indulging my personal taste for food and drink, I have little need to spend points." Ashura then inquired, "Senior Simon, I see you're clad in the uniform of the Forging Academy. Are all students there as affluent as you? How might I become as distinguished and wealthy as you?" With a few flattering remarks, Ashura had the rotund Simon floating in a euphoric haze. The fat man puffed up his chest and proudly proclaimed, "I am one of the most esteemed magic rune engravers at the Forging Academy. Numerous magic and warrior students expend points seeking my services to engrave runes on their gear, which is how I have amassed such wealth. But, brother, you're not in this line of work. You cannot earn points as I do. However, Kyre, when you require rune engraving for your equipment, seek me out, and I shall grant you a discount of 20%. Through a few deft exchanges, Ashura unearthed the fat man's underlying secrets. It turned out that being a rune engraver was indeed a prestigious endeavor, commanding respect and accumulating significant points. Ashura expressed genuine envy, aspiring to become a rune engraver himself, so that when he needed rune engravings, he wouldn't have to spend points seeking other services. With this thought, Ashura resolved to take action, intending to scour the library for books on rune engraving or perhaps consult that unreliable fourth year, who was known for his dubious wisdom. Consequently, Ashura casually chatted with Simon for a few moments before preparing to depart, promising to contact Simon at the earliest opportunity should he procure any items belonging to Magina, assuring him a handsome price. As he watched the dark-haired youth depart, Simon sincerely remarked, "Kyre is truly a good person." With that, Simon, entranced, lifted the fiery lock of hair above his head, basking in the sunlight of the forest. Lost in his fantasies, suddenly, a blade of crimson flame sliced through the air between his hands, instantly scorching and curling the red hair, causing it to vanish. Simon was momentarily stunned, then seething with rage. He turned to see who had dared ruin his treasure. In that moment, he forgot he was a non-combatant, yearning to confront the culprit. Yet, when he beheld the girl before him, with her flowing red hair and menacing sword, he realized she was none other than the enchanting beauty who haunted his dreams. Before he could express his excitement, the fiery blade was leveled against his shoulder, and he felt the searing heat radiate from the weapon. The curls at the side of his head were singed even tighter. The fat man trembled uncontrollably, astonished that such a stunning beauty wielded a blade with such ferocity. Majina coldly stated, "Explain everything about your dealings with that fellow from earlier. And if you dare conceal a single word, I shall flay the fat off your body and use it for kindling." In an instant, a wave of urgency washed over Simon, and he felt a warm trickle coursing down his legs. Majina wrinkled her nose and glared at him, causing Simon to stammer out the details of his transaction and discussions with his good friend Kair in a flurry of honesty. Having listened, Majina let out a couple of disdainful chuckles, gazing at the lecherous fat man, before saying ominously, "If I ever catch you collecting anything about me again, I shall ensure you are buried peace by upon hearing this." Azura immediately seized the opportunity to inquire about matters pertaining to the art of magic inscription. Initially, Angelo paid little attention, but as the conversation progressed, he soon realized that his third brother was increasingly knowledgeable, posing questions that required him to ponder before responding. Ginza and Arthur merely sat by, indulging in laughter without uttering a word. Eventually, Angelo caught on and, with a smile, asked Azura, "Tell me, third brother, do you wish to learn the art of magic inscription?" Feeling a tad embarrassed, Azura scratched his head, refraining from mentioning his rather humiliating escapade of cutting girls' hair for points. Instead, he expressed his envy upon hearing that Salmon had amassed numerous points through the practice of magic inscription, and he harbored a strong desire to learn this skill to test his own talent. Angelo felt somewhat exasperated with his third brother, although the foundational requirement for magic inscription was merely a strong mental fortitude. Achieving success was far from simple, that he himself had only attained modest achievements due to the innate talent passed down through his family. His tendency to wake up late was a consequence of the fatigue stemming from practicing his family's secret methods to strengthen mental power. Unbeknownst to him, Azura had been meditating all night, honing his mental prowess beyond the ordinary. After a moment's contemplation, Angelo, wary of dampening his financially minded brother's confidence, gently remarked, "Third brother, you might give a try. But remember that every field has its experts. Do not let it hinder your own cultivation progress. The art of magic inscription primarily relies on mental control, and as a magician, you possess a foundational advantage. However, I cannot disclose the core mental cultivation methods of my family that I can, however, show you the mental cultivation methods available to the collateral branches of our family, though I cannot teach them directly. I hope you understand. Additionally, I have a book on the analysis of magic inscriptions that I can lend you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. I will share all that I know." Upon hearing this, Azura excitedly grasped Angelo's hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Although he had not fully opened up to the other three members of the dormitory, he held their kindness in high regard. Before Angelo had even finished his meal, Azura was eager to begin his studies in magic inscription. Angelo, unwilling to part with such delectable points, found himself in a playful tussle with Arthur over a piece of beast rib. Thus, he retrieved a slim booklet from his spatial ring, consisting of a dozen pages densely packed with text, and tossed it to Azura, informing him that it contained mental cultivation techniques, before resuming his competition for the beast rib with Arthur. To his surprise, before he could finish that half piece of rib, Azura had already returned the booklet to him. Initially, Angelo assumed that Azura had given up after perusing it, but to his astonishment, his third brother stated that he had memorized it and wished to see the book on magic inscription analysis once more. Not only Angelo, but Ginza and Arthur were also left bewildered. The brief span of time had barely sufficed to read through the booklet, yet Azura claimed to have committed it to memory. Under their strong insistence, Azura recited the booklet from memory, and upon finishing, the three fell into silence. Frankly speaking, they had heard various rumors about their third dormitory mate, all of which were negative. He was often regarded as an oddity at the academy. Arthur had nearly come to blows with another student over mocking Azura. Yet he had never mentioned it to him. Although they shared the same dormitory, Arthur found it difficult to comprehend Azura. Besides his remarkable ideas, he had not noticed any exceptional talents or heard of his extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Arthur and Ginza had known each other since childhood, although they had never discussed their respective families. Both hailed from the pinnacle of society on this continent. Thus they shared a familial bond. While they had only recently met Angelo, his family was not to be underestimated. However, Azura certainly did not fit the mold of a scion from a top-tier family in their eyes, although they had never looked down upon him. To memorize an intricate mental cultivation technique in such a short time was a rarity among the elite offspring of these esteemed families. What further astounded them was that after Angelo handed Azura a 2-finger-thick book on magic inscription analysis, Azura diligently thumbed through it and, after a moment of reflection, returned it to Angelo in mere tea time. This time, the three chose not to engage with Azura, silently retreating to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Azura remained immersed in the intellectual upheaval brought forth by the various magic inscriptions. He even began to sketch magic inscriptions on the table, using the tea from his cup. Typically, the practice of magic inscription required high-grade magical beast blood as pigment and a feather from a bird known as Ju Li as the carving pen. Azura lacked both materials, leaving him uncertain as to whether he could become a magic inscription artist. Thus, he resolved to familiarize himself with the diagrams of these inscriptions first. This was one endeavor, apart from cultivation, that he was determined to master. The following day at the training grounds, Azura once again employed the towering blade technique, but missed his 9th strike, marking the 3rd time he had done so. Breathing slightly heavily, he glared at the smugly confident Lanyu across from him. Today, Lanyu chose not to engage him head-on. Instead, she deftly evaded his strikes with agile footwork as soon as the 9th strike commenced, rendering Azura's momentum ineffective. The youth seethed with frustration, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. As soon as the class bell rang, Azura hurriedly exited, not sparing a backward glance, while Lanyu pouted in dissatisfaction, stomping her foot before turning to join her classmates in the 7th class. Azura, foregoing his magic class, headed to the martial magic hall, aware that his towering blade technique must be complemented by a speed-based maneuver. Otherwise, he would be unable to unleash the full power of his combat skills. He recalled a brief introduction to a speed technique he had seen previously, which was also a blue-tier martial skill known as pursuing wind and chasing thunder. This speed technique, priced at 1,000 points, had a unique feature. If the practitioner possessed wind or lightning magic, the skills tier would elevate to purple. This stringent requirement had resulted in very few individuals opting to learn it, relegating it to the realm of blue-tier martial skills. After all, what magician would bother with martial skills? Yet here was Azura, an oddity who met the prerequisites for lightning magic. He had long coveted this martial skill, but had previously chosen to enhance his attack with the towering blade technique. Having recently exchanged the points earned from selling Magina's hair for the ability to study that martial skill, his anticipation was palpable. Upon arriving at the martial magic hall, he swiftly located the desired speed technique, reluctantly parted with 1,000 points, and began to study it in detail. After reading, Azura realized that while the technique was inherently blue-tier, it included incantations for both wind and lightning magic that would grant the practitioner a magical speed boost. When paired with the technique itself, it would immediately elevate the skill to purple tier. If one possessed both wind and lightning magic, the skill could even rise to yellow tier. Silently, Azura committed the entire martial skill to memory, brimming with confidence as he sought an opportunity to practice pursuing wind and chasing thunder. Estimating that his magic class still had time left, he made his way to the 13th magic class. However, upon entering the classroom, he found Clara had already pulled a seat into the center, spreading her arms to occupy the entire desk, leaving no space for Azura. Perplexed, Azura tilted his head, observing the silver-haired girl who was pouting in annoyance. Utterly baffled as to what had provoked her ire, the surrounding classmates regarded the scene with curiosity, leaving Azura feeling somewhat flustered. Ultimately, he chose to silently exit through the back door of the classroom. Clara, still fuming, contemplated how to make him atone for borrowing points to treat other girls to that flower tea. She had never splurged on the 20-point flower tea herself, and she couldn't let him off the hook unless he bought it for her too. As Clara plotted her revenge against Azura, she suddenly noticed the silence behind her, turning to see that he had already exited the classroom. This ignited Clara's fury. No one had ever dared to disregard her in such a manner. She abruptly stood, gripping the hem of her magical robe, and rushed after him, leaving her classmates exchanging glances in bewilderment. Clara chased after Azura, who was walking down the corridor toward another classroom, with her silver teeth clenched. She quickened her pace and aimed a kick at Azura's rear. Azura, contemplating discussing his cultivation issues with Mentor Yuanda, was deep in thought when suddenly he sensed movement. His warrior instincts kicked in, and he swiftly turned to evade the surprise attack, raising his right hand to strike at the assailant's knee. However, as he pivoted, he caught sight of her beautiful yet angry face and quickly retracted his hand. Instead, catching her leg, Clara, who was not proficient in martial skills, had merely intended to give the detestable boy a kick for venting her frustration. Yet, the insufferable guy had managed to evade her strike, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Azura's embrace. When Clara fell into Azura's arms, both were momentarily stunned. Clara's hands pressed against Azura's chest, while his right hand still grasped her long leg, creating an appearance reminiscent of a young couple in a tender moment. Before either could react, several girls from other magic classes walking by let out gasps of surprise. A group of girls were excitedly exclaiming phrases such as "so bold" and "so romantic," while Clara's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reaching her ears. Though Azura felt similarly embarrassed, he maintained his composure, discreetly squeezing the smooth flesh of his thigh. Clara's face grew even redder as she reached out to pinch the soft flesh at Azura's waist. However, upon hearing the distant sound of approaching footsteps, the two promptly separated and darted down different corridors. Clara hurried back to the classroom of the 13th magic class, her beautiful face still tinged with a faint blush. Without uttering a word, she rested her head on the desk, not lifting it for quite some time, while the curious glances from those around her were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Azura, having found a secluded spot, raised his right hand to his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture, oblivious to the antics of the young lady, and forgetting that he still owed her 20 points. He hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the spacious classroom of Mentor Yuanda, where the only sounds were the snores of students and the mentor's passionate teaching. Upon seeing Azura enter, Mentor Yuanda absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, glancing at the students soundly asleep in class, shaking his head in resignation before instructing everyone to self-study, directing them towards Azura's desk. Azura refrained from mocking his somewhat unpopular mentor and instead shared his insights on the shortcomings of his current training in the ascending blade technique and the advantages of the wind chaser thunder pursuit martial skill he had chosen that day. After pondering for a moment, Mentor Yuanda affirmed Azura's judgments and the martial skills he had selected, then delved deeply into discussions about the challenges Azura faced in his training. This time, Mentor Yuanda presented a training plan he had prepared for Azura, which aimed to blend magic and martial skills that Azura's dynamic light waves could channel magical elements through his meridians, akin to the way martial artists unleash their vital energies. Henceforth, Azura would need to continually meditate to accumulate his internal magical reserves. As his martial arts level increased, so too would his magical level. For the more resilient his meridians became, the higher the magical level they could support. Mentor Yuanda had reviewed numerous biographies of historical figures who mastered both magic and martial arts, discovering that their overall damage output typically exceeded that of singular practitioners, that he speculated that the combined damage of dual disciplines resulted in greater potency. Azura's recent acquisition of the Wind Chaser Thunder Pursuit further validated this theory, leading Mentor Yuanda to boldly conclude that if one were to master both magic and martial arts, both levels would enhance one another. Azura nodded vigorously. Finding many of Mentor Yuanda's ideas to resonate with his own, he perceived this mentor, contrary to others' opinions, as a man of great wisdom rather than a mere weakling. Just as Azura was contemplating the training plan, Mentor Yuanda suddenly produced his mentor's badge and tapped it against Azura's student badge. Azura stared in astonishment at Mentor Yuanda's action and the sudden addition of 8,000 points to his account. With a shy smile, Mentor Yuanda said, I am merely an intermediate mentor. Over the years, my points have gone towards magical research, leaving only these 8,000 points. Use them to accumulate more and exchange them for a set of purple tier martial skills or spellbooks. I hope they will aid you, he continued. However, due to your unique path of dual mastery in magic and martial arts, your training journey will differ from that of other students. Your ability to synergize magic and martial skills will require practical experience to enhance your proficiency. The more perilous battles you engage in, the greater your growth will be. Therefore, your training will be significantly more arduous than that of your peers. Yet, all I have said is merely speculation. You must verify and strive forward. I believe your strength will continue to grow, and your future will be bright. Azura quietly regarded the unassuming figure of his mentor, and upon hearing these words, his eyes glistened with moisture. After fleeing to pursue his education, he had received help and support from many, but this mentor seemed the most selfless and genuinely invested in his growth. Observing Mentor Yuan Da's worn magical robe, he realized that the 8,000 points represented years of frugality and dedication. Yet he willingly offered them all to Azura without asking for anything in return. Azura shook his head, preventing the tears from spilling over, and instead returned a radiant smile, playfully inquiring, You have such high hopes for me. Old Yuan, startled by the affectionate address, Mentor Yuanda replied shyly, You're the only one who believes in me. Thus, I unconditionally support you. Azura found this response both amusing and endearing. Old Yuan was indeed straightforward. He then stood up, stretched, and declared seriously, Then, Old Yuan, please commence my specialized training. I can hardly wait to grow stronger. Prepare to be the mentor of the future magic and martial arts deity. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During these months, Azura diligently attended morning classes to learn magic and practiced martial skills at the training ground. In the afternoons, he engaged in exclusive training sessions with Mentor Yuanda. And at night, he continued to meditate or practice drawing magical runes in his dormitory. Gradually, he caught up with the magic curriculum, and during training sessions, he was no longer completely outmatched by the two girls. Lanyu and Magina felt the pressure mounting due to his progress, driving them to intensify their own training. However, unbeknownst to them, Azura had been holding back during their sparring sessions for 2 reasons. Firstly, he could not unleash his full strength since they were not enemies. And secondly, he remembered his father, a Feng Tian's advice to remain low-key until he fully matured, concealing his brilliance. Hence, he did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. Yet in reality, he had already reached the 3rd level of both martial arts and magic, placing him among the elite new students in the academy. This was also the threshold at which both Min Luo and Akale, champions of the newcomer challenge, found themselves. Azura was the only new student to attain the 3rd level in both disciplines. Azura faced the red-haired girl wielding a broadsword, focusing intently on executing the Wind Chaser Thunder Pursuit to evade her strikes. Magina had activated her family's enhancement martial skill, Flame Duel, knowing that without it, she could not contain Azura, that mischievous boy who seized the opportunity to gain an advantage. She marveled at Azura's growth and had been secretly observing his sparring sessions with Lanyu. Despite Lanyu's speed advantage, she found it challenging to deal with him that, of course, they still had powerful skills they had yet to unleash, but the young man's development had already instilled in them a sense of urgency. Thus, they trained harder than ever, both teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Azura was quite satisfied with his own progress, similarly refraining from exerting his full strength. The benefits of dual mastery in magic and martial arts exceeded his expectations. He was immensely grateful for Mentor Yuan Da's guidance. Recently, life had been comfortable and enjoyable, with the only minor hiccup being Clara's silence towards him following the leg incident. It wasn't until he had a sudden inspiration and brought her a cup of youthful blossom tea, costing 20 points, that she resumed their previous rapport, leaving him pondering the complexities of a girl's heart. Currently, he too was on the verge of a breakthrough and planned to consult Mentor Yuanda on how to achieve it. After accumulating a total of 10,000 points, thanks to the 8,000 points from Mentor Yuanda and a recent split from the School Beauty sidecard, he contemplated whether to acquire a purple tier skill to assist his breakthrough. In the afternoon, Azura arrived punctually at Mentor Yuanda's classroom, where the mentor awaited him with evident satisfaction. He was immensely pleased with this disciple. Intelligent, highly perceptive, and exceptionally diligent, Azura had rapidly advanced his training level in just a few months. Embodying the potential of a future powerhouse, Azura boldly inquired, "Old Yuan, I've hit a bottleneck in my training recently. What do you suggest?" Mentor Yuan pondered for a moment, seemingly resolving to convey something significant. And with determination, he said to Azura, "I believe it is time to initiate your next training plan." Azura's eyes sparkled with interest at these words, yet what followed left him utterly dumbfounded. Mentor Yuan struggled to articulate. As I previously mentioned, only through combat can you better hone your martial skills, unlock your potential, and enable a superior integration of your magic and martial arts. Thus, I propose that your next training venue be not within the academy, but rather in the beast forest behind it. Azura was rendered speechless. The terrors of the beast forest were well known throughout the King's continent. Even martial saints would not dare claim they could emerge unscathed from the beast tides of the forest. The various academies established themselves at the forest entrance to guard their territories. Each day, numerous adventurers and mercenary teams entered the beast forest to hunt magical beasts, acquiring resources and cores while seeking rare treasures. However, he had never heard of anyone training in the beast forest to level up. After all, the monster forest is fraught with peril. The deeper one ventures, the more treacherous it becomes. Countless adventurers have failed to escape this dangerous woodland. At his current level, Ashura might only manage to linger around the periphery of the monster forest. However, the myriad of venomous creatures, toxic miasmas, and treacherous swamps could swiftly claim his life. Yet, upon witnessing the earnest and pained expression of Mentor Yuanda, Ashura exhaled deeply. He then nonchalantly declared, "Very well. Let us proceed to the next phase of my training plan. Are the monsters in the forest palatable?" In the office of Mentor Ella at the Magic Academy, the beautiful instructor gazed in astonishment at the black-haired youth before her, who had just requested a leave of absence to embark on solitary training, indicating he would not attend classes for the foreseeable future. Gobin Academy has always afforded its students the utmost freedom. They can arrange their training as they see fit, as long as they pass the various assessments set by the Academy and fulfill the requirements for graduation. However, this 16-year-old boy was someone she was reluctant to approve for leave, for she had scarcely seen him attend classes earnestly. It was rumored that he was honing his martial skills at the training grounds. While she did not oppose students pursuing both magic and martial arts, she was entirely unaware of Ashura's level or training progress. This black-haired youth never communicated with her regarding his academic matters, leaving her utterly perplexed by this student. Now, he wished to take a leave of absence for training, without disclosing his destination or duration. This student truly vexed her. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Mentor Ella regarded Ashura, her right hand rhythmically tapping on the desk, contemplating invoking her authority as a teacher to reject his request. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Ashura promptly produced a cup of floral tea from behind him and placed it on her desk, sweetly saying, "Mentor, you've worked hard. Have a cup of nourishing flower tea to rejuvenate yourself." No woman could resist the allure of a cup of revitalizing flower tea. She delicately pressed her lips together, glancing at the boy with a flattering smile, and sighed inwardly, conceding, "Very well, I shall grant you permission to train independently, but you must agree to 3 conditions." Ashura immediately feigned compliance, saying, "Mentor, I am all ears." Mentor Ella spoke sternly. "First, during your time away from the academy, you must ensure your own safety and take responsibility for both yourself and the academy. Second, the academy will conduct an assessment 1 year hence, which is of utmost importance. You must return in time for it, or risk expulsion. Third, since you are venturing out to train alone, it implies confidence in your training plan upon your return for the assessment. Should your abilities fail to meet my expectations, I shall not permit you to train further or may expel you outright. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Ashura inwardly clicked his tongue. In truth, Mentor Ella's 3 conditions were not unreasonable. She was, as always, embodying the role of a good teacher. After a moment's thought, he replied weakly, "I cannot guarantee the first point, but the others pose no issue." However, as he spoke, Mentor Ella, who was sipping from her nourishing tea, inadvertently spewed it all over Ashura's face. Ignoring her lapse, she raised her voice in astonishment. What? What on earth do you intend to do? What kind of dangerous training could a student possibly engage in? Ashura awkwardly wiped the tea from his face, looking at the agitated beauty instructor before him. For the first time, feeling a tinge of respect for her, he knew she harbored genuine goodwill towards him. Yet he had his own compelling reasons. Ashura quickly reassured her, "Do not be upset, Mentor. I was merely making a comparison. You might as well consider it as my fear of choking while eating." This response evidently did not placate Mentorella. She continued to glare at the problematic student, her cheeks puffed in indignation, unable to discern which of his words were truthful. Yet, she sensed that if she refused him, he might still skip classes and disappear. Rather than allow him to evade his studies, it was better to grant his request, for at least he would still seek her out for communication in the future. With a sulky demeanor, she sank back in her chair and, after a moment of silence, firmly stated, "Remember the 3 conditions I laid out for you, and return promptly after your training." Ashura sighed in relief, and, with a cheeky grin, readily agreed. Mentor Ella found his demeanor simultaneously infuriating and amusing. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed him from her office. As Ashura exited, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He truly had no confidence in the first condition. After all, it was the monster forest. Just thinking of the unknown dangers sent shivers down his spine. He needed to prepare before setting off and bid farewell to those he was familiar with. With a heavy heart, Ashura returned to the classroom of Magic Class 13, only to find that another student from a different class was attempting to take his empty seat, but was swiftly chased away by the cold words of the silver-haired girl beside him. Countless male students had sought to occupy that seat, yet Clara seemed to accept no one but at tea times. After returning from the training grounds, drenched in sweat, the other magic students regarded him with disdain. For what noble mage would appear so disheveled? Yet Clara had never looked down on him. She even prepared a towel for him to wipe his sweat. Aside from Clara, only the chubby student Wei would occasionally converse with him, while the rest of their classmates deemed him a peculiar underachiever. Yet he knew that his current strength could easily overpower these classmates. Besides Clara, he sensed a profound aura of danger emanating from her. Ashura sat back down at his desk, expressionless, remaining silent for a long while, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Soon, a neatly penned notebook was passed to him, inscribed with a concerned inquiry about his well-being. Ashura casually wrote back, "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that I will be leaving for a while, probably for an extended period. Don't reserve this seat for me. I plan to auction it off to the highest bidder for points. Whatever points I earn, I'll give to you. Consider it as treating you to some rejuvenating flower tea. Drink as many cups as you wish." As Ashura returned the notebook, he distinctly heard Clara emit a low gasp. Disregarding the curious glances of their classmates, Clara hurriedly scribbled on the notebook. "Where are you going? What will you do?" "You better not." Reading her words, filled with both concern and a hint of threat, Ashura felt warmth in his heart. Although this young lady had a rather tempestuous temperament, she was indeed a good person, helping him with lessons and taking notes for him. He had always remembered her kindness, which was why he intended to auction off his seat to leave her some points. Perhaps that was the only way he could do something for her. He did not rush to respond in the notebook. Instead, slowly resting his head on the desk, remaining silent, Tio he was unafraid of the monster forest would be a blatant lie. It was a paradise for monsters and a forbidden realm for humans. Yet he understood that his unique dual cultivation of magic and martial arts made leveling up significantly more challenging than for ordinary students. He could not enhance his strength rapidly without engaging in combat. Of course, methodical study and practice at the academy would gradually improve his abilities, but he would never be among the strongest cohort of students. He needed to expedite his strength enhancement and return to the Olay Kingdom to resolve the troubles posed by the Heishui clan. He aspired to be like those revered figures immortalized in statues around the academy, instilling fear in enemies, safeguarding his loved ones, and earning the admiration of future generations. Noticing that he had remained unresponsive for too long, Clara felt increasingly flustered. She poked Ashura's arm with her delicate fingers and then shot him a piercing glance, gesturing towards the notebook on the desk. Finally, Ashura snapped back to reality and scribbled a few strokes in the notebook. "I wish to venture out for some practical experience. I have a training plan that requires me to leave the academy, and I expect it will take a considerable time. Rather than keeping this seat, it would be better to transfer it. I might earn some points. When a notebook returned to Clara, she appeared utterly at a loss. After much internal struggle, she wrote, "Is it absolutely necessary? You are quite clever. I believe you will achieve great results at the academy. If you dare to auction off your seat recklessly, I shall never speak to you again." Ashura received the repeatedly passed notebook, unable to suppress a laugh as he nodded, refraining from offering any further comments. Perhaps he was unsure how to respond to her upcoming inquiries, only hoping that he would still have the chance to occupy this seat in the future. Seeing his mischievous demeanor, Clara gritted her silver teeth in frustration, yet was at a loss for words or anything more to write. Throughout the lesson, she found herself oblivious to what the instructor was discussing, her mind swirling with confusion. Just as the class bell rang, she was about to engage Ashura in conversation once more. Yet that fellow stood up and whispered a few words into the ear of the stout Nalway, who was visibly taken aback, looking up at Ashura with a gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. However, Ashura merely smiled and patted Nalway on the shoulder before departing the classroom. Clara, uncertain whether she was angry or disappointed, wore an expression so cold it was intimidating, causing several other students from different classes who had intended to approach her to hesitate. Ashura then made his way to the training ground. Strolling towards the martial artist class 7, he had already become something of a celebrity there, as all the new martial artists were aware of the peculiar figure in a magical robe who frequented the training grounds. Among the strongest newcomers in classes 7 and 8, he had been chosen as a sparring partner, enduring daily beatings from two captivating female martial artists. In truth, many new martial artists envied Ashura for being able to train alongside such stunning companions. Yet, they hesitated, not wanting to compromise their pride, and being beaten by beautiful women was hardly an appealing prospect. Thus, despite the countless suitors vying for the attention of Lan Yu and Magina, none considered Ashura a rival. For no one could fathom that the eccentric who was perpetually being thrashed would earn the affections of two beauties. Upon spotting the swaying figure of the black-haired youth approaching, Lan Yu could not help but smile. Seemingly in high spirits at the sight of Ashura, she elegantly strode over to him, her long legs accentuating her graceful movements. Before she could utter a word, Ashura raised his hand and declared, "Not today. Come with me to find Magina. I have something to discuss with you both." Lan Yu's countenance, which had been bright with a smile, instantly fell. She retorted, "Aren't we supposed to spar today? Why are we looking for Magina?" Ashura regarded the proud young woman without offering an explanation, instead pulling her by the sleeve of her uniform and leading the reluctant beauty towards the training line of martial artists class 8. Magina was equally surprised to see Ashura arrive with Lan Yu, and without understanding the situation, she was beckoned by Ashura to a large tree at the edge of the field, sharing a glance with Lan Yu, who shook her head in confusion. They both turned their attention towards the mischief maker who had summoned them. Ashura squinted at the two strikingly beautiful women, marveling at their allure, as long as he refrained from using excessive force during their practice bouts. Being their sparring partner would be a delightful experience. As Lan Yu and Magina met Ashura's flirtatious gaze, they exchanged a knowing glance. Point one withdrew a horse-slaying sword from her spatial ring, while the other unsheathed a dagger that shimmered with a blue light from her thigh sheath. Realizing the situation was turning dire, Ashura quickly raised his hands and exclaimed, Wait! I'm not here to fight. I have something important to tell you both. Put down your weapons." The two women halted their advance, casting cold glares at the troublemaker, yet neither lowered their weapons. Ashura gulped nervously and hurriedly clarified, "Just give me your badges, and I'll return 10 points to each of you. That I'm planning to leave the academy for a while soon, and I won't be back for some time. You both better work hard. I don't want to see you crying when I return." Typically, such provocative remarks would incite them to give him a good beating. Yet neither moved. Instead, they slowly lowered their weapons. Magina, with her impatient nature, furrowed her brow and asked, "Where are you going?" "I haven't heard of any student leaving the academy to train outside within a year." Lan Yu chimed in, "Exactly. Why the sudden urge to leave? If it's absolutely necessary, we can take it easy on you from now on. Just don't go, okay? It's quite dull without you." Ashura, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, I refuse to believe you two can't tell. I'm no longer the weakling you used to bully. I'm just worried about hurting you both and then having someone come after me, especially that top newcomer, Monroe, that if he finds out I injured Magina, he would drag me to the duel arena for a fight. At this, Magina, who had just relaxed her grip, instantly tightened her hold on the horse-slaying sword and retorted fiercely, I have nothing to do with Monroe. If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing that Magina was genuinely angry, Ashura wisely refrained from further provocation. He quickly added, "Anyway, I've made my intentions clear that I won't be coming to the training ground for a while. And I'm leaving in a few days. You two won't get your points back if you don't give them to me now." The two women wished to protest, but with the other present, they found themselves a loss for words, only able to watch as the youth waved farewell and walked away. Unbeknownst to Ashura, in the days that followed his departure, several reckless martial artists volunteered to spar with the two women, only to find themselves on the receiving end of increasingly severe beatings. After a few ended up injured and incapacitated, no one dared to approach them again, leaving everyone in awe of how that peculiar mage had managed to keep both women so thoroughly under control. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ashura called his three roommates into the living room. After a year of living together, their bonds had grown quite strong, further solidified by their shared venture of creating whimsical trading cards. Last month, they had published a new set of cards featuring the top 10 newcomers, following their previous success with the top 10 beauties, which had brought them considerable profit. Young and ambitious, many students sought to challenge the newcomers ranked among the top 10 in the arena for duels. Looking at the other three, Ashura calmly announced his decision to venture out for training. The trio was taken aback, puzzled by the intentions of the most enigmatic member of their dormitory. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest, Jinzei, produced a token and handed it to Ashura. Upon receiving it, Ashura felt the weight of the object. It was made of a material resembling jade, but heavier, engraved with a golden character. Jinzei smiled and said, "Old three, I haven't shared much about my family with you before. My family is the Jin Li Lai Trading Company, and I am the eldest son of the current patriarch. This token is my token of trust. Should you encounter difficulties during your travels, feel free to seek assistance at any of our stores." At this revelation, Ashura and Angelo gasped in astonishment, while the second roommate, Arthur, appeared unfazed, as if he were already aware of Jinzei's background. The Jin Li Lai Trading Company was one of the four most powerful trading companies in the Kingdom of Kings. With stores in every city across the continent, their financial and social influence was unfathomable. The fact that Jinzei, with whom they had been living so closely, was likely the next heir to the company was nothing short of shocking. Before they could fully process this revelation, Arthur handed Ashura another token, this one unmarked, featuring the fierce image of the flame lion, the guardian beast of the Valency Empire. "Old three," Arthur continued, "I don't know your reasons for leaving so suddenly, but it won't be an easy journey. This is my token to A.S., the second prince of the Valency Empire. Holding this token grants you access to seek help from any general's residence in the empire." Ashura was even more bewildered. Arthur was the second prince of their empire. According to protocol, he should be bowing in respect, yet this cool and aloof second brother did not exude any regal authority. Especially since his homeland, the Olai Kingdom, was merely a vassal state of the Valency Empire, it seemed Arthur was concerned about placing a psychological burden on him, which is likely why he had only now revealed his origins. With both tokens in hand, Ashura felt a tumult of emotions. He understood the significance of these tokens and why Jinzei and Arthur had chosen to share their backgrounds today, that it was not to boast, but rather to symbolize their deep friendship. With this thought in mind, he turned to the fourth roommate, Angelo. Angelo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Third brother, you know my situation. I don't have a token. The best I could offer is a discount at my family's equipment shop." The other three exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Their genuine friendship filled the dormitory with warmth and joy. On the following morning, within the library located to the east of the colossal war tree at the academy, Ashura was engrossed in a tome detailing the flora of the beast forest. A warm smile graced the young man's face, a stark contrast to the despondency he had felt just days prior. Ashura's burden had lightened, for after Goldzay and Arthur had divulged the extent of their familial power, he resolved to cling tightly to these two allies. He also shared his own family matters, specifically the reason for his journey to the distant St. Goban Academy. With the other three, but upon hearing this, Goldzay and Arthur were filled with righteous indignation and intended to send word back to their families to take vengeance upon the Blackwater clan for Ashura. However, Ashura halted their well-meaning intentions, expressing his desire to protect his loved ones through his own strength. Should he fail to return to the academy in a year, he entrusted them with the task of eradicating the Blackwater clan to safeguard his family. With the weight of concern lifted, Ashura's spirits brightened considerably, rendering the beast forest less daunting. He immersed himself in various texts concerning the beast forest, preparing for the impending venture. He had no intention of returning to the Magic Academy or the training grounds. Instead, he dedicated these days solely to studying the literature on the beast forest. The vast collection of the St. Goban Library instilled him with confidence, as the text provided insights into beasts and plants, along with partial maps of the forest. Employing his extraordinary memory, he swiftly perused and retained relevant knowledge, forming a general route for entering the beast forest in his mind. Several messages arrived through his badge. The foremost was from the rotund Nawe, who had used his dwindling points to procure some sustenance for Ashura to consume on his journey. Clara inquired why he had not attended class that day and asked when he planned to depart. She offered to lend him her magical staff on the condition that he return it promptly. Blue Feather sent a message informing him that she had prepared a dagger for him to carry for self-defense, suggesting that his dual blades lacked sufficient strength. Lastly, Magina had readied a set of soft armor for him, also alone, insisting he return it soon for training purposes. The three dormitory mates pooled their recent earnings from a gossip column to buy Ashura food and emergency supplies. Ashura felt a profound sense of gratitude. Beyond his family, so many cared for him, he silently vowed to return alive and, if given the chance, to repay their kindness. After spending 3 full days in the library, Ashura engaged in a lengthy discussion with Mentor Yuan. The following morning, he donned a sleek black warrior's outfit, layered with the soft armor lent by Magina, a dagger gifted by Blue Feather sheathed at his waist, and the dual blades bestowed upon him by his elder brother, Asubo, resolutely traversing the academy's rear mountain towards the entrance of the beast forest. He declined Clara's offer for the magical staff, fearing its value and the obligation it would impose. Moreover, he had never wielded a staff to assist in casting spells. He trusted his dual blades far more. Upon reaching the entrance of the beast forest, Ashura found a small town, a camp of sorts, primarily populated by mercenaries and adventurers. Named Triumph Town, it featured a single main street line with establishments selling food, weaponry, potions, herbs, pawn services, bars, casinos, and brothels. There were also shops that specialized in purchasing magical cores and rare materials, where many adventurers and mercenaries sold the treasures they had risked their lives to retrieve from the forest, only to squander their earnings in the town's bars, casinos, and brothels. After all, they lived day to day, with little regard for tomorrow. Of course, there were formidable mercenary groups undertaking missions within the beast forest, eliminating beasts for profit. Such groups were not to be underestimated. Such mercenary towns dotted the entrances of many beast forests, as countless sought fortune within their depths. Yet many would remain lost in the woods forever. Taking a deep breath, Ashura did not rush into the forest. Instead, he headed to the adventurer's bar. The library's text had informed him that the bar was a wellspring of information regarding the beast forest, with numerous quests posted on its task wall. The prerequisite for entry was purchasing a glass of rum, a favored beverage among adventurers, though Ashura found it unpalatable, its murky liquid making him feel slightly nauseated. He settled at a table beside a pillar, surveying the eclectic mix of adventurers and mercenaries surrounding him. Most were burly warriors clad in various leather and chainmail armors, their craftsmanship appearing rather rudimentary. A few, draped in tattered robes, retained the air of nobility befitting mages. The bar was alive with noise, shouts, insults, and the cacophony of raucous conversation assaulted his ears, fearing that his youthful visage might attract unwanted attention. Ashura drew his warrior's cloak over his head, concealing his features in shadows. He then turned his gaze to the task board, which bore an array of quests, requests for magical cores, beast hides, various herbs, and even for the capture of beast eggs or juvenile beasts. Some sought treasure or the remains of lost adventurers, while others aimed to transport goods or map the territory, and a few were out for vengeance against their enemies within the beast forest. The chaotic assortment of tasks left Ashura somewhat astounded. This small town exuded an air of disorder. After sitting in the adventurer's bar for an extended period without gleaning any useful information, most of the chatter consisting of boastful tales, he was approached by several shifty-eyed individuals attempting to sell him dubious elixirs and potions, all of which he dismissed. Seizing the opportunity while the sun was still high, he rose, exited the bar, and made his way through Triumph Town, his figure gradually disappearing into the dense forest as Ashura walked along the perimeter of the beast forest. He found the surroundings relatively safe, as the frequent comings and goings of people had created a narrow path. With dual blades in hand, he remained vigilant, drawing upon his wilderness survival experience gained during his time at the academy. He was not overly anxious, for whenever he heard movement or conversation nearby, he would conceal himself behind a tree, biding his time until the others passed before re-emerging. He recalled a phrase from a biography about the beast forest that had lingered in his mind. In the beast forest, humans are more perilous than the beasts themselves. This was a realm beyond the reach of human moral law, and Ashura understood that, given his current strength and life experience, he could not evade the dangers posed by his own kind. Thus, he resolved that this journey of training would be a solitary one before long. 3 months had slipped by. In the thickets bordering the beast forest, a dark-haired youth stood poised against a level 4 beast. The iron-armored beast. This young man was none other than Ashura, who had ventured forth to hone his skills. His warrior's attire was now tattered and torn, revealing numerous scars across his youthful physique. His once innocent face now bore a hint of stubble, and his fierce gaze lent him an air of valor. Ashura had seemingly grown taller. The hardships of 3 months of outdoor living had taken their toll. Yet he had reaped substantial rewards. His grandfather's spatial belt was filled to capacity with the pelts and treasures of beasts, along with 2 level 4 magical cores. While this brought him joy, it also frustrated him, as the belt space felt too limited. With his current strength at the 3rd rank of martial artist, Ashura was capable of battling level 3 beasts. However, due to his dual mastery of magic and martial arts, he could challenge and defeat level 4 beasts. Naturally, he selectively engaged with those level 4 beasts that possessed lesser offensive capabilities, such as the iron-armored beast before him, known for its formidable defense but average attack power. The knowledge gleaned from the Academy's library had proven invaluable. Through 3 months of practical combat, particularly against level 4 beasts, Ashura felt his mastery of both magic and martial arts had become increasingly seamless. His ancestral martial art, the Thunder Fist, could now strike with 3 booming punches, leaving charred imprints on the beasts he faced, an effect tied to his unique dual cultivation, something his father, Offing Tian, had been unable to achieve. His blade technique had similarly evolved. After 9 strikes, every cut delivered to a beast was accompanied by a paralyzing effect, rendering the creature momentarily sluggish as though struck by lightning. His wind-chasing thunder steps were swift as lightning itself, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most agile level 4 beasts to outrun him. Certainly, behind the enhancement of his prowess, the young man endured considerable hardships in the initial nights of meditation. His face became swollen from the gaze of venomous insects. The sharp leaves of toxic plants lacerated the back of his hand, causing relentless agony throughout the night, not to mention the numerous wounds of varying sizes that marred his body after battling magical beasts. Apart from the facial wounds, which he treated with scar-reducing ointment, he chose to retain the other scars as reminders of the injuries he had sustained, serving as lessons on how to avoid such harm in the future. As Ashura gazed at the armored beast before him, a wicked smile spread across his face that he swiftly closed the distance, employing his ascending blade technique to deliver a rapid succession of strikes to the same wound on the creature's neck. The armored beast roared in fury, evading his slashes while attempting to charge at Ashura with brute force. However, Ashura, utilizing his wind-chasing thunder-stepping technique, adeptly dodged the beast's onslaught, remaining firmly focused on its vulnerable spot as he executed his blade technique. With his 15th strike, the armored beast could no longer withstand the damage, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing. Elated, Ashura noted his improvement. During his last encounter with an armored beast, it had taken him 16 strikes to achieve victory. After scanning his surroundings for threats, he approached the beast's head, retrieving the dagger given to him by Lanyu to delve into the creature's skull in search of treasure. His twin blades were ill-equipped to penetrate the beast's formidable cranium. And after days of relentless combat, they were nearly worn to the point of uselessness. Suddenly, a surge of joy filled Ashura as he extracted a yellow magic core the size of a peach pit, the earth element magic core of the armored beast. Typically, the higher the magical beast level, the greater the likelihood of obtaining a magic core. Despite having slain over a dozen level 4 beasts, this was only the third core he had unearthed. He had yet to find a single core from a level 3 beast. Though merely a level 4 core, it brought great delight to the money-hungry Ashura, as it could be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins in Triumph Town, a sum sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for an entire year on the continent. He intended to save up for a new pair of twin blades, having grown accustomed to wielding such weapons. Even when casting lightning spells, he instinctively brandished his twin blades before delivering a heavy strike. Aside from the magic core, the armored beast's steel-like hide was valuable, as Triumph Town accepted skins for processing into equipment. However, Ashura's spatial belt was already overflowing with items, forcing him to reluctantly forego the opportunity. He found a small stream to wash away the blood from his battles, then climbed a large tree by the bank, finding a wide branch to lean against as he took out some rations to replenish his strength. Although he was on the outskirts of the magical beast forest, where creatures were generally not too formidable, he refrained from lighting a fire to cook, fearing it might attract higher-level beasts or other adventurers. He preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, only igniting a fire on rare occasions when he had slain delectable level 3 beasts, which allowed him to hone his grilling skills in the safety of cave. As Ashura ate, he contemplated how to plan his training, aware that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in levels. It was merely a matter of time. Unfortunately, his spatial belt was full, and he needed to return to Triumph Town to manage its contents. Otherwise, he would be unable to collect any valuable items he might encounter. Thus, he resolved to return to Triumph Town the following day to clear out his inventory before resuming his training in the forest. With his decision made, he glanced at the armored beast's corpse nearby, and with a thought, leapt down from the tree. Once on the ground, he retrieved his dagger to dismember the beast's remains, scattering the pieces in the forest near the stream. He then climbed back up into the tree above the corpse, silently awaiting the arrival of other beasts drawn to the scent of blood. The pungent aroma quickly spread, and soon several level 2 magical beasts approached, feasting on the armored beast's carcass. Ashura paid them no mind, holding his breath in anticipation of the prey he had set his sights on. Before long, a pair of glistening green eyes appeared from the depths of the forest, prompting the level 2 beast to instinctively flee. Moments later, 5 three-eyed magical wolves emerged from the underbrush, eyeing the armored beast's corpse with greedy gazes, yet hesitating as they caught the scent of a human. Ultimately, their hunger overcame their caution, and the 5 wolves immediately began to gorge themselves. Ashura sighed in frustration from his perch. How had he attracted so many three-eyed wolves, while they were merely level 3 beasts? Their collective strength was formidable, particularly due to their swift speed and cooperative tactics. They would encircle a wounded opponent, gradually draining their strength before delivering a fatal blow. Thus, Ashura had not intended to provoke these creatures. However, he reconsidered. He would be departing soon, and he might not encounter such suitable opponents again. Convinced, he seized the opportunity and dove from the tree. Upon landing, he wielded his twin blades, cleaving 2 of the three-eyed wolves in half as they continued to tear at the armored beast's remains. According to the Academy Library's description, these wolves had a copper head, iron back, and a tofu waist. Their weakness lay in their midsection, which allowed Ashura to swiftly dispatch 2 of them with a single strike. The remaining 3 wolves leaped back, baring their fangs at the human who had just slain their companions, their fury ignited further by the loss. They quickly surrounded Ashura, not daring to underestimate them. Ashura leaned against the sturdy tree, gripping his blades in a defensive stance. The three-eyed wolves were the first to make a move, 2 of them lunging at Ashura's throat while another aimed for his calf. As Ashura swung his blades at the 2 lunging wolves, he deftly sidestepped the one targeting his leg. The clash of steel rang out as his blade struck true, but the wolves merely shook their heads and regained their footing. Ashura noted, as expected from the texts, that the three-eyed wolves possessed remarkably tough skulls, Determined, he pressed the attack towards the two wounded wolves, aiming for their midsections. Yet, the wolves proved to be cunning, evading his strikes with agile dodges, even using their heads and backs to absorb his blows. The battle between Ashura and the three wolves was fierce, but it was not long before a sharp crack echoed. Ashura's right blade shattered upon striking a wolf's back, and the other was on the verge of dulling to uselessness. Seeing the human's weapon break only fueled the wolves' ferocity, and they began to close in on Ashura. Cursing his misfortune, Ashura discarded his remaining blade and drew the dagger given to him by Lanyu from his right boot. This dagger was no ordinary weapon, emanating a chilling blue light capable of slicing through iron like butter. He had refrained from using it against the wolves, fearing the battle would conclude too swiftly, depriving him of the opportunity for training. Confident in his combat experience, Ashura believed he surpassed the Academy's students by a significant margin. Few could handle the onslaught of three-eyed wolves as effectively as he could. Noting that the day was waning, he resolved to end the fight before darkness fell. With a lick of his lips, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the three beasts. However, before he could make his move, the three wolves suddenly turned and fled in fright, as if startled by something. Ashura was bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Had they sensed his impending attack and fled in fear? Before he could ponder further, a shadow loomed over him, and he heard the sound of cracking branches behind him. Quickly, he spun around, raising his dagger defensively, but upon seeing the scene behind him, he could only exclaim, "What the hell?" before dashing away with the same speed as the three-eyed wolf at a massive 5-meter-tall, earth-shattering bear. A level 5 magical beast stood upright, glaring at the intruding human in its territory. The earth-shattering bear let out a thunderous roar, unleashing its innate ability. Gravity Quagmire. Beasts of level 5 and above possess such innate skills, and the earth-shattering bear's gravity quagmire creates a gravitationally oppressive mud pit in a radius of 100 meters centered around itself. Any creature weaker than it becomes sluggish and hindered in its movements. The greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the effect. The Ashura, whose power level was far inferior, felt as if an immense weight bore down upon him, significantly diminishing his speed. Having encountered explanations of the level 5 earth-shattering bear in the library, Ashura knew that the likelihood of encountering such a formidable creature in the outer regions of the monster forest was exceedingly low. Yet, fate had conspired to place him in its path. Likely drawn by the commotion of his battle with the three-eyed magic wolf, a sense of despair washed over Ashura as he felt for the first time that his life was in peril. As he gazed at the earth-shattering bear, which was rapidly closing in on him, he realized that escaping its control zone was futile. Continuing in this manner was not an option, rather than being caught and torn apart from behind. He resolved to fight with all his might in a desperate bid for survival. Ashura was not one to waver. Having made his decision, he took a deep breath to dispel his inner fears. Suddenly, he pivoted, drawing his dagger to unleash the full force of the ascending blade technique, employing the wind-chasing, thunder-stepping movement to charge towards the earth-shattering bear. The bear, taken aback by the sudden counterattack from this seemingly feeble human, hesitated momentarily, unable to comprehend the deviation from its previous encounters with humans. Before it could fully react, Ashura's first strike of the ascending blade had already struck its shoulder, the dagger's blade tearing through its thick fur, blood gushing forth. Although it was merely a superficial wound, it was sufficient to provoke the bear's ferocity. This insignificant human had dared to injure it. The earth-shattering bear roared, sending a shockwave that pained Ashura's eardrums and left him momentarily disoriented. Nevertheless, he dared not falter, evading the bear's claws and following up with a series of strikes. His second and third attacks fell upon the beast. This time, he was unable to focus his assaults on a single point, as the bear's immense size and ferocious swipes forced him into a defensive stance. To maintain the momentum of his strikes, he could only awkwardly swing his dagger, applying the ascending blade technique against the bear. By the time Ashura delivered his 8th strike, he had already sustained injuries. The bear's claws had left multiple gashes across his body. Engaged in such close combat, and despite the level disparity, Ashura had effectively avoided any fatal injuries. However, the gravitational suppression of the gravity quagmire drained his vitality at an accelerated rate, and the blood loss from his wounds further sapped his strength. Fortunately, the magical energy stored within him was still ample, allowing him to continue executing the wind-chasing, thunder-stepping movement without pause. Azura recognized that his opportunity lay in the final few strikes of the ascending blade technique. He had managed to execute up to the 16th strike, but had yet to unleash the 18th. Uncertain of whether the final strikes would grant him a sliver of hope, he pressed forward. Meanwhile, despite the numerous wounds adorning its body, the earth-shattering bear was not particularly swift, the agile human before it darted about like a monkey, evading its attacks and inciting further ire within the beast. However, after Azura unleashed his 9th strike, the bear suddenly felt a jolt, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through its massive frame. It realized that this human's technique had suddenly intensified in lethality. Understanding the urgency of the situation, it raised its front paws high and slammed them down with tremendous force. The ground shook beneath Azura, nearly toppling him, and in that fleeting moment of instability, the bear's right paw came crashing down toward him. Underestimating the bear's intelligence, Azura saw a chance to evade the claw strike. However, if he chose to dodge, he would interrupt the momentum of his 10th strike, losing the opportunity to continue with the ascending blade technique. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Azura made a reckless decision that he swung his right hand, delivering the 10th strike of the ascending blade towards the bear's chest, while simultaneously channeling his family's martial art, the Thunder Fist, with his left hand for a powerful counter against the bear's incoming right paw. With a thunderous roar, Azura was launched backward, crashing through several trees, and managed to steady himself with his dagger to prevent falling. His left arm hung limply by his side, fractured and rendered incapable of further combat. The earth-shattering bear, similarly wounded, bore a deep gash across its chest where the dagger had pierced through its fur, blood staining its coat. However, it was not a fatal injury. The force of Azura's left paw strike merely momentarily stifled the bear's attack, leaving it with no significant harm beyond a mild numbness in its paw. Enraged, it had never encountered a human who had inflicted such pain upon it. It was determined to shred this insolent creature before it, to rip off its head. Yet despite his grievous injuries, Azura charged toward the bear once more. Aware that his odds of victory were dwindling, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. Strikes 11, 12, and 13 followed in rapid succession. The earth-shattering bear's gravity quagmire had diminished over time, and despite his severe injuries, Azura found himself invigorated by the heat of battle. The surge of adrenaline heightened his senses, sharpening his focus to an acute edge. For the first time, he stood on the precipice of death, with no other thoughts clouding his mind. He understood that any faltering in his assault would seal his fate. Upon executing the 16th strike, he landed a diagonal cut upon the bear's right shoulder, clearly striking bone, a critical injury. The pain and fury in the bear's roar were unmistakable, yet Azura had become a veritable bloodied figure. After the 16th strike, his vitality was nearly depleted, and several wounds throbbed painfully with each movement. Azura pondered in despair. Was he destined to perish in this forsaken place? Just as he contemplated lowering his dagger, he abruptly halted. He had yet to fulfill many dreams, his family awaited his triumphant return, and he had yet to kiss a maiden's lips. How could he succumb to this beast? Together, Azura and the earth-shattering bear roared, charging at one another. Azura leaped high, summoning the last vestiges of his vitality to deliver the 17th strike towards the bear's right eye. Simultaneously, the bear swiped with its uninjured left paw at Azura's abdomen. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed as both struck true. The dagger lodged deep into the bear's left eye, causing it to thrash wildly in pain, attempting to dislodge the blade. Azura, half kneeling, pressed his right hand against his abdomen, blood pouring forth. The bear's claws had torn through the soft armor gifted to him by Magina. Had he not worn it, that strike could have cleaved him in two, though the armor provided some protection. The full force of a level 5 beast strike still carved a gaping wound into his abdomen. Azura had engaged in a trade of injuries, having calculated that he would exchange wounds to deliver a crippling blow to the earth-shattering bear. Gazing at the anguished creature rolling about in agony, he disregarded his own suffering and lunged forward, using his remaining right hand to strike the dagger's hilt embedded in the bear's eye. With 3 resounding thunderclaps, the Yet Ashura was acutely aware that he had no time to deal with the corpse of the earth-bursting bear. Gritting his teeth, He severed the creature's 4 claws and stowed them away in his storage space, sacrificing a level 4 magical beast corpse to make room. Having completed this grim task, he immediately pressed his hand against his abdomen and staggered towards Triumph Town. The overwhelming dizziness from excessive blood loss and the fatigue from depleting his vital energy crashing over him like relentless waves. At that moment, Ashura resembled a mere shell of a man, propelled forward solely by sheer willpower. However, after approximately 2 hours of laborious progress, he could no longer endure and collapsed in a thicket at the edge of a nearby forest. Succumbing to unconsciousness, by this time, dusk had settled, and shortly after Ashura lost consciousness, a small team of mercenaries, numbering around a dozen, slowly approached, escorting several horse-drawn carts from a distance. This was a band of mercenaries tasked with transporting the unique products of the magical beast forest, led by a middle-aged knight named John. The entire mercenary group was of modest strength, which was why they undertook such tasks on the periphery of the magical beast forest. That on one of the carts behind the middle-aged knight sat a radiant young girl clad in red, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. With ruby lips and pearly white teeth, her skin was exceptionally fair, and a single black braided ponytail trailed behind her. The girl drove the cart, making her stand out in the rough-and-tumble mercenary company. The middle-aged knight glanced at the darkening sky and called out to the mercenaries behind him. "Let us call it a day. We will set up camp and rest here tonight. Remain vigilant on watch." At his command, the group cheered and began to halt their carts, setting up camp and preparing meals. The girl in red scampered to the front of the knight, sweetly saying, "Daddy, I'll go gather some firewood in the woods for dinner." The middle-aged knight, John, affectionately patted the girl's head, reminding her to be careful and to return promptly. She nodded in agreement and dashed towards the edge of the forest. The girl was the orphan daughter of the mercenary group's vice-captain, Lumbo. When she was born, her biological father, Lumbo, sacrificed his life to save Captain John, who thereafter took the girl under his wing as his goddaughter. Treating her as his own, the mercenaries, grateful for the kindness shown by their late vice-captain, took great care of the girl. Unfortunately, she lost both her father shortly after birth and her mother to sorrow soon after. When Captain John adopted her, he named her Duffy. From a young age, Duffy had a penchant for wearing red, which accentuated her fair complexion and beauty. Several young mercenaries in the group admired her, even competing and bickering amongst themselves over her attention. Arriving at the forest's edge, Duffy paused before hastily gathering firewood. First, she looked around to ensure no one was watching, then slipped behind a tree to relieve herself. In a group of rough mercenaries, taking care of such matters was indeed a hassle. Just as Duffy was finishing, she suddenly felt something brush against her backside. Looking down, she was horrified to see a bloodied human hand beneath her fair skin. A startled scream echoed through the woods. Upon hearing her scream, the mercenaries outside the woods, except for a few left to guard the cargo, hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed towards her location. Fortunately, upon hearing their footsteps, Duffy quickly pulled up her pants. Otherwise, she would have been utterly embarrassed. Captain John, wielding a spear, was the first to reach Duffy's side. Seeing that his goddaughter was unharmed, he felt a measure of relief. But he inquired about the cause of her fright. Though young, Duffy had traveled with the mercenaries for years and had witnessed her share of life's harsh realities. Her outburst was merely a moment of shock. Now that everyone had arrived, she felt a rush of embarrassment and summoned her courage to approach the spot where she had just relieved herself. To her astonishment, she found a youth sprawled in the grass. Without hesitation, she turned him over, discreetly moving his damp arm to the other side. However, upon seeing his condition, she gasped in shock. Despite his youth, he was covered in wounds of varying severity, his black warrior attire soaked through with blood. Most alarming was a gaping wound in his abdomen, from which a portion of his intestines had protruded. The surrounding mercenaries gasped in sympathy, realizing why the girl had screamed. They surmised that this boy was likely a young noble from a minor family, grievously injured by a magical beast in the forest and left to die here. Such corpses were all too familiar to them, yet they speculated about the beast that had inflicted such grievous harm. But upon seeing someone her own age, Duffy felt an unexpected surge of compassion. She instinctively checked for a pulse at the boy's neck. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Daddy, he is still alive. He could be saved, Captain John." Upon hearing this, rushed over to check the youth's pulse himself. After cautiously assessing the unconscious boy's attire, he deemed him unlikely to be a villain or victim of a vendetta and instructed the others to carry the unconscious youth back to camp. Duffy directed them to place Ashura in her usual resting cart, which had become her personal sanctuary. Though small, it contained a few items from the mercenary life and a modest bed where she rested. For a small mercenary group like theirs, having a designated space to call her own had always been Duffy's wish, since they had yet to set up the tents. Ashura was laid upon her small bed. Duffy, possessing some knowledge of first aid, was responsible for tending to the injured members of the group. She asked the other mercenaries to fetch some hot water, eager to treat the unconscious youth. However, at that moment, Captain John detained her from entering the cart, frowning as he said, "Daughter, have you thought this through? We know nothing about him. It may be best to avoid unnecessary trouble." Duffy glanced at the unconscious boy and his damp sleeves, her face flushing as she replied, "Daddy, I believe he is not a bad person. He has been injured by a magical beast, and without our help, he won't survive the night. He is so young. I must save him." John nodded in agreement. His daughter's kindness was her most treasured virtue. He merely cautioned her to be careful before returning to the task of setting up camp. Duffy accepted the basin of hot water handed to her and slipped into the cart. She used scissors to cut open the unconscious boy's shirt, removing the damaged soft armor. Yes, she gazed upon the unconscious youth as strong, youthful form. Duffy felt her face heat up. However, seeing the multitude of injuries he bore brought her heartache. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she focused on treating Ashura's wounds, first using strong liquor to cleanse the blood from his body. Duffy gently tucked his exposed intestines back into his abdomen, which caused the boy to slightly wince in pain. Noting this, she softened her touch. From a pouch at her waist, she retrieved an embroidered needle and threaded it with a strand of her own hair. Then, she began to stitch the boy's abdominal wound as if mending fabric, and fortunately, her needlework was quite skilled, resulting in a surprisingly neat closure. She proceeded to stitch up the other wounds that required attention, applying crushed herbs and bandaging them carefully. After resetting his bent left arm and wrapping it in herbal dressings, she looked at the youth, now covered in bandages, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Emerging from a cart with a basin stained with blood, she noticed several young mercenaries peeking curiously at her. Upon making eye contact, they quickly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Duffy harbored a strong dislike for these immature peers. Well aware of their petty squabbles over her affections, it felt as if she were merely an object of contention, with no one caring to inquire about her feelings at that moment. A burly young man stepped forward and said, "Duffy, this stranger's origins are unclear. Since you've saved him, you should hurry and send him away." Duffy glared at the tall youth, displeased, and retorted, "Can't you see he is gravely injured? He hasn't awakened yet. Since I've saved him, I'll wait until he recovers." The tall youth immediately countered, "But he is occupying your cart. If he is here, where will you sleep tonight?" Duffy then understood why the young man had gathered around. Angrily, she replied, "Why should you care? I can manage to sleep leaning against the cart. I don't need your concern." After speaking, she took the basin and walked away, leaving a few young men around to exchange glances, casting resentful looks at the carriage before dispersing. That evening, the mercenaries gathered around the campfire, enjoying simple fare while engaging in lively banter about their exploits. Meanwhile, the young girl, Daifei, finished her rations early and returned to the carriage with a bowl of thin porridge, only to be met with a somber silence from the onlookers as she entered. Daifei had intended to feed the unconscious youth some porridge, but his tightly shut lips proved unyielding to nourishment. Thus, she sat with her knees drawn up, leaning against the carriage while gazing at him. This marked her first act of saving someone outside of the mercenary group, and, as she observed the armor she had helped him remove, she marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. It was clearly no ordinary piece. Yet, the scars adorning it were alarming. What sort of magical beast could inflict such grievous wounds? Why had he, so young, ventured alone into the beast-infested forest? Lost in her thoughts, she eventually succumbed to sleep against the carriage. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the carriage, the campfire had long since extinguished, and the mercenaries remained asleep, yet to pack for departure. Suddenly, Ashura, lying within the carriage, stirred his fingers slightly as he opened his eyes. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, but the movement caused his recently stabilized left arm to dislocate once more, eliciting a soft cry of pain. Though faint, the sound roused Dai Fei, who had been dozing by the window. Seeing the youth, drenched in sweat from weakness and pain, she exclaimed with delight, "You're awake. How fortunate you are. Do you realize that yesterday your intestines were exposed? Luckily, you encountered me. I saved you." Ashura, having just regained consciousness, instinctively sought to defend himself, but the pain from his numerous injuries caused cold sweat to bead on his brow. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, a bright young girl beside him babbled on excitedly. Ashura could only stare blankly at her, his mind struggling to catch up. Noticing his silence, Dai Fei reached out to touch his forehead and remarked, "Are you naturally mute, or have you lost your ability to speak due to your injuries?" Ashura, speechless, acknowledged that the girl before him had indeed rescued him. However, he was no mute. He attempted to express his gratitude, but his throat felt as if it were ablaze, and the hoarse sound that emerged bore a striking resemblance to that of a mute. Dai Fei, sensing his plight, regarded him with sympathy and quickly added, "Oh, so you truly are mute. Worry not. You are now among the ranks of our beta mercenary group. What brought you to the magical beast forest? What sort of creature did you encounter? Where is your home? Are you with us, or shall I help you find your family and send word for them to fetch you?" Ashura felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at being mistaken for a mute once more. Yet, he reasoned that in this unfamiliar environment, perhaps adopting silence would be safer. Thus, he chose to remain silent, attempting to sit up but realizing that every movement sparked pain, particularly from his abdomen, where blood began to seep anew from his wound. Dai Fei, witnessing his struggle, promptly admonished him, "Do not move. Do you have any idea how severely you are injured? Can you hear me? If you can, please give me some sign," with a face flushed with embarrassment. Ashura nodded. Dai Fei, feeling relieved, said, "Thank goodness you are only mute. Wait here. I shall fetch you some warm porridge." With that, she dashed out, leaving Ashura bemused by her exuberance. However, he felt immense gratitude for her intervention, knowing that without her, he would likely have been devoured by beasts. Using his uninjured right hand, he reached for his storage belt and retrieved a few healing pills, intending to assess his injuries. But he froze in astonishment upon realizing that he had actually broken through to a new level, achieving both the rank of Great Martial Master and Great Mage. His unique dual cultivation allowed him to circulate both martial and magical energies through his meridians, thus their advancements were intertwined. The breakthrough to a higher realm was significantly more challenging than ascending within a lower tier. Ashura had entered the beast-infested forest to cultivate precisely for this purpose, and a life-and-death struggle from the previous day had finally granted him his wish. It seemed that Mentor Yuanda was indeed correct. Battles that flirted with death propelled faster breakthroughs, as he reveled in the newfound strength of both the Great Martial Master and Great Mage. He anticipated that once he recovered, confronting the earth-shattering bear would not pose much of a challenge, just as he was lost in thoughts of his newfound power and how he might take advantage of it upon returning to bully Lan Yu and Majina. The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside, and the captain, John, peered in at him. Instantly, Ashura became alert, maintaining a wary distance from the middle-aged warrior. After a moment, Captain John broke the silence, stating, "You are the one my daughter Dai Fei rescued last night." Ashura nodded in acknowledgement. Captain John furrowed his brow and continued, "Where is your family from? I can send someone to inform them to come and take you back at T.O. this." Ashura shook his head. The captain's brow creased further, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Our beta mercenary group is heading to Pro City. Once you are well enough, you will need to leave on your own. At the latest, you must reach Pro City you understand?" After a moment of reflection, Ashura nodded. He was aware that Pro City lay to the southwest of St. Gobain City, not far from the academy, and he estimated it would take about 10 days to reach. He believed he would recover sufficiently before that time, especially with the benefits of being a great martial master to enhance his healing speed. Seeing Ashura nod, Captain John lost interest in further conversation, turning to leave the carriage and instruct the team to prepare for departure, believing Ashura's injuries posed no threat to them. He assumed Ashura was merely a young noble who had fled family disputes. possibly a neglected, illegitimate child, and bringing him to Pro City would be a benevolent act. Not long after he departed, Daifei entered the carriage with a bowl of porridge, cheerfully inquiring, "What did my godfather say to you just now?" Ashura gazed at her and shook his head. Daifei, uncertain, asked, "He didn't trouble you, did he?" "Rest assured, we are all good people." Ashura remained silent, but this time he nodded. Seeing his affirmation, Daifei smiled warmly, extending the bowl of porridge toward him. "Drink some porridge. It will help you regain some strength." Ashura, ravenous and too weak to sit up, found himself in a predicament. Daifei noticed his plight, biting her lip in embarrassment before blushingly scooping a spoonful of porridge and bringing it to his lips. Ashura, not wanting to be difficult, opened his mouth and swallowed the porridge eagerly. Daifei could not help but laugh quietly at his enthusiasm, continuing to feed him until the bowl was empty, noticing he still seemed eager for more. With a playful smile, Daifei said, "You must take care. Eating too much after such a severe injury is not beneficial for recovery. Once you are healed, I will treat you to meat buns." Ashura looked at the girl with a radiant smile. Feeling his spirits lift as he returned her grin, in the days that followed, Daifei guided the carriage toward Pro City, chattering incessantly about her experiences. Ashura, opting to maintain his silence, became a mere listener. However, her nonstop chatter made it difficult for him to meditate and focus on his cultivation, leaving him to stare blankly at the ceiling of the carriage. The mercenary group traveled without pause throughout the day, stopping briefly at noon for rations before continuing their journey. Throughout the trip, other mercenaries often rode up to tease Ashura, asking if the little weakling had awakened, and jesting about whether he was hiding from the girl, provoking laughter from the group. Each time, it was Daifei who shooed away the boisterous mercenaries, yet Ashura could sense some unfriendly gazes fixated on his carriage. Although devoid of murderous intent, they were filled with palpable resentment. After setting up camp for the night, Daifei, having finished her meal early, joyfully hopped back to the carriage with a simple dish in hand to continue feeding Ashura. She then nestled against the side of the carriage, embracing her knees as she conversed with Ashura until fatigue overcame her and she dozed off in her seat. This provided Ashura with a brief respite to meditate and cultivate his skills. He pondered whether the girl had once been mute, only acquiring the ability to speak the day before, for she certainly had an abundance of words to share. Thus, 5 days passed in the delightful cacophony of the girl's incessant chatter. On the 6th morning, Ashura observed the girl curled up in slumber beside him. He rose slowly and stepped out of the carriage without disturbing Daifei or the other mercenaries. Outside, only 2 mercenaries were yawning and keeping watch near the edge of the camp, their gazes fixed deep into the forest. Ashura noted that his injuries had healed considerably. He unwrapped the bandages to inspect the stitches on his abdomen, done by the girl. The wound had mended well, with her dark hair intertwined with the fresh flesh. Ashura sincerely admired the neatness of her stitching. The broken bone in his left arm had also healed, and while he could not yet exert full strength, he was able to move it freely. Ashura gazed at his abdominal wound, reflecting on how close he had come to death. Fortunately, his desperate struggle had ultimately led to his survival. He believed no other freshman at the academy had performed better than he had during that ordeal. Not even Monroe, the top freshman warrior. This thought bolstered Ashura's confidence, prompting him to stretch widely, causing his joints to crack from the stiffness accumulated over days of lying in the carriage. Just then, a figure emerged from the tent, spear in hand, locking onto him. It seemed his stretching had drawn attention. It was Captain John, who, upon seeing Ashura standing in the camp, still in the act of stretching, was taken aback. He vividly recalled the grievous injuries the boy had sustained just 5 days prior, and the sight of him now walking about was nothing short of astonishing. Ashura noticed John's grip on his spear tightening and immediately flashed a friendly smile, raising his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Captain John, however, did not lower his spear, merely stating coldly, "Are you no longer injured, my lord?" Ashura, still smiling, shook his head in response. John continued, "If you are indeed uninjured, I would ask you to take your leave. We, the Mercenary Guild, wish to avoid any entanglements." Understanding John's apprehensions, Ashura nodded once and then shook his head. Before John could inquire further, the commotion had alerted others in the camp. And Dai Fei, upon awakening to find her bed empty, was initially startled. Hearing the conversation outside, she lifted the curtain of the carriage to look out. Upon seeing the boy she had conversed with daily, standing bare-chested in the center of the camp, she joyfully leapt from the carriage and ran to his side, exclaiming, "You're no longer mute. You've recovered so quickly. I must have taken great care of you." The girl continued to chatter excitedly, her innocent delight in Azura's recovery evident, unclouded by her guardian's suspicions. Azura smiled at her and expressed, "Thank you." Dai Fei, unfazed, replied casually, "No need for thanks. I merely—" Suddenly, she halted, her eyes wide as she gazed at the black-haired boy before her. Stammering, "Why, you're not mute?" Azura burst into laughter, declaring, "I never claimed to be mute. That was your assumption." Dai Fei's face flushed with embarrassment, and with a huff, she retreated back to her carriage. Witnessing her reaction, the older mercenaries erupted in laughter, while the younger one shot hostile glares at Azura. Captain John again addressed Azura, asking, "My lord, what are your plans moving forward?" Hearing the implicit dismissal in his tone, Azura offered a wry smile and said, "Captain John and esteemed friends, first, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I would like to offer compensation for your kindness. Secondly, my injuries are not yet fully healed. I wish to travel with you to Pro City. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, nor do I seek conflict. Upon reaching Pro City, I will take my leave." John and the others exchanged glances, the captain reflecting briefly before responding, "You may accompany us to Pro City. But I hope your words ring true. Furthermore, it was Dai Fei who saved you, so you need only express your gratitude to her." Azura nodded in agreement, smiling. Yet the red-clad girl suddenly withdrew into the carriage, refusing to show her face again. It was only when Captain John commanded the mercenary group to set out that Dai Fei reluctantly emerged from the carriage, taking the reins of the cart. Azura chose not to re-enter the carriage, but instead casually sat beside her, watching as she skillfully guided the vehicle forward. He couldn't help but chuckle at the pout on her face, asking, after chatting so much these past few days, "Why have you gone silent now?" Dai Fei ignored him, turning her head away defiantly. Azura, experienced in coaxing girls, had often done so with Lan Yu and Magina at the academy. With a glimmer of inspiration, he retrieved a treat from his storage belt, a snack gifted by Nai Wei before his departure from the academy, a juicy, elongated fruit smeared with the royal jelly of a level 4 beast. Azura, who typically refrained from snacking, had preserved this treat for a special occasion, and now it proved fortuitous. He offered the sweet-smelling delicacy to Dai Fei. Her eyes widened, captivated by the enticing aroma of the snack. Though she refrained from reaching for it, adhering to her upbringing and decorum, Azura sincerely urged, "Please enjoy it. You are my savior. This is a small token of my gratitude that I assure you, I mean you no harm." Dai Fei, biting her lip, replied haughtily, "I didn't save you for any reward. It's merely fate that you survive. Besides, I'm not afraid of you. I possess the strength of a third-stage warrior. Should you harbor any ill intentions, She punctuated her declaration with a playful jab of her small fist. Azura raised his hands in mock surrender, acknowledging her prowess, and offered the honey-coated snack once more. Dai Fei continued her internal deliberation, casting a side glance at Azura before stating, "You are truly insidious, tricking me into believing you were mute, that I confided many secrets, thinking you wouldn't share them with anyone. Yet here you stand as unrepentant as ever." Azura, bemused, pleaded, All right, it's entirely my fault. I was genuinely too injured to speak back then. You have my word. I shall not divulge our conversation to anyone else. Please forgive me. Consider this treat as my apology." Dai Fei, softened by his earnestness, ceased to be angry, huffing softly as she accepted the snack, eagerly biting into it. The sweetness flooded her mouth, a taste like none she had ever experienced before. Her eyes squinted in bliss, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Azura had seen that expression on Nai Wei before and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Noticing his teasing smile, Dai Fei's face turned crimson, and she playfully shook her little fist at him before tossing the reins to Azura. With the treat in hand, she leapt from the carriage, bounding over to Captain John to share the snack with her guardian. John hesitated upon realizing the treat was from Azura, but he was ultimately swayed by his daughter's insistence, sampling a bite of a delicacy he had never encountered before. The young maiden, Daffé, returned to the chariot driven by Ashura without reclaiming the reins, allowing him to steer the vehicle while she nibbled on sweet delicacies. She soon regained her former loquacity, chattering incessantly. Ashura matched her lively spirit, frequently sharing jokes that sent Daffé into fits of laughter. The young mercenaries surrounding them gripped their reins tightly, wishing they could take Ashura's place, for such a delightful exchange with a maiden existed only in their dreams. As Ashura and Daffé continued their leisurely conversation, time swiftly passed, and soon it was evening, the hour to set up camp. Throughout their journey, they discussed various topics. For instance, Ashura inquired why their mercenary group chose the perilous route along the outskirts of the beast forest. Daffé explained that their commission opportunities were limited, and taking the outer path would save time and reduce the exploitation by city officials, allowing them to share more earnings to support their families. Ashura then asked Daffé about her wishes. She shared her dream of owning a shop in a city where she could sell delicious food, believing that enjoying good food was the greatest happiness in the world. However, when Ashura asked what delicacy she would sell, she confessed she did not know, as she had previously thought the meat buns sold in the city were the epitome of deliciousness. Yet, after tasting the royal jelly snacks Ashura provided, her perceptions were irrevocably transformed. Daffé asked one burning question. What was the boy's name and why was he in this place? Ashura did not shy away from her inquiry, revealing that his name was Ashura and he hailed from the distant land of Ally. Here to train himself and enhance his abilities, he refrained from mentioning his status as a St. Goban Academy student. Earlier that day, Ashura had intended to offer Daffé another snack, but to his surprise, she shook her head in refusal. Firstly, she believed the snack to be expensive, and secondly, she feared that if she became accustomed to such exquisite treats, she would be saddened when she could no longer have them. Ashura, upon witnessing Daffé's demeanor, was reminded of his sister, Aya, and their shared kindness and gratitude. He felt a twinge of homesickness, wondering if his family was faring well. As night fell and camp was established, Ashura joined the others around the campfire for a meal. The mercenaries boisterously exchanged stories, and a burly mercenary named Tyler inquired how Ashura had sustained his injuries. Ashura bashfully replied that he had not clearly seen what beast had harmed him. He merely fled for his life after being injured. His response elicited hearty laughter from the group, and Tyler continued to jest with him, which Ashura took in stride, engaging in light-hearted banter with the mercenaries. However, trouble soon approached as a few young mercenaries gathered around, demanding to spar with him. Daffé, akin to a protective hen, placed her hands on her hips and scolded the young men to leave Ashura alone. Ashura simply smiled and said, "I am not strong enough at the moment and am currently injured. I concede." The young men, seeing him back down, felt they had saved face and mocked him a bit before dispersing. Daffé, frustrated, kicked him lightly and returned to her previous spot, for in the realm of the King-S continent, strength was eternally revered. Tyler handed Ashura a flask of liquor, and after taking a hearty swig, Ashura coughed as the harsh liquid burned his throat, prompting another round of laughter from the group. Tyler, with an arm draped over Ashura's shoulder, teased him about still being a virgin, suggesting that once they reached the next town, he should find a familiar courtesan to remedy that. Daffé, infuriated, snatched the flask from Ashura and returned it to Tyler. Meanwhile, Captain John remained silent, observing Ashura quietly, sensing that the young man was not ordinary. After all, despite his severe injuries, he appeared capable of rising from his bed. As the evening wore on, and the mercenaries finished their meals, preparing to retire for the night, Daffé grew bashful, noticing her discomfort. Ashura merely smiled and said nothing, finding a large tree by the fire to lean against, feigning a need for rest. This action relieved both Daffé and Captain John, who had been watching him from a distance. After a moment of contemplation, Daffé rushed back to the chariot, emerging with the blanket Ashura had used earlier, offering it to him with a flushed face that, "You're still injured and the ground is damp." "You should use this blanket," Ashura protested. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. Using your blanket would be too presumptuous." Yet he accepted it, spreading it out to create a makeshift bed. Daffé, witnessing his audacity, felt a surge of annoyance and retorted, "Well, you've already dirted it. If you don't wash it, I certainly want to use it." With that, she turned and returned to the chariot. Ashura watched her retreating figure, smiling quietly, the blanket marked with stains of blood from when she had saved him. He held this memory close that he surmised that Dafe likely did not possess another blanket to replace it, and he vowed to make amends upon their arrival in Pro City. He then leaned against the tree, covering himself with the blanket, entering a meditative state, a practice he had grown accustomed to through many sleepless nights. The following day, he awoke vibrant and invigorated, devoid of fatigue, and having accumulated a vast amount of magical energy. Eager to continue his nightly regimen on the dawn of the next day, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees and graced Ashura's face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched luxuriously. Feeling the surging power within him after his recent advancement, he was compelled to test the newfound strength of his Grand Warrior and Grand Mage status, believing himself to be several times stronger than before. His injuries had healed nearly 60%, with most wounds substantially mended. The previous day, when Dafe had inquired about his rapid recovery, he had attributed it to a miraculous ancestral ointment, which he had also gifted her some of. Elated, Dafe accepted it, exclaiming that the medicine would be invaluable to their mercenary group, potentially saving several lives, as the mercenaries emerged from their tents to gather their gear and prepare for departure. Ashura assisted in packing, receiving friendly smiles from the group. Of course, a few middle-aged mercenaries took the opportunity to jest at his expense, referring to him as a little weakling. Ashura reciprocated by playfully inquiring about the female relatives of the mercenaries. And amidst their laughter and banter, they finished packing the camp and resumed their journey. Ashura, as was customary, plopped down onto Dafe's chariot, a piece of jerky from the burly Tyler in hand. He broke off half and offered it to Dafe, who accepted it without pretense, chiding him for adopting the bad habits of the mercenaries. The young mercenaries nearby, seethed with envy, determined to challenge the dark-haired boy to a duel that very night. Thus, as the convoy progressed into the noon hour, before Captain John could signal a break for lunch, Ashura's ears perked up suddenly, and he shifted his position, positioning himself protectively in front of Dafe. Almost simultaneously, a few whistling sounds pierced the air, prompting Captain John to shout a warning. "Beware of an ambush." No sooner had he spoken than two mercenaries were struck down from their horses by arrows, fortunately sustaining non-fatal injuries. The mercenaries quickly raised their shields and formed a defensive line, their practiced movements indicating that this was not their first encounter with such peril. From the woods emerged over 30 armed men, their attire and demeanor unmistakably signaling their ill intentions to the forefront. A burly man clad in black iron armor strode forward with a boisterous laugh, brazenly declaring, "You lot have crossed into the territory of the Black Wind mercenary group without offering a toll. How rude! Do you wish to die here as food for the beasts?" The members of the Bidar mercenary group paled at the mention of the Black Wind mercenary group, notorious for their ruthless and merciless nature, notorious for their pillaging within the beast forest. Their leader, Gide, was a formidable grand warrior, surpassing Captain John's rank by a significant margin. Instantly, the tension escalated. Captain John's expression turned grave as he addressed the intruders with a tone of deference. "Esteemed gentlemen, we are the Bidar mercenary group. Merely passing through, we are willing to part with a portion of our earnings to treat the brothers of the Black Wind mercenary group to drinks." The Black Wind mercenaries only laughed more brazenly at this proposition, Gide arrogantly retorting, "Since you are aware of my name, you should also comprehend the extent of my appetite. Hurry and present your gold and treasures as tribute." The Bidar mercenaries were filled with rage and despair, yet they felt powerless. They knew that in terms of strength, they could not contend with the Black Wind mercenaries. They understood Captain John's intent, to avert disaster through financial sacrifice. Captain John's face was etched with a sorrowful determination as he clenched his teeth and declared, "We are tasked with delivering a shipment to Pro City, consisting of various herbs from the beast forest, amounting to a total fee of 100 gold coins. The employer has provided us with a deposit of 50 gold coins, and I am willing to relinquish this sum entirely in exchange for our safe passage." The members of the Beta mercenary group were taken aback and helpless. They fully understood their captain's rationale, yet all the hard work they had poured into the past 2 months was about to be ruthlessly snatched away. "However, kid, the leader of the Black Wind mercenary group, scoffed disdainfully and spat. Do you take me for a beggar? 50 gold coins barely suffice for my brothers to indulge in the city's brothels for a couple of days. Hand over the full 100 gold coins. Suppressing his rising anger, Captain John replied in a low voice, The employer has only given us a deposit of 50 gold coins. We are traversing the outskirts of the beast forest to economize. Now, I am prepared to surrender this amount to you. The remaining 50 gold coins will only be received upon delivery in Pro City. You expect me to accompany you to Pro City to collect them? Kid emitted a heavy snort. He certainly did not dare to venture into Pro City to retrieve those 50 coins, for he was already on the wanted list there, not to mention the formidable city lord. Even a mere general from the city would be beyond his capability to contend with. He cast a sidelong glance at Captain John and rudely stated, Consider yourselves fortunate, you bunch of paupers. Leave behind the 50 coins and all your horses. This time, I shall spare your lives. The members of the Beta mercenary group erupted in outrage. Their horses were more precious than their own lives. How could they transport goods without them? This was tantamount to severing their means of survival. Thus, they immediately voiced their vehement opposition. Ashura was still observing the unfolding situation, initially contemplating that if he could part with some wealth to avoid disaster, it would be ideal. Once in Pro City, he could sell the items in his spatial belt and later reimburse the Beta mercenary group the 50 gold coins. Better to avoid trouble if possible. However, he did not anticipate that this group of Black Wind mercenaries would be so voracious, even coveting their horses. In a moment of distraction, Deef suddenly sprang forth from behind Ashura, brandishing a longbow and aiming it at the opposing Black Wind mercenary group while shouting, Godfather, we cannot concede. Without our horses, the Beta mercenary group will have nothing left. How can we accept future missions? We shall fight them. Upon hearing her words, Ashura sighed internally, while Captain John nervously admonished her to retreat to the back of the formation. Yet, the ruffians of the Black Wind mercenary group were captivated. They had not anticipated such a stunning young lady among the ranks, and it seemed she had yet to be deflowered. Kid lewdly surveyed Deef, exclaiming in astonishment, Who would have thought that one could encounter such a gem in these desolate mountains? You need not turn over your horses. Simply hand over the 50 gold coins, and this lovely lady for my enjoyment for a few days. Surely that is more exhilarating than riding a horse. Ha! The surrounding rogues chimed in, Boss, once you've tamed this little filly, let the brothers have their fun too. We've been cooped up for too long. Kid jested back, saying, You scoundrel, that thing between your legs has grown mushrooms. You dare to toy with my woman? Go find yourself a widow in the nearest town. Hearing the vile word from the Black Wind mercenary group, the members of the Beta mercenary group changed color in shock. Yet, they merely concealed Deef behind them, unwilling to retreat. With a resolute determination to fight to the death, they awaited their captain's orders. Captain John raised his spear, prepared to confront Kid head-on. Just then, Deef suddenly recalled something, her tears flowing as she turned to Ashura, who was leaning against the cart, watching the drama unfold, and softly urged, When the fighting starts, you must run as far back as possible. I will hold off these ruffians for you. Ashura looked at the tearful girl, resembling a delicate flower, and smiled wryly. It seemed he could not remain inconspicuous any longer. He then leaped down from the cart, striding slowly towards the front of the formation under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The mercenaries exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what this seemingly feeble boy intended to do, while a few familiar faces urged him to stop. But he paid them no heed. Deef's pallor intensified as she attempted to rush forward to pull him back, yet the nearby mercenaries barred her path, shielding her behind them. Even the ruffians of the Black Wind mercenary group, still spouting vulgarities, were perplexed by the sight of this tall youth approaching them. The dark-haired youth muttered to himself as he advanced, I was reluctant to engage since my injuries have yet to fully heal. But you insist on bullying her? She is a good girl I have yet to lay a finger on, so you all deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashura unleashed his full power, activating the Wind Chaser lightning step to charge towards Kid. This was the first time he had fully employed the technique since ascending to the Grand Martial Master level, moving with the speed of lightning to close in on Kid. Kid was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly frail boy possessed such terrifying strength. He too was a Grand Martial Master, but only knew a basic green-level movement technique, the Wind Chaser lightning step. amplified by lightning magic, bore down on him. He could only raise his arms defensively in front of his chest. Meanwhile, Ashura's right hand surged with power as he unleashed the Thunder Fist, striking Kid's arm. Kid felt a tremendous force hit him, causing his arms to tingle as he staggered backward. Before he could regain his composure, 3 rumbling thunderclaps detonated against his chest, the inner force of the Thunder Fist penetrating through his arms and armor to slam into his torso, resulting in him spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Just as Kid attempted to draw his weapon in retaliation, a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. With a face full of terror, he clawed at the hand constricting his throat, his legs flailing in a futile struggle. Ashura, holding him aloft, spoke coolly. The Black Wind mercenary group. I have a particular disdain for organizations with black in their names. With that, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the sky, striking Kid, who was suspended in midair. The onlookers witnessed a flash of light followed by a thunderous roar, and Kid, like his black armor, was engulfed in charred darkness, emitting faint wisps of smoke. Ashura nonchalantly discarded Kid's lifeless body to the ground. Brushing off his right hand, as if it were dirty, he then surveyed the stunned members of the Black Wind mercenary group with a devilish grin, saying, "Aren't you all going to flee? Then you shall remain here." After a brief moment, Ashura pulled a dagger from the back of a fallen Black Wind mercenary group member, surveying the circle of corpses around him. He cast a self-satisfied smile towards the terrified members of the Beta mercenary group in the distance. However, upon seeing his grin, cold sweat broke out on their backs, especially among the middle-aged mercenaries who often teased him. Initially, when they encountered the Black Wind mercenary group, their spirits had not waned. Yet now, witnessing the terrifying strength and ruthless methods of the frail youth they had spent days with, they felt their legs turn to jelly. The young mercenaries who had considered sparring with Ashura were now filled with dread. The boy who always appeared weak seemed far more fearsome than the beasts of the beast forest. Captain John, having just assisted Ashura in dispatching 3 members of the Black Wind mercenary group, had suspected the youth's extraordinary prowess but never imagined it was to such a terrifying extent. He felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that this youth might turn against their Beta mercenary group, leaving them no better than the corpses on the ground. The only one filled with unrestrained excitement was Deef, who exclaimed in exhilaration, though a hint of fear kept her from approaching the boy amidst the corpses. Ashura, unperturbed, strolled towards the Beta mercenary group's formation after ensuring there were no living foes. But the members instinctively took a step back as he approached. Only Deef bounded forward to greet Ashura, but upon noticing the bloodstains on his attire, she scrunched her nose in distaste. She offered him a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his clothes. Gazing at him with adoration, Ashura, while cleaning himself, softly urged Deef, "What are you still doing standing there? Quickly instruct your godfather to clean the battlefield and gather the spoils. Why are you all just standing idle?" Deef's eyes lit up at his words, and she dashed over to Captain John, whispering a few words. Captain John hesitated, glancing at Ashura, who was completely indifferent to him. After biting his lip, he commanded the others to clean up the battlefield. The mercenaries exchanged glances at Ashura before beginning to bury the dead and collect the spoils. About half an hour later, Ashura emerged from the cart clad in fresh attire, staring in bewilderment at the pile of loot that had accumulated beside the cart like a small mountain. The mercenaries kept their distance, observing, while Deef was pulled behind Captain John, seemingly under a gag order, her cheeks puffed in indignation, refusing to speak. Captain John spoke, "Your Excellency Ashura, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your timely assistance. The entire mercenary group will forever remember your kindness. Here lies the entirety of the spoils we have diligently gathered for you. You may take them all." Ashura, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. His gaze fell upon Deify, who was behind John, making faces at him. With a bemused expression, he replied, "Captain John, please do not stand on ceremony with me. Deify has saved my life, and all of you have shown me great kindness. It is only right that I contribute to today's situation. I shall not take these spoils. Instead, divide them among my brothers, as a token of my gratitude for your assistance over these past few days." John opened his mouth, intending to say something further, but Ashura waved his hand to silence him, and instead turned to Deify, saying, "I shall take a short rest. Please wake me for dinner." With that, he turned and returned to the carriage. In the distance, the mercenaries could no longer contain their joy, and they rushed towards the carriage, eager to claim the spoils. Deify also dashed towards the loot. However, as she reached for a few items, she was shoved back by a burly mercenary behind her. The girl exclaimed in frustration, rolling up her sleeves, ready to plunge back into the crowd. Fortunately, at that moment, Captain John shouted, "Divide it evenly. No fighting." This call restored order to the chaotic throng. Meanwhile, Azura remained hidden within the carriage, covered by a blood-stained blanket, drenched in cold sweat. The intense exertion had seemingly worsened the wound on his abdomen. Nevertheless, he felt an exhilarating thrill, for he had nearly vanquished a foe of equal caliber. Mentor Yuanda had indeed not deceived him. The dual cultivation of magic and martial arts became increasingly formidable in the later stages, rendering him nearly invincible among peers and even capable of defeating opponents of higher levels. How could this not thrill him? It was not until Deify excitedly flung open the carriage curtain and entered, oblivious to whether Azura was asleep, that she began chattering incessantly. She exclaimed how handsome Azura had been, how no one had anticipated such strength from someone so young, and how he had avenged her grievances while saving the mercenary group. She then inquired about the lightning that had struck down Captain Kidd when he mentioned his name, and continued to recount how they had evenly shared the spoils, with each person receiving nearly 20 gold coins worth of goods, likely their income for 2 years. Everyone was immensely grateful to him. Captain John had acquired a spatial storage belt, making future logistics far more convenient. Among other things, Azura, wary of revealing his discomfort, endeavored to maintain an air of calm mastery, feeling joy at Deify's unwavering trust in him. Thus, he listened as she animatedly spoke about the spoils, and they reached the campsite by nightfall. Upon exiting the carriage, Azura could distinctly sense the mercenaries working with renewed vigor. As they saw him emerge, they instinctively paused their tasks, gazing at him without the prior fear that had made them recoil. With a serene smile, Azura strode towards the newly kindled fire, calling out to the bearded mercenary tailor, "Hurry and bring me that prize flask of yours. Surely you ought to treat me to a drink." Hearing Azura's words, the surrounding mercenaries relaxed, and Taylor promptly handed over his flask. Azura, as per his custom, took a hearty swig of the strong liquor. He had developed a fondness for rum. The fiery sensation sliding down his throat sent delightful shivers throughout his body. Taylor, witnessing the youth's amiability, became less reserved after a few drinks, insisting that Azura join him for a night of revelry at the finest brothel in Pro City, having acquired spoils worth over 20 gold coins himself. The bonds among the mercenaries were sincere and robust. Before long, everyone was thumping their chests, promising to treat Azura to a visit to the brothel in Pro City, and soon began boasting about which of their favored companions was most skilled, their faces flushing with excitement, nearly leading to a brawl. In truth, these mercenaries had little spare coin for such indulgences. Most would seek out the less affluent establishments in the poorer districts. 20 gold coins might barely cover a meal at the larger brothels. Azura, amused, bantered with the rugged men, and before they knew it, nightfall approached, signaling rest. Azura brushed the dust from his trousers and strolled towards Deify's carriage, slipping inside while the onlookers exchanged knowing glances. Captain John, seated by the fire, clenched his jaw and grasped his spear, poised to enter the carriage. Yet before anyone could halt him, Azura emerged, clutching the bloody blanket. A glance exchanged with Captain John sent a shiver down his spine. Azura laid the blanket beside the fire, intending to continue his all-night meditation. He chuckled at the memory of Deify's startled and bashful expression when he retrieved the blanket. Thus, amidst the laughter and light-hearted banter of the mercenaries, the group finally reached their destination, Pro City. Gazing at the imposing city gates, Deify's spirit seemed diminished. Her countenance remained sullen throughout the morning. Noticing her demeanor, Azura refrained from commenting. Their journey had inevitably led to this moment of parting, but he wished to do something for Deify before he departed. Upon entering the gates of Pro City, Captain John urged his horse closer to Azura's carriage, addressing him, "Your Excellency Azura, Shortly we must attend to the transfer of goods. Would you kindly wait for me in the central square of Pro City? Azura presumed they wished to conduct the transaction without his presence. Thus he readily agreed, expressing that he also had matters to discuss with Captain John. With that, he turned to Deify, who intentionally averted her gaze, and said, "I shall see you shortly." He then leapt from the carriage and strode towards the opposite end of the street. Deify bit her lip, fighting back tears, focusing on the road ahead as the carriage moved forward. Captain John sighed softly and urged his horse onward. Once Azura departed from the group, he made his way towards the market of Pro City. He pulled out his black cloak, draping the hood over his head, concealing his youthful visage within its shadows. As he approached the market entrance, a gaunt, middle-aged man hastily approached him, bowing deeply. "My lord, have you come to the market to buy or sell? I am Shiosi, a local resident for over 30 years, and I can provide you with all the information and services you require in Pro City. For a modest fee of 10 silver coins." Azura did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the astute man named Shiosi. Though Shiosi could not see Azura's face, he felt as though the eyes beneath the hood could pierce through to his very soul, instilling a sense of pressure. After a moment, a raspy voice emerged. "I wish to both buy and sell. That I can offer you 20 silver coins, but you must ensure I receive a high price for my wares and a low price for my purchases. Do you understand my meaning? Please do not provoke my displeasure. Should I be unhappy, I assure you, you will not fare well either." Azura deliberately lowered his voice to intimidate the man who had approached him. He understood that a hint of weakness would mark him as prey. The emaciated Shiosi bowed even lower, sweat beading on his forehead, fervently assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall serve you diligently and to your satisfaction." With that, Shiosi slightly raised himself, humbly inquiring, "Would you like to buy first or sell first?" After pondering, Azura replied, "Let us first sell the pelts and materials from level for magical beasts. If the price for the level for magic core is agreeable, I may sell that as well." At once, the gaunt man Shiosi responded, "Then let us head to Jindalai Trading Company. Rest assured, they offer fair prices." Azura was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter a business affiliated with a prominent family. However, he quickly recalled that Jindalai was one of the 4 major trading houses in the King's domain, and it was entirely normal for them to have a branch in Pro City. He was more than willing to sell to Jindalai, prompting Shiosi to lead the way. When Shiosi guided him to a splendid 3-story building adorned in gold, Azura couldn't help but marvel at the immense success of the Jinza family. Upon entering, he was met with even more opulent decorations, the counters lined with an array of goods for patrons to peruse, and the bustling crowd within was lively. Azura stifled his curiosity, refraining from glancing around, for he noticed that Shiosi was subtly observing him as well. Not long after they entered, a staff member approached to inquire about their needs, upon learning they were there to sell materials from level 4 magical beasts. The staff led them to a private room on the first floor, respectfully knocking 3 times on the door. Hearing a response from within, the staff conveyed, "Our appraiser from Jindalai is ready. The seller may now enter for the transaction." Upon hearing this, Ashura cast a glance at Shios, who immediately bent down and said, "I will wait for you at the entrance." Ashura nodded with satisfaction, casually tossing 2 silver coins into Shios' embrace. Shios promptly cradled the coins, beaming with joy as he lavished praise upon his lord's generosity. Ashura then stepped into the private room and spotted an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a portly figure seated across from him. Ashura inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect, to which the elder merely responded with a faint acknowledgement before urging him to present the magical beast for trade. Without further hesitation, Ashura retrieved the corpses of all 4-level magical beasts from his storage belt, 8 in total, along with 6 pelts, a jumble of bones and teeth, and a few herbs, which he laid out on the long table before the elder. At this moment, the elder finally regarded the cloaked figure before him with a measure of attentiveness. Although the figure had not spoken a word nor removed the hood shrouding his face since entering. The elder, seasoned in the ways of the world, had encountered myriad individuals. Judging by the hands revealed while retrieving the items, he surmised that the individual was likely quite young. Moreover, the wounds on the magical beasts indicated they had all been inflicted by the same assailant. A youth capable of slaying so many four-level magical beasts alone in the magical beast forest could hardly be an ordinary person. The elder's demeanor noticeably softened, and he smiled as he said, "Young man, I see that each magical beast has a hole in its head. How fortunate! Did you manage to extract any magic cores? If so, you could sell them all together. I assure you the price will be to your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Ashura's body stiffened slightly, prompting an amused smile from the elder. Ashura inwardly cursed the old fox, and then produced 3 4-level magic cores from his storage belt. The elder, upon seeing 2 earth-type cores and 1 water-type core, nodded in satisfaction. He then examined the quality of the magical beast corpses and, after some contemplation, stated, "Calculating everything, I can offer you a neat sum of 300 gold coins, AS, for the 4-level cores. I will give you 300 gold coins for each of the earth-type cores and 350 for the water-type core. What do you think?" After a moment's thought, Ashura reached into his spatial ring and produced 4 claws from Earth Bear. Placing them on the table, the elder straightened up at the sight of the claws, measuring their size with his hands, realizing they belonged to an adult Earth Bear. He then scrutinized the young man concealed beneath the cloak anew. A youth capable of slaying 5-level magical beasts was indeed an elite in this continent. The elder, now smiling broadly, remarked, "Young man, you are impressive indeed to have slain a 5-level magical beast. Now, let us see the other materials. For the 5-level magic core, I can offer you 1,000 gold coins." Ashura merely shook his head. The elder, sensing his continued caution, found the young man intriguing and cheerfully proclaimed, "I will give you 1,500 gold coins for everything. How does that sound?" With that, the elder extended his right hand. Ashura, seeing this, also extended his hand to shake the elder's, thus confirming the transaction. The elder then summoned his subordinates to tally the goods. Ensuring a clean exchange, the elder accepted a crystal card from one of his aides, smiling as he said, "This is a crystal card issued by the 4 great empires, capable of storing gold coins. It already contains 1,500 gold coins, which you can withdraw at any imperial bank or use for purchases at any store." Ashura took the card, observing the balance of 1,500, a concept he had heard of but never seen. However, he speculated that the Jinli Trading Company would not risk deceiving him over such a sum. If they did, he could always seek reimbursement from his superior, Jinze. Ashura replied earnestly, "Thank you." He then bid farewell and turned to leave the private room, intending to exit the Jinli Trading Company with Shios. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Sir, please hold on." Upon hearing the voice that halted him, Ashura instinctively clenched his fists. However, after surveying his surroundings, he relaxed his fists and slowly turned around to see a middle-aged man in formal attire approaching him. This man exuded an air of refinement. He stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am Pato, the manager of the Jinli Trading Company in Pro City. I heard from my subordinates that you have just completed a transaction with us. I would like to present you with a blue-level VIP card from our company, which will entitle you to better prices and services for future transactions." Understanding the manager's intentions, Ashura accepted the blue-level VIP card, inclining his body slightly in gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice. "Mr. Pato, thank you for the VIP card. I may need to trouble you again shortly." This statement caught Pato off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, replying, "The Jinli Trading Company welcomes you at any time. I will do my utmost to assist you." Ashura was instantly convinced that the success of the Jinli Trading Company was not without reason. With such customer service, it would be difficult not to prosper. Once outside the Jinli Trading Company, Shios eagerly approached him, asking, "My lord, what is your next requirement?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ashura replied, "I wish to purchase a shop in Pro City, preferably in a good location. It need not be large, but it would be ideal if it has a second floor or a backyard for living quarters. How much would that cost?" Shios pondered for a while before finally looking up and responding, "My lord, there are hardly any shops for sale in prime locations in Pro City. However, there's a grain and oil store that might be available. The owner's son has accrued significant gambling debts, leaving the owner desperate. He is currently hesitating over whether to sell the shop, but he has expressed an intent to do so and relocate to another city." Intrigued, Ashura maintained a calm facade and inquired, "Do you think this shop would be suitable? What price do you estimate the owner would ask?" Shios immediately assured him. The location of that shop is indeed excellent, with a small courtyard at the back containing about 3 or 4 rooms. Perfectly meeting your requirements, the AS for the price. I believe it would be around 400 gold coins, as the owner's son owes nearly that amount to the casino. After a moment's contemplation, Ashura replied, Then let it be 400 gold coins. I do not care what you pay for the shop. I will give you 400 gold coins, and the remainder shall be yours. That I wish to acquire that shop as soon as possible. Shios was momentarily dumbfounded, fearing he had misheard. Such immense fortune had suddenly fallen into the hands of a mere guide like him. He immediately knelt, promising to resolve the matter swiftly and urging Ashura to wait for him. With that, he hurriedly dashed down another street, while Ashura quietly followed behind. Observing Shios enter a well-placed grain and oil shop, he watched as Shios communicated animatedly with a middle-aged man whose face was etched with worry. Ashura felt quite pleased with the shop's location, which was conveniently close to the Jinli Trading Company, and the small courtyard was a perfect fit for his needs. He intended to purchase this shop as a gift for Dafei, fulfilling the young girl's dream of opening a delightful eatery and providing her with a secure place to live, sparing her the need to roam with rough men in a life of peril. As for the expenditure involved in acquiring the shop, this was the first time Ashura had ever been so generous. He felt that repaying a life-saving favor with some gold coins was of little consequence. Even though he had also slain a band of robbers to protect the girl, he yearned to offer her even more. Meanwhile, it appeared that Shios had successfully negotiated as he emerged from the shop with a beaming face. However, just as he turned the corner of the alley, a powerful hand seized his collar and lifted him off the ground. Shios, instinctively retracting his neck, turned to see Ashura and immediately began to ingratiate himself, saying, My lord, the shop has been negotiated. The owner can provide you with the deed at any time, and his family will be moving out shortly, regarding the price of 400 gold coins. Ashura understood his implication and, in a raspy voice, replied, I am offering you 400 gold coins. I want the deed now, and I expect the owner to vacate immediately. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Shios trembled with excitement, nearly dropping to his knees to express his gratitude, but Ashura lifted him up again, urging him to expedite the transaction. Within less than an hour, Ashura found himself holding the deed to the shop. Watching as the former owner hurriedly loaded a cart with their belongings and departed, he glanced at the deed in his hand, unfazed by Shios, who was becoming increasingly frenetic with his 50 gold coins. With determined steps, he made his way towards the central square, where he spotted members of the Bidar mercenary group awaiting him. Among them, Dafei stood on tiptoe, eagerly scanning the crowd with an expression of anticipation mixed with anxiety. As Ashura removed the hood of his warrior cloak, he strolled toward the Bidar mercenary group. Upon seeing him approach from a distance, Dafei's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. She had been worried he might leave without a word. But upon seeing his return, she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. As Ashura stood before the eager members of the Bida mercenary corps, he playfully inquired with a grin, Was the delivery successful? Why are you all waiting for me? The burly tailor chuckled heartily. Everything has been handed over, and this time, my brothers have made quite a fortune. All thanks to your assistance, we've been waiting for you to fulfill your promise. We plan to show you the wonders of the world. With that, he shot Ashura a mischievous wink. Ashura immediately grasped Taylor's implication and, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head that he was still a novice. And while he often bantered with these rough men, filled with ribald jokes, the thought of truly engaging in such activities made him hesitant to squander his first night on the embrace of a tavern wench. At this moment, Captain John stepped forward to defuse the situation, stating, The brothers wish to express their gratitude for your life-saving assistance and would like to invite you to a tavern in the city for a celebratory drink. Ashura nodded slightly, appreciating their camaraderie. He replied with a smile, I truly appreciate your kindness, but let us not waste our hard-earned coins on me. Otherwise, what significance would the spoils I leave you hold? Captain John attempted to say more, but Ashura interjected, Captain John, let everyone disperse. I have a few matters to discuss with you and Dafei. Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at one another and discreetly made their exit. Though Dafei approached with an air of reluctance, Ashura produced the deed to the property and tossed it to Dafei, saying, Dafei, save my life this time. and I have long wished to repay her in some way. I just purchased a shop with a courtyard for her, and now she will be the proprietor, free to open the eatery of her dreams." Both of them stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to fathom that Ashura would bestow such a lavish gift. Dafei, overwhelmed, quickly attempted to return the deed, exclaiming, "Why would you spend such a sum? It is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Having previously conversed with Ashura, Dafei understood that he was not of noble birth and had limited savings. Yet he had just purchased a shop for her, leaving her astounded, as she was typically reluctant to spend even a single silver coin. Ashura, however, did not reclaim the deed or acknowledge her protests, instead turning to Captain John and stating, "The shop has several rooms in the courtyard, ample enough for your whole family to reside. The location is superb, and any business you pursue there should thrive. You need not remain mercenaries any longer. You can live a stable life." Captain John, equally taken aback, realized he had underestimated this young man. Yet he shook his head, replying, "I may not be worthy of such fortune. I have over a dozen brothers who rely on me for sustenance. If we are not mercenaries, we would know not what else to do. I understand your intentions, and I will ensure Dafei remains in Pro City." Ashura understood John's concerns, but felt increasingly perturbed by his subsequent remarks. Dafei, blushing, tugged at his sleeve and pulled him aside, quietly asking, "Ashura, are you trying to buy me a house to keep me?" Ashura was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her sudden question. Having traveled with a mercenary group since childhood, Dafei had heard many tales of wealthy merchants in various cities who would buy homes for certain young women, keeping them for their own pleasure. Upon seeing the deed Ashura had given her, her mind immediately conjured such gossip. Yet she was also worried about her guardian. The thought of living alone in such a large house made her anxious. Ashura had not considered this angle before, but as he pondered, he realized that life could indeed be beautiful. However, the sharp gaze of Captain John from a distance swiftly brought him back to seriousness. He gave Dafei a gentle tap on the forehead and stated earnestly, "What are you thinking? I simply do not wish to see you running about all the time. The recent events were perilous. I want you to have a secure place to stay. Furthermore, Captain John has a family as well, and his wife can come to live with you. Besides, opening a restaurant has always been your dream, hasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Dafei's ears reddened, realizing she had misunderstood Ashura's intentions, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment in her heart. She bit her lip and shook her head, saying, "I cannot abandon my guardian. I am not without my own worth in the team." Ashura, observing Dafei and then glancing at John, let out a quiet sigh, realizing that he could not change their minds. Thus, he suggested they accompany him to two places. He first led them to the newly acquired shop. Though Dafei said nothing, her eyes sparkled with desire and affection, betraying her feelings, while Captain John nodded in approval of the establishment. Next, he took them to the Jinli Lai Trading Company. Still donning his hood, Dafei and John were puzzled as to why he had brought them here. Had he intended to buy something else for Dafei? Upon entering the trading company, Ashura approached a staff member and requested, "Could you please summon Mr. Pato? I have matters to discuss with him." The staff member politely replied, "Sir, do you possess a VIP card for our establishment?" Ashura promptly produced the blue VIP card he had just received, and the staff member immediately responded with utmost respect, "Sir, please wait a moment. I shall summon Supervisor Pato right away." As the staff member retreated, Dafei and John exchanged glances, astonished by Ashura's VIP card. Supervisor Pato approached Ashura with his usual poise, extending his right hand for a handshake as he approached, saying, "Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. How may I assist you today?" Dafei and John stared in disbelief at one another, unable to process the gravity of the situation. Ashura, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Mr. Pato, I apologize for troubling you so soon. May we speak privately?" Pato immediately responded, "Let us converse in my tea room. I was just preparing to brew a fine pot of green tea. We can sit down, drink, and discuss." With that, he led the way upstairs. Ashura instructed Dafei and John to wait for him, while a staff member escorted them to a nearby lounge area, providing them with pastries and tea. Ashura followed Pato into a quaint tea room, beautifully adorned, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste, with each decorative piece being of considerable value. Pato warmly invited Ashura to take a seat and began preparing the tea. However, Ashura wasted no time, stating seriously, "I have come to seek your assistance with a matter." With that, he produced the token given to him by the elder Jinza. The moment the token was unveiled, Pato's teapot clattered onto the table. Shattering into pieces, he quickly rushed to Ashura, taking the token with both hands, examining it closely. Then, with a thud, he knelt before Ashura, exclaiming, "We welcome the young master. I deeply apologize for failing to greet you adequately. I am deserving of punishment." Ashura was taken aback by this sudden display. He hurriedly helped Pato to his feet, explaining the origin of the token. Pato, no longer feeling embarrassed, began to regard Ashura with even greater respect. The fact that the young master had entrusted this token to Ashura indicated a profound bond between them, presenting an excellent opportunity to elevate his own standing before the young master. Thus, Pato treated Ashura with increased enthusiasm, bordering on obsequiousness. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine. Surprised by the token's influence, he did not overreach, instead articulating his two requests. The first was for the Jinli Lai Trading Company to provide the Beta mercenary corps with dedicated escort missions, allowing them to avoid the perils of the outer monster forest. Ashura understood that to keep Da Fei in the city, he needed to ensure the safety of the mercenary corps. This request was trivial for the Jinli Lai Trading Company, and Pato readily agreed. The second request was for the company to discreetly oversee Da Fei in her new shop, ensuring she would not be bullied in Pro City. Upon hearing this, Pato wore a knowing grin, assuring Ashura that no one in Pro City would dare to touch a hair on Da Fei's head, and that the shop's courtyard would be off-limits to any other man. Ashura felt a wave of frustration, realizing Pato had misunderstood his intentions. However, he refrained from clarifying, thinking perhaps this misunderstanding would lead Pato to take even greater care. Once they had settled the requests, the two engaged in pleasant conversation as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Da Fei and John quickly rose to greet Ashura. Before he could speak, Pato approached Captain John, enthusiastically discussing the prospect of a long-term collaboration with the Beta Mercenary Corps. This revelation filled Captain John with immense astonishment that a colossal family like the Jinli Trading Company would ordinarily disregard a mercenary group of such meager stature. He cast a grateful glance at the youth beside him. Ashura, fully aware that none of this would have been possible without the young man's assistance, Deify, standing nearby, also caught wind of the olive branch extended by the Jinli Trading Company, and she quickly grasped Ashura's intentions for bringing them here. It seemed that this mischievous fellow still harbored thoughts of taking care of her. Consequently, Deify's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Ashura's eyes. Observing her demeanor, Ashura realized that she was misinterpreting the situation yet again, and he immediately whispered an explanation. "Please do not overthink it. I merely wish to repay you for saving my life. There are no ulterior motives. Rest assured, you can stay in Pro City without concern." However, despite his words, Deify still did not lift her head. Large, silent tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Ashura, witnessing this scene, became increasingly flustered, utterly perplexed about what he had done wrong. He anxiously scratched his head. Suddenly, Deify raised her tear-streaked face, her resolute eyes locking onto Ashura's at that moment. He felt like a heartless villain, an inexplicable wave of guilt washing over him. Deify earnestly declared, "I am willing to heed your words and remain in Pro City, staying at that shop, that I will follow your wishes, but please don't abandon me. Although I know I am unworthy of you, ever since you stood up against the Black Wind mercenary group for my sake, I have developed feelings for you. I dread the thought of not seeing you in the future." With that, tears continued to tumble silently from her eyes. Ashura fell into a contemplative silence, letting out a soft sigh as he opened his arms to embrace the young girl. He did not lack affection for Deify, especially after hearing her heartfelt confession. He realized that evading the issue would serve no purpose. Thus, he drew her into his arms, offering her the utmost comfort. Deify, caught off guard by Ashura's bold gesture, felt immensely shy and buried her face in his shoulder, too bashful to meet anyone's gaze, particularly that of her adoptive father, Captain John. The latter, witnessing the scene, refrained from comment, merely letting out a slight sigh of discontent. However, Supervisor Pato beside him chuckled and pulled him aside, granting the young couple a moment of privacy. After Deify ceased her weeping, Ashura gently spoke. You must listen to me. I cannot make any promises right now, that I have pressing matters to attend to, but I assure you, I will come to see you whenever I can. Deify, still not raising her head, wiped her tears on Ashura's shoulder and choked out, You're lying. Ashura felt a bit overwhelmed by her accusation and continued to coax her, saying, I, Ashura, always honor my words. You need not worry upon hearing this. Deify's cheeks flushed, and she playfully pecked him on the cheek, emerging from Ashura's embrace with red-rimmed eyes fixed on him. After a long pause, she nodded and declared, You must keep your word. No deceiving me. Ashura sighed in resignation. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Just listen to me. Deify, this time complying, nodded earnestly, and only then did they notice the inquisitive gazes of those around them. With a soft whimper, Deify buried her head back into Ashura's embrace, while he, undeterred by the stares, retained his composure, thanks to the hood he wore. The two bid farewell to Captain John, stating their intention to head to the shop. And hand in hand, they dashed out of the Jindalai Trading Company, laughing and chatting as they made their way to their newly acquired store. Once inside, they tidied up the shop and Ashura resolved to take Deify out to purchase some essential supplies. However, as they exited the storefront, Ashura sensed several pairs of eyes discreetly observing them. When they noticed Ashura's awareness, they did not shy away. Ashura deduced that these were the experts sent by the Jindalai Trading Company to protect Deify. Astonished at Pado's swift actions, it seemed the power of the token was indeed formidable. They returned to the shop laden with numerous necessities, and before they could share any whispered secrets, Captain John entered the store with an impassive expression. Deify, feeling embarrassed, quickly retreated to the room she had chosen. Captain John turned to Ashura and said, Sir, may we find a place to converse? Ashura readily agreed to accompany Captain John to the front desk. Captain John began, First, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the brothers of the Beta Mercenary Group and their families for your recommendation and assistance. It has undoubtedly provided us with a much-needed lifeline. However, as a father, I implore you not to toy with my daughter's emotions. She is a kind-hearted girl, and I cannot bear to see her in distress. After a moment of silence, Ashura replied, My recommendation of the Beta Mercenary Group to the Jindalai Trading Company was solely to ensure Deify's peace of mind. So you need not thank me. Furthermore, as you have observed, I had no intention of becoming too entangled with Deify, as I have my own difficulties. However, now that circumstances have unfolded as they have, we have committed no wrongs, and I am willing to walk alongside her. Who can predict what the future holds? But I promise to give her 3 years of contemplation. Perhaps when she encounters someone she truly loves, she will forget about me. If, after 3 years, her feelings remain unchanged, I will bring her home to meet my parents. After hearing the young man's words, John nodded with satisfaction, saying, I heard Deify call you Ashura. May I inquire where you hail from? Ashura did not conceal the truth, stating, My name is indeed Ashura, and I come from the distant western land of Olai. Captain John acknowledged his familiarity with Olai, recalling a previous mission involving the transport of goods there. Ashura, surprised, continued, My father is the National Protector General of Olai, of Fong Tian, and my family is currently under threat and persecution from other forces. If you have the opportunity to return to Olai in the future, please convey a message to my family. Ashura is well, and his wishes have been fulfilled. They need not worry. I will return within 3 to 5 years. Captain John, taken aback, realized the young man bore hidden burdens. He solemnly assured Ashura that he would seek an opportunity to relay the message. Ashura, feeling a sense of relief, called out, Come out. No need to hide. Deify timidly stepped out from behind the door, ready to explain herself, but Ashura pulled her back into the inner courtyard. They sat facing each other in the room, and Ashura grasped Deify's hand, saying, You heard what I said earlier. I may not be able to stay here for too long, but I will return soon. Just trust me. Deify remained silent, pouting as she gazed at him. After a long while, she finally spoke. I want to hear your story. I want to know your secrets. You seem so mysterious. Ashura smirked and replied, Very well, I shall share my tale with you. He then recounted his mischievous childhood, his laziness, the deep-seated family vendetta that led him to the St. Gabain Academy, and his unexpected appearances in the monster forest, all while revealing everything to deify, except for the encounters with the cloaked figures along the way and the tragic incidents during his training at the academy. Deify listened, wide-eyed, astonished at the young man's experiences. She had already shared her childhood anecdotes with Ashura during his recovery. Eventually, the two nestled together on the small bed in Deify's room, fully clothed, sharing their innermost thoughts without crossing any inappropriate boundaries. For the first time, Ashura did not meditate, enjoying a deep, restful slumber. The following day, Ashura prepared to depart Pro City, intending to consult Mentor Yuanda at the academy regarding his next training plan. Having accomplished his breakthrough within just 4 months, after a prolonged farewell with Deify, during which he repeatedly assured her of his swift return, Ashura donned his warrior robe's hood and made his way to the city gate. However, after walking just 2 blocks, he heard someone call out, "My lord." Turning around, he was surprised to see Shiosi, who had transformed his appearance from that of a street thug to a well-dressed individual. Upon seeing Ashura, Shiosi immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "My lord, do you have any commands? Shiosi is eager to serve you." Ashura raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Did this fellow truly think he was some naive benefactor? Nevertheless, he reasoned that there was no harm in utilizing the help offered. After some thought, Ashura inquired what other establishments in Pro City deal in trading goods apart from the Jindalai Trading Company. He sought to gauge the trading value of a level 5 magic core. Without hesitation, Shiosi replied, "My lord, aside from the Jindalai Trading Company, there's a well-known place for trading goods that I wonder if you might be interested." Ashura raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where?" Shiosi responded, "That would be the black market in Pro City. There one can find all manner of goods, mostly exchanged through bartering. Would you like to take a look, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Ashura expressed great interest and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Lead the way," wearing a hood. Ashura followed Shiosi to a shadowy entrance in an alley. After handing over 40 silver coins as an entry fee to a few burly guards, the two descended the stairs for quite some time. During this interval, Ashura even took out a dagger, gripping it tightly, feeling a twinge of regret for his audacity in following Shiosi to this underground lair, notorious for its nefarious dealings. Fortunately, he soon glimpsed light and heard the sounds of a bustling crowd. They had arrived at an underground plaza, where a grand crystal dome connected to the sky above, illuminating the subterranean space. The plaza was teeming with hundreds of warriors and mages engaged in trade, with stalls of various sizes scattered throughout. Most individuals, like Ashura, wore hoods to conceal their identities. This marked Ashura's first visit to such an illicit market, and he inquired about its rules from Shiosi, who, too, had limited knowledge. Thus, Ashura decided to explore the plaza's center on his own, while instructing Shiosi to wait at the entrance. As Ashura wandered through the bustling marketplace, he refrained from asking for prices, instead quietly observing the exchanges around him. But he learned that most transactions were barter-based, though gold coins could also be used for purchases. If a seller's price was deemed excessive, one could simply walk away. However, if a counteroffer was accepted, the buyer was obliged to complete the transaction, lest they disrupt the market's order and incur the wrath of the black market enforcers. Everyone adhered to this fundamental principle of trade. After grasping this understanding, Ashura roamed the market, his eyes drawn to numerous enticing items. Yet apart from a level 5 Earth Rage Bear's magic core, he possessed only a borrowed dagger from Lanyue and a tattered armor borrowed from Ajina, which held some value, but he still required 2,000 gold coins to exchange for goods. However, these items could not be casually traded, and he was still troubled by how to return the armor to Majina. Though he felt confident in overcoming the fierce woman, he always cherished the goodwill others extended to him at that moment. Ashura approached a stall bustling with activity. The vendor was a lean warrior, and his wares were rather rare, including several exquisite items. Consequently, a number of warriors had gathered, haggling over prices. Among them, a burly man picked up a broken sword. Despite its shattered state, the sword's material was evidently of exceptional quality. The man seemed to ponder repairing it but hesitated, unsure if he could restore it perfectly. Just then, the lean vendor spoke. "This broken sword is no ordinary item. You should be able to discern its uniqueness." I unearthed it from the Godfall realm. Upon hearing the mention of the Godfall realm, the warriors present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, and they regarded the lean man with newfound respect. After all, those who emerged from the Godfall realm were formidable beings. Ashura had only seen references to the Godfall realm in the Academy's library. It lay not too far from here, in the northwest direction of Pro City, where once mighty deities engaged in cataclysmic battles. The souls of various fallen deities continued to wander the Godfall realm, indiscriminately attacking any living beings that ventured there, although their current power was but a fraction of what it once was. Over a dozen saintly beings had perished in that place that it was a forbidden ground for life, yet also a treasure trove. Countless treasures had been left behind by the powerful who had met their demise there. But the ever-present souls of deities and unstable spatial rifts posed a constant threat to those seeking fortune, often claiming their lives. Thus, it was one of the several forbidden zones of the King's continent. The fact that the vendor could procure items from such a realm, albeit remnants from its periphery, indicated they were still valuable enough for trade. At that moment, the burly man remarked, "This sword is indeed commendable, yet it remains a broken remnant that I am uncertain if I can restore properly. What is your asking price?" The lean vendor promptly replied, "For this sword, I require either 2,000 gold coins or a piece of exceptional armor in exchange. As for repairing the broken sword, you may use this bracelet after refining it." As he spoke, the vendor handed the man a pair of unremarkable, wide bracelets that resembled wrist guards from the corner of his stall. The burly man inspected the bracelets and inquired, "What is so special about this bracelet?" "I see no remarkable material." The vendor, appearing somewhat awkward, explained, "This, too, is a treasure I brought from the Godfall realm. This pair of bracelets is intact, and the inner wall bears the name Cabin's prison. I have tested it, and possesses a unique function. It can suppress the wearer's own strength, categorized into 3 levels, with the highest being a reduction to below 50%. Upon hearing this, the others at the stall exchanged puzzled looks, and the burly man tossed the bracelet back to the vendor, stating, "What use is this trinket? Who would be foolish enough to suppress their own strength? It appears to be of inferior quality. Don't try to deceive me with tales." The vendor, unperturbed, simply set the bracelet aside and said, "I never claimed that this bracelet cost you anything, that if you purchase the sword. I will gift you the bracelet. After all, it is a treasure from the Godfall realm and might aid in repairing the broken sword." The burly man scoffed, "I have no interest in that worthless item. Lower the price for the sword." The vendor, now resolute, countered, 2,000 gold coins is my final price. If you do not wish to buy it, there are plenty of others who do," as the two continued to haggle. Ashura stepped forward to examine the bracelet named Cabin's prison. Upon close inspection, he indeed found the inscription Cabin's prison inscribed on the inner wall. The magical patterns appeared ancient and mysterious. After studying it for a while, Ashura concluded that aside from the ability to limit the wearer's strength, it bore no additional functions. Judging by the bracelet's name, he surmised it was likely a device used to restrict the wearer's power. Aside from its rarity, it truly lacked any unique attributes. It was no wonder the vendor and the buyer both regarded the item with disdain. However, Ashura believed it could serve to conceal his true strength. As the power of his dual cultivation in magic and martial arts gradually manifested, he feared revealing his capabilities during training sessions with Lan Yue and Ma Jina. He wished to avoid drawing excessive attention within the academy. Thus, Ashura turned to the vendor and proposed, "Would you sell this bracelet for 10 gold coins?" The vendor immediately bristled. "This is a treasure from the Godfall realm. Are you jesting?" Ashura pressed on, 20 gold coins. The vendor, haughtily, turned his head away, ignoring Ashura entirely. Without hesitation, Ashura set the bracelet down and turned to leave. Yet the vendor seized his arm and said, 20 gold coins is too low. Raise your offer." Unfazed, Ashura replied, "It has 20 gold coins that, if you do not wish to sell, then consider my offer void." With that, he attempted to free himself from the vendor's grasp to depart. Seeing Ashura's determination, the vendor sighed inwardly. Although this was the only complete item he had brought back from the Godfall realm, it had been half a month since he set up his stall, and Ashura was the only one to make an offer. He relented, saying, "Take it. Let us make a deal." Ashura's lips curled into a subtle smile as he produced 20 gold coins and handed them to the vendor. amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers. He grasped the bracelet and turned to leave. After acquiring Cabin's prison, Ashura also purchased several magical beast blood samples inscribed with magical runes from the black market before departing the underground plaza with Shiosi. During their journey, they conversed about Shiosi's recent acquisition of a modest residence, which he planned to use as an intermediary. No longer wishing to languish on the streets, he expressed immense gratitude towards Ashura, even refusing any form of compensation. Ashura assured him he would reach out in the future for information regarding Pro City, indicating he would seek news that could aid his cultivation. Kati, the main road outside St. Gabain City. A common black dragon horse carried a hooded warrior racing swiftly toward the city. This was Ashura, who had been away from the academy for over 4 months. The youth radiated with the confidence bestowed by his recent power upgrade, exuding the vigor of youth. Upon entering the city, he promptly made his way back to St. Gabain Academy, coinciding with the afternoon's self-study period for students. Ashura entered the academy, pausing momentarily in contemplation. Not returning to his dormitory, but instead heading to the Magic Academy. Eager to meet with mentor Yuanda, he wished to share the joy of his ascension in strength with his mentor. Yuanda, the sole individual privy to his true capabilities, who had guided him on the path of dual cultivation in both martial and magical arts. Upon arriving at the Magic Academy, Ashura was supposed to seek out Yuanda in his office or dormitory. However, as if guided by an unseen force, he found himself drawn to the classroom where they often discussed cultivation matters. To his surprise, he discovered the lean figure of Yuanda engrossed in writing at the lectern. Completely oblivious to Ashura's approach, with a smile, Ashura lightly tapped Yuanda on the shoulder, prompting the mentor to look up, startled, at the youth clad in warrior attire. Overcome with excitement, Yuanda grasped the boy's shoulders and exclaimed, "Yuri back?" Ashura, equally exhilarated, cheekily replied, "I'm back, old Yuan. Did you miss me?" Yuanda scrutinized Ashura from head to toe, hesitatingly asking, "Have you broken through?" This was precisely the affirmation Ashura had been awaiting. With a flourish, he retrieved a 5th-level Earthburst Bear Magic Core from his spatial belt and placed it on Yuanda's desk, having withheld its sale solely for this moment. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Just slain. It's still warm." Yuanda gazed at the 5th-level core and then at Ashura, his mouth agape, struck silent for a considerable time. Ashura reveled in the astonished gaze of his mentor, yearning for validation. Having invested so much effort to attain such prowess, he had anticipated Yuanda's incredulity. Questions about the improbability of his feat or the source of the magic core, given that he was merely a grand mage. Yet, the first words from Yuanda were, "You must have endured considerable hardship, my child." Those words nearly brought Ashura to tears. Rather than doubting his ability to vanquish a 5th-level magical beast, Yuanda expressed concern for the trials Ashura had faced over the past months. Ashura managed a strained smile, lifting the hem of his warrior garment to reveal numerous scars, large and small, adorning his torso. Notably, a palm-sized wound on his abdomen displayed freshly healed tissue from recent stitching. Upon seeing this, Yuanda discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, genuinely regarding Ashura as his own child. He then invited Ashura to sit beside him, encouraging him to recount his experiences over the past months in detail. Ashura elaborated on his adventures, particularly the harrowing encounter with the 5th-level Earthburst Bear during his 3rd rank as a warrior, embellishing the tale to emphasize its peril. Yuanda, upon hearing Ashura's account, was left in a prolonged state of contemplation. He had worried daily about Ashura's well-being, speculating on the arduous battles he might face. To learn that Ashura had confronted and slain a 5th-level magical beast filled him with immense pride for his student. When Ashura concluded with his thoughts on the magical bracelet he had acquired from the prison of Cabin, Yuanda pondered for a moment before requesting, "May I see that bracelet?" Without hesitation, Ashura produced the bracelet and placed it in Yuanda's hands. Although Yuanda was not well versed in magical runes, Ashura took the time to explain its function when worn by another. It could impose 3 layers of seals to suppress their inherent power, reducing it to approximately 50% of their original strength. The first layer's removal would elevate their power to about 70%, the second to 90%, and the final layer would fully unseal their capabilities to 100%. If Ashura were to wear it himself, He could control the unsealing process entirely. After a lengthy contemplation, Yuanda remarked, "Your reasoning is sound. This bracelet may indeed serve you well, not solely as a means to conceal your power, but I suspect that by consistently wearing it and suppressing your cultivation, you may experience unexpected benefits. Do not hastily remove the final seal. Once you have completely undone all 3 seals, your power could potentially reach 120%. However, I believe that once you fully unseal it, reapplying the seals will not yield the same surge in strength." Upon hearing this, Ashura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially seeking merely to conceal his strength, he had stumbled upon an unforeseen advantage. Without hesitation, he donned the bracelet, activating all seals and instantly suppressing his power to 50%, equivalent to the range between a 3rd-rank mage and a 1st-rank grand mage. Although the sudden drop in strength was somewhat disconcerting, he placed his trust in Yuanda's judgment. Yuanda, seeing Ashura's unwavering faith, felt a surge of satisfaction as he handed Ashura a thick stack of papers from his desk, saying, "This is your next training plan. Please review it. Given your current state, I believe there are numerous areas in need of adjustment, but the overarching strategy remains to enhance your strength through combat. Moreover, should you encounter another opponent like the Earthburst Bear, you must immediately unseal all layers without reservation." Ashura nodded earnestly, fully aware that while he had a playful demeanor, he would never jeopardize his life. The two continued their conversation for quite some time. Ashura wished to present the 5th-level magic core as a gift to Yuanda, yet the mentor firmly declined, asserting that such a vital training resource should be reserved for a student to expedite his strength enhancement. Upon returning to his dormitory at dusk, room 138 erupted in excitement. His 3 roommates had anticipated Ashura would regale them with tales of his newfound strength. Instead, he merely shared trivial anecdotes, mentioning his connections with the Jinliang Trading Company in Pro City. Jinza showed no interest, failing to inquire about the family's representative in Pro City. Instead, Angelo informed Ashura that many new students had already advanced to the ranks of Grand Warriors and Grand Mages, leaving Ashura astounded. The level he had painstakingly attained was now effortlessly matched by prodigious newcomers. What vexed him further was that Lanyu, Majina, and Clara had all also broken through to new realms. This realization left him feeling despondent for quite some time. In the early morning at the Sacred Govan Academy's lakeside park, Lanyu, dressed in a sharp warrior uniform, was jogging along the stone path by the lake for her warm-up. Despite her remarkable talent, she remained among the most diligent individuals at the academy. Every morning before classes, she would come to this spot to run and stretch her body, while pondering the absence of a certain infuriating individual. She noticed footsteps leisurely trailing behind her, accompanied by an undeniable gaze fixated on her form. This realization ignited her fury, prompting her to halt her run in an attempt to let the person pass. Yet, as she ceased, the footsteps behind her also came to a stop, accompanied by a series of disapproving clicks, as if the onlooker couldn't quite get enough of the sight of her running. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lanyu flicked her waist-length blue hair and turned to confront the impertinent individual. However, before she could utter a word, she was met with the annoyingly familiar face she had seen in her dreams. Leaning casually against a nearby tree with that infuriating smirk, Lanyu felt her heart race as she struggled to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. Despite her efforts, her lips betrayed her, curling upward in a smile. Stammering, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the audacious boy broke the silence with a provocation that nearly incited her to kick him. "Wow. After a few days apart, your backside seems to have grown. Have you been indulging a bit too much?" Her expression darkened instantly as she retorted, "I'm delighted to see you back so soon. It's been ages since I've had a sparring partner. Hitting others just doesn't compare to sparring with you." Ashura's lips twitched. He longed to unleash the full power of the cab imprisoned seals and engage in a proper duel with this girl, demonstrating his prowess as someone capable of slaying an earthburst bear. Yet he hesitated, caressing the bracelet before opting against unsealing his final layer. Perhaps, one day, when he finally released that last seal, it would elevate him to a higher rank. After reassuring himself, he calmly replied, "My training time is precious. I have the luxury to entertain you. I came to return your dagger." With that, he retrieved the azure-bladed dagger from his boot, intending to hand it to Lan Yu. However, upon seeing him produce the dagger from his boot, Lan Yu's irritation flared anew. She pinched the dagger's blade between her fingers, grumbling, "You idiot! You put my dagger in your boot. How am I supposed to use it now?" "It stinks," Ashura shrugged off her complaint, teasingly retorting, "You don't have to take it back. I found it quite handy during this time." Lan Yu wrinkled her nose in distaste, huffing, "In your dreams." However, upon acquiring the dagger, she felt an intensified aura of bloodlust emanating from it, far stronger than before. As Ashura observed Lan Yu retrieve the dagger, he deemed the task complete and turned to leave. Yet, just as he pivoted, the girl appeared before him like a gust of wind, obstructing his path. Ashura, irritable, remarked, "What do you want? Good dogs don't block the way." Lan Yu, refusing to engage in a quarrel, simply clasped her hands behind her back, circled him with a smile, and disdainfully said, "I thought you had grown stronger during your training, but it seems you've made little progress." In response, Ashura confidently raised his chin and declared, "Do you have any idea how formidable I am now? If I told you, it would frighten you. Move aside. I have no time to be your sparring partner." Lan Yu, clearly unsatisfied, retorted, "You dare. Since you're back, you must continue to be my sparring partner if you try to escape. I will make you regret it. I am now at the first stage of a grand martial artist." Lan Yu had anticipated that Ashura would be astonished or even intimidated by her declaration. But he merely scoffed, "Is that all? I don't find you impressive at all." These words irked the young girl. Among the newcomers, fewer than 10 had achieved the first stage of a grand martial artist. And yet he looked down upon her and refused to be her sparring partner. This was intolerable. With that, she contemplated retrieving the dagger she had just returned to confront Ashura. Seeing her intent, Ashura quickly interjected, "Fighting is not permitted in the academy. I want to join you in the arena. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will report you to the academy." Lan Yu scoffed at Ashura's cowardice. After waiting so long for his return, she was not about to let him off easily. Tilting her head, a clever idea struck her, and her mood brightened considerably. She smiled at Ashura and said, "Since you are unwilling to duel with me here, let us wager on something else. You claim to have become stronger recently, so let us test our speed, starting from the tree you're leaning against. If you can touch me during one lap around the lake, you win. If you fail, you'll continue to be my sparring partner. No backing out." Ashura curled his lips in disdain, but after a moment of contemplation, he grinned and said, "And if I catch you before you finish the lap, what do I get?" Lan Yu, noticing his mischievous smile, instinctively took a few steps back. Her greatest advantage was her speed, and she was confident that no other first-year student could match her full pace, which is why she challenged Ashura. After considering her odds of winning, she boldly replied, "If I lose, you can have whatever you want." With a sly grin, Ashura leered at her well-proportioned figure and said, "Whatever I want? Huh. If I catch you, you must kiss me." Lan Yu, gritting her teeth, retorted, "You scoundrel, dream on. You think you can win against me? You want to act lewd?" Ashura, unfazed, dug in his ear and said, "So, are we wagering or not? If not, I'll just head back to prepare for magic class." Lan Yu instantly sensed his bravado as an attempt to make her concede the wager. She haughtily replied, "Of course we will wager. It's a deal. If you can't catch me, you must still be my sparring partner, and I'll show you how to deal with it." With that, she took 2 steps back and, like a gust of wind, sprinted along the stone path encircling the lake. Ashura revealed his signature mischievous smile and, instantly breaking a seal to restore 70% of his strength, chased after the blue-haired girl. At that moment, the stone path around the lake was dotted with martial artists out for their morning exercises, all astonished by the chase between the two. Lan Yu glanced back at Ashura, who was hot on her heels, and she felt a flicker of surprise. She had not expected that the scoundrel had indeed become significantly stronger, particularly in speed, to keep up with her now. However, she had yet to unleash her full potential. With a proud huff, she activated her family's signature technique, her speed surging as she shot forward like a flash of blue light. Her velocity increased. The sounds of footsteps behind her grew fainter and more indistinct. Tap, tap, tap. Lan Yu raced swiftly along the stone path in the Academy's lakeside park, glancing back to check her pursuer's position. She had not seen the detestable fellow for quite some time. And with a haughty snort, she thought to herself that he was as foolish as ever. How could he possibly catch up to her speed? He would have to obediently continue being her sparring partner. With this thought, her pace quickened even more, and she could see the starting point tree in the distance. She turned to glance back again, only to see a few scattered students beginning their morning routines that a vague sense of unease crept into her mind. But before she could fully process it, a figure suddenly burst forth from the bushes ahead. Charging directly towards her, Lanyu, lost in her thoughts, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the figure, and as she was already sprinting at full speed, the two figures rapidly approached each other. Yet, thanks to her extraordinary body control and agility, she instinctively twisted her body to the side, aiming to slip past the oncoming figure. However, that figure seemed to anticipate her move, shifting slightly to the side and opening their arms wide, capturing the girl in a tight embrace. A mocking voice rang out. "Got you, little darling." Lanyu instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, staring blankly at the boy holding her, taken aback by his cheeky grin and flirtatious remark. After a few moments of stunned silence, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Pushing against his chest with force, she unleashed a powerful kick aimed at his groin. Ashura's expression changed in an instant as he hurriedly pressed down with both hands to block the furious strike. The tremendous force sent his body flying, narrowly avoiding the brutal blow. Before Ashura could protest, a blue silhouette swiftly appeared in front of him, followed by a flurry of strikes, with one layer of his seal released. Ashura struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught. Each blow from the furious Lanyu was terrifyingly swift. Despite unlocking all his seals, he could not keep pace with her speed, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Ashura found himself pinned against a tree by Elle. The young girl seemed to have made some resolute decision as she clutched the collar of Ashura's garment. She delicately rose onto her toes, tightly shut her eyes, and leaned forward, trembling as she swiftly pressed her cherry-red lips against the boy's. This kiss, akin to a fleeting collision, was over almost as soon as it began, leaving Ashura wide-eyed in disbelief. As if his very soul had been wrenched from him, he had merely intended to take verbal advantage of the girl. Never had he anticipated that the proud maiden would honor their wager. The brief kiss did not bestow upon Ashura any sweetness. Rather, his lips throbbed slightly from the impact point. One singular thought echoed in his mind. "I've been forcefully kissed. My purity is lost." The girl, Lanyu, also trembled as she half opened her eyes, perplexed by her own audacity, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Yet, upon witnessing Ashura's expression of profound grievance, her anger flared anew. Just as she contemplated raising her hand to teach him a lesson, a soft thud from behind snapped both of them back to reality. They quickly turned to the source of the sound, only to find two female martial students gaping at their ambiguous posture. One of the girls had dropped her water bottle to the ground, and both remained in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? One of the top 10 beauties among the new students, Lanyu, had actually forcefully kissed an obscure black-haired boy in the thicket. The boy appeared to be reluctant. Good heavens! Such a scandal had befallen them. Exchanging glances, the two girls imagined the uproar this news would stir within the academy if it were spread. In that moment, both Ashura and Lanyu felt as though they had been caught in a compromising situation. Lacking any experience to navigate this predicament, they were engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Their thoughts diverged. Ashura believed that being forcibly kissed by a girl would tarnish his lifelong reputation. Conversely, Lanyu harbored a persistent urge to silence any potential gossip. How embarrassing it would be if this incident were to leak. Yet, before she could resolve her thoughts, the two new students had already turned and dashed away, leaving Lanyu to begrudgingly accept that this incident might indeed come to light. She glared at Ashura, who was utterly bewildered by her intense gaze. He opened his mouth, yet refrained from uttering anything that might provoke her already volatile emotions. Lanyu scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly exclaiming, "It's all your fault." Humph. With that, she stomped on Ashura's foot and hurriedly turned to flee. Ashura winced in pain, silently replaying the image of her long legs in his mind to steady his own tumultuous feelings. He hummed a tune, intending to head to the academy cafeteria for a bite to eat. Thou Majina responded softly, then swiftly returned to her room to don the Martial Academy's uniform before hastily departing her dormitory for the arena. Upon catching sight of the dark-haired student from a distance, she turned on her heel and walked away, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. She was certain that the male protagonist could not possibly be that dark-haired student. Having known Lan Yu since childhood, she regarded her as a proud and talented girl, far too discerning to be interested in the boy on the stage. Realizing who the dark-haired boy was ignited a flame of unnameable jealousy within her. How could he return and not seek her out first, instead going to Lan Yu and even sparking rumors with her? At that moment, Majina felt an overwhelming longing for Ashura and vowed that when she saw him, she would demonstrate all her martial skills upon him. Concurrently, rumors of Lan Yu were circulating in the Magic Academy, as the school beauty's gossip was always a topic of great interest. A stunning girl with silver hair was furrowing her brow at this very moment. When she heard that the male protagonist was a dark-haired boy, her heart skipped a beat, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. She glanced at the empty seat beside her, sighed softly, and retrieved a notebook, gently flipping it open. Upon seeing the two distinct handwriting styles within, a sweet smile gradually spread across her face, captivating the male students around her who were discreetly observing her. They became entranced by her enchanting smile. The fervor surrounding Lan Yu's rumor did not wane throughout the day, and by evening, students in the dormitory were fervently discussing IT. It was said that an infatuated boy had rushed to the girls' dormitory where Lan Yu resided, hoping for clarity, only to be met with a command to get lost, banished from the area. Distraught, the boy contemplated throwing himself into the central lake in despair, but thankfully his dorm mates managed to pull him back from the brink. This farce only fueled the gossip further. That moment, a shadowy figure stealthily opened the door to a boy's dormitory. As he stepped inside, a cautious voice inquired, "Who is it?" The newcomer halted and replied, "It's me, Angelo." At that moment, a dim candlelight flickered on, revealing Jinza and Arthur sitting solemnly in the living room downstairs. Seeing their grave expressions, Angelo's heart tightened. He hesitantly asked, "Has Ashura messaged you two?" Jinza and Arthur exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Jinza replied, "He said he had urgent matters and would be out for a while longer." Silence enveloped the living room once more. The lively Angelo could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Do you think that dark-haired boy by the lake could be Ashura?" Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately gestured for silence, straining to listen to the sounds outside the door. With a serious expression, he finally responded, "Regardless of whether it is or not, this matter must remain confidential. It is rumored that there was bloodshed in the arena today, that if it gets out that Ashura is involved and he manages to slip away, we would be in serious trouble." The other two gasped in unison, and Angelo lamented, "I was planning to cover this incident in detail. What a splendid story it would make." Jinza and Arthur simultaneously grasped Angelo's arms, with Jinza sternly stating, "Enough of that. Don't you think things are chaotic enough already? If they find out it was someone from our dorm, I'll be the first to flee." Angelo shrank back, and the three exchanged silent glances. Eventually, Angelo could not resist asking another question. "Do you really think Lan Yu forcefully kissed Ashura? He's such a reserved type. I never thought he was particularly popular with girls." The other two were at a loss for how to respond. They too found it hard to believe the truth of the matter. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless Ashura would be so audacious? After 3 days of relentless travel, Ashura finally arrived at Pro City just before sunset, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he gazed at the city he had recently departed. He intended to visit the newly acquired shop to find Afe, but after taking a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure. It was the former henchman, Shios, who was now cheerfully headed in a particular direction within the city. After tying his dragon steed to a tree stump, Ashura quickly pursued Shios, intercepting him around a corner. Upon seeing his benefactor, Shios immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Ashura inquired, "Where are you off to? You seem quite elated. Are you headed to gamble?" Shios awkwardly replied, "My lord, I'm not going to a casino, though I may place a few bets. I'm headed to the Dark Arena, the Stupa Palace, to watch some fights." Stupa Palace? It was the first time Ashura had heard of this name. Noticing Ashura's confusion, Shios elaborated, "The Stupa Palace is the Dark Arena on the continent of kings, and nearly every major city has one. The Stupa Palace hosts various battles and organizes betting based on the martial artist's abilities. The reason it's called a dark arena is that the participants are typically ruthless warriors, and there are no rules. The victor decides the fate of the defeated. Participants receive a point token, with each point representing a victory or a life. If you decide to compete tonight, the Stupa Palace will arrange an opponent for you, or you can choose one yourself. When a challenger issues a duel to an opponent of equal strength, the challenged must accept. If they refuse, they must forfeit half their points to the challenger. When a challenge is accepted, whether you kill the opponent or spare them, you can claim all the points from their token. If a lower-ranked warrior challenges a higher-ranked one, the latter cannot refuse. And losing means losing all their points. Points from the Stupa Palace can be exchanged for valuable items or money, which is a significant draw for those seeking danger. There are also star fighters in the Stupa Palace, who have clawed their way up from the depths of despair. They share a common trait of being exceedingly brutal, rarely leaving any survivors. Their bloody tactics excite the audience to a frenzy. Of course, high-ranking token holders also enjoy superior treatment in the Stupa Palace. If you secure a victory on the day of your participation, food, wine, and beautiful women will be at your beck and call. After hearing Shio's description of the Stupa Palace, Ashura felt a surge of curiosity about this place. He suddenly recalled a saying from Minter Yuanda: "More dangerous than the beasts in the monster forest are the humans lurking within." At the time, Minter Yuanda had intended to warn him about the humans appearing in the monster forest. However, he felt that the Stupa Palace seemed even more perilous than the forest itself. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he realized he had discovered yet another training ground. Following Shio's to the underground dark arena, Ashura found the atmosphere charged with a wild fervor. The spectators, clutching their betting slips, were engulfed in madness as they cheered for their favored contestants. The cacophony of cheers and jeers mingled with the bloody air, stimulating everyone's nerves. Accompanying Shio's, he witnessed several matches. Each brutal maneuver etched into his memory. One particularly savage warrior, sporting a bushy beard, had his arm severed but nonetheless forcefully gouged out his. As Ashura listened, a flush crept across his face. He steadied himself and lowered his voice, replying, "I wish to register for the competition. I shall return in 3 days to partake in the duel." The provocatively clad woman, with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, remarked, "How reckless it is to seek death at such a tender age. Why not indulge your dear sister a little first?" With that, she reached out toward Ashura's groin. Ashura immediately stepped back, exclaiming loudly, "Auntie, we are not suited for each other." The woman's hand froze mid-air, and an aura of fury surged from within her. Ashura sensed that her strength was likely at the 3rd stage of a grandmaster, considerably surpassing his own. Feeling a twinge of panic, he contemplated whether to step forward and bring his little brother closer to her outstretched hand. Before he could decide, the woman snorted and, with irritation, declared, "If you wish to seek death, provide a name for your badge." After a moment of contemplation, Ashura replied, "Gui Jianqiu." By the time Ashura emerged from the pagoda of floating towers, the night had deepened. He glanced at the iron badge of the pagoda's competitors in his hand. The front bore a skull that seemed to thirst for souls, while the back was engraved with his chosen name for the death match, Gui Jianqiu. He was unsure why he had selected that name. In a moment of impulsiveness, it had simply slipped from his lips. He pondered whether, had he registered under the names Jean Zhe or Arthur, it might have startled their formidable families. Amused by his mischievous thought, Ashura chuckled softly, but his mood darkened as he regarded the iron badge in his hand. The badge from the pagoda of floating towers was categorized based on one's death match points. Initially, it was an iron badge, which could be upgraded to a bronze badge upon accumulating 100 points through defeating opponents. Achieving the bronze badge would allow the bearer to exchange their points for martial skills, equipment, elixirs, and other precious items from the pagoda, a reward for the strong. Lacking access to academy points, Ashura had turned his aspirations toward the pagoda's points. After all, without a prominent family backing him, he had to rely solely on his own efforts. Tightening his cloak, he led back the dragon horse he had previously tethered and strolled to the storefront he had purchased. Ashura felt a gaze locking onto him and discreetly produced the token Jean Zhe had given him, waving it in the night air. Almost immediately, the piercing gaze vanished. Satisfied with the arrangements made by Pato, the manager of the Golden Prophet Trading Company, Ashura felt reassured that someone was diligently safeguarding the shop. He had no intention of knocking. After securing his mount outside, he leaped over the courtyard wall and silently approached the rear area. Casting a glance across the meticulously cleaned courtyard, Ashura noticed the flickering candlelight emanating from the young girl's room. Stealthily, he approached the door, cracking it open to peer inside, where he found the girl serenely seated at the table, reading by the candlelight. That a playful impulse surged within him as he slipped silently into the room. Glancing at the medical book and die, Faye's hands before unleashing a gust of wind that extinguished the candle. The sudden darkness startled Faye, causing her to gasp and fumble for the flint on the table to relight the flame. Before she could settle down, another gust snuffed out the light once more. This time, Faye sensed something amiss. Anxiously, she called out, "Who is it? Who's there? Show yourself." Yet, the dark room remained unresponsive as she reached for the flint once again. A chilling voice echoed from behind her. "Oh, how tragically I have perished! It has been ages since I feasted upon human flesh." The eerie sound sent Faye stumbling back against the wall, her face pale as she peered into the darkness. Suddenly recalling the dagger at her waist, she reached for it to defend herself. A hand seized her wrist, while another crept towards her neck. A sinister chuckle reverberating through the air. Faye, initially tense, felt her body relax as she caught sight of Ashura's gleaming eyes in the dark, filled with mischief. The grip around her neck slackened slightly as Ashura said, "How did you figure me out?" Faye smiled softly. "The moment your hand reached for my neck, I caught your scent." Ashura stared at her in surprise, marveling at her keen sense of smell. Just as he intended to reach for the flint to reignite the candle, Faye swiftly captured his hand. Before Ashura could react, her lips pressed against his. Not one to shy away, he embraced her, kissing her ardently. The two found themselves rolling from the table onto the bed. Just as they were on the brink of crossing the final threshold, Ashura abruptly halted, panting heavily as he scrambled off the bed and gulped down half a pot of cold tea from the table. Faye, roused from her daze, hastily draped a blanket over her face and peeked through a small gap to observe Ashura's actions. Ashura, now seated at the edge of the bed, felt the atmosphere grow awkward as he listened to her slightly hurried breaths. He ventured his hand back beneath the blanket. Faye let out a soft whimper, pulling the blanket down slightly, yet she did not withdraw his mischievous hand. Confused, she gazed into the darkness, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Ashura awkwardly scratched his head, finally saying, "I feel it would be irresponsible to continue. I'm burdened with uncertainties. Moreover, I face a significant challenge in 3 days, and I am unsure if I can overcome it. This thought makes me quite anxious." Upon hearing his brief words, Faye's heart ached for the young man. She tightened her grip around his hand, asking softly, "Is it possible for you not to overexert yourself? It seems you are pushing yourself too hard." Ashura's eyes brightened at her words, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. Though their time spent together had been brief, she understood him. Gently, Ashura laid down beside her, sharing tales of his homeland and the reasons behind his relentless pursuit of strength. Faye listened, alternating between laughter and tears, eventually letting Ashura lull her into slumber. Hearing her steady breathing, Ashura slowly withdrew his hand from her chest, bringing it to his nose to inhale her scent deeply. That a sense of loss flickered within him, as if he were missing something precious. Yet he steadied his heart and began to meditate on magic while lying on her bed. Having grown accustomed to such all-night meditative states over the past year, he found that the pursuit of strength captivated him even more than the girl beside him. When Faye awoke in the morning, Ashura was already practicing martial skills in the courtyard. Blushing, she hurriedly buttoned her shirt and rushed to wash up before preparing breakfast for him. For 3 days, Ashura remained within the confines of the courtyard, diligently honing his martial skills and adjusting his state of mind. Meanwhile, Faye busied herself with her culinary shop, transforming it into a pastry establishment. Successfully managing the business with a few hired hands during the day. Each evening, the two would read together, engage in light-hearted conversation, and share playful moments. Late into the night, Ashura continued his magical meditation. Through their exchanges over these 3 days, he sensed that Faye possessed a remarkable understanding and talent for medicine. He began to jot down the medical knowledge he had learned from his grandfather, Qin Zongren, along with his own insights. compiling a thick stack of notes to place beneath her pillow. Now it was the evening of the third day. Ashura adjusted his warrior attire and donned a ghostly mask he had specially requested Faye to procure for him. He made no noise as he departed, vaulting over the wall and vanishing around a street corner. Upon arriving at the registration area for the competition, the formidable, provocatively clad woman regarded him with keen interest, clearly recognizing him as the fledgling from that day. With a teasing lilt, she said, "Oh, darling, were you thinking of me? Come in and let your sister pamper you." Ashura cast a glance at her ample bosom, concluding that it was large yet sagging, far inferior to the youthful firmness of Faye. The woman seemed to grasp the implication in his eyes, gritting her teeth as she said, "Are you looking for trouble tonight?" Calmly, Ashura inquired, "How many competitors of my strength will be present tonight?" The exposed woman tossed a testing stone at Ashura, the tremendous force causing his hands to tremble as he caught it. Indeed, women hold grudges. The exposed woman opposite him felt a jolt of surprise. She had intended for this oblivious young man to embarrass himself, with her strength at the level of a martial artist. She believed he could not possibly withstand it. However, the power level displayed by the testing stone clearly indicated a martial artist of the third tier. Unbeknownst to her, Ashura had suppressed his own strength to 50% due to the constraints of Cabin's prison, and thus the stone reflected his current power. The exposed woman behind the desk gazed intently at Ashura before handing him a list of formidable opponents at the martial artist third tier participating in the death match that evening, complete with brief explanations of their strengths. Ashura scanned the list, which contained 12 names, including his own. The most formidable contender was a warrior named Sane, boasting 63 points and wielding a massive axe. According to the summary, he had once battled a martial artist of the first tier to a standstill, with neither emerging victorious. Without much thought, Ashura pointed to Sane's name and declared to the woman, "I'll take him tonight." The exposed woman scoffed, "Are you truly seeking death? Do you have any idea how powerful your chosen opponent is? He has never left anyone alive thus far." Ashura, with a slight smile beneath his mask, replied, "I prefer to challenge those with higher points. It saves me the trouble of fighting one by one." The woman merely laughed dismissively. She had encountered too many reckless individuals, though this young man was somewhat inscrutable. His desire to challenge Sane was a clear indication of his ignorance of danger. She flashed a wicked smile, chose to say nothing further, and placed the name tag of the formidable Sane alongside that of Ghostly Trouble, instructing the backstage staff to calculate their odds. Ghostly Trouble, seeing that the woman had lost interest in him, shrugged and followed the staff to a waiting room before the match. It was impossible for Ashura to claim he was not nervous. Fortunately, his true strength was at the first tier of martial artists that if things became dire, he could activate the third layer of his seal to ensure his safety, which provided him some comfort. When the announcer called out Ghostly Trouble's name, Ashura took a deep breath and rose to follow the staff toward the contestants' passage. As he exited, a cacophony of derisive laughter and vitriol erupted from the crowd, predominantly from gamblers who had wagered on Sane's victory, hurling insults and curses at Ashura. Ashura found the atmosphere distasteful, and the words directed at his family ignited a fury within him. Family was his Achilles heel. His relentless training was solely to protect them. That moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the opposite passage, the sound resonating in the hearts of the spectators. Emerging from the shadows was a gigantic figure, bare-chested and towering, who looked down as he walked forth. The giant, with a bald head and fierce eyes, was covered in grotesque scars and wielded an axe that appeared larger than Ashura himself, grinning menacingly at the masked young man before him. With a thunderous roar, the very ground beneath the underground arena trembled at Sane's entrance, inciting the audience's enthusiasm to a fever pitch. Gamblers clutched their tickets, eager for Sane to swiftly dispatch the young man. Ashura felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of Sane's massive axe, instinctively reaching for the dagger hidden in his boot. But he froze, remembering he had just returned the dagger to Lanyu. Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could only focus intently on the giant before him. The announcer, reveling in the audience's fervor, showed little interest in introducing Ashura, as if detailing the name of a soon-to-be fallen adversary was a waste of time. After grandly introducing the giant Sane, the match commenced hastily. "You, the fool who voluntarily chose to challenge me. Sane sneered. As a newcomer, you have no idea how foolish your choice is that I suggest you think twice before making such decisions in your next life. With that, he charged at Ashura, his hefty frame surprisingly agile. Raising his massive axe high, he aimed to cleave the masked young man in two, envisioning the sensation of youthful blood splattering across his face. However, his full-force axe strike met the solid ground with a deafening clash, sending sparks flying and causing his arm to go numb. Yet the young man was nowhere to be seen. Sane looked up to locate Ashura. A fist crackling with lightning loomed larger in his vision, and he heard 3 thunderous booms resonate in his mind before collapsing in a daze. As the giant fell, Ashura's figure materialized beside him, prompting gasps from the spectators at his astonishing speed. With one foot planted on Sane's chest as he attempted to rise, Ashura sent the giant crashing back to the ground. Following this, a flurry of fists rained down upon Sane's face. The colossal man initially struggled, but soon blood splattered as his breathing ceased. The arena fell into an eerie silence, the sound of Ashura's punches striking flesh echoing ominously, more chilling than Sane's earlier footsteps. While Sane was not merely the strongest at the martial artist level, he was among the most formidable in that tier. However, the other competitors were either nursing injuries or absent that night. Ashura, releasing pent-up frustration, struck the giant's head, finding a modicum of relief within. Finally standing, he surveyed the audience. None dared to meet the gaze hidden beneath his ghastly mask. The announcer, belatedly aware, declared, "The victor of this match is Ghostly Trouble." This unfamiliar name would undoubtedly linger in the minds of the audience. Yet, even more astonishingly, the masked young warrior shouted, "Let the remaining 10 martial artists of the 3rd tier step forth. Tonight, I shall face all 10. As Ashura exited the subterranean arena of the floating pagoda, the badge in his possession had transformed into a more exquisite bronze emblem. In that moment of anger, he had genuinely wished to face 10 opponents, but ultimately only 4 from his tier possessed the courage to emerge. The rest forfeited, surrendering their points to him. The remaining 4 also lacked the bravery to ascend the stage, perhaps fearing the prospect of a battle against all Tien as the staff dragged Sane's massive corpse away. Those who had hesitated regretted their decision to step forward. Eventually, one individual cracked under pressure, forfeiting and handing over his badge, prompting the others to follow suit. After relinquishing their badges, they collectively exhaled in relief. They were acutely aware of Sane's strength, and to have been dispatched in mere moments by this masked youth instilled a profound fear within them. Consequently, Ashura's points skyrocketed to 110. By the regulations of the floating pagoda, he would be awarded a bronze badge. The previously teasing, exposed woman now bore a serious expression, her demeanor markedly more formal. The floating pagoda also promised Ashura a lavish array of delicacies, fine wines, and beautiful companions, offering him the chance to revel until dawn, should he desire. Yet, Ashura merely collected a few exquisite pastries, stowing them in his storage belt before departing the floating pagoda in silence. The exposed woman regarded his retreating figure thoughtfully, and suddenly she straightened, respectfully addressing the darkness behind her. "I pay my respects to Elder Walker. May I inquire if you have any instructions?" From the shadows emerged an unassuming middle-aged man, who did not respond to the woman's query but instead fixed his penetrating gaze upon the departing Ashura. The woman insisted, "Elder, this young man is rather peculiar. Should I send someone to investigate him?" Elder Walker chuckled softly, interesting that no need for that this time. Even the most extraordinary genius remains merely a low-tier martial artist until they mature. Let us not concern ourselves too much. We shall observe him once he acquires a silver badge. With that, he vanished from the room, and the woman replied respectfully, "As you command." As Ashura did not return directly to the shop, he took a winding route through the streets, ensuring he was not being followed before leaping back into the courtyard behind the shop. Before he even entered the yard, he heard a soft sobbing sound and saw the young girl, Dafe, leaning against the doorframe of the back courtyard, tears streaming down her face. Ashura felt a warmth in his heart. It was truly comforting to know someone cared. This time, he had no intention of jesting. He quickly walked up behind the girl, but unexpectedly startled Dafe, having forgotten to remove the ghostly mask, secretly chiding himself for his carelessness. He had not yet taken off the mask when a delicate, tear-streaked figure leapt into his embrace. Ashura tightened his arms around the trembling girl, his embrace seemingly providing her with a sense of security. Calming her shivers, with a voice laced with sobs, Dafay asked, "I thought you didn't want me anymore that I saw the medical books you left behind, and I remember you mentioned a difficult matter in 3 days. I remember everything, but I can't help you." Ashura silenced her with a deep kiss, sealing her cherry lips. He then carried her into the room, and that night, the boy cast aside all reservations, indulging in desires. Unperturbed by any notions of propriety, the two, somewhat awkwardly, engaged until dawn, completing their physical transformation into maturity. It was one of the few nights Ashura spent without meditating, and as he gazed at the still sleeping Dafay, a sense of pride filled him, his smile taking on a mischievous flair. As Ashura practiced martial arts in the courtyard for 2 hours, Dafay still had not risen to prepare breakfast. He realized it was not due to her laziness, but rather that she had indeed been exhausted by their activities the previous night. Remembering the exquisite pastries he had brought from the pagoda palace, he arranged them on a plate and placed it on the small table beside her bed, leaving a note that he was stepping out for a while before flipping over the courtyard wall. This time, Ashura had a clear objective and went directly to the largest weapon shop in Pro City. Intent on purchasing a pair of dual blades as weapons, he did not wish to repeat the mistake of being unarmed, as he had been the previous night. His swift defeat of Sane had been fueled by anger from the audience's jeers, allowing him to secretly unlock a layer of seal and regain his 7th level strength. Although he had suppressed his power to 70% using Cabin's prison, his physical strength and reaction speed still matched that of a first-tier martial artist. Utilizing the wind chase and thunder pursuit technique, he evaded Sane, who was not particularly swift. However, after browsing through the weapon shops, he found no suitable dual blades. The ones he liked were beyond his means, while those within his budget did not appeal to him. Having previously wielded Lanyu's dagger, he felt that ordinary weapons would hinder his performance. Unsuitable weapons could very well lead to his demise. Thus, adhering to the principle of preferring quality over quantity, Ashura left empty-handed. Returning to the small courtyard behind the shop, he again climbed over the wall rather than using the front door. Upon entering Dafay's room, he was greeted by the sight of her stuffing her cheeks with the pastries he had left behind, resembling a little hamster. Seeing Ashura's astonished expression, Dafay's face flushed crimson, and she attempted to swallow the treats hurriedly. However, her haste only caused her choke, her eyes rolling back in distress. Amused yet concerned, Ashura handed her the cup of water from the table. Dafay quickly accepted the cup, gulping down the water. But in her haste, the thin blanket slipped from her chest, drawing Ashura's gaze to her snowy white form, rendering him momentarily speechless. Dafay, realizing her exposure, let out a soft cry and pulled the blanket over her head. Retreating into its folds, Ashura felt he had been somewhat lacking in gallantry. With a playful grin, he too removed his clothes and dove into the girl's bed. For another 2 hours, the world outside shook as they engaged in their passionate endeavors, only ceasing at her pleas as the sun began to set. Ashura, satisfied, watched as Dafay lay in his arms, resembling a lifeless lump. He rose with a clear mind to meditate until dawn for the next 2 days. Ashura refrained from further entanglements with Dafay, fearing he might become ensnared in the comforts of tenderness, which could jeopardize his performance in the upcoming battle. After all, the contest was a matter of both victory and life or death. When evening came, Ashura reappeared at the Pagoda Palace's registration desk, wearing the ghostly mask. The sultry woman behind the counter regarded him with intense interest, though she refrained from her previous teasing, feeling the weight of her gaze. Ashura cleared his throat and initiated the conversation. "What opponents do I face at my rank tonight? I'd like to see the list." Upon hearing this, the woman stood, leaning slightly over the counter, disregarding the ample display of her curves as she drew closer to Ashura. With a sultry tone, she remarked, "I never expected to have misjudged you, that I believed I had not underestimated you. Yet your strength exceeds my imagination." As she spoke, she produced a list and handed it to Ashura. "Due to your presence, there are only 4 martial artists of the 3rd tier competing today, and none of them are worthy of your attention." Ashura glanced over the list, primarily assessing the opponent's scores. The highest was merely 12 points, which instantly dampened his interest. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Please show me the list of participants from the first tier." The woman seemed to anticipate his request, swiftly presenting him with another list, revealing over 20 strong contenders from the first tier competing that night. Without hesitation, Ashura pointed to the participant with the lowest score, a mere 8 points, declaring, "I'll face him tonight." As she looked at the participant named Vale that Ashura had indicated, the woman smirked and said, "You should consider this carefully. Though he has the lowest score, it does not imply he is the weakest. He simply has participated less frequently. Think wisely." Ashura regarded the woman, uncertain of which of her words held truth. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "That's fine. I don't know anyone else, so if I truly can't win, I'll just surrender my points to him and seek mercy." The woman burst into laughter at his defeatist words, causing Ashura to feel slightly dizzy. After regaining her composure, she said, once on the stage, "Your life and death depend entirely on yourself. Many plead for mercy, yet few survive. Even if your opponent wishes to spare you, those who bet on your victory will demand your life. Therefore, life and death may hang by a thread. Be prepared." Ashura found her words rather sensible. Were it not for his first-tier strength, he would not dare risk his life in such a manner. He nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry. I'm not that easy to kill. Just set it up for me." The woman nodded, still smiling, and as Ashura turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. Addressing the puzzled woman, he inquired, "Now that I possess the bronze badge, can I exchange points for items?" Assuming he had further inquiries, the woman responded, "What do you wish for?" Ashura stated plainly, "What level of dual blades can I acquire with my current points?" The woman flicked her hair back and called out, "Bring forth the radiant blades." From the shadows behind her, a figure cloaked in black emerged, presenting a pair of dual blades shimmering with a golden light. The woman casually took the blades, stating, "These are the radiant blades, previously owned by a demon warrior who perished alongside his opponent in the arena. Leaving these blades behind, if you like them, I can arrange for you to acquire them for 100 points. Upon receiving the radiant blades, Ashura felt a twinge of reluctance, as the dazzling gold did not quite align with his understated style. However, as he held them, their weight revealed their exceptional quality. He practiced a few moves with them, discovering that they suited him well, even slightly longer than the dual blades he had previously wielded. When he called upon his vigor to execute martial techniques, the blades emitted a stunning golden glow, blinding his opponents and making it clear why they were named Radiant Blades. Without hesitation, Ashura produced his badge and handed it to the woman, feeling fortunate to have struck a great deal. The woman, unceremoniously deducting 100 points from his account, returned the badge to him, saying, "Your match will be scheduled for the 3rd round, so prepare yourself." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ashura took the dual blades and made his way to a nearby lounge, eager to familiarize himself with his new weapons as he practiced his techniques. As he was engrossed in his training, a staff member outside knocked on the door to inform him that it was time to enter the arena. He steadied his mind, sheathed his twin blades into his storage belt, and followed the attendant to the competition passage, when the ghastly visage of Ashura materialized in the center of the ring. 2 distinct sounds filled the arena. Point 1 was the jeers of gamblers cursing Ashura, while the other, though sparse, unmistakably cheered for him. Clearly, Ashura's previous prowess had garnered some recognition from a portion of the audience. He even spotted Shiosi, fervently waving his betting ticket in support, indicating that Shiosi had likely recognized the identity of the Grim Reaper. Ashura gazed at his opponent, a participant named Vale, whose robust physique and arms crossed over his chest exuded an air of calm disdain directed at Ashura. A chill ran through Ashura. He sensed danger radiating from Vale. Silently, he unlocked a seal from Cabin's prison and drew forth his twin blades, shimmering with light. Vale, observing Ashura's action of unsheathing his weapons, smirked derisively. He thought to himself, "This fellow possesses a degree of cunning, yet he dares to challenge me beyond his level. I have merely participated in fewer death matches, and my strength is on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier of Great Warrior. Today, I shall make him aware of the vast disparity in power that exists between levels." Without further ado, Vale charged forward as soon as the host proclaimed the commencement of the match. Unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Ashura's face, Vale was known for his might, and his martial techniques were characterized by their brutal and aggressive nature. Azura did not underestimate the punch, crossing his blades to counter it. However, at the moment of impact, he was jolted backward by the sheer force. Staggering 2 steps before regaining his footing, he stared in astonishment at Veil's fists, which were enveloped in a translucent silver gauntlet, adorned with magical runes that flickered like tattoos. Veil scoffed. Realized the gravity of your situation. Did you think that defeating a few mediocre opponents of your level would authorize you to challenge me? Dying at my hands would not be unjust. Remember not to provoke those you should not. With that, he lunged forward, hammering his fists towards Azura, without employing any martial skills, relying solely on the power of his silver gauntlets. Azura was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage, gritting his teeth as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Initially, the audience outside the ring was exhilarated, reveling in Veil's assault on the faltering Grim Reaper. Their excitement palpable that it was a rarity to witness a challenge beyond one's level, especially from a newcomer like Grim Reaper. They considered it akin to a death wish and a boon for their fortunes. Yet, as time wore on and their voices grew hoarse, the lopsided battle persisted. Veil simply could not bring Azura down, and the crowd began to grow impatient, voicing their discontent. In the midst of the fray, Veil sensed that this young man was not to be underestimated. Regardless of the disparity in strength, this unwavering resilience was not typical of a mere warrior. Thus, with a mighty roar, Veil unleashed his blue-tier martial technique. The shattering gold fist, his punches became ferociously powerful, causing Azura's twin blades to tremble in his grip. Before Veil could revel in his impending victory, Azura, on the brink of defeat, managed to steady himself against Veil's assault, retaliating with a series of precise strikes. Veil was incredulous as the tables turned. Azura's blade techniques surged forth like an unstoppable tide, forcing him onto the defensive, particularly after the 9th strike. Veil could feel the biting pain of Azura's blades against his fists, sending shivers down his spine. Usually, the defenses of a great warrior at the 1st tier would be impenetrable to any attack. As fear took root in Veil's heart, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. The audience watched in stunned silence, bewildered as Veil, who had previously held the upper hand, was now being mercilessly cleaved as if he were a mere stump. The reality of the situation was that Azura had activated the 2nd layer of Cabin's prison seal, restoring 90% of his strength, and with his dual mastery of magic and martial arts, he could easily overwhelm opponents of the same tier. The 14th, even he himself could hardly perceive the weight of the gauntlets adorning his hands, the formidable enhancements to both attack and defense, amounting to a 10% increase, were indeed terrifying. Azura mused that had he possessed these gauntlets last night, he could have slain Veil without needing to unleash the 2nd layer of his seal. Unbeknownst to him, these gauntlets were a treasured heirloom of the Veil family, who were once a prominent lineage within the Dong Empire. Their decline came with the waning of talented members. Yet these gauntlets remained among the family's most significant treasures. They had accompanied the fallen Veil to the city of Pro in the Valencian Empire, where he, on the verge of ascending to the 2nd tier of Grand Warrior, never anticipated falling into Ashura's hands. With these gauntlets, Azura felt an invigorating confidence for the battles that lay ahead in the floating pagoda. He even began to study the ancient runes inscribed upon them, aspiring to replicate these archaic symbols onto his other equipment. After savoring the lovingly prepared breakfast by Daifei, Azura retrieved the medical tomes he had penned for her and began explaining their intricacies one by one. The medical manuscripts recorded on paper were the lifelong work of the renowned physician Qin Zhongren from the Kingdom of Ally, located in the eastern part of the Valencian Empire. His medical expertise vastly differed from that practiced in the City of Play to the west of the empire, particularly his mastery of acupuncture, which Daifei had never encountered before. Daifei's innate understanding of medicine astonished Azura. Many concepts she grasped with remarkable swiftness, even outpacing his own comprehension, which he had always prided himself on. An idea took root in his mind to introduce Daifei to his grandfather, Qin Zhongren, hoping that his grandfather would be delighted to take such a gifted pupil under his wing. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that if Daifei became his grandfather's disciple, she would outrank him in terms of seniority, making it rather awkward for him to engage in any intimate encounters with her. Thus, he promptly cast that notion aside. The lessons in medicine continued from dawn until dusk, transitioning from the desk to the bed. After a personal demonstration on acupoint identification, Ashura expressed his intention to return to St. Gabain Academy for a visit, planning to depart the following day. Dai Fei, blushing and nestled beneath the covers, said little more than to remind him to prioritize his studies and not rush back to see her. Ashura's cheeks flushed at her words. Little did she know that his hasty return was due to becoming the target of resentment among the male students at the academy after an unsolicited kiss from a certain girl, compelling him to seek refuge back in Pro City. The next morning, Ashura bid farewell to Dai Fei and rode swiftly towards St. Gabain City. After 3 days of travel, he found himself back at the familiar grounds of the academy. It was early morning, with over an hour left before classes commenced. Stealthily, Ashura entered the academy and donned the academy's robe, pulling the hood over his head before making his way to the bustling cafeteria. Eavesdropping on the conversations around him, he gleaned both good and bad news. The good news was that discussions about the incident involving Lan Yu kissing him had significantly diminished. The bad news was that an increasing number of students had recently broken through to the first tier of Grand Warriors, instilling a renewed sense of urgency in him. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a captivating figure. Majina had just finished her breakfast and was exiting the cafeteria, attracting countless admiring gazes as she left. After a moment's contemplation, Ashura gritted his teeth and followed her out, lowering his hood as he trailed behind her graceful silhouette to a secluded lakeside clearing within a small grove of trees. This spot offered excellent concealment, with tall bushes obscuring the view from the path. Majina had made it a daily ritual to come here after breakfast, honing her martial skills for an hour before attending her classes. The red-haired girl unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against a wooden target in the center of the clearing, the sound of her strikes echoing impressively. Ashura, concealed behind the foliage, could only shake his head in disbelief at her ferocity. Notably, the abstract face painted on the target bore an uncanny resemblance to his own smirking visage, which irked him greatly. With a soft huff, he unintentionally drew Majina's attention. "Who goes there? Come out," she demanded sharply. Sensing his presence, realizing he had been discovered, Ashura reluctantly stepped out from behind the bushes, removing his hood as he said, "No need to shout. It's me." Upon seeing him, Majina's eyes brightened momentarily, but then her expression turned icy. Fixing a dark glare upon him, Ashura, noticing her unfriendly demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated whether to retrieve his armor for a fight or draw his twin daggers for self-defense. They exchanged a silent stare for a brief moment, and feeling the weight of her gaze, Ashura broke the silence. I just got back and wanted to discuss something with you. Please, don't be too agitated. Hear me out." Majina, arms crossed and smirking coldly, replied, "You just returned? I've heard that someone made quite a stir at the academy half a month ago, right here by the lake." Ashura immediately denied. "Dante spread rumors. I know nothing about that. I came to you today for a serious matter. So promise me you won't get angry." Majina, unimpressed by his antics, huffed and raised her chin, signaling him to speak quickly. Ashura's gaze inadvertently fell upon her prominent figure as he awkwardly expressed, "First, I want to thank you for lending me your armor. It was a great help. However, there was an unfortunate incident, and it sustained some damage. Could you see if it can be repaired? If not, I'll compensate you." He produced the damaged armor from his storage space and handed it to Majina. Majina's heart sank as she accepted the battered armor. It was a gift from the clan's elder for her 14th birthday. The armor, consisting of 2 sets, one for males and one for females, had always been worn by her, while the male set had been lent to Ashura on a whim. She recalled the elder's teasing words. If Majina meets a boy she likes, she should give him the male set to wear. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly, but the damage to the armor made her frown deeply. She was all too aware of its protective capabilities. Only a powerful strike from a magic warrior could breach its defenses. Yet the damage appeared to be from a beast's claws rather than a human's doing. What had that insufferable guy been up to? Ashura, noticing her furrowed brow and fluctuating expression, weakly muttered, "I didn't do it on purpose. Can it be fixed? If not, I'll pay you." His words snapped Majina back to reality, and she shot him a piercing glare. "You dare return it in this state? What on earth have you been doing to damage my armor like this?" Ashura merely smiled sheepishly and rambled nonsensically, avoiding her question while insisting he was willing to compensate her for the damage. Magina's frustration grew. The sight of his ever-present smirk, which often invaded her dreams, only intensified her desire to give him a good thrashing. I see you Haven-T improved much from your little excursion. Let us have a match. If you win, you won't owe me anything for the armor. If you lose, you'll come back to be my sparring partner until you graduate. Even if you pay for the armor. A smirk crept onto Ashura's face at her proposal, and he provocatively asked, "Is that a promise?" Magina paused, sensing a newfound confidence in him that was absent before. As if he no longer feared her strength, this revelation raised a flag of caution within her. Though she felt the wager was too easily accepted, she had no reason to back down, given her own prowess. With an air of superiority, Magina raised her chin and declared, "Do you think you can outwit me? Come here and take your beating. I've been itching for a fight." Ashura, invigorated by her challenge, stretched his limbs. He too was eager to test the fruits of his recent training and see if he could bridge the gap between himself and the Academy's elite. Ashura, wary of underestimating her, retrieved his radiant twin daggers from his storage, silently releasing 2 layers of seals from Cabin's prison, restoring himself to 90% of his strength. As he did so, Magina, sensing the shift in his aura, decided to approach this duel with caution. She swiftly donned a suit of fiery red heavy armor from her spatial ring, which, combined with her crimson hair, made her appear imposing, armed with a massive broadsword. She resembled a fierce warrior goddess before Ashura's eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. Within his heart, he incessantly cursed his misfortune that he had intended to rely on his explosive strength as a formidable martial artist to swiftly defeat Magina. However, the woman's demeanor, akin to that of a wary opponent bracing for battle, secretly irked him. Ashura understood that Magina was not like those desperate fighters from the floating pagoda. She evidently hailed from a distinguished lineage, possessing access to elite training resources and guidance. The set of fiery red heavy armor she donned shimmered with ethereal magical runes, and Ashura felt that he could scarcely breach its defenses. This was an inherent advantage, and Ashura had always acknowledged such disparities in resources without perceiving them as unjust. His mind raced. Since a direct confrontation would likely spell defeat, he resolved to employ cunning as he had previously. A mischievous grin crept upon his lips, provoking a surge of irritation in Magina as she charged towards him, wielding her colossal sword. Ashura muttered a curse under his breath, labeling her a madwoman, as he braced himself to confront her strike with his dual daggers. Following a deafening clash, both combatants stumbled back a step, their hearts racing with astonishment. Ashura was taken aback by the sheer force of Magina's attack. Reminiscent of a 5th-tier magical beast, the earth-exploding bear. Meanwhile, Magina's first thought was that this fellow must have advanced to the initial stage of a great martial artist. His growth had been astonishingly rapid. Yet, why had he seemed to possess the aura of a mere martial artist before? Suppressing her rising doubts, Magina focused intently on the battle with Ashura, exchanging blows amidst the tranquil lakeside grove. Fortunately, the lakeside was mostly devoid of students at this hour, where they would undoubtedly be captivated by the spectacle of their fierce duel. As the fight escalated, Magina grew increasingly alarmed. In just 6 short months, this troublesome adversary had reached a level of prowess that required her utmost effort to contend with. When she had sought him as a sparring partner, she had barely needed to exert even 50% of her strength to send him fleeing. Yet now he stood resolute against her onslaught. It was worth noting that as the proud daughter of the Valen's empire, Magina had always enjoyed the finest training resources and instruction. The formidable power emanating from her devilishly sculpted physique was not something typical warriors of her caliber could withstand. Yet, the mage before her, clad in a magical robe, could withstand her strikes without faltering, inciting both surprise and fury within her. It seemed that her prolonged training sessions with him had inadvertently favored this rogue. Meanwhile, Ashura felt a profound unease. Each of Magina's strikes sent surges of blood and energy coursing through him to yearn to unleash his ascending blade technique. But each time he attempted to execute his moves, Magina's relentless strikes disrupted his rhythm. This was a significant flaw in the ascending blade technique, one he could not evade at present. Yet he did not utilize his agility to evade Magina's attacks. Choosing instead to clash head-on with her every blow to defeat her, he would have to devise a strategy. As their battle intensified, their positions gradually shifted, moving away from the thicket and into a more open space. The surrounding trees bore the brunt of their conflict, their trunks splintered by the force of their strikes, and the commotion attracted nearby students who had been practicing their morning routines, drawn in by the spectacle. After yet another clash of blades, Magina took a step back, while Ashura retreated several paces to the edge of the thicket. Breathing heavily, Magina reveled in the exhilaration of such an all-consuming battle. Her gaze towards Ashura growing increasingly fervent. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine under her intense scrutiny, his mind conjuring images of her atop him, prompting him to shake his head to regain composure. He then called out to Magina, "Is this all you've got? You can't defeat me like this. So hurry up and unleash your strongest move. I still have a class to attend." Upon hearing this, Magina narrowed her eyes. Seemingly incensed, yet hesitated. The sheer power of her martial skill was immense, and she was uncertain if this troublesome rogue could withstand it. Yet Ashura, undeterred, taunted, "Mother Tyrannosaurus, have you made up your mind? Otherwise, I'll unleash my finishing move first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." At that moment, the phrase Mother Tyrannosaurus echoed in Magina's mind. How dare he bestow upon her such an unflattering nickname? She felt an overwhelming urge to silence his insolent tongue, resolving her hesitation. Magina raised her sword behind her, her body slightly crouched forward. Ashura noticed her movement, a smirk tugging at his lips. He had finally anticipated her to execute this technique throughout their extensive training sessions. He had gleaned knowledge of Magina's martial skills. The technique she was about to unleash was known as the Gale Half-Moon Slash, one of her most formidable abilities. Once activated, it would swiftly launch towards her opponent while the sword behind her traced a lethal arc. Ashura noted how she positioned the back of the blade forward, inwardly relieved that she showed restraint and did not intend to cleave him in two. However, before he could contemplate further, Magina shouted the name of her technique, either to bolster her own confidence or to forewarn Ashura. As the Gale Half-Moon Slash hurtled towards him, Ashura was ready. He too shouted, "Gale Half-Moon Slash," and activated his dual daggers, which glimmered with radiant golden light. Magina, startled by his shout, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling glow, instinctively closing her eyes and swinging the blade. Yet with a sharp crack, she realized that the sound did not resemble the clashing of weapons or the impact of metal against flesh. It was more akin to the sound of a strike against the thicket. As her body continued its forward momentum through the air, she had no time to open her stinging eyes and suddenly felt the ground give way beneath her. With a splash, she plunged into the lake. This was precisely the trap Ashura had orchestrated. Behind the thicket, a vast expanse of lake stretched out, obscured from view by the foliage. Ashura had lured Magina to this spot, retreating several steps to the edge of the thicket as part of his scheme. The continuous exchanges of weapon strikes had led Magina to believe he would engage her with martial techniques rather than evade. The moment Ashura saw the Gale Half-Moon Slash approaching, he knew his plan had succeeded. He had no mastery of the Gale Half-Moon Slash. His shout was merely a ruse to mislead Magina's judgment. Simultaneously, the blinding radiance from his dual daggers temporarily disoriented her, causing her to lose her bearings and fall into the water. As expected, Magina, upon hitting the water, cried out in panic, "Bastard!" and flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to stay afloat, her heavy armor becoming a burden that dragged her further down. Unbeknownst to Ashura, Magina had narrowly escaped drowning in a pond during her childhood due to her mischief, only to be rescued by her mother, which left her with a deep-seated fear of water, rendering her unable to swim. Initially, Ashura felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had finally made her experience some hardship for her earlier reckless blows. However, as he noticed her fingertips no longer breaking the surface and the bubbles diminishing, alarm bells rang in his mind. Without hesitation, he leaped into the lake. In the crystalline waters, he saw Magina motionless, like a statue, sinking toward the depths below. Panic seized Ashura. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. His intention had merely been to trick her into the water, knowing that submerged, She would struggle to harness her strength. He planned to force her back underwater with his techniques until she conceded. Yet he had not realized she could not swim. After only a few feeble attempts, she had sunk to the lake's bottom. If anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. Thus, Ashura swam desperately toward her, and due to the weight of her armor, Magina descended rapidly. Fortunately, he grasped her arm and exerted all his strength to swim upwards. As they broke the surface, Ashura immediately cradled her in his arms and rushed to the shore. Yet, the young woman remained unresponsive. Her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, seemingly devoid of breath. Regardless of how desperately Ashura called out and struck, the girl remained unresponsive. In a moment of acute anxiety, Ashura recalled the emergency medical techniques he had learned from his grandfather. Taking a deep breath, he leaned toward the girl's pale lips. He repeatedly exchanged breaths, their lips meeting and parting, yet Magina showed no sign of revival. Ashura, drenched in perspiration from anxiety, realized that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was futile, and he roughly unfastened Magina's heavy armor. He intended to compress her chest to restore her heartbeat, but beneath the fiery red armor lay a layer of soft armor that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had borrowed. There was no time for him to ponder such matters, nor to remove the girl's intimate armor, but he was too preoccupied to notice the two white peaks before him, forcing his hands into the crevices of those peaks, continuously pressing down on her chest. After several compressions, he would lower his head to provide her with breath again, repeating this process. Finally, as Ashura leaned in once more, mouth to mouth, Magina slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. However, upon awakening, she was met with the sight of that insufferable brat leaning down to kiss her. Magina's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank, feeling utterly drained and powerless. It seemed she could sense a breath entering her mouth just as the rogue withdrew and began to press down on her chest again. Just as the anxious Ashura prepared to lean in for another kiss, he caught sight of Magina's astonished eyes fixated on him. The two locked gazes for what felt like an eternity. It was Ashura who, with his thick skin, nonchalantly withdrew his right hand from the valley of her chest. Embarrassed, he stammered, "You're awake, don't think too much of it. You fell into the water, and I rescued you. You needn't feel overly grateful. It was merely a matter of saving a life." Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the woods, and Ashura, clutching his left cheek, glared at Magina, who was now half-sitting. Magina, still regaining her strength, propped herself up with one hand while the other shielded her loosely fitted soft armor, striving to conceal her vulnerability, biting her lip and glaring frostily at the scoundrel before her. She coldly remarked, "You tricked me into the water, and then, while I was unconscious, you dared to kiss me and touch my chest." Ashura, witnessing the girl on the verge of tears, felt his earlier irritation dissipate significantly. He was about to offer an explanation when he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look at his astonishment. Two girls stood nearby, their mouths agape in shock as they observed the scene unfolding below them. A feeling of foreboding washed over Ashura as a sense of familiarity struck him regarding these girls. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, rushing toward them to control the situation before explaining himself. But upon seeing the murderous intent in Ashura's eyes, the two girls screamed and fled. Just as Ashura was about to pursue, he noticed several figures rapidly approaching from the woods, and an alarm rang in his mind. "We're doomed." He pivoted and returned to the still-dazed Magina. "I truly was trying to save you. Whether you believe me or not, many people are gathering here. Those two girls may have seen or heard something. Quickly, fix your clothes. I need to slip away. We shall discuss our matters another day." With that said, he utilized his agility to vanish into the depths of the forest, leaving Magina in a daze, now aware only that the scoundrel who had bullied her had fled. However, upon hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, she quickly retrieved a set of warrior attire from her storage ring to shield her modesty. Moments later, 7 or 8 students appeared before her, with the two earlier girls hiding behind 2 male classmates, peering curiously at the scene. Upon seeing Magina, drenched and clad in warrior attire, her complexion pale, yet her lips unusually vibrant, the onlookers exchanged glances. Magina rose in silence, intending to depart. Yet a bold boy stepped forward and inquired, "Magina, I heard a dark-haired boy did something inappropriate to you. I asked that true?" Rest assured, we will capture him for you to deal with. Magina halted, glancing back at the boy, and coldly spat a single word. Leave. With that, she turned her back and walked away. The boy's face turned crimson with embarrassment, while the two girls eagerly recounted the scandal to the crowd. Sharing every juicy detail, they had been drawn to the commotion in the woods. Witnessing what appeared to be a boy kissing a girl, they drew closer. They heard the sounds of a slap and the girl's fragmented accusations about being tricked into the water. Kissed and touched, when they finally recognized the protagonists, they were utterly astonished. The girl was none other than Magina, one of the Academy's top 10 beauties, half reclined on the ground. The boy, too, left them speechless. He was the same one who had forcibly kissed the blue-haired girl in the woods not long ago. Indeed, they were witnesses to both sensational incidents involving the same male lead. As the crowd of onlookers grew, many boys seethed with resentment, beginning to search frantically for the dark-haired boy in question. Meanwhile, the two girls excitedly narrated their account, swearing to their audience, fearful that others might doubt their story. As the gossip spread like wildfire, Ashura, having fled the scene, found himself outside the academy, glancing back at the entrance with a grim expression, before mounting his dragon steed and heading towards Pro City. Meanwhile, the female protagonist of the scandal, rarely skipping class, sat alone on her bed, hugging her knees and lost in thought, her mind replaying the moment the rogue had kissed her. Slowly, she began to comprehend that he had likely been attempting to save her, and the pain in her chest was not where it seemed. If he had truly wanted to take advantage, he would not have touched her there. Yet, regardless of the reasoning, she felt violated by that detestable boy. What was she to do? Where had he gone? Would he deny it in the future? Would he harbor a grudge for the slap she had given him? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Magina pondered throughout the day, while her roommates, bursting with curiosity, refrained from knocking on her door to inquire. That same day, news of the scandal reached the ears of Blue Feather in Martial Arts Class 7, who silently approached Mentor Engel and requested a spar against all the boys in her class. Initially, the boys were thrilled and eagerly formed a line, but Blue Feather coldly declared, "Let's fight together." By the time class ended, a group of bruised male students stumbled out of the training hall, while the rumor of Ashura abandoning Blue Feather for Magina spread like wildfire through the academy. Magina's foremost admirer, the top freshman warrior Monroe, was furious and issued a bounty in the library, offering a reward of 1,000 academy points for anyone who could provide information about the dark-haired boy. As the scandal escalated, in dormitory 138, Ginza, Arthur, and Angelo sat in the living room, exchanging bewildered glances for an entire afternoon. After hearing about the dark-haired boy earlier that day, the three brothers had returned to their dormitory in unison. They spent the entire afternoon too anxious to leave, tightly drawn curtains, nervously peering out the window for suspicious figures lingering near their door. They all suspected that the dark-haired rogue was none other than their third brother, Ashura. However, they could never have imagined that Ashura would engage in such reckless behavior. The idea of him forcibly kissing one of the Academy's top 10 beauties was merely a fantasy in their minds. Yet Ashura had actually done it and, as rumor suggested, even touched her chest. Now, they worried whether Ashura had become obsessed with some martial technique gone awry, perhaps harboring twisted thoughts of needing to supplement himself. Angelo timidly asked, "Boss, will we be able to go out tomorrow?" Ginza swallowed hard the rye bread in his hand and retorted, "How much food do you have left in your storage space?" At this, Angelo forced a bitter smile, while Arthur, cradling his head in his hands, lamented, "What on earth is Ashura doing? I'm so afraid he might get beaten up when he returns." The trio reconvened in the living room, deliberating their course of action, ultimately deciding to sequester themselves within their dormitory for 3 days to gauge the prevailing atmosphere. Should anyone inquire about Ashura, they would assert that he had returned home to attend to pressing matters, and had not been seen in quite some time. With a lackluster spirit, Ashura spent 3 days journeying back to Pro City. He found himself in a state of amusement, pondering how returning to school seemed to invariably invite trouble whenever he found himself entangled with the fairer sex. This latest fiasco left him uncertain about its duration, leading him to resolve to linger a while longer before heading back. With this determination, he refrained from visiting Da Fei's establishment, merely casting a distant glance at the young girl bustling about. Before pivoting towards the street where he sought out Shios, he requested the acquisition of a modest, independent courtyard for his temporary residence. His concerns stemmed from the possibility that someone might trace him back to Dafei's shop. After all, that fragile girl was akin to family whom he wished to protect. In truth, he was also apprehensive about Dafei, questioning him on his hastened return. Despite his thick skin, he found it difficult to divulge the truth. Residing in a courtyard would afford him the opportunity to focus intently on honing his martial skills. Thus began a new chapter, every third night, within the arena of the Pagoda Palace. A black-haired warrior donned with a ghastly mask would emerge, challenging formidable opponents of the great martial master tier. Ashura's strategy was straightforward. He would challenge each contender of that evening, ranked by points, from the lowest to the highest. Typically, he would engage one opponent per night, and on occasions when he felt particularly vigorous, he would face two. Due to his confinement within Cabin's prison, his displayed strength remained at the third tier of the martial master level, compelling his opponents at the higher tier to accept his challenges. Initially, the few great martial masters he faced left him perplexed, as he perceived their abilities to be inferior to the first opponent. Valet, however, an elderly great martial master imparted a crucial lesson. After he sent this opponent, who bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather Adolf, reeling and bloodied, he was struck by the sight of the old man kneeling and pleading for mercy. His heart softened, and he turned, intending to spare the elder. Yet in that fleeting moment of compassion, a flying dagger shot forth from the old man's trembling hands. Had Ashura not reacted swiftly, the blade would have surely severed his throat. The dagger grazed his cheek, shattering a piece of his mask and allowing crimson droplets to fall to the ground. Ashura spun around, his expression a mixture of shock and fury, locking eyes with the resentful elder. The old man dusted himself off and rose, clearly having held back his true strength. His plea for mercy had merely been a ruse to lower Ashura's guard, taking advantage of his youth and naivety regarding the arena's perils. Without engaging in further discourse, Ashura unleashed the second tier of Cabin's prison restraints, employing the ascending blade technique to reduce the treacherous elder to mere fragments before he ceased his assault. As he exited the arena, he was met with the merciless jeers of a long-absent courtesan, yet he refrained from retorting, offering only a faint nod in acknowledgement. Thus, Ashura engaged in relentless combat within the Pagoda Palace for a span of 6 months, giving his all each night. The warriors who managed to survive within the palace were anything but ordinary, showcasing an array of martial techniques and cunning strategies that broadened Ashura's horizons. More often than not, he emerged victorious but battered. Even when grievously wounded, he never unsealed the third layer of Cabin's prison. Throughout this period, his strength escalated to the second tier of both the Great Martial Master and the Great Mage levels. And he recently swept through the entire tier of Great Martial Masters, leaving none but himself among the competitors. The martial artists of the Master tier were deterred from ascending, while those of the Great Martial Master tier hesitated to participate in the arena. The audience of the Pagoda Palace had long been captivated by the enigmatic black-haired warrior, whose every appearance was met with thunderous applause, a stark contrast to the silence that had greeted him upon his initial entry. Spectators profited handsomely from betting on his victories, especially Shios, who had gained a modicum of renown as a wealthy patron in Pro City, with commoners addressing him as Lord Shios upon their encounters. Ashura's battles were marked by his relentless challenges against opponents of higher tiers, particularly when he feigned the strength of a great martial master while confronting those of the third tier. The fervor of the audience was such that it seemed the very dome of the underground arena might be uprooted, for in the Kingdom of Kings, reverence for strength was paramount. At that moment, Ashura held a finely crafted silver badge in his hand, awarded upon amassing 1,000 points within the Pagoda Palace. Warriors possessing such a badge would have their names prefixed with the illustrious title Thousand Men Slayer during announcements of nightly matches. The moniker Thousand Men Slayer resonated throughout Pro City's underground arena, attracting challengers from other cities, each seeking to make a name for themselves by besting the infamous figure. Yet all fell short, only serving to augment Ashura's tally of points. Ever since Ashura had obtained the silver badge, the previously mocking courtesan had ceased her jests, addressing him with reverence as Lord Thousand Men Slayer. She even offered to arrange sumptuous feasts and beautiful companions for him, claiming she could fulfill any of his desires at any moment. However, Ashura never acquiesced, fearing the exposure of his still youthful visage beneath the mask. As for the 1,000+ points he had accrued in the pagoda palace, he felt no urgency to exchange them for rewards, for 10,000 points would grant him access to a superlative yellow-tier martial technique. Far more valuable than the ordinary yellow-tier techniques. Possessing 10,000 points would also earn him a golden badge, accompanied by an even more illustrious title. 1 against 10,000. It was said that within the entirety of the pagoda palace across the Kingdom of Kings, only 10 individuals bore the title of 1 against 10,000. To attain such a distinction would certainly warrant the pagoda palace's arrangement of a superlative yellow-tier martial technique, and this remained Ashura's singular pathway to accessing such coveted techniques. He was prepared to expend every ounce of effort to achieve this goal. Through countless battles and the subsequent tempering of his strength, Ashura had come to believe that among the school's prodigies, none could best him at the great martial master tier. This confidence stemmed from his experiences in life-and-death encounters. Ashura diligently participated in every session of the Pagoda Palace's death matches, save for a few occasions when he was severely injured and required a week of recuperation. During his downtime between battles, he immersed himself in the study of magic rune engraving, and after 6 months of dedication, his proficiency in this craft had surged dramatically, allowing him to inscribe basic runes onto ordinary equipment. His initial motivation to learn rune engraving had been inspired by the upperclassman Salmon, who had garnered a wealth of academy points through his exceptional skills in the field, leaving Ashura filled with envy. Yet now, upon mastering the art of rune engraving, he found himself bereft of time to capitalize on it. For further point accumulation, he struggled to carve out moments to accept engraving tasks. As he devoted even his sleep to magical meditation, one fateful noon, while Ashura was engrossed in his rune engraving, he suddenly sensed a tremor emanating from his academy badge. Extracting the badge from his spatial belt, he discovered a message from his mentor, Ira. To be frank, he had nearly forgotten his enchanting class instructor, but Ira's message was succinct, stating, Ashura, your leave has exceeded its limit. A new assessment is about to commence at the academy. Please return immediately. Ashura tossed the academy badge lightly in his hand, his mind drifting to the faces of the beautiful blue feather and Magina. A devilish smile crept across his lips as he stretched lazily and set off toward the sacred Goban Academy, riding swiftly towards his destination. Upon arrival in the academy's library, Ashura noticed a notice board prominently displaying a mission seeking information about the black-haired boy who had bullied Magina. He reached the academy during the evening hours. Tethering his dragon horse at the mount storage area, he deliberately secured his steed at the outermost edge, clearly intending to facilitate a quick escape should the need arise. Upon entering the dormitory at room 138, Ashura donned the hood of his academy uniform, keeping his head bowed as he hurried inside. However, as he stepped into the common area, Jinza, who was preparing tea, was so startled that he dropped his expensive teacup onto the floor. Ashura initially believed it was merely excitement from his long-absent friend, and he smiled, opening his arms wide for a heartfelt embrace. Instead, Jinza dashed past him like a gust of wind, rushing to the window to draw the curtains shut, his heart racing as he patted his chest in anxiety, leaving Ashura utterly perplexed. From upstairs, Arthur heard the commotion and opened the dormitory door, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He then banged on Angelo's door, summoning the fourth member as well. The three of them stood in the living room, gazing at Ashura for what felt like an eternity, their expressions a tumultuous mix of envy, jealousy, admiration, and most prominently, pity, leaving Ashura completely bewildered before he could utter a word. The dormitory leader, Jinza, placed a hand on Ashura's shoulder, his gaze intense as he asked, "Third brother, tell me the truth. Did you forcibly kiss Blue Feather and Magina?" Upon hearing this, Ashura resolutely shook his head. Yet before the three could breathe a sigh of relief, he added, "It was Blue Feather who kissed me. The incident with Magina was a misunderstanding. I was merely trying to save her." As Ashura finished speaking, he felt the grip on his shoulder tighten. The three in the dormitory stared at him with bloodshot eyes, and Jinza commanded, "Let's give him a good beating first." Upon finishing their words, the four of them began to engage in playful scuffles. Though they did not truly strike one another, three of them firmly pinned Ashura to the ground, playfully kicking his backside. Amid their kicks, they shouted, "This is what you get for being so arrogant and brazen. What gives you the right to be close to beautiful women? What merits do you possess? Have you considered your brothers? Do you realize how much worry your antics have caused us?" After venting their frustrations, Ashura gradually pieced together the events that had transpired. He discovered that the repercussions of the two recent scandalous incidents were far more severe than he had anticipated. Notably, the suitors of the two lovely ladies had formed an alliance of over 300 members dedicated to eradicating lecherous fiends. With the formidable Monroe as their leader, each day, they dispatched individuals to scour the lakeside woods for traces of the dark-haired scoundrel. The female students within the academy, upon hearing the tales of the lecher, had become too frightened to venture near the lakeside woods. Ashura's lips quivered slightly, and just as he was about to retort defiantly, he noticed Angelo producing a portrait from his bosom. The image depicted a young man with flowing black hair, resembling Ashura to a remarkable degree, likely sketched from memory by the two girls. Angelo declared, "Third brother, I infiltrated the alliance against lecherous fiends for your sake. Each member possesses a copy of this portrait, and our creed is to err on the side of caution rather than let anyone slip away," initially buoyed by the joy of returning home with newfound strength. Ashura felt this news shatter his spirits, and no matter how fierce he considered himself, he dared not confront over 300 zealous admirers. Grasping Angelo's shoulders, he pleaded earnestly, "Fourth brother, save me." Angelo circled Ashura, scrutinizing him before retrieving a pair of scissors from his spatial ring. The other two nodded in tacit agreement. Moments later, Ashura, now sporting a simple short hairstyle that accentuated his vigor and charm, possessed a roguish allure. Angelo reveled in his haircutting skills, while Ashura remained indifferent. As long as he avoided a beating, he could even sport a bald head, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The trio then advised Ashura on what to say and what to avoid, emphasizing that he must keep his distance from Lan Yu and Magina, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a beating and thrown into the lake to feed the fish. Curious about Ashura's recent activities, the three pressed him for details. However, Ashura shared only trivial observations, omitting his encounters in the Beast Forest and the Pagoda Palace, experiences that would be difficult for the Academy's students to comprehend. When he revealed that he had advanced to the first stage of the Grand Martial Artist rank, his dormitory companions expressed mild surprise. Jean Zhe and Arthur had also reached the first stage of Grand Mage and Grand Martial Artist, respectively. Yet Ashura's progress far exceeded their expectations. Arthur even suggested that Ashura should skip the Magic Academy and directly enroll in the Martial Arts Academy. Unbeknownst to them, Ashura's true strength had already reached the second stage of Grand Martial Artist and Grand Mage. Of course, several new students had also achieved the second stage, but Ashura had quietly risen to the forefront of their ranks. The following morning, clad in a magical robe, Ashura humbly made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast, blending into the crowd as he headed towards the Magic Academy. Upon silently entering the classroom of Magic Class 13, he found the atmosphere abuzz with chatter. The number of students had significantly increased, predominantly comprised of dapper young male mages engaging in animated discussions, seemingly vying for someone's attention. Ashura glanced at his previous seat, only to find it still vacant. However, the silver-haired girl beside it appeared even more radiant than before. Without further thought, he plopped down into the empty seat. Yet the moment he settled, the air in the classroom seemed to be sucked away, plunging it into an eerie silence. Ashura felt as if he had unwittingly sat in the jaws of a dragon, as piercing gazes surrounded him like blades, intensifying his anxiety and causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Before he could react, the silver-haired girl beside him, without lifting her gaze, coldly remarked, "Someone's sitting here, move." At the sound of her voice, the previously sharp stares morphed into expressions of schadenfreude, as if this scene were a familiar script. Ashura, feeling awkward, scratched his head and, after a moment's contemplation, poked the girl beside him on the arm, a gesture he often employed in class. The girl instantly stiffened, then abruptly turned to face him. Ashura beamed his most radiant smile, showcasing a row of gleaming white teeth. As Clara, the silver-haired girl, recognized the grinning short-haired boy before her, Her eyes shifted from bright to fierce in an instant. Instead of receiving the charming smile from the girl he had missed for a year, Ashura was met with Clara swiftly retrieving her exquisite wand from her spatial ring. Chanting an incantation, the large gem atop her wand pointed menacingly at Ashura's forehead. Battle-hardened, Ashura quickly deduced that Clara intended to summon lightning to strike him down. Reacting instinctively, he pushed the wand aside with one hand while swiftly covering Clara's mouth with the other. Unwilling to let this insufferable scoundrel escape, Clara twisted away, attempting to evade his grasp, while her other hand swung the wand towards Ashura's head. Realizing that this girl was relentless, Ashura instinctively wrapped one hand around Clara's slender neck, effectively covering her mouth, which appeared as if he was pulling her into an embrace, with his other hand. He seized Clara's wrist, breathlessly exclaiming, "It's me. What on earth are you doing? I haven't provoked you, have I?" Clara glared at him with her beautiful large eyes, her mouth muzzled, rendering her voiceless. Instead, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist with her free hand. It seemed as though the two were engaged in a playful squabble akin to that of young lovers, when suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Looking around, they discovered that every student in the class was gaping at them in wide-eyed astonishment. Clara's face flushed crimson, and she pinched Ashura's waist once more, straightening herself while ostentatiously flipping through the books on the desk. Ashura awkwardly ran a hand over his short hair, when a somewhat timid voice from the front row inquired, "Are you Ashura?" Glancing at the plump boy, Nawi, with whom he had previously shared a cordial relationship, Ashura nodded and replied, "It's been a while, everyone." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement, as several classmates who had some acquaintance with Ashura crowded around his desk, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. The general sentiment was that the king of truants had finally returned. Where had Ashura been for the past year? He was the first newcomer to be absent from the academy for such an extended period, and so forth. Ashura simply stated that he had family matters to attend to and had returned home for a time, spending the year honing his skills in his hometown. This moment, he distinctly heard the silver-haired girl beside him let out a heavy humph. Amidst the clamor of questions directed at Ashura, other male students from different classes were also inquiring about his circumstances. Upon learning he was merely an obscure underperformer, most of the boys curled their lips in disdain. Just then, the bell for class rang, and a strikingly beautiful female instructor entered the classroom, none other than their homeroom teacher, Ella. Everyone hurried back to their seats, while the surrounding boys cast sidelong glances at Ashura's table. Instructor Ella noticed Ashura's return, exhaling a sigh of relief, and Ashura offered her an apologetic smile in return. However, Ella rolled her eyes dramatically at Ashura, a gesture that sent the hearts of the male students racing. The influx of male students from other classes was not solely due to Clara. Ella's office was perpetually adorned with flowers, symbolizing affection. Ella then announced an astonishing piece of news. The Academy's latest assessment would take place in 3 days, with a venue set in the Beast Forest. The young students gasped in surprise. The Beast Forest had long been regarded as forbidden territory for humans, a place they dared only to discuss, but not to explore. Even Clara beside Ashura gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. In contrast, Ashura remained unfazed, for he had survived alone in the Beast Forest for several months. Though he had not ventured deeply, he had once single-handedly slain a terror bear. Given his current strength, he could now dispatch a terror bear without sustaining a scratch. Thus, upon hearing that the assessment would take place in the Beast Forest, he felt little reaction, though he was quite intrigued about how the evaluation would unfold. Rewards would be most welcome. Once the astonished exclamations of the crowd subsided, Mentor Ayla continued, "This assessment is organized by class. One magic class will be paired with 2 warrior classes to form a team activity. For details regarding the assessment, students from other classes may return to consult their respective homeroom teachers." With a rustle, a significant portion of the students departed the classroom, leaving only 14 Thunder Mages from Class 13, who exchanged glances in surprise. It had been a long time since the classroom appeared so spacious. Mentor Ayla smiled wryly, and, with her melodious voice, proceeded, "The focus of this assessment will be to familiarize yourselves with the Beast Forest. Each class will be accompanied by 2 mentors, who will only intervene in the face of insurmountable danger. Otherwise, you must rely on yourselves to reach the designated location on time. All challenges encountered in the Beast Forest must be resolved independently. So cherish this team activity. Following this, you will undertake tasks in randomly assigned small groups in the Beast Forest without mentor supervision, and there will be a risk of casualties, making this team assessment experience particularly significant. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 13 let out a quiet sigh of relief, though they were also apprehensive about the difficulty of the upcoming assessment. Subsequently, Mentor Ayla began her lesson. Ashura listened intently for a while, only to realize that he understood little of the content. Having not attended a formal magic theory course for a year, he struggled to keep pace. Although his magical prowess was considerable due to his dual training in martial arts and magic, he had yet to seamlessly integrate magic into practical combat. Lost in thought, he was suddenly nudged by a notebook inscribed with elegant handwriting. Gazing at the familiar notebook, Ashura was reminded of the numerous exchanges he had shared with Clara through it. A smile crept onto his face, but it faded when he read the words upon it. You've become increasingly impressive, sneaking back to steal kisses from 2 girls at the Warrior Academy. Startled, Ashura quickly closed the notebook, nervously glancing around. Clara, catching sight of his guilty demeanor, grew even more irate. Seizing the pen from the girl's hand, Ashura scribbled a response. Stop talking nonsense. I just returned to the academy. What kissing girls? I have no idea what you're on about. Clara, biting her lip in frustration, retorted, Then why did you cut your black hair? My first thought upon hearing the news was of you. Ashura grimaced at the incoming notebook, pondering how women's intuition seemed unervingly accurate. He hastily concocted a diversion, engaging in casual conversation with Clara. However, her irritation simmered as she listened to his frivolous chatter, her true grievance stemming from his failure to seek her out upon returning. Over the next 3 days, Ashura adopted a low-profile approach, avoiding the training grounds and spending most of his time exchanging insights with Mentor Yuanda. When Mentor Yuan learned that his prized pupil had reached the second stage of Grand Martial Artist and Grand Mage, he exhibited greater excitement than Ashura had upon his own advancement. Yet, when Ashura presented the silver badge from the Pagoda Palace, Mentor Yuan fell silent, lost in contemplation. On the 4th day, as the assessment in the Beast Forest commenced, the new students of the Magic Academy gathered at the entrance of St. Goban Academy. Mentor Ayla and another fire mage mentor named Slade approached the line of students in Class 13. Slade, spotting the small number of students, jested, Your class is quite sparse. This task should be a breeze. Mentor Ayla smiled, but remained silent, addressing the 14 Thunder Mages with seriousness. The task map for the Beast Forest assessment has been distributed to you via your badges. Mentor Slade and I will be leading you, and we will join forces with the 2 warrior classes. The students of Class 13 now wore expressions of excitement. Having mentors to guide them provided a sense of reassurance, as if they were embarking on a leisurely excursion to the Beast Forest. At that moment, 2 teams of warrior newcomers, led by their respective mentors, approached from either side. Ashura, hearing the enthusiastic shouts from the rotund Nawe in the front, turned to the left, nearly losing his composure. For on the left approached the 7th warrior class, and the sight of a tall girl with blue hair captivated everyone's attention. He quickly turned his head to the other side, only to be confronted by a strikingly fiery-haired girl, sending his heart into turmoil. Desperate to retreat to the back of his magic class, he donned the hood of his robe, but with so few classmates, even standing at the back would draw attention. Clara, keeping a watchful eye on Ashura, noticed his unusual behavior and glanced around as well, before delivering a sharp kick to his rear. But Ashura remained unresponsive, his head bowed in silence. As the 3 classes converged. The most excited were the boys in the group. 3 of the top 10 beauties among the newcomers were all on the same team, along with the elegant and captivating Mentor Ayla. This Beast Force assessment was truly splendid. The boys eagerly scanned the forms of the beautiful girls, their eyes darting in awe. Meanwhile, Ashura, wearing his hood, stood motionless, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Was fate truly determined to make a mockery of him? He sensed 3 piercing gazes fixated upon him, one on the left, one on the right, and one that occasionally shot icy glances from the front. Lan Yu and Ma Ji Na had locked on him early on. Even with his hood, the 2 girls recognized him instantly due to their familiarity. Both bore complex emotions as they glanced at him, inadvertently positioning themselves on either side of Ashura. They exchanged a look, their cheeks flushing as they turned their heads away. Ashura trudged along like a soulless automaton toward the entrance of the beast forest, fully aware that Clara was in front, Majin Na on his left, and Lan Yu on his right. Internally, he felt utterly shattered, fearing that the two girls might once again create a scene, exposing him as the black-haired mage to everyone. Yet the other boys gazed at him with envy and admiration. As their united team approached the entrance of the beast forest, the handsome middle-aged mentor, Ung, called out to them loudly, "You are about to step into the beast forest. Stay vigilant, as any lapse in attention could cost you your lives. Now, draw your weapons, ensuring your hands are ready to unsheathe your weapons and wield your staves. Prepare to enter combat at any moment." Understood? The students, upon hearing this, promptly retrieved their respective weapons and staves from their storage spaces. Mentor Ung was correct. Retrieving weapons from storage could waste precious time, and such details could sometimes determine life or death. Only Ashura stood there, seemingly frozen in place. Observing this issue, Mentor Ayla approached him with a frown, gently patting his shoulder. "What are you dawdling for? Why haven't you drawn your staff?" Mentor Ung just reminded you. Ashura felt immensely awkward, for although he wore a mage's robe, he possessed no staff, after a moment's thought. He drew his twin blades, Radiance, from his belt and sheathed them across his back. The onlookers stared at him in bewilderment, then burst into a low chuckle. It was their first encounter with a mage wielding twin blades. Yet Ashura remained unfazed by the laughter and pointing fingers, preoccupied with how to manage the two potential powder kegs beside him. Mentor Ayla, witnessing Ashura's actions, felt a wave of frustration. This student truly tested her patience. She then gave Ashura another light pat on the shoulder, lowering her voice. "Are you deliberately trying to vex me? Have a little respect for your homeroom teacher, will you? What kind of mage carries twin blades?" Ashura had no way to explain that he lacked a staff, so he casually replied, "I can protect you, Mentor Ayla, with my twin blades." Upon saying this, he realized his words might have been inappropriate, but having spoken them, he could not take them back and could only manage an awkward chuckle. Hearing this teasing remark, Mentor Ayla paused, blushing slightly as she retorted, "Only you could say that." "Very well. Then, protect me with your twin blades." Ashura found himself at a loss for words in response. However, the quiet exchange between the two had caught the attention of the three girls nearby, and Ashura instantly felt the pressure mounting around him. He promptly lowered his head in submission, silencing himself. Thus, Ashura found himself at the forefront, with Clara ahead, Majin Na on his left, and Lan Yu on his right, while Mentor Ayla stood not far behind. Surrounded by four enchanting beauties, Ashura bowed his head, and once again ventured into the beastly forest. He traversed cautiously along the periphery of the dense woods, following the formation of his team. The Academy had organized various teams composed of 3 classes each, assigning them distinct paths to follow, with the objective of reaching their designated task location within a stipulated time frame to successfully complete the assessment. The formation consisted of warriors flanking the magical scholars, who were protected in the center, while mentors were strategically dispersed throughout the group. The team was expected to travel along the predetermined route, anticipating an arrival at their destination in approximately 20 days. This assessment was relatively lenient, primarily focused on familiarizing themselves with the beastly forest, serving as preparation for future evaluations. For Ashura, this felt like a waste of time. Yet he harbored no grievances, for any rustle or whisper on either side sent shivers down his spine. He was acutely aware that the 2 beauties had recognized him, and as of now, they had not turned against him, a fact for which he silently expressed gratitude. He treaded carefully, fearful that even a slight sound could displease the 2 ladies. The atmosphere around him was palpable, and even the mentor, Ella, sensed the unease, as Ashura's usual demeanor was markedly subdued. He had not even exchanged words with his once close companion, Clara, a sight Ella often observed. Meanwhile, the male students from the warrior class occasionally approached the 3 beauties, attempting to engage them in conversation, while Ella found herself somewhat helplessly entangled with a young warrior mentor named Anthony. The 3 beautiful scholars offered little in the way of warmth to the advances made by the boys. But Ella appeared to be a loss in her predicament. Ashura, donned in his hood like a wooden figure, cautiously moved forward. During this time, his classmate Kyle sought Ashura to switch places as he had long pursued Clara, yet had not even earned a smile from the silver-haired maiden. Seeing two equally stunning beauties accompanying them, he could hardly resist seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ashura, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming eagerness. He was so cautious with his breathing that he yearned to escape to the front for a moment of respite. However, just as he contemplated hurrying away from the left side, a massive broadsword cleaved a nearby tree stump in two, sending wood chips flying. Everyone stared in astonishment, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. To his left, Magina sheathed the broadsword back on her back. Though she was not clad in her fiery red armor, her formidable presence was enough to command attention. "That stump is truly bothersome," she murmured softly. Ashura instinctively withdrew his left foot and unobtrusively returned to his previous position, gesturing to Kyle to leave quickly. Kyle, perplexed, felt a slight embarrassment, believing Ashura was again disregarding him, and with a huff, returned to his place in front. Instantly, Ashura felt the oppressive atmosphere lighten considerably. However, before he could revel in his quick thinking, Magina's voice reached his ears. "I misunderstood you regarding the last incident." Ashura froze, realizing she was addressing him. The content of her words eased a weight from his heart, prompting him to inch closer to her. "In a conspiratorial whisper," he said, "as long as you know. Let us not speak of it, especially not about having seen you then, understand?" Magina rolled her eyes dramatically in response, but did not answer, instead emphasizing, "After this assessment, you will continue to be my sparring partner." Ashura immediately protested. "Why should I?" The volume of his voice was slightly too loud, drawing the attention of both Lanyue and Clara, causing him to lower his head and retract his neck. Magina lightly retorted, "Because you took advantage of me. Shouldn't you be responsible?" Ashura felt an overwhelming urge to cover her mouth. Desperately, he countered, "Food can be eaten carelessly, but words should not be spoken lightly. What advantage did I take? I acted in haste to save you. It's one thing not to demand repayment for saving your life, but you can't pin this on me." Magina pouted, "I don't care. Everyone saw you bully me. And now the whole academy knows I've been wronged by you. Are you not going to take responsibility? I'll just go tell our classmates." Ashura felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had to pacify Magina and prevent her from seeking out others to discuss this matter. Otherwise, he might as well reside in the beastly forest, where he wouldn't have to worry about 300 people wanting him dead. As the two engaged in their heated exchange, Lanyue suddenly kicked a tree trunk, about the width of a bowl, cleanly in half. She retracted her leg. She casually remarked, "This tree is truly bothersome." Ashura, understanding the signal, moved closer to her, nervously inquiring, "What is going on now? Last time it was you who initiated things. It had nothing to do with me, and you can't cause trouble. My first kiss is gone." Lanyue's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "I don't care. You held me, so that was my first kiss too. Besides, if it weren't for your outrageous demands, I wouldn't tea at this point." Lanyue's face turned crimson, and she lacked the courage to continue. Ashura's head throbbed. He felt utterly incapable of reasoning with girls. In exasperation, he declared, "I've been chased out of the academy by your suitors. I haven't dared return for ages. What more do you want?" I sent T at time to let it go. Lanyue, amused by his plight, giggled before covering her mouth, haughtily asserting, "I don't care. You must be responsible for me. From now on, you are not allowed to hide so that I cannot find you." Ashura was left in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. After all that, it was still his fault. Both girls insisted on holding him accountable, and he felt utterly wronged. In a fit of frustration, he yanked off his hood. The two girls beside him were momentarily taken aback by his upright hair, before both burst into laughter, covering their mouths. Ashura felt a touch of helplessness, but at least the air had cleared, and it seemed neither of them wanted to drag him down any further. With the weight lifted from his heart, he became more lively, occasionally whispering jokes to the two beauties, eliciting giggles from them both. Clara, in front, wore a frown, contemplating which tree she could summon lightning to strike. Ella, behind them, was astonished. She had not expected this seemingly timid boy from her class to be so well received by the two girls from other classes. Reflecting on the sensational rumors circulating through the academy, a knowing smile crept onto her face, as if she had uncovered a remarkable secret. After all, there is no girl who does not enjoy a bit of gossip. Nearby, the young male mentor, Anthony, noticed Ella's smile and mistakenly believed it was due to his tiresome jokes, prompting him to amplify his self-important display of oratory. Yet, Ella paid no heed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the short-haired boy charmingly navigating between the two beauties. Thus, after an arduous morning of trekking, the team finally arrived at their first resting point. Some of the frail magical scholars lamented loudly, as if they had never walked such a distance before. They were still at the forest's edge, traversing the flattest terrain. The path ahead promised to be even more treacherous as noon approached. All the students settled at the first resting point marked on their badge maps. With the team gradually penetrating the dense thicket, the trees grew increasingly thick, the air felt stiflingly warm, and mosquitoes became ever more prevalent. The more delicate female magical scholars incessantly complained, their voices a cacophony of grievances. The 6 mentors surrounding them merely smiled silently, offering no guidance or direction. After all, they too had once traversed such paths in their youth. However, their smiles now bore a hint of mischief. All the students sat on the ground, consuming food and drinking water to replenish their energy, sharing their fresh experiences of entering the beastly forest.